Welcome to the haunted paradise. Please remain calm at all times within the haunted tales. If you die within a haunted tale, disaster will fall upon your country. Please stay safe. Through the mist, Chen slowly opened his eyes, finding himself at the entrance of a massive, eerie bronze door. On the other side was a gray and misty world. This is haunted paradise? I've been chosen as the chosen one. Cough, cough. Chen's face was pale, a trace of joy showing in his eyes. Suddenly becoming a chosen one, he saw a glimmer of hope to survive. With a violent cough, he extended his hand to cover his mouth. Through the gaps in his fingers, crimson blood leaked out. Chen was a transmigrator. In order to survive, Chen spent all his savings, but it was to no avail. As his condition worsened, he began to suffer chest pains and nausea, even experiencing frequent blurred vision. His life was coming to an end, with less than a week to live. Half a year ago, the haunted paradise invaded. By completing haunted tale tasks, the chosen ones could receive generous rewards, their health and lifespan would be healed and extended. Failure to complete the tasks meant not only the death of the chosen ones, but also a punishment that would spill over into the real world, polluting the country they were from. I'm someone with a terminal illness, and as long as I survive the haunted tales, I can live again. At this point, what's there to be afraid of in a haunted tale? Chen shook his head and smiled, taking large strides toward the bronze door. Entering haunted paradise. In the city, a strange high school descended from the gray mist. It has been around for over 100 years, emitting a sense of ancient and decaying air that terrifies everyone. Years ago, something bizarre happened at this high school, causing students to disappear one after another. Those who came to investigate also vanished. Over time, the teachers and students fled in panic, and the century-old school was completely abandoned. Today, you will enter the school as students, reenacting the events of that year. Haunted Tale participants, 7 people. Haunted Tale task, survive 5 days in this high school. Haunted Tale difficulty, nightmare level. Why? Why is it a nightmare level difficulty? Chen's calm face suddenly changed. The difficulty of the haunted tales is divided into 3 levels, normal, hard, and nightmare level. In the 6 months since the haunted paradise invaded, there have been 2 nightmare level haunted tales. The first time, the chosen ones died, causing tens of millions of people in Western countries to die. The second time, the northern part of Myanmar was completely wiped out. Now, the third nightmare level haunted tale has appeared in the Dragon Country. Just thinking about it sends a chill down the spine. In no time, those monitoring the haunted tale information all received this shocking news. The third time, the third nightmare level haunted tale has appeared in Dragon Country. Heaven has forsaken us, 7 people, how could they survive the nightmare level haunted tale? Damn it, run, don't stay in the city, stay away from the city, or if the nightmare level haunted tale arrives, many will die. Oh my god, I just immigrated here, I need to leave Dragon Country, leave this country. Western countries have sent their congratulations. Fusang has sent their congratulations. South Korea has sent their congratulations. Dragon Country, North. The moment the nightmare level haunted tale appeared, the haunted tale research base alarm went off. Among these people, there was a large think tank and surviving chosen ones. A middle-aged man with a square face slammed his hand on the meeting table, looking very angry. In the nightmare level haunted tales of the Western countries in Myanmar North, at least dozens of people were selected to participate. Why, in our Dragon Country's nightmare level haunted tale, only 7 people are chosen? Are they trying to destroy our country? An elderly man with graying hair gave the middle-aged man a glare before turning to the people in the meeting room, no matter what. Even if there is only a slight chance, never give up. Now, you are sitting here, watching this creepy tale, analyzing the way out in the tale. Then, in times of crisis, use the forbidden items from the tale to send them messages. Chen recovered from his shock, the fog in front of him slowly disappearing. Vague shadows began to appear, and the noisy sounds of bickering filled his ears. The creepy tale had begun. Chen found himself at a university. He looked toward the teaching building ahead, where a stone tablet stood, with the rules of the creepy tale written above. Below are the basic rules for this creepy tale. Please remember them carefully. Rule 1, as students of the university, please attend class seriously, or the teacher will be very angry. Rule 2, during breaks, you only have 10 minutes of rest time. Please finish whatever you need to do within 10 minutes and return to class. Rule 3, students are prohibited from dating each other, otherwise, the consequences will be very serious. Rule 4, if a classmate hands you a love letter, please do not reject it. Rule 5, there are no security guards in the school. If you see one, stay away. Rule 6, it is forbidden to beat up classmates without reason. If you witness a classmate being beaten, you can choose to join the beating or report it to the teacher. Rule 7, the lights go off at 10. Please return to the dormitory before 10. Rule 8, the university has no dormitories. Chen had just finished reading the rules of the creepy tale and was lost in thought. Suddenly, a cry echoed beside him. Nightmare level creepy tale, what should I do? What should I do? I don't want to die. A woman was wailing in terror, kneeling on the ground, crying uncontrollably. She had already broken down, her whole body trembling. The woman was quite good-looking, with a perfect figure. However, above her head floated a ghostly blue text, KTV Princess. Other chosen ones also had similar titles above their heads. These titles were the creepy tale names given to the chosen ones based on their real-world identities when they were first selected. The woman's title clearly indicated her job in real life was not very impressive. Everyone's title has a special ability, a talent granted by the creepy tale paradise, closely tied to whether the contestant can survive. So, what is my title? Chen touched his chin, lost in thought. System activation, congratulations to the host for acquiring the talent mask. Mask, every time you enter a creepy tale, the host will receive the most suitable title for the current creepy tale. Current title, the scumbag who abandoned his family. Title trait, so scummy that it enrages both humans and gods, but those who were hurt by the host will be completely devoted to him. Chen's eyes widened in shock. System, do you even listen to yourself? I'm an orphan, single since birth, and my only girlfriend is inflatable. And you give me the title of scumbag? How will the whole world see me now? I'm doomed, damn it. I'm going to die, and my reputation is ruined. Sure enough, among the ordinary titles like nurse, lawyer, and illustrator, Chen's title stood out like a sore thumb. Instantly, it sparked discussions among a few people. Bro, your title is really special. Yeah, I've been juggling 7 relationships, changing one every day of the week, but I don't have a title like yours. What crazy thing did you do? This is ridiculous. They whispered to each other, and then one person deliberately shouted, "You definitely slept with someone else's wife." Chen darkened his face and argued, "Why are you guys falsely accusing me?" Immediately, his face flushed red, his forehead veins bulging as he argued, speaking in a string of hard-to-understand words like "a gentleman cultivates his character" and "what are you doing," which caused everyone to burst into laughter. The paradise was filled with cheerful air. Sigh. Chen sighed deeply, stopped explaining, and changed the topic. Let's analyze the rules first and figure out how to survive this creepy tale. The rules were clearly visible on the stone tablet. Damn, there are only 8 rules, but we don't know which one is wrong. How are we supposed to survive? A yellow-haired young man, who carried the title of punk, cursed fiercely and spat on the ground, his face extremely unpleasant. At this moment, a young man wearing gold-rimmed glasses said, "The fewer the rules, the more traps there are. We can only analyze it step by step." He held the title of lawyer and appeared quite deep and thoughtful. Chen thought for a moment and slowly said, "Rule 1, Rule 2, it seems like the chances of these being the wrong rules are small. Based on these 2 rules, what we need to do next is to attend class seriously in the classroom. The break has already started, and we have less than 10 minutes left. In these few minutes, we must be clear about our identity in this school." He looked at the lawyer, the only one in the group of 7 who could communicate. The others were still caught up in fear and anxiety, unable to calm down. Indeed, finding the classroom we belong to is a top priority. The lawyer thought for a moment, nodded, and expressed agreement. At this time, people watching the live stream were discussing among themselves, filled with worry. It's too difficult. Only these 2 guys still have some sanity left. It's a pity that Chen's title is so unusual. At first glance, he doesn't seem like a good person. Whether he's a good person or not doesn't matter, as long as we can get through this nightmare-level urban legend. Hope seems so distant. My name is Chen, and you? Lin Hao. The lawyer, Lin Hao, looked at Chen's head with a strange expression and said, "Even in a nightmare-level urban legend, it shouldn't be a situation where everyone is wiped out right from the start. I think our information is most likely relatively easy to find." Chen thought for a moment, searched his body, and indeed pulled out a student ID from his clothes. Taihang High School, Senior Class 2, Chen. Check yourselves, you should also have your own information. Chen said. Lin Hao immediately followed suit, taking out his student ID and carefully checking it. The others, seeing what Chen and Lin Hao did, also searched their bodies and found their own student IDs. Indeed. On the student IDs of the 7 people, the class written was Senior Class 2. Since we know the class, we must find the classroom as quickly as possible before the class starts. Chen's eyes flashed, and without hesitation, he said decisively. Everyone nodded and started looking around. However, what they saw were seemingly normal students. It's over, it's all over. We have no idea which floor or which classroom our class is in. It's a deadlock. I don't want to die. At this moment, even Lin Hao's face turned pale, unable to think of a solution. Lu Chen's forehead broke out in cold sweat as he bit his finger and started thinking. Got it. He took a quick step and, under the astonished gaze of the others, ran towards a female high school student from the urban legend park. Miss, can you tell me, where is senior class 2? Lu Chen forced a smile, trying to hold back his emotions, as he spoke to the girl. The scumbag who abandoned his family ability triggered. Ah, over there. The classroom on the 3rd floor, do you see it? Big brother, what's your name? Do you want me to take you there? The girl blushed deeply, twisting Lu Chen's hand, even starting to hum softly. Ah, no need. Lu Chen's face changed, scared. He quickly pulled his hand away and hurriedly ran off. The girl looked at Lu Chen's back, her expression strange. I confirmed it, senior class is on the 3rd floor of the teaching building. Lu Chen ran back and said to Lin Hao and the others. Without waiting for their response, he rushed towards the teaching building. Lu Chen knew very well that in this horrifying school, time was of the essence. This guy, that girl was so creepy, how could he dare? Lin Hao was shocked by Lu Chen's earlier action. But recalling Lu Chen's earlier statement and analyzing the rules, if they didn't find senior class too quickly, it wouldn't be just one person dying. It could lead to the entire group being wiped out. Follow him, quickly. Thinking of this, Lin Hao followed Lu Chen. The others, having lost their ability to think, hurriedly followed as well, even the KTV princess who was crying uncontrollably stumbled along behind. Lu Chen reached the 3rd floor and quickly ran down the corridor on the right. Moments later, they arrived at the classroom of Class 2, Grade 3. At this time, many students were already seated in the classroom, and others were still entering from the corridor. Huff! Li Hao panted heavily. With the strange pressure surrounding him, running up 3 flights of stairs nearly made his heart leap out of his chest. Lu Chen, it's all thanks to you. Look at this situation, the class is about to start. If we were any later, we might have been wiped out. Lin Hao was filled with lingering fear. Damn, we just entered this eerie tale, and almost everyone died. It was just too thrilling. Lu Chen's gaze flickered. He hadn't expected the eerie theme park to be so terrifying. If they had delayed any longer, someone would probably have died. Hiss, so scary, just after stepping into the eerie tale, there was already a threat of complete annihilation. Lu Chen's mind is sharp. He actually found the classroom in such a short time. Did you guys see that he actually dared to flirt with a girl? That's strange. How could he dare? Could it be that Lu Chen's ancestors were named Ning? Don't get too happy too soon. What if we've passed the first crisis? The ones from northern Myanmar survived 3 crises, and they still got wiped out. Sigh. The Eerie Tale Research Institute. The information about Lu Chen and the others was quickly placed on the meeting room table. Lu Chen, 18 years old, orphan, currently living in Taihang City, and a supernatural novel author. 6 months ago, diagnosed with a terminal illness in the advanced stages? An elderly man with graying hair looked at Lu Chen's file, suddenly realizing. No wonder this kid remains calm after entering a nightmare-level eerie tale, and his mind is sharper than others. But, this kid is unmarried and childless. Why does his title seem so strange? The file about Lu Chen showed he was an orphan, had no family, and no girlfriend. This title clearly didn't make sense. Could it be that this kid is special? Special is good, that's the only way he might survive in a nightmare-level eerie tale. The elderly man sighed. He then flipped through the files of the other 6 people, and they were mostly from the lower rungs of society, with no special characteristics. Only Lin Hao, who was a lawyer, was a bit better, but compared to Lu Chen, still lacking. So, what is your analysis of this eerie tale? The elderly man put down the files and looked at the group of intellectuals. Elder Chen, based on our analysis, in the coming classes, Lu Chen and the others will face several death crises in a short period. Including the current seating arrangement, the upcoming lessons, and even the questions the teacher might ask. One of the intellectuals spoke in a grim tone. Elder Chen was silent for a moment, sighed, and said, "No matter what, let's evacuate the people from Taihang City. If the chosen ones encounter misfortune in the eerie tale. If Lu Chen and the others fail, the nightmare-level disaster will most likely fall on Taihang City." Chapter 3. Lu Chen and the others squeezed into the classroom. Looking around, they saw that many students had already taken their seats. These students looked normal but were all eerie. From time to time, a student would enter through the front or back door of the classroom, find their seat, and sit down, waiting for class to begin. The atmosphere was dead silent. Lu Chen glanced around, and his expression suddenly changed. He suddenly realized a very serious problem. This is bad. We don't know our seats. Lu Chen furrowed his brow. He thought carefully but had no memories related to Class 2, Grade 3. This meant that the entire eerie tales clues needed to be dug up by them on their own. In other places, they could sit anywhere. Even if they sat in the wrong spot, there would be a chance to swap. But in this terrifying school, it's still nightmare level. Once they sit in an eerie spot, there's a huge chance they'll die instantly. Lu Chen. What should we do? The trembling KTV princess asked Lu Chen. She was scared by the gaze of those students, her legs were shaking. Lu Chen didn't answer, a drop of cold sweat appeared on his forehead. At this moment, the students who were sitting properly in the classroom all turned their heads. Their eyes were fixed on Lu Chen and the others, and strange expressions appeared on their faces. Time was running out. He had already seen a tall figure appearing outside the corridor, slowly approaching. The teacher was coming. Once the teacher arrived in the classroom, if no seats had been found yet, something bad would surely happen. Sitting in the wrong seat also had a high chance of leading to death. Lu Chen gritted his teeth and thought carefully. How can we quickly confirm our seats? Do we have to wait? Wait for the bell to ring and then sit in the empty seat? No, this method is too dangerous. What if I sit in the wrong seat? The chances of dying are extremely high. The second method. Quickly look through the books on the empty desks, but what if the book's owner is about to return to their seat? If they consider you a nuisance, doesn't that mean you're walking straight into death? Both methods come with the risk of death. The first method has a greater risk of death, and it could even lead to the whole group being wiped out. The second option is a gamble with life. The risk of group extinction is much smaller. Lu Chen quickly told the others about both methods. Waiting until the last moment to find a seat is too risky, it might trigger a group extinction. It's better if we look through the books, after all, there are only 12 empty seats left, and the chance of finding the correct seat is high. Lin Hao observed the seats in the classroom that were not yet taken, and quickly began analyzing. As a lawyer, he spent his days arguing with plaintiffs and defendants in real life. He had the analytical skills for this. The ghost stories research base. What about you? Do you have any way to deduce the various seats? Old Chen asked. Time is too tight, class is about to start, even if there are other methods, they would be difficult to implement in such a short time. Right now, Lu Chen's method is the best. But time is running out. An advisor said. Old Chen fell silent. Looks like someone is going to die. In the classroom, no one was willing to take the first step to open the book on the empty desk. The first person to step forward faced the biggest risk, no one wanted to die. How about I go first? A clear voice rang in the ears of the group. It was a girl wearing a white nurse's outfit, looking only around 18 or 19, quiet and demure, seemingly just graduated from school. Her title was Nurse. My title ability is Affinity, which can briefly soothe the upcoming murderous supernatural presence. Even if I offend the supernatural, I can activate my title ability, and I won't be killed. Instead, I'll eliminate one wrong choice. The others heard this and didn't object. Be careful. Lu Chen looked at the little nurse. Don't worry. The little nurse smiled reluctantly, she was also very scared, but thinking about her title ability, she could at least avoid death once, which gave her a bit of confidence. She walked to an empty seat, carefully flipping through the book on the desk. However, the title of the book wasn't the name of any of the 7 people. She had chosen wrongly. The little nurse shook her head and began to check the next seat. At that moment, a very gloomy voice suddenly sounded behind the little nurse. What are you doing? A boy, who didn't know when, had appeared behind her. At this moment, the boy had transformed into a supernatural being, his face pale blue, eyes without pupils, and his white, eerie gaze fixed on the nurse. Ah! The little nurse's face turned ashen, she screamed in terror. Her bright blue nurse title flickered slightly, activating her ability. Then, the boy's corpse-like expression slowly receded, and he turned back into a normal high school boy. The little nurse stepped back in fear, thinking she was safe. However, the boy's recovering face instantly turned vicious again. His pupils became blood red. The nurse's calming abilities, in fact, couldn't completely soothe the boy, and within moments, they lost their effect. The high school student's dark blue-black hand quickly grabbed the nurse's head and slightly twisted it. Her head was completely severed from her body. Put. The splattered liquid sprayed over everyone. It was incredibly bloody. In an instant, everyone's face changed drastically. Death had begun. Holy shit, holy shit, holy shit, even though people die often in ghost stories, seeing it every time is still explosive. I can't, let me go puke for a bit. The nurse was really brave, so pitiful. This is too scary, the whole classroom is full of eerie terror, and this crisis is still terrifying. I hope a few people can safely get through this ghost story, but I'm leaving the city now. Ugh. The KTV princess couldn't bear the bloody scene and directly vomited. The others weren't feeling any better, their faces slightly pale. Lu Chen's expression was also grim, pale, and sickly. He actually cared more about what had just happened than the nurse's death. The nurse's ability had clearly worked, but it couldn't completely suppress the eerie force, leading to its revival and the murder. He guessed that the eerie force of this nightmare-level ghost story was too terrifying, which caused the effect of his tidal ability to be weakened to the extreme. If that's the case, the problem was serious. In that case, his scumbag title might lose its critical effect. He hoped that his scumbag title was stronger within the rules. At this moment, the figure outside the classroom was getting dangerously close. In 10 seconds, maybe even less, that teacher would enter the classroom. Death was drawing closer. Chapter 4. Chen gritted his teeth, a trace of madness showing on his pale face. If he waited any longer, it would be the same as sitting and waiting for death. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of a figure in the corner of the classroom. Sitting in a seat, a familiar face made his eyes light up. In the hallway of the teaching building, that female eerie student, when asking for directions, had been influenced by his ability. He never expected she would be in the same class. Current title: Scumbag who abandoned his family. Title trait: so scummy that it enrages the heavens and the people, but those whom the host has scorned will be utterly loyal to him. Utterly loyal, huh? The moment to test the title's trait had come. Chen took a deep breath and directly ran toward that female student. Tell me, where are we sitting, and where are they? Chen's voice was soft and low, almost touching the girl's face. As soon as he spoke, everything went dark in front of his eyes. The repeated use of his title ability in a short time caused his body to become even weaker. Fortunately, the ability still worked. You're sitting next to me. As for them, they're sitting at. The girl's gaze was dazed, but she still blushed and told him where the others were sitting. Why are you still dazed? Quickly find your seat and sit down immediately. Chen sat in his seat and shouted at the others, who were still in a daze. In an instant, the others snapped out of it and quickly rushed to their seats according to the girl's directions. Creak. The door opened. A young female teacher, wearing a black uniform top, a short skirt, stockings, and gold-rimmed glasses, walked into the classroom. That was close. Noticing the cold light in the teacher's eyes, Chen sighed in relief. The others also had their hearts racing. So close, it was so close, something almost went wrong. Lin Hao looked at Chen with lingering fear. This guy had saved them from life-threatening situations twice now. Maybe following him could help them survive this nightmare-level ghost story. At that moment, the global livestream exploded, and the viewers gasped. Holy shit, that was close. Chen is so brave, he almost pressed his face against that girl's eerie face. Wasn't that the same girl from earlier, down in the teaching building? Did Chen discover some kind of rule that allows him to crazy fleece that girl? Damn it, investigate this guy thoroughly. How can he stay calm? He's definitely not normal. Don't worry, nightmare-level horror stories can't be that simple, they won't make it. Damn it, kick those two foreign guys out of the upstairs. After the crisis passed, Chen finally had time to survey the entire classroom. The classroom had a total of 40 seats, and still, 5 of them were empty. If he had chosen the first option earlier, they would have all been wiped out. He glanced again at the girl beside him. By now, she no longer had the dazed look, only her head was lowered, and she remained motionless. Good, at least this girl can be influenced by my title. Can be used. Chen thought to himself. I must make this girl give her maximum value. At the podium, the female teacher suddenly spoke with a cold voice. The school strictly forbids students from dyeing their hair, you are openly violating the school rules. Chen suddenly snapped to attention. Dyeing hair, that yellow-haired punk. He quickly turned to look at the yellow-haired thug. The thug was now pale, his face filled with terror. No, I haven't violated the rules. I'll cut my hair right away. The yellow-haired thug was so frightened that his face turned ashen. No need. If you don't follow the school rules, your hair doesn't matter anymore. The female teacher smiled and shook her head slightly. Suddenly, a dark mist spread from her body, and her eyes turned pitch black, cracks of black spreading around her eyes. In the next moment, the female teacher walked suddenly toward the yellow-haired thug, and the black mist engulfed him in an instant. You damn woman, I'll fight you. The yellow-haired thug shouted loudly and stood up. Put. Blood sprayed. The yellow-haired thug lost his head. Again, another person died. I told you, it couldn't be that simple, another person's dead. The nightmare story started less than 10 minutes ago, and 2 people are already dead. At this rate, they'll all be wiped out after 1 class period. Congratulations in advance, Longhua, brace yourselves for the nightmare-level horror story. It's over, only 10 minutes have passed, the full horror story task requires surviving for 5 days. Don't listen to those foreigners, bless Longhua, the nightmare-level horror story will definitely be completed, I believe in them. You guys, get out of here. Continuous deaths have already caused concern among the people of Longwa, and now those foreign guys are mocking them, causing even more panic. Some people are already thinking about leaving. At the horror story research base, everyone's expressions were grim. The people in the horror story didn't break any rules, but people are still dying. That means, within this bizarre university, there are many unknown rules that need to be explored and investigated. And the cost is human lives. People have already died, there's no turning back. Old Chen glanced at the people in the meeting room. Next, there are many more death crises to pass, no one is allowed to slack off. A strategist spoke, Lu Chen and the others will likely face a Q&A in class. We've already prepared the textbooks from major universities across the country. If they can't answer, we can provide the answers at any time. The classroom was very quiet. It seemed everyone was acting like obedient students. At the podium, the female teacher had returned to her normal state, holding a ruler, scanning the students below. Now, I'll call on you. Yesterday, I told you to memorize 100 ways to eat a person. How well did you memorize it? At these words, not only Lu Chen and the others, but also the other students in the classroom turned pale. What kind of university course is this? Lu Chen wanted to curse. If they picked them, the so-called chosen ones, it would directly turn into an unsolvable life or death crisis. Who in their right mind would study how to eat a person, and even come up with 100 different ways? You, the short guy with glasses. The female teacher pointed at a boy. He was one of the bizarre ones. The boy stood up with a pale face, stammering as he recited. Babies mixed with blood foam are good for eerie skin whitening. Large intestine sashimi. When washing, you can't wash too clean, you have to leave a bit of the original taste. And also. The boy couldn't remember. The female teacher's face visibly darkened. Unfortunately, your homework is not up to standard. The female teacher had already walked up to the boy, and darkness immediately enveloped him. A howl echoed, and the boy vanished from the classroom. In the weird story, not only the chosen ones must die, but the strange things must die too. Well then, next. The boy sitting in the back row. The female teacher pointed with her ruler. Lu Chen's face suddenly turned ugly. Because the person who was pointed out was him. Damn it! Lu Chen cried out in frustration. Out of the whole class, why did it have to be him? With such a bizarre textbook, how outrageous could the content be? He was a normal person, how could he know? Lin Hao and the others also looked particularly bad. They hadn't expected that Lu Chen would be called out. Looking at the situation so far, Lu Chen had the greatest chance of surviving the weird story. If he died, the future would be much harder. At this moment, the live stream room exploded. It's over, Lu Chen is doomed. How could he be so unlucky? They already called out one weird one, why do they have to make our people recite? No, don't die, I haven't even evacuated from Taihang City yet. Yoshi, I wonder what kind of disaster this nightmare-level weird story will bring, hopefully it can cover the whole dragon country. Weird Story Research Base. Lu Chen, this is not good. Old Chen sighed. His expression was serious. Many of the chosen ones who survived from weird stories had very dark expressions at this moment. Nightmare-level weird stories, the difficulty was just unreasonable. If it were them, they would also be helpless. They had gathered textbooks from universities across the country, but they never expected it would end up being such a problem. Old Chen. What about using forbidden items? Forbidden items were things brought out from weird stories, and they possessed strange abilities. Forbidden items were also graded. Some could transmit information to the chosen ones in the weird story, and some rare forbidden items could even briefly intervene in the weird killer's actions. Although they couldn't send useful information to Lu Chen and others in the weird story, using higher-level forbidden items could, when necessary, intervene with the female weird teacher. Maybe, it could exempt Lu Chen from this deadly situation. But using such forbidden items would have side effects, and could even bring the weird to Dragon Country. It had to be used with caution. Wait. Old Chen rubbed the table, looking at the determined look on Lu Chen's face on the big screen. I have a feeling, Lu Chen can get through this. Impossible, this is a deadlock. The weird textbook, the content is too absurd, too bloody. Don't even mention Lu Chen, even a real-life psychopath killer wouldn't know this. Old Chen, please give the order. Click clack clack. The female teacher walked down from the podium, her delicate black leather shoes clicking on the floor. Lu Chen knew that when the teacher approached, his death was near. Suddenly, Lu Chen raised his head, his gaze calm, and he slowly began to speak. 100 ways to eat a person. First, mix baby with blood foam, it's good for whitening the weird skin and replenishing weird energy. Second, large intestine sashimi, you can't wash it too clean, you have to intentionally leave a bit of the original taste. Third, when slicing a female corpse, the best match is with the smell of stockings. Fourth, couples lung slices, you must choose fresh couples, remove the blood foam, and dig out the fascia. Fifth. Sixth. Chen slowly recited, his voice clear without a single stutter. At this point, there was no longer any coldness in the female teacher's eyes. Not bad, it seems you've been working hard at home, you can recite so much. Sit down. The female teacher's expression softened a little. Chen quietly sat down. He looked at the girl beside him and gave her a gentle yet proud smile. The girl's face turned bright red, her shyness evident. Chen touched the tip of his nose. The bad boy title really works wonders. That's right, he had already predicted this moment. The teacher would ask questions sooner or later. So, it was necessary to make full use of this female classmate. He had told the girl in advance that if the teacher asked a question, she should help him with the cheat sheet. When the female teacher selected Chen, his deskmate had already opened the book on the desk. The content on it was exactly what he needed to memorize. The live stream was already buzzing with voices. Just now, Chen's deskmate switched the book, right? She's really. I'm dying. Looks like he's safe now. Ah, damn it. Tap. When Chen let out a sigh of relief, the female teacher's high heels stopped again. A single sentence made his heart tighten once more. But, student, you haven't memorized it very well, have you? The female teacher's lips curled up. Chen's face stiffened. What was happening? Why, after passing this hurdle, was he still going to die? Why? Why should this happen? I've already done it. Chen gritted his teeth, a cold glint flashing in his eyes as he quickly thought of other countermeasures. However, the female teacher suddenly leaned close to Chen's ear and whispered something. All right, let's continue the lesson. She patted Chen's shoulder and turned back to the podium. Then, she began the day's lesson. But Chen couldn't hear what she was saying anymore, his mind was full of what the female teacher had just whispered in his ear. After class, come to my office. After class. Go to her office? What for? Chen stroked his chin, quickly thinking. How should he face the coming situation? He definitely had to go, this was a nightmare-level side quest. If he refused, it would trigger the teacher's deadly rules. But after going, what would happen? It was hard to guess. The whole class, except for the initial shock of memorizing, Chen spent thinking about the strange details of the Yuri story. Along the way, he glanced at his desk mate several times. Should he ask her why the teacher called him to the office? However, Chen quickly dismissed the thought. No sound could be made in class except for the teacher's voice, making a sound would trigger some kind of rule. Chen was afraid of triggering other events, so he didn't dare to ask. Soon. The class was over. Hao quickly left his seat and came to Chen's side. He noticed that, despite passing the crisis, Chen still looked upset. Hao furrowed his brows and asked, did the female teacher assign you something? Do you need help from everyone? Chen shook his head, not yet. I am about to be called to her office. What will happen and what I'll face, I don't know. But while I go to the office, you all can't be idle. You must figure out one thing. Otherwise, we'll all die. Chen's face was serious. He had to go to the female teacher's office immediately. So, some things could only be handled by others. What is it? Hao blinked for a moment, then his face became serious. The schedule. Chen said firmly, you all must figure out the schedule for the next few days. If we can't prepare in advance, none of us will pass the upcoming questioning. Hao turned pale. In fact, he had already thought of this. When Chen mentioned it, he didn't hesitate at all and nodded slightly. Chen glanced at him, said no more, and immediately rushed out of the classroom. In the hallway, the female teacher's figure was already far away. Chen quickly followed, staying close behind, and soon caught up with her at the teacher's office. Inside the office, only the female teacher was present at the moment. She sat in a chair, her legs crossed and her skirt covered, staring at Chen. Chen's face changed slightly. What is she staring at me for? If there's something, just say it. You, recently, have been slacking off, struggling with every lesson? The female teacher's voice was slow, making Chen feel a chill. However, he didn't feel the threat of death. It seemed like the female teacher was just chatting with him. But why was this strange being chatting casually with a chosen one like me? Chen frowned. As the class monitor, you must not fall behind in your studies. The female teacher spoke again. Chen was slightly stunned. Class monitor? He hadn't known that he had such a role in Class 2 of Senior Year 3. This was new information to him. Teacher, I understand. Chen nodded decisively. You are the teacher, and you're right, whether you're strange or not. Let's just get through this first. Of course, I didn't call you here just for that. You should know that our school forbids students from dating. But in our class, such a trend has already appeared. Do you know who it is? The female teacher asked in a deep voice. Chen squinted his eyes. Rule 3, no dating between students, or the consequences will be severe. Ah, the familiar formula. The teacher calls a student to the office, breaks through from within, and gradually asks about the specific situation in the class. But who said the class monitor had to manage students' relationships? Yet, the female teacher mentioned Rule 3 on her own. It might be related to the ultimate secrets of this terrifying school. Could the recent disappearances of students be because of this? This school is really terrifying. High school students dating, and it actually involves life and death, it's simply too frightening. Teacher, I don't know, I'm busy studying all day. Chen shook his head in defense, emphasizing that he was a studious good kid. A quick move, making himself look clean and innocent. Our class's graduation rate is an extremely important matter. So, I absolutely won't allow any student to cause trouble at the final moment. Do you understand? As the class monitor, I expect you to supervise the classmates in your class, and once you find students dating, report it to me immediately. The female teacher said in a cold, quiet tone. At this moment, her eyes were completely dark, and a chilling aura surrounded her. Chen gritted his teeth and nodded. This terrifying female teacher had already been confirmed as the homeroom teacher of Class 2 of Senior Year 3. It seemed that he would have frequent interactions with her from now on. But there was still one question. Why wasn't this responsibility given to the class president? Why was it handed to him? At this moment, Chen caught a glimpse of a white paper. At the top, names of students were densely written. His own name was also on it, with the words class monitor written beside it. However, there was no mention of the class president's position. He squinted and quickly counted. There were 40 seats in the class, but only 35 names appeared on the paper. What was going on? 5 names were missing. Were these 5 students absent from the start, or had they already disappeared? No, wait. Chen realized that if there were only 35 students in the class, why were there empty desks and chairs sitting around? And those seats were scattered around the room, not neatly placed in the last row. This meant that Class 2 of Senior Year 3 originally had 40 students. But 5 students had disappeared. And even the class president was among them. Cold sweat broke out on Chen's forehead. Since the class president had vanished, along with the position, did this mean that after disappearing, their names would vanish from the paper too? Suddenly, Chen felt a chill run down his spine. Turning his head, he saw the female teacher staring at him with an icy gaze, not blinking. What are you looking at? The female teacher said coldly as she stood up from her chair, her eyes under her glasses completely black, like an abyss. Black cracks appeared around her eye sockets. Damn! Was carefully studying this list going to trigger a dead end? Sorry, teacher. Chen quickly lowered his head and apologized. I was just lost in thought, trying to figure out who might be dating in our class. The female teacher gave Chen a deep look. He recovered from his darkened state. All right, think carefully. You could focus more on those students in class who are good-looking. The ugly ones, don't worry too much about them, no one would look at them. Chen. That's too cruel. Are the ugly ones really not worthy of having a partner? People are like that, strange, and so are rules. But, you're so beautiful, why don't you have a partner? Chen's eyes suddenly lit up. The rule says students can't date. But it doesn't say teachers and students can't. A bold, crazy, and whimsical idea suddenly surged in his heart. Teacher, you wouldn't want the class president's studies to be negatively affected, would you? A shy smile appeared on Chen's face. In the global livestream, countless people instantly understood. Holy shit, holy shit, holy shit, I'm so done with these moments of instant understanding. Dear netizens influenced by Japanese culture, please calm down. Where's the shame? Where's the morality? Where's the line? Where's the URL? 10 minutes later, the female teacher's face showed a puzzled expression, and her gaze toward Chen had become infinitely gentle. Chen smiled slightly, mission accomplished. The title of Scumbag is really useful. Chen picked up the white paper with names written on it and softly asked, Teacher, aren't there 5 names missing on this list? No, our class only has 35 students. The female teacher glanced at the list and said faintly. Her eyes were hot as she pulled Chen, urging him to sit in the chair. But, teacher, why are there 40 seats in the classroom? Chen gritted his teeth and continued to ask. He wasn't sure how long the scumbag persona would work on the teacher, still feeling a bit uneasy. Every classroom in the school has 40 seats, it's just that our class doesn't have that many students. Doesn't exist? Lu Chen furrowed his brows, staring at the female teacher. He felt that the teacher wasn't lying. But, the information she provided might not be true. The scattered empty seats in the classroom, the absence of a class president's class, clearly hinted at something being off. Those 5 students had already disappeared under some kind of rule. Clearly, they had been forgotten. Lu Chen sighed, feeling that he couldn't get more information from the teacher for now. By now, 7 or 8 minutes had passed, and the break was about to end. He said goodbye to the teacher and quickly left the office, running back to the classroom. In the classroom, Lin Hao and the others gathered together. When they saw Lu Chen come back, they all breathed a sigh of relief. They were really worried that Lu Chen wouldn't come back, and if they lost their strategist, the difficulty of the eerie task would double. How did it go? Did you get the schedule? Lu Chen asked. Mission accomplished, we got it. Lin Hao pushed his glasses up and smiled. How did you do it? Lu Chen asked. He knew that with the nightmare difficulty, the process wouldn't be easy. His title allows him to make a certain sacrifice to trade with the eerie forces. Lin Hao pointed to a young man beside him. The young man, in his 20s, wore the title of Sales. Lu Chen noticed that this person's fingers were missing too. Even though they were bandaged, they were still oozing blood. The young man looked pale but nodded in acknowledgement. It seemed he wasn't too concerned about the missing fingers. In eerie tales, injuries like these could be healed after completing the task. Lu Chen gave a thumbs up in appreciation and encouragement. By the way, what did the teacher want you to do in the office? Lin Hao quickly wrote down a schedule for Lu Chen and asked. Lu Chen didn't hide anything, replying seriously, I asked some questions about the eerie rules. Chapter 7. Lu Chen talked about the female teacher asking him to observe which classmates were in relationships. He emphasized that as long as they didn't touch that third rule, there wouldn't be a death crisis. She did it for this? Lin Hao's face looked strange, but after thinking about it, it seemed quite reasonable. Don't you think this is a restriction on the chosen ones, and also on the strange rules? Seems very beneficial for us. Lu Chen smiled faintly and said. Beneficial for us? The salesperson with the broken finger looked confused. Probably, as long as we find that weird student who is dating in the school. Lu Chen rubbed his chin and slowly said. Student, you wouldn't want your love life to be known by the teachers, right? Got it? Lu Chen gave a wicked smile. The others immediately understood, including the KTV princess. Amazing. You're really bold. Yes. We can analyze the rules, and threaten the strange ones who break the rules, to get the information we want. Lin Hao looked at Lu Chen in shock. His mind was really sharp. In the past, those chosen ones, in order to survive, had all been avoiding the rules. Only Lu Chen was actually thinking of using the rules to balance the strange ones. Incredible. But this is a nightmare-level urban legend, even the strange ones have to obediently follow the rules. Lin Hao thought for a moment, then felt it made sense, and couldn't help but ask, what do we do next? Now, I have the added identity of class monitor. I must make good use of it. Lu Chen rubbed his chin, looking at the strange students in the classroom, as if each of them seemed rather not very smart. I can use privileges, but I can't casually approach those strange ones. I must confirm which students might actually be violating the rules. Otherwise, if the threat fails, I'll be the one to die first. Lu Chen rolled his eyes. So, what should we do? Salesperson scratched his head. Simple, just remember the clues from the haunted theme park, and our task. There are students missing from the university. If we want to survive 5 days here, we have to figure out this issue. Otherwise, our fate might be the same as theirs. Of course, now is not the time for that. That's for noon. From 12 to 2, before the next class starts, we have 2 hours of free time. At that time, we'll have enough time to explore the entire university, and uncover some hidden secrets. The next class is about to begin. Lu Chen seriously looked at the class schedule. Outside the classroom, dark shadows were slowly approaching, probably the teacher for the next class. Above the blackboard in front, a pendulum was hanging, now entering its countdown. Damn, why do I feel like Lu Chen is getting more handsome? Lu Chen is really smart, he's like the reincarnation of Zhuge Liang. No wonder he's a player, I feel like I'm being played by him. Men with brains are just so charming. Across the live broadcast, Lu Chen had already started to gain a lot of fans. Even the people at the haunted research base expressed admiration. They quickly returned to their seats, and after a moment, a teacher who looked exceptionally old slowly walked in. This class passed by without any danger. Lu Chen and the others got the class schedule, and before the teacher could ask any questions, they previewed in advance, greatly lowering the chances of encountering danger. As long as they didn't break the rules, they wouldn't die easily. The morning classes passed quickly. After class, Chen led the group out of the teaching building. Where should we go now? Lin Hao saw Chen walking ahead without saying where to go, and asked suspiciously. The cafeteria, of course. We need to survive 5 days at the university. Do you guys plan to starve for 5 days? Chen didn't look back. Lin Hao. You should have said that earlier. But, the cafeteria isn't safe. It's a place we can't avoid, so don't let your guard down. Chen thought for a moment, and still seriously warned them. They quickly arrived at the cafeteria, where most of the university students were gathered. It was lively, noisy, yet filled with strangeness. Chen furrowed his brows, vaguely sensing something was wrong. This cafeteria had no rules. A nightmare-level urban legend could not be this simple, definitely can't let down their guard. The bloody smell in the cafeteria is very strong, and the danger level must be very high. It's very likely that the cafeteria has rules, but they are invisible. Why are you standing there? Let's go get our food. The salesperson said. Don't rush, give me some time. I suspect the cafeteria must have some rules, but they aren't written down. We need to figure them out ourselves. Let's observe a bit longer, we need to make sure we're safe. Chen squatted at the door, carefully watching. Half an hour later. Chen took out a pen and paper from his pocket and seriously wrote down a list of rules. Cafeteria rules. Rule 1, every student's student card has money on it, and can be used to buy food. Rule 2, when your student card runs out of money, you can choose to do part-time work in the cafeteria. Rule 3, if you meet a cafeteria ant who doesn't have shaky hands, change to another window, or you will die. Rule 4, if a classmate asks you for food, you cannot refuse. Rule 5, do not talk to the chefs who appear in the cafeteria. Rule 6, even if the food tastes terrible, you must not say the words it tastes bad. Rule 7, teachers will never appear in this cafeteria. If they do, stay away. These rules would be important in the following days. Especially Rule 3, Chen saw a cafeteria ant without shaky hands dragging a student into the kitchen. As for Rule 4, it was even scarier, one student who refused to give food was immediately torn apart by classmates. Rules 5 and 6 also involved extremely bloody scenes. Just recalling it makes one feel chills. Chen frowned and carefully checked again. Especially Rules 3 and 6, they were very easy to break. Alright, after remembering these rules, let's go get the food, don't be so nervous. Chen told the others and then walked briskly toward the cafeteria window. After walking a few steps, Chen noticed that the others were still standing in place and couldn't help but urge, come on, let's go get the food, why are you standing there? Lin Hao scratched his head and stammered, Chen, we seem to have no money. Didn't I write in the rules just now? Your student cards should have money on them. Even if there's no money, you can work in the cafeteria, just like that classmate. Chen glanced at a strange boy beside him who was carrying a tray and occasionally licking the blood and flesh from the plate. What about you? I have a teacher's card, there's money on it. Chen took out a teacher's card. He felt like he was drifting farther down the path of being a bad guy. Lin Hao and the others. This bad guy is really bad, the title is confirmed. To be honest, Chen actually managed to write down a set of rules, I'm amazed. So cool, so clever. Yeah, if it were me, I'd definitely be dragged away by the cafeteria ant, sigh. On the national live broadcast. Chen was still gaining fans, and it had caused a huge wave of excitement. Chapter 8. As expected, Lin Hao and the others were in for a surprise. Their student cards had not a single cent on them. Then, with black faces, they began carrying trays in the cafeteria. Chen sighed, feeling helpless, because his student card had no money either. But the teacher's card, the teacher had said it could only be used by him, so he didn't dare casually help. What if this was a rule? What if helping everyone got them all killed? That would be the end of it. As of now, besides Chen, the other students had no choice but to work in the cafeteria if they wanted to survive in school for 5 days. Chen walked up to a cafeteria window. Here, they were selling various rotten meats, some even had rat hair on them, and there were also some fresh blood and flesh. Chen even saw a baby's head, floating in a scarlet soup. He held back his nausea and managed to pick out some black vegetables, which were edible. Although they had a foul smell, they were much better than the rotten meat. Chen had the trembling canteen ant serve him a portion, then swiped his teacher's card. He carried the tray and found a seat to sit down. Soon, a few people also came, carrying their trays with bitter expressions. Their trays, like Chen's, also contained a dark pile of food. After a while, they finally finished eating. Leaving the cafeteria, they prepared to search for information. For investigative materials, the best places are the teacher's office and the archives room. But the archives room is not in the teaching building, it's on the second floor of that office building. Lu Chen pointed to the office building next to the teaching building. How do you know where the archives room is? Lin Hao asked suspiciously. I asked the teacher. Lu Chen said. Hell no, can I tell you guys I used my charm to flirt with a female teacher? Then my scumbag title would be confirmed. But? Lu Chen scratched his head. He had a strange feeling that he had forgotten something important, but couldn't recall it right away. So, we need to investigate both the teacher's office and the archives room. Doesn't that mean we should split up? The KTV princess's face turned pale. In her mind, going alone was dangerous. That's how things played out in those creepy movies. We five can form two teams, it's not like we're acting completely alone. Lu Chen glanced at the woman, his tone not very polite. So far, she hadn't contributed anything. Then I'll follow you. The KTV princess said. Sure, I'm planning to go to the unexplored archives room. The danger level there is not low, so it doesn't matter how many people go. Lu Chen said indifferently. The woman hesitated instantly. I'll go with Lu Chen. Lin Hao, you take the others to investigate the teaching building. The illustrator, who had been mostly silent, spoke up. Lin Hao nodded slightly. Let's go then. We have about an hour left. Lu Chen took the lead, and the illustrator closely followed behind. A few minutes later, Lu Chen arrived in front of the archives room door. The door was slightly ajar and could be pushed open directly. Dim light streamed into the archives room. Only then did Lu Chen clearly see the layout of the entire archives room. Against the wall were 6 filing cabinets, and 4 more were placed horizontally in the middle. So many filing cabinets, how much material is there? The illustrator couldn't help but marvel quietly. The two of them definitely couldn't go through all of this, right? No matter how much there is, we still have to look for it, unless you want to die in this school. And we don't have to search every single cabinet. Usually, schools store files by year. We just need to find the files for this year's senior class, then we'll find the information for class 2. Lu Chen had already opened a filing cabinet and started flipping through it. The illustrator shrugged and opened another filing cabinet. Time passed. The two of them carefully flipped through the files. Lu Chen, I found the senior files. Soon, the illustrator came up to Lu Chen holding a file folder. Lu Chen looked at the information on the folder, and it indeed belonged to this year's class. However, to their shock, after flipping through the entire archive, they didn't find any information about Class 2. It was as if Class 2 had disappeared into thin air. How is this possible? How can there be nothing? The illustrator was in disbelief. No information at all, how could they get through this nightmare-like mystery? In an instant, the illustrator felt like everything inside him had turned to ashes. Lu Chen's expression also turned grim. Without any information about Class 2, they couldn't unravel the mystery of the missing students. Could it be? A huge doubt slowly appeared in Lu Chen's mind. Could it be that this entire creepy school doesn't even have a Class 2? Lu Chen sighed and helplessly said, I hope Lin Hao finds something on his end. The two of them left the archives room and returned to Class 2. The afternoon class was about to start in about 10 minutes. Some students were already sitting in the classroom. Soon after, Lin Hao and the KTV princess also returned to the classroom. Do you have any discoveries? Lu Chen looked at Lin Hao and asked. Having gained nothing with the illustrator, Lin Hao and the KTV princess went to the senior year teacher's office to find information, so they should have made some discoveries. No. We searched the whole building's offices, but we couldn't find any information about Class 2 of the senior year. In fact, when we entered one of the teacher's offices, we broke some kind of rule and were attacked unexpectedly. Fortunately, we managed to escape. Lin Hao's face looked very pale as he shook his head. So, it seems we're in trouble. Not finding any information about Class 2 of the senior year means we can only conduct an internal investigation in the class, which will put us in direct contact with the strange occurrences. Lu Chen took a deep breath and thought for a while. The weirdness of this school was almost centered around Class 2 of the senior year. Looks like we have no other choice. Although we keep facing crises, at least no one has died. That's a bit of luck in this misfortune. Lin Hao thought for a moment, then said with a bitter smile. Outside. At this moment, the audience had already noticed something unusual. What's going on? What do you mean there are no deaths? 3 people have died already. From Lin Hao's perspective, that salesperson was killed just a few minutes after being attacked. The salesperson's death was too terrifying. But the problem is, Lin Hao and that KTV princess didn't mention it at all. That's not right, Lu Chen didn't ask about it either. Oh my god, it's the memory, their memories are messed up. No wonder it's a nightmare-level horror story, it erases memories. This horror story can erase memories related to Class 2 of the senior year. Such a terrifying tale will claim more lives the more people enter it. It's over, a nightmare-level horror story will descend upon Long Country. Horror Story Research Base. At this moment, the faces of everyone in the conference room were filled with sorrow and despair. They, as professionals, had long noticed the issues with memory and took action. During this time, they had been trying to influence the horror story park with forbidden objects, desperately trying to remind Lu Chen and others. But the forbidden objects had actually lost their effect. This was simply unheard of. The horror story Lu Chen faced this time was scarier than the previous two nightmare-level stories. Everyone sighed in turn, filled with pessimism. People are the most trusting of their memories. Once memories are messed up, then the entire horror story becomes unsolvable. Chapter 9. Inside the classroom. Lu Chen had already taken a seat. The afternoon classes had begun. A seemingly normal middle-aged teacher was passionately delivering a lecture at the podium. The whole classroom was silent except for the teacher's voice. Lu Chen frowned and scanned the entire classroom. Out of 40 seats, only 30 students remained. This is unreasonable. He glanced at the girl beside him and decided to test her after class. The girl was named Chen. Not only did she guide everyone when they first entered the park, but she also saved his life during the class when the head teacher was giving a lecture. Lu Chen had a gut feeling that this girl was not simple. Just as Lu Chen was thinking, Chen, with her high ponytail, unexpectedly handed him a white heart-shaped piece of paper. Lu Chen. A love letter? Here, for you. Chen didn't dare to look at Lu Chen, shyly stammering. Lu Chen pondered for a moment. The school prohibits students from dating. If he accepts this love letter, it is likely to violate the rules. However, as long as the teacher doesn't find out, then it should be fine. Moreover, the teachers were already affected by his scumbag title. Theoretically, as long as it's not discovered, it wouldn't matter if he flirted around a bit. Lu Chen took the card and smiled, saying, "Chen, you want to date me, right? You wouldn't want your love life to be known by the teacher, would you?" Chen. Chen blushed, wanting to explain something but couldn't say a word. "You know, is there a student missing from our class?" Lu Chen leaned in, speaking softly to Chen. He suspected that there had once been students in those empty seats. "I don't know." Chen hesitated for a moment, then shook her head slightly. After thinking, she cautiously said to Lu Chen, "The classroom is very dangerous. If possible, you must not stay in the classroom." Lu Chen's eyes widened. The classroom is definitely dangerous. There was no record of Class 2, Grade 3 in the entire school's files. It seemed he had found a clue, but he hadn't uncovered everything yet. Chen in front of him seemed to know something but appeared to be wary of something. Could it be that he wasn't ruthless enough? "After school, will you wait for me in the small woods?" Lu Chen said tentatively. "Okay." Chen pale face blushed slightly. Lu Chen felt relieved in his heart. He then went to find Lin Hao and the others. "So, did you gather any information?" Lu Chen glanced at the three of them. Unexpectedly, it was the KTV princess who spoke first. "I used my title ability to briefly confuse my strange deskmate," he said. The classroom was very noisy, as if countless terrifying things were swirling around his ears. Lu Chen couldn't help but laugh. Wasn't he the strange one? Was there anything more frightening than him? Did he say anything else? Lu Chen frowned slightly. There had been no other sounds in the classroom besides the teacher. It couldn't have been too noisy. "No, but he asked to go on a date with me alone and even gave me a love letter." The KTV princess looked a bit distressed, biting her lip. "Love letter, let me see." Lu Chen didn't expect this woman, who had initially fallen apart emotionally, to recover so quickly and get entangled with a strange one. It was ridiculous. The KTV princess handed Lu Chen a piece of cardstock, and he opened it to take a look. Upon opening the love letter, it was filled with meaningless confessions, some words very explicit. Towards the end, it even included a death threat. "If you don't go to the library with him, you'll be eaten?" Lu Chen asked curiously. "Yes. What should we do tonight?" "Save me." The KTV princess pleaded with reddened eyes. Lu Chen pinched his brows. He had originally planned to use this male classmate for his benefit, but this boy didn't seem to have much utility besides being lovesick. Moreover, he needed to deal with the chosen team tonight. It seemed unnecessary to keep him alive. For caution's sake, it's better to eliminate him. How to do that? Wait, I have a plan. Lu Chen thought for a moment and walked out of the classroom. Soon after, he brought the uniformed homeroom teacher in. Teacher Jiang, it was him who gave the girl a love letter and forced her to go on a date. Lu Chen did a great job of reporting. He found the homeroom teacher who had been affected. The boy was terrified and tried to flee, but was shrouded by the black mist emanating from teacher Jiang and disappeared with a wail. I said, students are prohibited from dating in school. Anyone who dares to defy this will die. Teacher Jiang snorted coldly. After obliterating the strange student, her expression was icy as she turned and strode away with long legs. Lin Hao and the others were dumbfounded. Is there really such a way to eliminate the strange? Did each of you discover anything? Lu Chen ignored the dazed trio and continued to ask. The priority was to gather information. My deskmate said there has been a voice calling her, but she can't hear it clearly. Lin Hao came back to his senses and slowly said. The girl next to me also said there's a very cold voice saying it wants to eat her. The illustrator chimed in at this moment. It seems that the students in this classroom may have all encountered some incomprehensible events. Lu Chen's eyes flickered. But where did these events originate? Lu Chen had a feeling. His deskmate, Shen Xingqian, might know more. Because her condition was unlike that of the other students in the classroom. Besides being cold, she seemed more like a living person. The 4 afternoon classes quickly passed. Lu Chen had the illustrator take Lin Hao and the others to the cafeteria. He himself took Shen Xingqian to the small forest on the campus. As a scumbag, of course he had to keep his word about going to the small forest. Lu Chen found that after entering the small forest, Shen Xingqian naturally led the way in front. Could it be that she often comes to the small forest with others? But Lu Chen quickly realized he was overthinking. Shen Xingqian actually took out an old photo from the corner of the wall. In the photo, there were 2 girls. One was the charming Shen Xingqian, and the other girl wore somewhat old-fashioned clothing, giving off a refined vibe. Both of them were beautiful. Lu Chen stroked his chin. If he could be a scumbag, he wouldn't mind trying. Damn it, it's the title influencing me. The girl in the photo is my good friend, she's actually in class 2 of senior year 3 too. Shen Xingqian handed the photo to Lu Chen. Also in class 2 of senior year 3? Why haven't I seen her? Lu Chen was stunned, there really weren't that many pretty girls in the classroom. Because, she went missing, but no one remembers her. Everyone but me has forgotten. Even this morning, our class had 35 students, but by the afternoon, there were only 30, the missing classmates had been forgotten. After a pause, Shen Xingqian continued, I know, you are an outsider. You didn't come alone, there are others. Do you remember how many people came with you? Lu Chen hesitated for a moment, then honestly replied, 4. Actually, there were 7 of you in total. But 3 of the others have died, 2 died in the classroom. And 1, probably died in the classroom office. You just can't remember. Shen Xingqian's words were like a bolt from the blue, shocking Lu Chen to the core, making his back go cold. There were 7 people who entered the strange tale. But 3 of them died? His memories were erased at some point? Lu Chen quickly analyzed Shen Xingqian's words. He still remembered the cafeteria rules, remembered there was no class 2 in senior year 3 in the archives, remembered he had flirted with teacher Jiang and had gotten her teacher's certificate. But he could only not remember those missing people. I understand. That classroom has a terrifying peculiarity. It can erase all information about class 2 from this school. Lu Chen forced himself to suppress the emotions in his heart, staring closely at the girl with a high ponytail in front of him. Then why do you still remember? Chapter 10. Shen Xingqian is indeed very strange. She might be the key to surviving this nightmarish tale. Lu Chen gazed at this quirky girl influenced by his title, waiting for her answer. I don't know. I also don't know why I still remember those classmates. Shen Xingqian thought for a moment, suddenly holding her head, her expression extremely pained. Do you remember how those people disappeared? Lu Chen narrowed his eyes and continued to ask. I don't remember. I don't remember. Shen Xingqian's pain seemed to deepen, strands of grayish mist emanating from her body, and her clothes gradually rotting. A foul smell faintly wafted from her. Lu Chen felt he had touched on Shen Xingqian's murderous rules. If it weren't for the special nature of the scumbag title, he probably would have been killed by now. Alright, be good, if you can't remember, then don't think about it. Don't force yourself. Lu Chen gently patted Shen Xingqian's head, speaking in a lazy manner. Upon hearing this, Shen Xingqian obediently stopped thinking, and the mist surrounding her receded. Lu Chen took a deep breath and continued to ponder. Shen Xingqian remembered the people who died and when they died. But she only forgot how the strange entity killed them. Could it be that the way the strange entity kills reveals some important information? After a long while, Lu Chen gave up trying to figure out the way the strange entity kills. Based on the information Shen Xingqian knows, not enough to let oneself safely get through the entire supernatural story. Even the whole matter became even scarier. One's own memories could disappear. All information about Class 2 of Senior 3 would vanish. No matter how much one investigated, at a certain moment, everything would be forgotten. So, how should one remember? Wait. The photo. And this old photo. Lu Chen took the old photo from Shin Xingchan's hand. In the photo, besides Shin Xingchan, another girl had long been missing, yet she still existed, not erased. This old photo could resist that eerie force that erased memories. However, there was still one thing Lu Chen wondered about. Shin Xingchan, why did you hide the old photo here? If the old photo couldn't be affected by the eerie, then it could be carried on person, why hide it? The teaching building is too dangerous, I don't know where it is, I'm afraid of being discovered if I bring the photo into the classroom. Shin Xingchan was now nestled in Lu Chen's arms, looking soft and delicate. Lu Chen thought for a moment. Once the eerie found Shin Xingchan's old photo, it would likely attack her first. She didn't want to die either. Alright. Next time we enter the classroom, if I forget something, then tell me everything. Lu Chen thought for a moment and said to Shin Xingchan. I promise you. Shin Xingchan obediently nodded. Lu Chen thought again, feeling it was still not secure. What if, after Shin Xingchan entered the classroom, some issue arose? He flipped the old photo over. He thought for a moment and said to Shin Xingchan, can I borrow the photo for a bit? Shin Xingchan nodded. Then, Lu Chen took out the pen he carried and quickly wrote on the back of the photo. Clue 1, in the supernatural story, there exists an eerie that erases memories. Clue 2, information about Class 2 of Senior 3 does not exist in the archives, nor in the teacher's office. Clue 3, the teacher's office has rules of killing upon opening the door, do not go easily unless a teacher sends you. Clue 4, in Class 2 of Senior 3, there are 35 students in the morning, and 30 remaining in the afternoon. Clue 5, in the supernatural task, 7 people entered, 3 dead, leaving Lu Chen, Lin Hao, KTV Princess, and the illustrator. If this person is missing from memory, it means they are already dead. After reading through it again, Lu Chen felt he had nothing to add. The old photo could withstand that eerie power, and even if his memories were erased at certain moments, he would remember that important information was hidden here. Lu Chen hid the old photo well and then headed in the direction of the cafeteria with Shin Xingchan. He needed to tell Lin Hao and the others about the old photo too. No wonder he had always felt like something was forgotten before. It turned out death had long occurred around them. Sure enough, how could a nightmare-level supernatural story be so calm? My talent mask is absurdly strong. Every time he enters a supernatural story, he gains the most suitable title for that story. In this instance, Scumbag is definitely the most fitting title. If he didn't have this title, Shin Xingchan probably wouldn't have shared these secrets, and even if he found out with other abilities, she would be erased by the eerie version of Shin Xingchan. If he hadn't noticed Shin Xingchan's abnormality, total annihilation would have been inevitable sooner or later. Great, Lu Chen has noticed, there's still hope. Shin Xingchan, I love you, woo woo woo. You scared me to death, I nearly lost hope. Come on, Lu Chen, as long as you can get through the nightmare-level supernatural story, even if you come to scam me, I would still be willing. Countless people breathed a sigh of relief. Lu Chen knew about the memory erasure and used the old photo to break it, hope re-emerged thereafter. In the cafeteria, Lu Chen found Lin Hao and the others and explained the situation about the memory being erased. At the same time, he also talked about the old photo. If anything were to happen to him, the other 3 could still find that old photo. To acquire important information and survive the horror story. Memory has been erased, this horror story is too terrifying. Lin Hao sighed. Wherever they go, they must be careful, even memories can disappear, it is too difficult to pass through the horror story peacefully. What's even scarier is not this. In Class 2 of the 3rd year, there were 35 people in the morning, but in the afternoon, only 30 were left, 5 people are missing. What do you think, how many people will be left during evening self-study? Lu Chen said with a serious face. He did not doubt the truth of this information. Even if some memories were lost, the empty seats in the classroom were very suspicious. In the classroom, students are constantly disappearing, no they are constantly dying? The KTV Princess said with a pale face, terrified. Since people can die in the classroom, why should we still go to class? The illustrator's face also looked bad. Did you forget the first 2 rules? If we don't go, you will die even faster. Lu Chen glanced at the illustrator. Then what should we do? Going means death, and not going also means death. Lin Hao pondered, unable to think of a good way to avoid the rules. Currently, we are not in too much danger. Think carefully, your deskmate has already shown abnormalities, hearing strange sounds. They are likely to be the next group of missing students. We can verify this back in the classroom. Lu Chen rubbed his forehead, reminding the 3 of them. You're right, as long as we figure out that strange killing rule before death arrives, and then find a way to avoid it. We have a chance to survive the horror story. Lin Hao thought for a moment, then spoke firmly. The KTV princess and the illustrator exchanged glances and said nothing more. Even if they didn't want to go, they dared not defy the rules. Dusk, 6:55. 5 minutes before evening self-study, Lu Chen and the others walked into the classroom. They found that, including them, the entire class had only 24 people left. Chapter 11. In the 2 hours from the afternoon school dismissal to evening self-study, another 6 students were missing. Among them were Lin Hao's deskmate and the illustrator's deskmate. However, not long after Lu Chen and the others sat down, their memories were erased once again. In the classroom, Lu Chen stared at the positions and noticed something was off. A total of 40 seats, but only 24 students. This is too strange. There were 16 empty seats, indicating that 16 students had gone missing. Looking at the front of the classroom, a uniformed female teacher was focused on teaching. Lu Chen quickly took out a pen and paper, wrote a note to tell me about the abnormalities in the classroom. Then, he handed it to Shen Xinchan next to him. Soon, Shen Xinchan passed back a note. After Lu Chen read through it, he instantly understood his situation. It seems that memories are erased shortly after entering the classroom. But how does this strange thing erase my memory? Lu Chen recalled everything after entering the classroom, trying to figure out where the problem occurred, leading to some memories being erased. But he thought for a while and found no results. However, he thought of something he could do at this moment. That is, observation. To see which classmates showed abnormalities, determine the next missing students. Then, try to understand the strange killing rules. At this moment, Lu Chen suddenly realized that the rules reminded by the horror park were almost targeting the victim students. The truly terrifying part of the anomaly, all the rules had to be explored by themselves. Lu Chen cursed inwardly. In one evening self-study, he had been observing the students. If his guess was correct, the next 5 students to have an accident were likely. Among them, surprisingly, included the KTV princess. She had already heard that strange sound. Her face was now extremely pale. 9:40. Evening self-study ended. Lu Chen once again went to the woods to get the old photo. Once again hiding the old photo, Lu Chen returned to the teaching building. What to do, what to do? I don't want to die. The KTV princess had already been eroded, her emotions had completely collapsed, crying like a rain-soaked pear blossom. Lu Chen frowned, falling into silence. For a moment, he couldn't think of any solution. I will keep an eye on you, at least I won't let you touch the unknown rules, which could cause some kind of accident. After thinking for a moment, Lu Chen comforted her. He wanted to see how that most terrifying abnormality kills people without touching any rules. As for saving the KTV princess, given the information he currently had, it was actually difficult to do. Really? Lu Chen. The KTV princess wore a hopeful expression. Lu Chen nodded slightly and changed the topic. Next, we face another problem. Rule 7 and Rule 8 are conflicting. Somehow, we will have to violate one of the rules. Rule 7, lights out at 10 o'clock. Please return to the dormitory before 10 o'clock. Rule 8, there are no dormitories in the university. One of these 2 rules must be false. Isn't it obvious? Rule 8 is definitely wrong. How can there be a university without dormitories? The illustrator standing beside Lu Chen said. In ghost stories, don't think with common sense. Can you imagine a university textbook about 100 ways to eat a person? Lu Chen looked at Lin Hao in surprise. Lin Hao spoke confidently. First, there are dormitories in the university. Second, the lights out time may have discrepancies, it could be earlier or later. But we will be in the dormitory before lights out. Lin Hao believed that universities must have dormitories. So, the rule about no dormitories was clearly false. As for the lights out time, he remembered some schools also had lights out at 9:50, and some at 10:30. With different lights out times, the things that could be done also varied. Lu Chen, what do you think? Lin Hao looked at Lu Chen, who was deep in thought. I think, the idea of no dormitories is nonsense. Lu Chen said without any hesitation. How is that possible? Lin Hao couldn't believe it. How could there be no dormitories? Haven't you noticed how terrifyingly quiet it is around? The students have all disappeared, it doesn't seem like they returned to their dormitories at all. Lu Chen reminded everyone. From the moment he went to the small woods to write down the new clue until he met up with Lin Hao and others, not even 5 minutes had passed. But the entire university was frighteningly silent. Those hurrying students had suddenly all vanished. Even Chen Xinchan, who had been following Lu Chen closely, had disappeared at some unknown time. It was as if the entire university was left with just the 4 of them. Hiss. In an instant, fear filled the faces of the 3. They suddenly realized that something was not quite right. Let's go, staying here will spell trouble. Lu Chen's voice was exceptionally cold at this moment. He saw that the lights on campus had been shrouded in a layer of gray mist at some unknown time. Visibility was getting lower and lower. If they stayed outside the teaching building tonight, they would definitely encounter a terrifying crisis. Lu Chen, where are we going? Lin Hao asked hastily. The cafeteria, the office building, either will do. Hurry! Lu Chen's expression suddenly became serious, quickening his pace. A wave of unease surged from his heart. He felt a crisis, something terrifying seemed about to happen. In short, they absolutely could not stay in the classroom. You two, wait for me. The illustrator exclaimed and hurriedly followed. The road ahead had grown darker. At the current speed, they wouldn't reach the cafeteria in time. Along the way, visibility would completely diminish, and they might run to the cafeteria when it was already closed. To the office building. Lu Chen remembered that at noon, when he went to check the files with the illustrator, they encountered no crisis whatsoever. It's safe here for now. Wait. After running for a while, Lu Chen realized it seemed like a voice was missing beside him. Where is the KTV princess? That broken and timid woman, why is she so quiet? He suddenly turned around, and was met with a truly terrifying sight. In the mist, a huge figure, nearly 2 to 3 meters tall, was writhing in the gray fog. It seemed to have many irregular arms. Like a twisted, strange, dark combination of some kind of creature. The twisted arms rushed from all directions towards the KTV princess, covering her mouth and nose. In an instant, they dragged her into the darkness. Chapter 12. In the darkness, Lu Chen vaguely saw a rotting, blurred face. It came out of the teaching building to kill. Lin Hao and the illustrator also sensed something strange behind them, and turned to see that horrifying scene. Their souls left their bodies, and without looking back, they ran wildly toward the office building. Only Lu Chen stood still, frozen in place. He frowned tightly, staring intently at the mist, trying to see through the layers of obstruction to understand that terrifying oddity. Lu Chen, what are you doing standing there? Run! Lin Hao turned back, seeing Lu Chen still in place, and immediately shouted loudly. No need. It's over. Lu Chen shook his head. That most terrifying oddity maintained its own killing rules. After taking the KTV princess, the surrounding mist had already begun to slowly recede, there was no need to escape anymore. What? Lin Hao also stopped, looking at Lu Chen in confusion. At this moment, he also noticed that the strange occurrence around them was fading, and the dim lights began to penetrate the fog, allowing them to faintly see their surroundings again. Let's go, be careful tonight. As long as we don't violate other strange tale rules, it should be safe. Lu Chen took a deep breath, glanced at the place where the KTV princess had vanished, and walked towards the office building. He didn't think about searching for a dormitory. Even if there was really one, he didn't want to stay in it. Who knows what terrifying rules might be inside the dormitory? What if a bizarre roommate changed at midnight? He feared he wouldn't be able to escape. It turned out Lu Chen's guess was not wrong. The archives room was safe. The three of them took turns keeping watch in the archives room, and the night passed peacefully. In the morning, Lu Chen hurriedly solved a meal in the cafeteria, then went to the woods. After thinking for a moment, he quickly wrote down last night's events. Clue 7, the oddity is a terrifying existence, nearly 3 meters tall, twisted, and dark. When it kills, mist will appear all around. Note, find a way to see the oddity clearly. The oddity, clearly possessing the ability to erase memories, could appear openly while killing. But it hid its figure behind the mist. Lu Chen speculated that the oddity had rules that prevented it from being seen. These rules were aimed at the oddity itself. The three gathered in front of the teaching building. At this point, they all remembered what happened last night when the KTV princess was killed by the oddity. Starting today, there will be fewer students in the student council, which increases our chances of being targeted by the oddity. Very likely, this morning's classes will be where the oddity invades us. Lin Hao analyzed with a serious face. This feeling of waiting for death was suffocating. The KTV princess is dead, it may soon be our turn. Lu Chen, can we really survive this strange tale? The illustrator's face showed worry, his voice trembling. Just do your best. Keep searching for clues, even with nightmare-level strange tales, there must be a way out. Let's go, I have some things to investigate. Lu Chen couldn't guarantee he would survive this strange tale. But he wanted to live. He had had enough of illness, this was hope in overcoming a terminal disease. So, until the last moment, he would not give up. Lu Chen entered the teaching building, and the other two hurriedly followed. Not long after, the three arrived at the classroom door of Class 2, Year 3. Lu Chen called out to Shen Xinchan, who was sitting honestly at her desk. Lu Chen, you're here. Seeing Lu Chen, Xin Xingchan's pale face showed a happy expression. What happened last night? Why did you suddenly disappear? Lu Chen frowned and asked. This strange tale has too many mysterious puzzles left unsolved. Why do the students in these strange tales disappear at night, and where do they go? I don't know, I blacked out in front of me, and then, it was the next day. Xin Xingchan's eyes were clear and foolish, looking very honest. Lu Chen felt a darkness before his eyes. This was as good as saying nothing at all. Lu Chen stroked his chin and fell into thought. He could vaguely perceive some abnormalities in the strange tale. At night, all the teachers and students on the campus disappear, then reappear in the morning, repeating their daily lessons. Everyone is waiting to be killed by that terrifying oddity. Students are like pigs waiting to be slaughtered. Just thinking about it sends chills down the spine. Lu Chen took out a piece of paper and handed it to Xin Xingchan. After entering the classroom, give me the paper. Remember the content on it. If it disappears, write me another one just like it. The paper listed 7 clues. And the entire process of the KTV princess's death last night. Okay. Xin Xingchan obediently nodded. A few minutes later, Lu Chen entered the classroom. As expected, his memory was erased once again. The paper he had brought from outside the classroom also disappeared. Xin Xingchan, being very obedient, wrote another piece of paper for Lu Chen. Lu Chen took the paper, and his expression changed. The KTV princess died, and 4 other students died last night. During the strange killings, was it shrouded in mist, preventing anyone from seeing its true face? Lu Chen gritted his teeth and quickly analyzed the current task from the clues. This class, we need to find the students who were eroded by the strange force, then, we must witness the strange killings. In the classroom, there were now only 19 students left. Lu Chen's gaze quickly scanned the classroom. Soon, he found 5 students who had been eroded by the strange force. When were they killed? The clues on the paper hinted that the oddity had attacked last night. There were a total of 4 people at the time, but only the KTV princess was killed. Could it be that the oddity followed such a rule to kill only those it had eroded? Lu Chen thought of a way to see the true face of the oddity. When the oddity killed, rush into the mist. If the oddity follows the rule to kill, others would be safe, and he could clearly see its face, gaining extremely important information. However, he could not be sure if entering the mist would touch upon other rules. The act of rushing into the mist is extremely insane. With a slight misstep, he could be doomed. After class, Lu Chen found Lin Hao and another person and calmly explained, both were stunned. What the hell, the KTV princess is dead. Are you crazy? Even though Lin Hao was still rational, hearing Lu Chen's thoughts shocked him immensely. Facing the oddity head-on, how is this any different from seeking death? What if it follows the initial killing rules? Lu Chen said slowly. More than half the people are already dead, and being crazy no longer matters. If he didn't take the risk, how could he break through the strange tale? Lin Hao and the illustrator fell silent. This was a gamble with their lives. We can observe a bit longer. The strange force has eroded 5 people, we can see if we can view its true face from outside the mist. After a long while, Lu Chen weighed his options. The 5 eroded students would eventually be killed, they could observe one by one without taking risks right away. Lin Hao and the illustrator exchanged glances and nodded silently. The 4 classes in the morning passed quickly. At noon, the 5 students who had been eroded by the strange force still did not disappear but had already left the classroom of Class 2, Senior 3. Follow them. Lu Chen's eyes flashed. Finally, it was beginning. Instead of having a normal lunch break, they walked up the stairs all the way to the top floor. What's going on? Why is everyone gathered here? Lu Chen frowned slightly. There was a door on the top floor, but it led nowhere to the rooftop. That door was locked, and the 5 of them couldn't reach the rooftop, so they could only stand at the stairwell on the top floor. At that moment, if that terrifying strange creature attacked, these 5 would undoubtedly die. In that case, they could only take the risk and try to witness the strange killing, to see its true form clearly. If they didn't take the plunge this time, they might never have another chance. In Class 2 of Senior Year, only 19 people were left. If these 5 died, there would only be 14 left. The chances of the strange creature eroding them would increase infinitely. Maybe next time, it would be their turn. How many times could so few people die? Gradually, fog began to rise. The gray mist arrived from all directions, occupying the entire corridor. On the top floor of the teaching building, visibility was terrifyingly low. The strange creature is coming. Lu Chen squinted slightly, silently adjusting his state. In these past 2 days, he could feel his body getting worse and worse. If this drags on, even if he thought of a solution, he wouldn't have the chance to implement it. So, this crazy idea, he had to act on it. At this moment, the 5 students stood there, their gazes vacant, faces pale like zombies, not moving at all, as if completely eroded. Suddenly, the gray mist rolled. Chen knew that the strange creature had begun to attack. At this moment, he gathered all the strength in his body and suddenly shot out. Chen! Lin Hao's eyes widened, caught off guard. Originally, Lin Hao thought this matter was very dangerous, so he planned to go by himself and let Chen wait for his news. As long as Chen could survive, there would still be hope. But, he didn't expect Chen to be so decisive. Without any hesitation, Lin Hao also ran toward the gray mist. If he touched the rules, he was ready to use his tidal ability to exchange a chance for another person to survive. Chen had already plunged headlong into the gray mist. At this moment, the strange creature had started to hunt the students. Twisted, dark, and irregularly curved arms were about to tear apart the eroded students. Just then, Chen entered the gray mist, squinting his eyes and carefully surveying. In an instant, he saw the true form of the strange creature. It was a fleshy ball covered with irregular arms, nearly 3 meters in size, and in the center of the flesh ball was a huge, extremely bizarre face. This face was blank, without features. Around this face grew many twisted and hideous faces, densely packed on the flesh ball. These faces were struggling, wailing, emitting all kinds of horrifying sounds. One eroded student was being devoured into the body of the flesh ball. Chen's sudden appearance startled the strange creature, a sharp, terrifying wail echoed through the gray mist. Those twisted, hideous faces all turned toward Chen, their pairs of pitch-black eyes, extremely chilling. A terrifying scene completely unfolded before everyone's eyes. My god, this is so scary. Damn, why is there no mosaic? This scared me into shivering. Run. This terrifying scene means Chen has touched the rules of the strange killing. Lin Hao too, why did he run in with him? It's over, 2 people are going to die at once, only that illustrator is left, the strange tale cannot pass. Hey, what's going on? The strange creature disappeared? The gray mist dissipated. The strange creature vanished. Chen stood at the end of the corridor, facing a locked iron door. Behind him stood Lin Hao, shocked. The illustrator also arrived, panting and out of breath. Aside from the 3 of them, it was empty. The 5 students who were eroded by the strange creature had still disappeared. Chen, did you see anything? Lin Hao asked, still feeling scared. He had just rushed in and hadn't had a chance to look. A wail echoed, and the gray mist dispersed. I see it. I need to gather my thoughts. Chen pinched his brow. The strange figure, covered with countless faces, definitely came from class 2 of the 3rd year. At that moment, he couldn't count how many faces were on that strange figure. But there were definitely no less than 20 faces. Thinking about class 2 of the 3rd year, there should have originally been 40 students, but now only a dozen remain. However, what was that faceless face about? Could it be that face was the original appearance of the strange figure? Or was it searching for a suitable face, killing repeatedly? But these 2 guesses had no basis at all. Chen had another guess, that the strange figure wanted to kill all the people in class 2 of the 3rd year. How could he survive in this massacre? There must be a way. There must. Chen rubbed his face, thinking carefully. Suddenly, he vaguely seemed to see a glimmer of light. But at that moment, a cold voice rang out. What are you 3 doing here? The abrupt voice startled the 3. Following the source of the voice, they saw a middle-aged man in a security uniform, glaring at them. Chen's eyes widened, and his heart raced. Instantly, he shouted loudly, "Run! Run! Quick, escape! Rule 5, there are no security guards in the school. If you see one, please stay away." If there are no security guards in the school, then what is this? It doesn't take a genius to know this is a bizarre killer. Otherwise, the haunted amusement park wouldn't have specifically warned the chosen ones to stay away from security guards. Running was the best choice for now. However, the path the 3 took to escape was blocked by the security guard. Damn, I'll hold it off, you all run. The illustrator's face changed suddenly, and he let out a low growl. He was closest to the guard, and his title now shone brightly above his head. The illustrator's ability was to briefly replicate the power of the strange, but it came at a price. The more powerful the strange force he replicated, the greater the cost he paid. At that moment, the illustrator aged visibly, instantly turning his hair white. He fought against the guard once, but it ended in a stalemate. Just then, Chen and Lin Hao passed the 2 and descended the stairs. Hurry, you can't hold on for long. Chen shouted at the illustrator. It's too late, I can't do it anymore. The illustrator's voice had weakened. The guard's strange power was too strong, he could only replicate 1 strike after which he could do nothing but wait to die. Chen, survive, you are the only hope among us 3. The illustrator had reached his limit. But the guard drew his baton, ready to deliver a fatal blow. Was he really going to watch a teammate die before his eyes? Chen closed his eyes, feeling some guilt. Suddenly, an elegant figure appeared not far down the hallway. Chen instantly thought of a way. Teacher Jiang, someone's hitting me. Chapter 14. Rule 6. No unprovoked assault on classmates. If you see a classmate being assaulted, you can choose to participate in the assault or report to a teacher. Chen shouted, using the rule to break the guard's killing rule. The beautiful homeroom teacher in uniform appeared on the top floor at an incredible speed. The guard halted his attack and turned to stare at Teacher Jiang. In the standoff, the guard actually showed signs of retreat. He disappeared down the hallway, out of sight of the three. The illustrator, having narrowly escaped death, collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. What are you three doing running up to the top floor? Teacher Jiang's face was not good, she said sternly. I'm sorry, Teacher Jiang, we know we were wrong. Chen quickly apologized, then secretly exchanged glances. That guard might have been a deadly trap. A clue about the Chosen Ones led to a sudden deadly situation. If any Chosen One could trace it here, they would instantly face an attack from the security guards. That eerie place, where ordinary strange students were killed, was right here. Finding clues led to this place. Being alive was almost impossible. Fortunately, at the last moment, Teacher Jiang appeared. Get downstairs quickly. Teacher Jiang had a cold expression as she turned to leave. Before she went, she winked at Chen. Chen understood immediately, smiled slightly, and turned to Lin Hao, saying, You take the illustrator to rest. Teacher Jiang, let me go to the office to find her. If it weren't for his poor health, he thought this time going to the office would probably cost him something to watch. Be careful, Chen. The illustrator felt uneasy. He was already old and weary, probably unable to help much anymore. Don't worry, if it weren't for you, the three of us might have died in the hallway. Chen said calmly, helping the illustrator up. Be safe, after all, teachers are also strange. Lin Hao glanced at Chen's reputation as a scumbag, feeling quite helpless. This guy looked so pale already, yet he was still so scummy in his spooky tale, not even afraid of sudden death. The two left. Chen headed straight to the office where Teacher Jiang was. In the office, there was still only one person. Why did it take you so long to come? Did you miss me yesterday? As soon as Chen stepped into the office, he was pulled to sit on a pair of soft, tender thighs. An icy coldness surged through him, a nauseating, rotten smell invaded his nostrils. Of course, ugh. I did. Chen's face turned pale. In this day and age, being a scumbag was not so easy. If he carelessly saw the true face of the beautiful teacher, how would he ever swallow it? Suddenly, Chen saw a white paper beside him, with a line of names written on it. That was the list of students from Class 2 of their senior year. A class of 40 people. Now, only 14 remained. This morning, the names of the 5 students consumed by the strange forces had also disappeared from the list. Chen's eyes widened, a bold idea surged. What if he directly erased the names from this list? By doing so, he would no longer exist in Class 2 of senior year. In that case, the strange forces would think they had already killed him and would not invade him. As long as he did not touch other strange rules, he could ensure his safety. If successful, he could survive this creepy tale. Chen quickly stood up, holding the list in his hand. At the same time, he picked up a pen. What are you doing? A bone-chilling cold rushed from his side. Chen turned his head and saw Teacher Jiang's pitch-black eyes. With the arrow on the string, it had to be fired. The way to survive the creepy tale lay here. Even if facing death, he had to give it a try. Without raising his head, Chen quickly crossed out his name on the list. Then, he found Lin Hao and the illustrator's names and swiftly scratched them out too. You want to die? A sharp voice came from Teacher Jiang's mouth. One of her hands had already reached toward Chen, ready to strike. Seeing this, Chen once again unleashed the power of his title. In an instant, a wave of dizziness hit him. The cost of using the scumbag title made him feel as if he might faint on the spot. The scumbag's attributes worked once more. At the last moment, Teacher Jiang's hand stopped. Her face constantly shifted between two different expressions. One was cold and beautiful, the other was chilling and menacing. Chen, I can barely hold on, you, hurry and go. A trembling voice came from Teacher Jiang's mouth. All right. Chen's face was pale, he quickly replied and rushed away without looking back. With a loud bang, he slammed the office door shut and escaped quickly. Just now, Chen crossed out his name from the list of Class 2 seniors? Heavens, is this the way to survive the ghost tale? I can't believe I didn't think of it. Great. So, as long as in the next few days, Chen and the others don't break any other strange rules, nothing will happen? Does that mean our Dragon Kingdom will be the first country to survive a nightmare-level ghost tale? Lu Chen, you are amazing. Baka. Lu Chen's actions in the office astonished countless viewers. This idea, they could never have thought of in such a situation. But Lu Chen not only thought of it, he really did it. He even escaped from a situation where death was certain. This little guy is impressive. Old Chen was all smiles. This kid's actions were too bold. A few times, he danced on the edge of death repeatedly. One wrong step, and it would have meant death. Fortunately, the outcomes were all going in a positive direction. In the ghost tale, Lu Chen found Lin Hao and the others in the cafeteria, briefly recounting what happened in the office to both of them. So, does this mean we can survive this nightmare-level ghost tale? The illustrator was very excited. This was a nightmare-level instance. No other country in the world had passed a nightmare-level instance. Now, the three of them had hope of achieving it. Impressive. A nightmare-level ghost tale seems so easy to pass in front of you. Lin Hao was also surprised by Lu Chen's amazing actions. But he always felt it shouldn't be so simple. Lu Chen took a bite of the dark, unappetizing food and frowned, saying, "We cannot be complacent. There are still some mysteries I cannot solve. Why does Shin Qinchan not forget the people in Class 2 of Senior Year 3? There are no materials about Class 2 of Senior Year 3 in the entire school. Why does Teacher Jiang have that list? And that strange killing I saw, what does the faceless face represent?" Chapter 15. What? The illustrator was initially focused on eating and was suddenly stunned. He really didn't expect there to be so many unresolved questions in the ghost tale. If our memories are erased by the strange, how should we investigate? The illustrator muttered with his mouth full of food. Lu Chen frowned slightly and said, "That old photo and the list from Teacher Jiang are related to Class 2 of Senior Year 3 and have not been erased. They are among the few materials we can access. There must be something that the strange cannot affect. I suspect that there is still something hidden in this campus. We need to find it." Lu Chen pondered hard about what he had overlooked. The office in the teaching building? That place, Lin Hao had gone to investigate before. He even encountered the strange and someone died there. Although Lin Hao said he didn't find any clues at that time. Thinking carefully, it was likely due to erased memories. Lu Chen suddenly looked up, his eyes shining brightly. Right. So, we must investigate the office in the teaching building again. Besides the teaching building, the office building also needs to be searched. Previously, aside from the archives, it seemed they hadn't carefully checked anywhere else. After the afternoon classes end, we must reinvestigate the entire university. Perhaps there will be other discoveries. Lu Chen put down his chopsticks and struggled to swallow the unidentifiable food in his mouth. Seeing this, Lin Hao and the others also stopped eating. It was truly hard to swallow. If they didn't complain about the bad food, it would touch the cafeteria's death rule, and the three would definitely curse a bit. Before class, Lu Chen went to the woods once again, recording the true nature of the strange and the matter of the list on the old photo. Before long, the three of them headed to the teaching building. Standing in front of Class 2 of Senior Year 3, Lu Chen hesitated for a moment, stopping in his tracks. Looking at the students scattered in the classroom, a thought suddenly arose in his mind. Rule 1. Rule 2. What would happen if they did not enter the classroom after class started? What's wrong? Hurry up and go in for class. Seeing this, Lin Hao urged. Looking at Lu Chen with a puzzled face. If I'm not wrong, our names have already been crossed off the list of Class 2 of Senior Year 3. That means we are no longer students of Class 2 of Senior Year 3. Then why do we still have to attend class? Lu Chen pressed his lips together and slowly said. It seems we can try to touch the rules. He's going to take a gamble. Lin Hao blinked in surprise, his face filled with disbelief. The illustrator beside them also showed a look of shock. Well, it might not necessarily violate the rules because we are no longer students. Entering the classroom for class might actually be more dangerous. Lu Chen stood in the corridor, not planning to enter the classroom anymore. That makes sense. If we lose our student identity, the teacher in class might mistake us for intruders. Lin Hao exchanged glances with the illustrator and then stood beside Lu Chen. Over the past couple of days, they had witnessed Lu Chen's strength. Rather than thinking for themselves, they trusted Lu Chen's judgment more. The three stood in the corridor, waiting for class to start. 3 minutes. 2 minutes. 1 minute. The last 10 seconds. The last 5 seconds. Lin Hao and the illustrator were drenched in cold sweat on their foreheads. The last second. The faces of the two turned visibly pale. But throughout it all, Lu Chen remained completely still. He maintained one position, his gaze fixated on the classroom of Senior Year 3, Class 2. The bell rang for class. Including Shin 11 students sat quietly in the classroom. A strangely shaped teacher arrived in the corridor, slowly walking into senior year 3, class 2. To Lu Chen and his friends, he was non-existent. Nothing terrifying happened. Rule 1, Rule 2. Cracked. Ignoring the 2 rules of nightmare-level weird tales. Lin Hao looked at Lu Chen in disbelief. He actually did it. Wow, that's amazing. The illustrator thought for a moment and exclaimed in shock. Wow, breaking the rules of nightmare-level weird tales, is this something a person can do? I bow to Lu Chen. I was so nervous I almost peed myself, afraid Lu Chen would guess wrong. Ha, you guys have such weak mental stamina. Unlike me, I just squatted in the bathroom watching. Never mind, my legs are numb. Wah wah wah, brother Lu Chen, when you get out alive, I'll be your girlfriend. Get lost, you flashy brat up there. In the corridor. Lu Chen smiled slightly, feeling no surprise. All the clues pointed to the strange nature of that list. The current verification also confirmed that his guesses were correct. Since that's the case, we have more time to investigate the whole thing, Lu Chen's words were interrupted, suddenly staring intently at the classroom of senior year 3, class 2. So that's how it is. I found you. The source of the memory loss. On the pitch-black board in the classroom. A face without any features slightly emerged. That face struggled, seemingly letting out a terrible shriek. Lu Chen saw the students in the classroom begin to daze. After a few seconds, they slowly returned to normal. The most terrifying weirdness was erasing the students' memories. However, the students in the classroom were completely unaware of this scene. Only from a special angle outside the classroom could one see the slight bulge on the blackboard. What's wrong? Lin Hao and the illustrator didn't notice the scene in the classroom, only feeling puzzled. The weirdness is behind the blackboard. That face with no features is hiding there. It erased the memories of the students in the classroom during class, making them think that there were only a few people in class 2 of senior year 3. Lu Chen squinted his eyes and pointed at the blackboard. Lin Hao and the illustrator felt a chill run down their spines. The spot Lu Chen pointed at had returned to calm. The illustrator's face was trembling, unable to suppress a gulp. The weirdness was behind that blackboard. They had been hopping around in front of the weirdness for over a day. Hiss. Then let's quickly get away from here. The illustrator's expression changed, and he hurriedly said. We have already left class 2 of senior year, but Bazaar Place should still be following its rules to kill students of class 2. We are safe, no need to be nervous. Let's go, we still have an office building to explore. Lu Chen walked along the corridor, heading outside the teaching building. Lin Hao saw this and quickly followed Lu Chen downstairs. The illustrator, looking old and not very agile, hurriedly yelled from behind the two. You two, wait for this old man. Chapter 16. The 3 of them entered the office building. Then carefully checked each room one by one. No one knew if those rooms contained terrifying entities that would kill. Library, music room, computer room, laboratory. Every single room took a long time to thoroughly investigate. An entire afternoon passed, and they only checked the 3rd floor. However, they found no information about class 2 of senior year. In the laboratory, Lu Chen sat on the floor, frowning. Lu Chen, how about we just give up? Our names have already been erased from class 2 of senior year. If nothing unexpected happens, we should be able to get through this nightmare-level tale. The illustrator beside him was too tired to straighten his back, leaning against the wall, gasping for breath as he spoke. Not necessarily. This is a nightmare-level tale. At the speed of eerie killings, by tomorrow night, all the students from class 2 of senior year will be dead. Then, what about tomorrow? After tomorrow, what will the eerie killing rules change to? Will it cover the entire school, or no rules killing and torture? Lu Chen sighed, looked up at the illustrator, then pushed himself up to stand. He felt tired after an entire afternoon. He could sense that the cancer cells had spread very severely. Life was nearing its end, and his condition was getting worse. 5 days is his limit, and also the time the tale ends. He must strive hard. You two rest here, I will go upstairs to check again. Lu Chen gritted his teeth, forcing himself to gather strength and stood up. Above the 3rd floor was the office of the leaders of this college. Who knows, maybe there will be some clues left behind. Lu Chen, why don't you rest a bit more? Lin Hao looked concerned and hurriedly stopped Lu Chen. At this moment, Lu Chen's face was very pale, as if he would faint at any moment. Lin Hao was worried that if this continued, something bad would happen to him. No, the time is very urgent. I have a feeling that things won't be that simple. Lu Chen shook his head and walked straight out of the laboratory. Let's follow him. Lin Hao looked at the illustrator's aging appearance and sighed helplessly. Wah wah wah. Lu Chen is so hardworking, I'm teary-eyed. So heartbroken, I really like Lu Chen looking like a sick beauty, want to hug Lu Chen in bed. Clearly dealt with such a huge crisis, yet still so vigilant, truly my favorite man. Sisters, wake up, Lu Chen is marked as the scumbag who abandoned his family. Sisters, kick those upstairs out for me. When dinner time came. In the entire office building, it seemed there were no other people besides the three of them. Disciplinary director's office, finance office, vice principal's office. They explored each room one by one. When Lin Hao entered the principal's office, he made a discovery. Lu Chen, come quick. Lin Hao shouted. Hearing this, Lu Chen walked out of the adjacent room into the principal's office, lowering his voice and asking, "What did you find?" Upon entering the principal's office, Lu Chen immediately saw Lin Hao holding a thick diary. This is the principal's diary. It actually has information about Class 2 of senior year. At this moment, Lin Hao was flipping through the diary. Lu Chen leaned closer and began to read carefully. June 3rd. My wife bought me a diary. I'm going to start writing in it. Huh? Who writes a diary, anyway? Forget it, I'm not really a serious person. Today, I heard that some parents are causing a scene, saying their child has gone missing at school. Bullshit, the school is so safe, not even a fly could get out. June 4th. The teachers have been searching all day, and after calling the police, the investigators have come, and the search hasn't stopped. Holy shit, it seems like a student really is missing. But it's so damn strange. The missing student is from Class 2 of the senior year, and when we went to ask, the students in that class all said they didn't remember that student, only the parents outside are making noise. What the hell, is this some bullshit? June 5th. Today, more parents of students are causing a scene at the school, saying their children have gone missing. But their kids' names aren't even in the school records, and even the classmates say they don't know those people. What the hell is going on here? A bunch of troublesome people. June 6th. Today, I went to check on the senior year classes. When I passed by Class 2 of the senior year, something felt off. Why were there so few people? Did they all get sick? June 7th. Holy shit, Class 2 of the senior year, why the hell are there only 5 people left? A girl actually asked me for help, saying something weird is trying to kill her? I didn't believe her at all. Such a young age, not studying properly, why doesn't she believe in science? June 8th. After Class 1 of the senior year, why is there Class 3? There should have been Class 2 in the middle, right? Why don't I remember it? Did I go crazy writing this diary? Forget it, I'm out, not writing anymore. If I write more in this diary, I'm a dog. June 9th. My memory seems to be messed up. Something's not right. I flipped through the diary again, and it seems like the diary is the truth. Before, there was Class 2 of the senior year. But all the students are gone. June 10th. The school is getting stranger, fewer and fewer people are left. Calling the police doesn't help, the investigators have checked everywhere, even digging up the floor, but can't find anything. I found it unreasonable, so I went through the file room. I found a bloodstained suicide note, and there was a bloody handprint on it. It scared the hell out of me, one of the fingers was missing. I nervously finished reading the suicide note. I was angry, scared, and terrified. My school actually had a severe bullying incident. The bullied student died. Damn, the people below kept this from me, I had no idea about it. June 10th, midnight. I am the principal of this school, Zhang Biao. By the time you read this diary, I will no longer be here. The school is filled with gray mist, and the remaining students are being killed by something strange in the mist. That strange thing. It won't stop until it kills everyone. The diary. It ends here. Clearly, the principal didn't make it out either, otherwise, this diary wouldn't be here. In just a few days, an entire school was completely erased by the strange phenomenon? A chilling feeling surged from the hearts of the three people. Chapter 17. Lin Hao's face was pale, and he sat in his chair, panicking. The illustrator was pulling at his hair, his face full of despair. Lu Chen took a deep breath, gritted his teeth, and said, as expected, it's not over. We crossed our names off the list of Class 2 of the senior year, but that was just temporarily avoiding the cruel killings. Once it kills all the students from Class 2, it will continue killing students from other classes. Until all the people in the school are dead. They had originally thought they could safely get through this nightmare-level ghost story. But it turns out, they just delayed death. Who would have thought such a difficult situation would come? Damn, this is too hopeless. Surviving from Class 2 of the senior year turned out to be just a part of the nightmare-level ghost story. Such a terrifying ghost story, gambling our lives, and we only delayed the time of death. If it were me, I wouldn't even last through the first class. What do we do now? This is too serious, everyone in the school is going to die. The diary. The whole world saw it. They had thought that Lu Chen and the others had already made it through the ghost story. I didn't expect this was almost just the beginning. Bang! Strange Talk Research Base. A hot-tempered middle-aged man slammed the table hard. Lu Chen and the others have already escaped from the death list of Class 2 in their senior year. How can there still be such terrifying things waiting ahead? Which nightmarish strange talk is so horrifying? He couldn't accept it, feeling quite unfair. For the first two nightmarish strange talks, those foreign fools couldn't even survive the initial life and death situation. How could they possibly know what deadly traps lie ahead? Elder Chen shook his head, staring intensely at the pale face on the screen. This little guy, Lu Chen, is continually creating miracles. At this point, we can only continue to believe in him to help us through more challenges. Principal's office. Lu Chen's face was extremely grim as he flipped through the diary again. In the diary, the strange phenomenon killed all the students in Class 2 of the senior year in 3 days. After today, all the students in Class 2 would be killed. In the following 3 days, the strange phenomenon would kill everyone in this school. Even the principal who wrote the diary ultimately couldn't escape death. The real deadly trap, however, was still ahead. Next, they needed to find a way to face the large-scale slaughter by the strange phenomenon. Lu Chen shook his head, murmuring to himself. No, that's not right. Nightmarish strange talks cannot possibly have a guaranteed death scenario. There must be something we haven't discovered. There must be some way to exempt from death. Wait. Bullying? Suicide note. Dead students. Yes, I can analyze it from this angle. That bloodstained suicide note, that student who lost a finger. Perhaps it is the key to the whole matter. The principal didn't find the way out, but that doesn't mean I can't. When the principal realized it, it was already too late, and we still have 3 days left. Lin Hao. Illustrator. Lu Chen turned around, ready to arrange things. Lu Chen, we have already fallen into a deadlock. Lin Hao sat in the chair, soul seemingly drawn out, looking lifeless. Slap. Lu Chen frowned, slapping Lin Hao's face. It's not time to give up yet, pull yourself together. Lu Chen's gaze was cold. At this moment, he became exceptionally calm. Have you thought of a way to turn things around? Lin Hao's eyes brightened slowly as he began to regain his thoughts. The principal mentioned bullying incidents in the diary, as well as a bloodstained suicide note. That is the biggest clue. We must find that suicide note, it should be in this office. Lu Chen said earnestly. Okay. The illustrator and Lin Hao hurriedly responded. The principal's office was a 20-square-meter room. Apart from the desk, there was also a bookshelf. Right in front, there was a filing cabinet. The three of them quickly searched the bookshelf. There was nothing left on the desk, and the filing cabinet was locked. To open it, a key was needed. After thinking for a moment, Lu Chen picked up a long bench from the front of the desk and smashed it against the filing cabinet. With a loud bang, the lock was physically opened. The filing cabinet contained numerous documents. After searching for a while, Lu Chen found a bloodstained suicide note beneath a pile of chaotic documents. Opening the suicide note, Lu Chen glanced at it, and his pupils instantly contracted. I can't live anymore, this is all their fault. Those beasts, they aren't human at all. I thought as long as I listened to them, I wouldn't get bullied, but I was wrong, they got worse. They beat me time and again, stripped my clothes, violated me, carved wounds on my body with a knife, and recorded videos. I told the teacher, I told the investigator, I even told my family. But they are minors and didn't receive the punishment they deserved. Instead, the torments I suffered became more cruel and vicious. I lost my finger. Why? Why is this happening? You won't let me live. I want to commit S. When I come back again, I want to make your lives a living hell. Ha ha ha, they all have to die. They all have to die. Lu Chen took a deep breath suddenly. This is not a farewell letter at all. This is the most insane curse from a bullied student before dying. What did this student go through before death that filled her with such murderous intent towards the school? Lu Chen's face looked grim. The farewell letter revealed no useful information. The only thing known was that the student was filled with killing intent. What to do? Lu Chen's gaze kept shifting. After thinking for a while, he felt it was best to return to Class 2 of Grade 3. You stay in a safe place with the illustrator, and I will come to find you. Now, I need to find someone. Lu Chen tossed the farewell letter into Lin Hao's hands and left quickly. In the principal's diary. Everything began in Class 2 of Grade 3. That classroom still hides secrets. Those who know the truth are still in that classroom. Chen Qingchan. She is the only one who is still awake. She did not tell herself about the bullying of students. Was it intentional not to bring it up, or did she forget? After all, she only remembers the deaths, but never how they died. In fact, there were not many people in the class. The bullied student could very well be the girl in that old photo. Class 2 of grade 3. At this time, it was not yet time for evening self-study, and the students were not yet there. Chen did not enter the classroom but waited silently in the corridor. Time passed. Dim light fell, and evening self-study began. However, Chen learned a terrifying fact. Only 4 students remained in class 2 of grade 3. Shin Qinchan was not among them. She was dead. Chapter 18. Chen's heart sank. Shin Qinchan was dead? With her death, the clue to that student's death was cut off. Chen's gaze turned to the female teacher in uniform sitting at the podium. Next, he could only change the investigation target. But Teacher Jiang was too dangerous. She held the student list for class 2 of grade 3, which made Chen suspicious that she might also remember something, but due to certain rules, mentioning it would trigger a killing condition. What to do? Chen pondered. Moments later, he gently knocked on the door of the classroom of class 2 of grade 3. He did not plan to go in, that terrible weirdness was still behind the blackboard. Who knows, once he entered the classroom, his memory could be erased, and all previous efforts would go to waste. Teacher Jiang at the podium immediately noticed Chen at the door, her beautiful face blushing. You all study on your own. Teacher Jiang said to the remaining 4 students before twisting her waist and walking out of the classroom. Why are you here? I'm still in class. Teacher Jiang said, her charming face still showing a hint of surprise. Chen remained silent, observing every movement of the woman before him. When she erased names from the class 2 list, she had been terrifying. But now, this woman seemed to have forgotten what happened in the office. It seems that memories were not just erased, they might even have been altered. Perhaps she even took herself for someone else. Of course I missed you, let's have a little chat. Chen familiarly wrapped his arms around Teacher Jiang's waist, and the two walked to a corner. You, don't mess around, this is my workplace, if I'm found out, I can't be a teacher anymore. Teacher Jiang said, her face turning red. Damn, the scumbag is impressive. Wow, how thrilling. Is this something we can watch for free? I really want to see, but is this appropriate? It's the nationwide audience, foreigners wouldn't dare be so open, right? Otherwise, how do you think Chen got his scumbag reputation? Chen cleared his throat and said, I want to know if there have been any bullying cases in your school. This sentence. He carefully used a tentative tone. He did not directly mention the words class 2 of senior 3. After all, bullying in a school happens often, and by not mentioning class 2 of senior 3, he might break Teacher Jiang's deadly rules. Bullying? Teacher Jiang slightly paused, her beautiful face showing a hint of struggle. Then, she regained her calmness. I have heard about a matter, it seems very serious. However, I am not very sure if it is true, after all, I heard it from other teachers. I also forgot which grade in class it was. Chen's eyes narrowed. Exactly. It was this vague memory that allowed him to speculate with ease. After all, the strange thing tends to erase memories. In this case, the more uncertain it was, the easier it was to infer that something real had happened. Could you elaborate? What happened? Chen's breathing quickened as he hurriedly asked. Well, you kiss me, and I'll tell you. Teacher Jiang snuggled into Chen's arms playfully. What the hell? Didn't we say not to mess around? Is this what women are like? With a peck. Chen held back the cold feeling and gave her a light kiss on the cheek. The story goes like this. There was a girl at school, quite pretty, but because of her introverted nature, she was bullied by other girls in the class. It seems that a number of boys also participated in that bullying. Later, the bullied girl even reported it to the police. But because of their age, those bullying students did not face any punishment. Instead, it was the bullied girl who faced terrible retaliation. Not long after, that girl apparently committed suicide. Chen nodded slightly. Teacher Jiang's recollection matched closely with the principal's diary and that letter. However, Chen noted a key point she mentioned. He straightened up, hesitating for a moment before asking, Teacher Jiang, do you remember where that girl committed suicide? After asking, Chen fixed his gaze on Teacher Jiang, deliberately keeping a bit of distance. If he noticed any abnormality from the woman before him, he would turn and run. Fortunately, there were no changes, just a hint of sorrow in her eyes. It seems, in the woods of the school park. The woods. In an instant, countless clues surged in Chen's mind, gradually forming a whole. I have something to do, I will leave first. You go back to class. Goodbye. Chen got the clues he wanted and turned to leave without any hesitation. School park. Chen walked alone on the eerie path, holding a shovel in his hand. That girl died in the woods. That old photo was also hidden in the woods by Shin-Chan. With the two so close together, and the photo still holding details about Class 2 of Senior 3, was it due to some rule or because the photo belonged to that bullied girl? Lu Chen walked while pondering. Before long, he arrived at the place in the woods where the old photo was hidden. Taking out the old photo, he looked closely again. Both girls in the photo were quite beautiful. Unfortunately, they were both dead. With the old photo stored away in his pocket, Lu Chen directly drove the shovel into the ground. His instinct told him that the old photo might be buried in the same place as the deceased girl's body. Thud. Thud. Lu Chen began to dig, piles of dirt being unearthed. Then, a rotten stench began to waft slowly from underground. Lu Chen's eyes brightened. Wasn't that rotten smell the scent of decay from a corpse? He quickened his digging speed. Could it be that Lu Chen guessed that the girl's body is right beneath? So scary, could it be that he would dig out something very horrifying? At this moment, a 1.98 meters tall muscular man quietly withdrew his foot back under the covers. Haven't you seen that Lu Chen even dared to kiss the female ghost teacher? Is it reasonable to take another bite of a rotting corpse? Outside the strange tales, everyone was stunned by Lu Chen's late-night solo grave digging. Although Lu Chen had survived one crisis after another before. But each time made people sweat with anxiety. Especially this time, he was likely to face the most terrifying embodiment in the strange tales. It sent shivers down people's spines. Clang! When Lu Chen thrust down his shovel, he suddenly felt he had dug something up. I found it! His eyes lit up, and he threw the shovel aside. He jumped into the pit he had dug and began to scrape away the dirt with his hands, slowly uncovering what lay beneath. Before long, a body, dressed in bright red, missing a finger, still fresh, slowly surfaced before Lu Chen. A female corpse. Chapter 19. Lu Chen's face darkened as he dug out the female corpse completely. Due to the strange tales, there was no decay. Aside from being icy cold and emitting a foul smell, it was not much different from a living person. He took out an old photo to compare, and the female corpse before him looked exactly like the girl in the old photo. So, what clues do you have on you? Lu Chen leaned down, meticulously staring at the face of the female corpse, carefully inspecting. The distance between them was very close. If Lu Chen leaned in any closer, his face would touch the female corpse's face. What the hell? What is Lu Chen doing? Lu Chen, just wait. What are you thinking? Is Lu Chen that kind of person? Then tell me, why is Lu Chen's hand on the female corpse's chest? Ah, forget I said anything. Of course, Lu Chen had no thoughts about the female corpse. He just wanted to find a clue to survive from her. He took his hand away from the female corpse's chest and revealed another torn old photo. The photo was only half of it. It was clear that it had originally been a group photo. But now it only had the female corpse left, and the other half was missing. Did you go insane and plot revenge on everyone in the whole school? Lu Chen looked at the old photo, his brow furrowed. On the torn photo, there was no Shin-Chan. Does this mean the female corpse had taken revenge on everyone, even her best friend Shin-Chan, completely turning into a strange being that only knew how to kill and harm? The female corpse did not respond to Lu Chen, merely lying quietly on the ground, without a hint of breath. Lu Chen thought for a moment, stood up, and hoisted the female corpse onto his shoulder. Then, leaning on the iron shovel, he walked step by step toward the office building. In the archives room, stored were all the records of the entire school. Lin Hao and the illustrator were afraid of missing out on any important information, so they went back into the archives room to see if they could find some other clues, and were stunned to see Lu Chen carrying a woman back. What the hell, Lu Chen, this is still in the strange tales, you can't be that desperate, right? The illustrator was bewildered, curiously asking. Don't talk nonsense. Lu Chen cursed mildly, carefully putting the corpse down, then took a moment to catch his breath before slowly speaking. Shin-Chan should have died in the afternoon's torture. Is this your reason for carrying a woman back? This isn't Shin-Chan, is it? The illustrator didn't believe it, replied cheekily. This is Shin-Chan's friend, the girl who was bullied and committed suicide. Lu Chen glanced at the illustrator, thinking if he weren't just a skeleton by now, he would have slapped him a couple of times. If nothing goes wrong, this girl is the source of the most terrifying and bizarre happenings in the whole school. Lin Hao's expression changed slightly, asking, Lu Chen, are you saying she is the faceless bizarre hiding behind the blackboard? Lu Chen shook his head slightly. This is just my guess, not certain yet. Then why did you bring her back? Do you want us to die faster? The illustrator turned pale, his voice shaking. Don't worry, nothing will go wrong. I carried her all the way here. We've been walking for so long, yet there's nothing unusual. My intuition tells me, if there is one place in this whole school that is the safest, it must be by her side. Lu Chen sat cross-legged on the ground, examining the corpse of the woman. Despite stumbling over her many times before, he had never noticed anything unusual. And then there was Shin-Chan, who had died in the bizarre curse of Class 2 of Senior 3, not in the woods by the corpse, proving that the corpse posed no threat. So what do you plan to do with her? Lin Hao also crouched down, carefully examining the corpse. How about we burn her? The illustrator said tentatively. He felt that spending all 3 days next to this corpse was just too terrifying. Burn? That's a good idea. Did you discover something? Lu Chen's eyes lit up, looking at him in confusion. Isn't that what they do in movies? When they find a strange corpse, they just burn it, and then it's all over. The illustrator explained. Lu Chen. A bunch of people who have never encountered the bizarre, do you expect the methods they come up with in movies to be useful? Lu Chen shook his head and stopped speaking, lying down with the corpse instead. A night passed, and nothing happened. Lu Chen went to the cafeteria once, then headed to Class 2 of Senior 3 to check. As expected, Class 2 of Senior 3 had completely vanished. A strange power began to surge from Class 2 of Senior 3, permeating the entire school. A mist rose. At times, an eerie howl could be heard. The bizarre massacre began. Its rules for killing changed. No longer was it the initial erosion and contamination. It transformed into a new set of rules that could cause large-scale slaughter. To be safe, Lu Chen recorded everything that happened last night on an old photo. After that, he returned to the archive room. The bizarre massacre has begun. Next, we can't do anything, just wait. Lu Chen glanced at the gray mist outside the archive room. Wails pierced through the mist and reached the ears of the three. The desperate howls of students before their death sent chills down people's spines. Lu Chen, is this really safe? Lin Hao asked uneasily. He couldn't settle down. The howls outside, the corpse lying on the ground, filled the archive room they were now in with terrifying energy. At this point, going out to find other clues may very well get us slaughtered by those strange students. All the clues we can find are here. Unless we can analyze a way out from the current clues, otherwise, we can only wait for the final moment to arrive. Lu Chen sighed. In these last 3 days, the bizarre force would kill all the teachers and students in the whole school. The 3 of them were no longer students of this school. Even if the bizarre wanted to kill, according to the rules in the principal's notebook, it would be after all the teachers and students had died. However, with the current information, even he couldn't think of a way to escape this massacre. Time was passing. The first day. The second day. The third day. For 3 days, the wails continued. Until the night of the third day, that terrifying and bizarre howling suddenly stopped. It seemed that all the students in the school had already been killed by that dreadful bizarre force. Only 1 hour left until the ghost story mission ended. Is it over? The illustrator asked, stuttering, his eyes shining with a glimmer of hope. In 1 hour, the 3 of them would complete the nightmare-level ghost story mission and escape danger. But could they avoid the bizarre slaughter in this last hour? No, it seems that the terror has begun. Lin Hao said, his face looking a bit pale. It's coming. Lu Chen had already stood up, his gaze fixed outside the archive room. In that corridor. Tap tap tap. A strange sound was slowly approaching. Chapter 20. Lu Chen's expression shifted slightly. That sound didn't seem like a terrifying bizarre force. Instead, it sounded like a person cautiously groping around. It was just a footstep, moving very slowly. Lu Chen quietly arrived at the window of the archives room, signaling Lin Hao and the others to be silent, then cautiously looked outside. In the gray fog, a hazy figure slowly approached. Seconds later, the figure reached the entrance of the archives room. Immediately, the large door of the archives room was pushed open by a strange force. Lu Chen's face changed dramatically, his eyes widened in shock. At the doorway stood a girl, her face filled with fear, her clothes torn, with a high ponytail. Chen. This girl, surprisingly, was still alive. Chen? How are you alive? Lu Chen stared at the girl, not daring to approach recklessly. Besides, the entire school was shrouded in mystery, and logically, all teachers and students should have been killed. How could Chen still be alive? 3 days ago, this girl had already disappeared from Class 2 of Senior Grade 3. Now, how could she suddenly appear here? That day, you went to Teacher John's office. Later, I went too. I saw the list of Class 2 of Senior Grade 3 and crossed my name off that list. So, since all teachers and students in the school have been killed, I am still alive. Chen said with a pitiful tone. She had also encountered something strange, and the horrifying figure nearly broke her down. Fortunately, that strange target was other grades' teachers and students, and she was not on the list, so she escaped disaster. Crossing off your name? Lu Chen was slightly taken aback, then suspiciously asked, why didn't you encounter Teacher Jen? If Teacher Jiang was in her office, then Shen Xinchan should have died before the strange event could reach her. Maybe it was good luck, I didn't encounter her. Shen Xinchan shook her head. Then how come you're here? Lu Chen still looked at the girl warily, not daring to let her come closer. The entire school was so big, she could be in the teaching building, in the dormitory, in the park, or in the cafeteria. Why would she come here? I just felt that you might be here. Shen Xinchan explained, her face pale. Stay away from me, it's best not to come closer until I'm sure you don't pose a threat to me, or I will leave directly. Okay, I'll stay nearby, don't chase me away. Shen Xinchan looked aggrieved. Suddenly, she saw a female corpse on the ground. It's her, it's her. She is. Shen Xinchan's eyes widened, her emotions very agitated, but unfortunately, her memory had been erased, and she couldn't remember the name of this girl who had once taken a photo with her. Be quiet. The strange killings have reached the final moment, if you want to die, I don't mind driving you out. Lu Chen shot a glare at Shen Xinchan, coldly saying. The latter immediately fell silent. Lin Hao walked to Lu Chen's side and quietly said, Lu Chen, she is very strange. I know, but we can't fight against her. Just adapt to the situation, there's less than an hour left. Get through this hour, and the nightmare-level mystery will end. Lu Chen looked helpless, even though Shen Xinchan seemed quite aggrieved at the moment, she was still a mystery. If a conflict really broke out, it was very likely that none of the three present would escape. Lin Hao nodded, not bringing it up again. His eyes, however, would occasionally glance at Shen Xinchan. Time. It flowed away little by little. At some unknown point, the entire school had fallen into absolute silence. There wasn't even a single wail. All the teachers and students in the school had died, including the school's principal and the security guard who had suddenly appeared in the hallway. Also including that beautiful teacher Jiang dressed in uniform. Late at night, 10:50. The horror storytelling mission ended, with just 10 minutes left. In the archives room, Lu Chen and the three gathered together, a beautiful and cold female corpse lay on the ground, while Shen Xinchan was in a battered and silent state by the door. The bizarre scene was completely silent. Suddenly, Lu Chen suddenly sensed something was off. The archives room was getting darker and darker. He could barely see the female corpse less than 2 meters away. The strange gray mist had already invaded the archive room. At this rate, they might be trapped in the archive room. Something's wrong. It's not safe here. Lu Chen's expression changed, and he whispered to the two people beside him. Then, what do we do now? The illustrator asked with a trembling voice. He was very old, and if a crisis suddenly appeared, he would surely be in trouble. We must leave the archive room, we can't stay here, or we'll be trapped to death, wiped out completely. Lu Chen was very calm. When he decided to leave, he showed no hesitation. He stepped over the corpse and walked towards the exit of the archive room. The door was pulled open by him. The gray mist outside surged in quickly. Lu Chen stepped outside. In the next moment, his pupils shrank suddenly. In the mist, a large figure was slowly approaching. The most terrifying and strange presence. It had found them. Run! It's coming! Lu Chen growled and took off running. Lin Hao immediately jumped outside, chasing after Lu Chen's figure. The illustrator and Shen Xinchan didn't fall behind either and hurried to catch up. In the night, an eerie roar echoed throughout the entire school. Lu Chen, where do we run to now? Lin Hao was quick, catching up to Lu Chen. I don't know, is there anywhere safe in the school? Lu Chen shook his head, he couldn't think of where to escape at the final moment. The illustrator wasn't running very fast, shouting from behind. Lu Chen looked back, and his face changed dramatically. The illustrator glanced back slightly, and in an instant, his face turned pale. The strange presence had caught up to him. In an instant, several twisted arms reached out from the thick fog, wrapping around the illustrator's body. Then, he was dragged into the mist. The illustrator ultimately could not escape death. Chapter 21. Damn! Lu Chen's face turned grim. All the clues had emerged, but the final way out still required surviving these last few minutes. The illustrator was too old, he couldn't outrun the strange presence and had no chance of survival. If others carried him, they would all be dragged down and die together. Lu Chen took a deep breath, turned, and began to flee. But he was remarkably calm at this moment, as one clue after another floated in his mind. No way! There must be something I haven't thought of. Where else, where can we hide from the strange presence? He thought restlessly. The clues had already appeared, there must be a way to get through these last few minutes. Lu Chen suddenly thought of a place where they could escape the strange presence's power. Lin Hao, come with me. He stopped and turned, running upstairs. Lin Hao didn't ask any more questions and followed Lu Chen. Behind them, two figures closely followed. One was Shin-Chan, and the other was the most terrifying strange presence. 4 figures were chasing and fleeing in the office building. Hurry up, run faster. I'm so nervous I'm about to wet myself. Just a few more minutes, we have to hold on, we can't die. It'll be fine, didn't you see Chen seems to have thought of something? He must have found a way to safely get through the crisis. Our Dragon Nation will definitely be the first to survive a nightmare-level horror tale. Damn it, can this guy named Chen just die? Impossible, absolutely impossible, nightmare-level horror tales are not that easy to survive, they will all die. Damn, there's always someone trying to harm our Dragon Nation, brothers, let's go. At the last moment of the horror tale, people all over the world grew tense. It even sparked a fierce argument. Except for the Dragon Nation, almost no other country wanted Chen and Lin Hao to walk out alive from the horror tale. In the horror tale, Chen ran up to the 3rd floor and then rushed towards an office. The principal's office. The office where the diary and the suicide note were discovered. He should have thought of this earlier, he should have thought of this. In that office, the traces of Class 2 from senior year were present. It itself isolated the eerie. At the beginning, the diary and the suicide note, both were quite special, each possessing a quality similar to old photos, untainted by the eerie. I never thought that the office itself was the key to isolating the eerie. It wasn't open like the park's woods, always at risk of being invaded by the eerie. It was enclosed. The hallway, only about 20 meters away from the principal's office. At Chen's speed, it would take roughly 4 seconds to rush in. However, the eerie had already caught up, closely trailing behind. Chen could already smell that foul, decaying stench. Lin Hao, go into the principal's office. Hurry! Chen roared. At this point, he could only give everything he had. Even if exhausted, he couldn't stop now. The last 10 meters, Chen could already feel the whooshing wind. The last 5 meters, out of the corner of his eye, he could already glimpse the twisted hand. The last 3 meters, Lin Hao, running ahead, charged into the classroom, and Chen felt the hand behind him was about to grab him. The last 2 meters, Lin Hao's lawyer title shone brightly above his head, his eerie steps faltering for just a moment. In the next instant, Lin Hao spat a mouthful of blood. He couldn't control the eerie for even 1 second. That was enough. Chen seized the opportunity and entered the classroom. By his side, Shin-Chan was also about to rush into the office. But at this moment, Chen suddenly slammed the principal's office door shut. Shin-Chan was locked outside in the hallway. Lin Hao paused for a moment, but didn't open the door. After all, Shin-Chan had already become part of the eerie. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of pounding on the door echoed. And Shin-Chan's cries could be heard. Chen, open the door, let me in, please let me in. It's coming, I don't want to die. I don't want to die either. Chen didn't open the door, he slumped against the back of it, his face calm as he slowly spoke. In the class, there are 2 very beautiful girls. They are called the schoolflowers and are very popular among the boys. One of them was born into a rich family, a highborn young lady, while the other comes from a poor family, always struggling to make ends meet. This young lady, driven by pride and vanity, couldn't allow a girl from a poor family to have the same schoolflower honor as her. In her ruthless heart, the young lady decided that she alone should be the one to receive all the respect. She started spreading rumors, saying bad things about the girl, claiming she was unrefined, had dirty hands, stole things, was even kept by someone outside school, and had even aborted a child. The false rumors about the girl, spread intentionally by that young lady, were everywhere in the school. That poor girl became someone many people despised. Even so, the young lady thought it wasn't enough. She began bullying that girl, torturing her by every means, pushing her into a complete abyss. Even after the girl slightly resisted, the young lady took even more cruel revenge on her. However, the young lady never expected that the girl would eventually commit suicide, and before dying, she wrote the most vicious curse. This curse called upon the most terrifying eerie. The eerie, endlessly tortured and killed throughout the entire school. The young lady, too, was tortured endlessly by the eerie, with no peace day or night. It may be a little off, but I should have gotten some basic things right, haven't I? Shin-Chan, or should I say, the young lady. Chen finished speaking and quietly listened to the noise outside the door. That terrifying eerie hadn't yet killed Shin-Chan. It seemed to want Shin-Chan to slowly experience the pain of death. Chen, you're so smart, I knew you'd figure something out. But I've had enough. I've been killed endlessly too many times, even if I deserve to be punished. Isn't this enough? Moreover, the entire school's teachers and students will accompany me to die. I love you so much, please, let me in, I don't want to die again. Shin-Chan pleaded. Her memory had been wiped clean, and she couldn't remember what she had done before, but she remembered that she had been killed in a strange way. Killed over and over again. From some clues, Shen Xinchan sensed that the matter of the entire campus might be related to her. But she had tried to find a way to leave before and couldn't do it at all. Now, she finally saw hope. Yet she was rejected at the door. Impossible. Once you come in, the one who will die is me. Moreover, I don't have the right to forgive you for that girl. After Lu Chen finished speaking, he fell completely silent. He let Shen Xinchan outside beg pathetically, yet there was no response at all. Lu Chen, you have a cruel heart, I will come to find you. I want to kill you. I want to kill you. Shen Xinchan let out a shrill wail, a chilling ghostly aura spreading from her through the crack of the door. Lu Chen's face was as deep as water, he pressed firmly against the door. After Shen Xinchan howled a few times, there was no more sound. You scared me. This girl has provided us with quite a few clues, yet she is so terrifying. Fortunately, all your choices are correct, otherwise we would have to die. Lin Hao deeply inhaled at this moment, emptied his thoughts, and slumped beside Lu Chen, speaking with lingering fear. Her true nature is selfish, providing clues only to gain hope for her own escape. Lu Chen said faintly, then closed his eyes. He was truly exhausted, the cancer cells were about to consume all the functions of his body. He didn't want to say another word. At midnight, just after 12. Strange Tale mission, survive for 5 days in this university. Mission complete, Strange Tale concluded. Chapter 22. Congratulations to the chosen ones of Long Country, Lu Chen and Lin Hao, for passing the nightmarish level Strange Tale, Horror University. Congratulations, Long Country. The first country to pass a nightmarish level Strange Tale. Strange Tale Reward, randomly erase a Strange Tale from a city in Long Country. Strange Tale Reward, Long Country resources increase by 10%. Strange Tale Reward, the probability of strange tales appearing in Long Country decreases by 10%, randomly increasing for other countries. Rewards have been distributed. At midnight 12, this nightmarish level Strange Tale, which attracted the attention of the whole world, came to a complete end. In the end, Lu Chen and Lin Hao successfully navigated through the Strange Tale. Long Country became the first nation in the world to pass a nightmarish level Strange Tale. The Strange Tale Paradise announced globally, letting everyone around the world know about this event. The astonishing and generous rewards were also revealed to the world. In a large city in the south. This city had dozens or even hundreds of strange tales. Some chosen ones who had survived in the Strange Tale Paradise were exploring these strange tales, preparing to resolve these incidents. They seemed very cautious, as touching the rules would bring about strange killings. Suddenly, in the Strange Tale, a young chosen one accidentally touched the bizarre rules. Damn, Little Li, be careful. A loud shout startled the youth named Little Li. A terrifying strangeness surged toward him. In an instant, Little Li's face turned pale. He was going to die. It was at this moment. They also received a prompt from the Strange Tale Paradise. The next moment, Little Li saw that horrific and terrifying strangeness slowly disappear before his eyes. This area, shrouded in strange tales, regained its former atmosphere, no longer so grim. A chosen one climbed high to gaze, excitedly saying, "Really, it's true, all the strange tales in the entire city have vanished." Little Li collapsed on the ground, he didn't care about the strange tales of the whole city. He was just howling in his heart. Damn it, thank you, Lu Chen. It's so good to be alive. In Fusang, an island nation. At this time, many people were still cursing in the Strange Tale live broadcast room. Cursing Lu Chen's death, cursing the Dragon Kingdom. But before they could curse more, a cold and eerie voice slowly enveloped them. Fusang North Island City, the chance of ghost stories appearing increases by 10%. Welcome to the Ghost Story Paradise. No, why is it North Island City, damn it. No, I don't want to enter the Ghost Story Paradise. Let me go, I don't want to go, I will, Mom. It's all Lu Chen's fault, why did he have to cross the nightmare level ghost stories, otherwise I wouldn't have been selected by the Ghost Story Paradise. In an instant, countless people in Fusang North Island City were summoned into the Ghost Story Paradise. If nothing unexpected happens, many will die in the ghost stories. Ghost stories will also descend upon North Island City. In the future, this city will inevitably become a dead city. Unless Fusang has a chosen one who can also survive the nightmare-level ghost stories and then erase the ghost stories of North Island City. Soon, the abnormalities in Fusang North Island City were reported in the Ghost Story live broadcast room. In an instant, countless people became excited. Baka, the first country to survive the nightmare-level ghost story is not our Fusang, Lu Chen must die. Aishia, Lu Chen is clearly South Korean, you got it wrong, Ghost Story Paradise. Congratulations to everyone in Fusang North Island City, your ghost story chance increases by 10%. Hope those in North Island City stay safe. Didn't you just think our Dragon Kingdom was facing nightmare-level ghost stories? Now your own country is suffering, serves you right. Ah, great, this ghost story is finally over. Do you know how I survived these 5 days? I really peed myself. Survived, the nightmare level ghost story is really survived. From today on, no matter how bad Lu Chen is, he is still the man I like. Lu Chen, wait for me in Taihang City, I will come in a wedding dress. Sister upstairs, wait for me, I'm going too. What if Lu Chen likes men? The ghost story live broadcast room became a cacophony. Countless people cheered for Lu Chen, the first man to lead the breakthrough of the nightmare ghost story. The name Lu Chen will be recorded in history, remembered by future generations. Ghost story research base. Good. This kid is really good. The middle-aged man was full of excitement, slamming the desk loudly, clearly leaving a dent in it. Lu Chen, indeed excellent, did not disappoint me. Even the usually calm old Chen was quite excited. In that final moment, his heart also tightened. It turned out that the final challenge was to uncover the truth of the bloody case from that year, letting the killer complete his revenge. If Lu Chen hadn't let Shen Qinchan enter the archive room, Shen Chan would definitely have gone dark and blocked their escape to the principal's office. If Lu Chen hadn't guessed some of the happenings and let Shen Qinchan follow him into the principal's office, he would undoubtedly die. One severe choice after another, the outcome would be rewritten. Fortunately, Lu Chen did it all. Zhang Daoui. Old Qin suddenly shouted. Yes. The middle-aged man Zhang Daoui stood up and responded. Lu Chen has survived the nightmare-level ghost story. People from other countries will not let such an excellent talent live in peace. He is now in Taihang City. You immediately go to Taihang City, find him, and protect him. By the way, there is also Lin Hao, who learned a lot from Lu Chen. He is also a good seed. Old Qin said solemnly. Yes. Zhang Daoui turned and walked out of the office. Dragon Kingdom. Various regions. A massive amount of resources keeps appearing. Some researchers in biology and geology quickly noticed the emerging resources underground. Great. In the short term, we don't have to worry about resource shortages anymore. If that's the case, the chance for chosen ones to survive in ghost stories will also increase. In the future, the Dragon Kingdom will become stronger, surpassing other countries. Ghost Story Paradise. Lu Chen exited the Horror Academy, finding himself in a misty landscape. He had no time to care about how many rewards the Ghost Story Paradise gave to the Dragon Kingdom. Now, he only wants to know how long he can live after passing through this nightmarish horror tale. The rapid spread of cancer cells has already pushed him to his limit. The intense pain in his head made him almost faint. Several times at the university, he nearly couldn't hold on. Congratulations, you have passed the nightmarish horror tale, Terrifying University. Chapter 23. Horror tale reward, cancer cells in the body reduced by 1/10. Horror tale reward, life increased by 30 days. Horror tale reward, Pagani Huayra. Horror tale reward, cash of 100 million yuan. Horror tale reward, eerie photo. A series of crazily popping rewards from the horror tale paradise dazzled Lu Chen, leaving him in a whirl. The luxury car he dreamed of, huge sums of money, and special rewards. Of course, what he cared about most was the reduction of cancer cells and the increase of life, which meant he could survive. Time was increased by a whole month. A month is enough to do many things. Perhaps, he could find a way to extend his life again. Lu Chen furrowed his brows, focusing on an old yellowed photo he was holding. The photo was empty, a piece of stark white. This is a forbidden object. Eerie photo. The moment he got the eerie photo, he knew its purpose was to seal the weirdness. The function of this thing is to trap terrifying abnormalities inside the photo. But the sealing time is limited, varying with the degree of danger of the weirdness. Some weaker anomalies may even be permanently sealed in the photo. Lu Chen smiled slightly, feeling in high spirits. Aside from life extension, the biggest gain from this nightmarish horror tale is this eerie photo. At this moment, the surrounding gray fog gradually dissipated, and Lu Chen exited the horror tale paradise. The familiar rental room came into view. On the worn wooden dining table in the center, there were a car key and a bank card. That was the reward of a Pagani Huayra, plus 100 million cash. As far as Lu Chen knew, there probably wasn't a single Pagani Huayra in Taihang City. Unfortunately, due to his health condition, he couldn't drive for now. No matter how top-notch the car was, it could only sit there. However, 100 million cash might help in extending his life a bit. Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, the door of the rental room was knocked on by someone. Who? The rental room did not have a peephole, so Lu Chen could only ask in a low voice. Horror Tale Research Institute, Zhang Daoui. A bold voice came from outside the door. Lu Chen raised his eyebrows. He knew the Horror Tale Research Institute, a special department established in the Dragon Country specifically for horror tales, existing above the Detective Bureau, with astonishing power. Lu Chen opened the door. Outside, there was a crowd, all dressed in security uniforms of the Research Institute. At the front was a burly middle-aged man. "Salute!" At the moment he saw Lu Chen, the middle-aged man shouted. Swish! The group outside turned solemn and saluted Lu Chen with a proper military salute. Lu Chen was taken aback, returned the salute seriously, and then invited everyone into the room. "Lu Chen, thank you for your contributions to the country. This is a merit award presented to you by the nation." Zhang Daoi boldly entered the room and took out a wooden box made of sandalwood from his body. Upon opening, it revealed a golden medal. Lu Chen was stunned for a moment. He had seen this kind of medal before. In some national news, those wearing such medals are often high-ranking individuals who have made achievements in the military. Each of them made tremendous contributions to the country amidst the gunfire. "I seem to have done nothing. How can I possibly bear such a medal?" Lu Chen was slightly taken aback, then shook his head. Apart from knowing how to survive and barely dodging this horror tale, he had done nothing else. "Oh, little brother Lu Chen, the horror tale you passed is a nightmarish level. Once this level of horror tale descends into reality, Dragon Country would face a huge disaster. Millions of people in Taihang City could die in the horror tale. You are calm and composed, leading your teammates to complete various ghost story missions, saving the lives of millions. How can you not take on this responsibility? You may not know how sensational things are outside. Even if it's announced nationwide, it will only gain the support of the whole country." Zhang Daoi patted Lu Chen on the shoulder, smiling as he spoke. He solemnly placed the medal in Lu Chen's hand. Lu Chen pressed his lips together, feeling that this one medal was incredibly heavy. In addition to this, Zhang Daoi also brought other things, such as a special drug developed by the country to slow down cancer, a prize of 100 million, and a villa. Zhang Daoi's purpose for coming was also to take Lu Chen to the villa, which was decorated extremely luxuriously, already prepared by dedicated personnel in the great city of Kyoto in the north. With Lu Chen's talent, the Ghost Story Research Institute certainly couldn't let him stay alone in Taihang City. Lu Chen didn't refuse, simply packed a few things to take with him, and then followed Zhang Daoi and others away. Traveling from Taihang City to the great city in the north took just over an hour by private jet. Not long after, Lu Chen boarded the private jet heading to Kyoto. With nothing to do, Lu Chen opened his phone and browsed the ghost story forum. He wanted to know what strange ghost stories had emerged in these past 5 days. As soon as he opened the forum, Lu Chen was immediately shocked. Lu Chen, awesome, phonetically broken. A nightmare-level dungeon, too exciting, someone come kill me to entertain everyone here. Everyone, quiet down, I have something to say, Lu Chen is mine. Get lost, I know you, but you were a guy just a while ago. I don't care, I want to have babies with Lu Chen, even trash babies. The posts on the ghost story forum were all praising him wildly. Those shameful words made Lu Chen blush, and he had to go to the ghost story livestream instead. Lu Chen, awesome, phonetically broken. Lu Chen, I love you, phonetically broken. In the ghost story livestream, all topics were still about Lu Chen. Now, the storm of conquering the nightmare-level ghost story had swept across the entire world. Wherever there were ghost stories, Lu Chen's name was mentioned. Lu Chen sighed and decided to exit the livestream. If he kept watching, he felt he would float away. An hour later. Beijing, Airport. The villa gifted by the Ghost Story Research Institute was in a private area where the plane couldn't land. Lu Chen got off the plane, planning to take a taxi to go there himself. But Zhang Daoi refused to let him do that, insisting on bringing a team of special agents, driving several cars extravagantly toward the villa. On the way, Lu Chen looked at the scenery of Kyoto. This ancient city of 1,000 years carries an old-world charm, yet also bears traces of peak technology. Boom! Suddenly, the car Lu Chen was in jolted, a fierce explosion sounded from ahead. Immediately afterward, gunfire erupted, bullets pouring down like rain. Minister Zhang, we are under attack. We are ambushed. A loud roar came from the intercom. As expected, these people must be coming after Lu Chen. Zhang Daoi's face turned very ugly. In the heart of Beijing, these foreign agents actually wielded firearms and explosives, assassinating a potential seed protected by Longgui on Longgua's territory. After this incident, a major inspection would definitely follow. Brothers, Lu Chen has completed the nightmare-level ghost story, saving thousands of people. He is a hero of our Longgua, a chosen one with limitless future. These shameless agents want to crush our hero in the cradle. Today, even if we all die, we cannot let anything happen to Lu Chen. Let's charge out. Zhang Daoi shouted hoarsely. He was extremely furious. Protect the hero. Protect the hero. Kill. Chapter 24. The gunfire continued for a long time. Lu Chen tried several times to rush out to help, but the guards held him tightly in the front passenger seat. When the gunfire finally stopped, the smell of blood and gunpowder had already enveloped the battlefield. Lu Chen opened his eyes wide, filled with red veins. Outside the car window, many people have died. Warriors of Dragon Country, foreign agents. Watching the warrior who had been protecting him fall to the ground, one of similar age, Lu Chen's pupils trembled. Did they all die for me? Lu Chen was shocked, his heart filled with a surge of anger. Why can you be so arrogant on the territory of my Dragon Country? These agents should die. Boundless rage filled his mind. Creak. A dark bulletproof car drove in from outside the battlefield. An elderly man, leaning on a cane, slowly got out of the car. Old Chen. Lu Chen's face changed in surprise. This elder, he had seen too many times on the news. He had led the Strange Talk Research Institute, repeatedly striking fear in the hearts of enemies, erasing the invasions from foreign chosen ones. Old Chen. Seeing this renowned elder walk towards him unsteadily, Lu Chen's expression became serious, and he stood straight, giving a military salute. Lu Chen, good child, you are startled. Old Chen's face was kind, his voice gentle, as he spoke slowly. No. Lu Chen shook his head, then looked at the soldiers who died for him, his voice low. It's the soldiers who died for me, that's not worth it. They are the heroes protecting you. You are also the hero who protected millions in Taihang City. Old Chen earnestly patted Lu Chen's shoulder. Those people from abroad didn't kill you this time, and surely will come back again. But you don't need to worry, we in the country are here. Dragon Country will not mistreat any hero. What you need to do is to receive treatment and recover your body well. Lu Chen fell silent. Old Chen must have known about his condition long ago. But to recover, with current technology, the hope was too slim, and it was very harmful to the body, with endless repercussions. Only through the Strange Talk Paradise could he completely erase the deadly illness on him. Old Chen, I want to know, why did the Strange Talk end, yet those agents still come to kill me? What is the point? Lu Chen frowned, asking in confusion. Since the nightmare-level Strange Talk had passed, what use was it for those spies to kill him? Old Chen sighed deeply, hesitated for a moment, and then revealed some secrets. Recently, the upper echelons of various countries had almost all received a kind of taboo object. This taboo object was extremely special, allowing the chosen ones determined by the country to voluntarily sign up for the next Strange Talk. In this way, each country could cultivate top chosen ones. To curb the development of other nations, they would send spies to preemptively eliminate excellent chosen ones within their borders. Having survived the nightmare-level Strange Talk, as long as Lu Chen didn't die prematurely, his future was simply unimaginable. Naturally, he became the target of joint attacks by the agents of other countries. Lu Chen lowered his head, silent for a moment. Old Chen, I want to apply to enter the Strange Talk again. Lu Chen said seriously. Why? Old Chen was stunned, looking seriously at the pale young man before him. Because, entering the Strange Talk can help my cancer improve. Lu Chen honestly disclosed. And I am an orphan, raised by countless families. Dragon Country has given me everything. After a pause, Lu Chen deeply looked at those soldiers being carried away on stretchers, seriously stating, I think, I should do something for everyone. Old Chen's eyes widened, then he became extremely excited. He pressed Lu Chen's shoulders. Good. Old Chen suddenly took out an old badge from his pocket and pinned it to Lu Chen's collar. Old Chen. At the sight of the old badge, Zhang Daoi's expression changed. Old Chen's sharp gaze stopped Zhang Daoi from saying anything. Lu Chen, this badge has been with me for 50 years. Now, it belongs to you. With it, you no longer have to worry about any agents daring to harm you. They cannot bear Dragon Country's overwhelming wrath at any cost. After saying that, Old Chen waved his hand. Zhang Daoi. Here. Zhang Daoi stood at attention, shouting. Announce to the world. Dragon Country, Lu Chen, will once again battle in the next Strange Talk. In our Dragon Nation, after the arrival of strange tales, the people's lives have withered, and the common folk live in fear every day, no longer as confident as they once were. It is time to reignite our confidence and hold our heads high once again. Zhang Daoi stood at attention and bowed deeply, immediately pulling out his phone, issuing command after command from the battlefield. Soon after, news spread across the Dragon Nation and around the world. Lu Chen, I love you. Voice cracking again. I really cried. Lu Chen is so brave, with all that passionate blood, truly a good man of our Dragon Nation. My heart aches for my brother, having to face those terrifying mysteries again. This is the kind of man I like, the house is bought, the wedding dress is booked, I'm waiting for you. Strong, a real man should silently confront the weirdness. The entire Dragon Nation was in an uproar, cheering endlessly. The terror of strange tales and the gloom they brought seemed to be wiped away with this one piece of news, leading to one celebration after another. Abroad, however, the organizations of strange tales sank into darkness. From the moment the news came from the Dragon Nation, they knew their attempts to eliminate Lu Chen had failed. After that, Lu Chen found himself under severe protection, even receiving the highest badge from Elder Chen. If anything unexpected happened to Lu Chen, there would undoubtedly be relentless revenge from the Dragon Nation. Even as the Dragon Nation dwindles, no one dares to touch this dark omen. A resting lion remains a fierce beast. Now, they could only curse Lu Chen day and night, wishing for him to die early in the strange tales. Otherwise, if he grew stronger, he would surely be terrifying and could become a disaster for them. In the following days, Lu Chen stayed in a villa, with dedicated staff taking care of his meals and daily needs. In fact, the government even assigned a doctor to Lu Chen, responsible for ensuring he took his special cancer treatment medication every day. Although it could not cure the disease, it could suppress cancer cells and prolong life. Lu Chen was not idle either. He spent his time in the library. Previously, he had suddenly crossed into this world. His understanding of strange tales mainly came from live streams and strange tale forums. Now, he could consult a wealth of official Dragon Nation resources. There were even some undisclosed documents, including bizarre strange tale copies, methods to complete them, and how to analyze the rules, all thoroughly recorded. These were invaluable treasures accumulated by predecessors, providing more opportunities for future chosen ones. A week later, Lu Chen had almost reviewed all the available information. At this point, he had mastered a wealth of information and was feeling full of ambition. Elder Chen. Lu Chen dialed the phone. He could directly contact Elder Chen. Lu Chen, do you need help with something? Elder Chen's elderly voice came through. Elder Chen, I'm ready and can enter the strange tales at any time. Lu Chen got straight to the point. There was a moment of silence on Elder Chen's side, followed by a hearty laugh, and then he replied with a single word, good. Not long after, Elder Chen personally arrived at the villa, taking out a piece of stationery and handing it to Lu Chen. Lu Chen, write your name on this paper with your own hand, and afterwards, you will be summoned by the Strange Tale Paradise. Lu Chen took the paper, a chill creeping over him from the stationery. This was a forbidden item. Lu Chen nodded slightly, then took out a pen and solemnly wrote down his name. At the next moment, a wave of grey mist surged from the paper in Lu Chen's hand. His name instantly turned blood red, scattering in the air, gradually vanishing as though it were being burned by an invisible flame. Lu Chen, the only goal is to survive. Elder Chen's face grew serious, urging him. Rest assured, Elder Chen, I won't easily lose to the strange tales. Lu Chen grinned. After a few breaths, the name on the paper disappeared. Lu Chen's figure also vanished from the villa. He couldn't open his eyes, only feeling a wave of coldness enveloping him. In the next moment, that massive bronze door reappeared in his sights. Welcome to the Strange Tale Paradise. Please remain calm at all times in the strange tales. If you die in the strange tales, your country will also face disaster. Please pay attention to safety. Chapter 25. Lu Chen did not hesitate at all, striding forward and stepping into the bronze door. In an instant, a cold, eerie, and malicious voice echoed in his ears. A prison that has locked up countless vicious inmates gradually emerged from the grey mist. No one can escape, and no one can walk out alive from the prison. All who wish to flee will be killed by the fierce and wicked supernatural entities within the prison. No exceptions. Today, you are imprisoned in this terrifying prison. Number of terrifying tales, 100 people. Task of the terrifying tale, escape from this prison. Level of the terrifying tale, nightmare level. The 4th nightmare level terrifying tale has appeared. Again, in Dragon Country. Shocking news swept the world once more. How is this possible? Less than half a month, 2 nightmare level terrifying tales. A natural disaster, definitely a natural disaster. Ah, you Dragon Country people, you're dead this time. This time, you will surely be wiped out. Do you really think someone like Lu Chen will appear again? Wow, look at the participation list in the Terrifying Tale live broadcast room. Lu Chen is there, Lu Chen is on it, he has also been selected for this terrifying tale. Awesome. A savior. Lu Chen is here. We have hope. Ah, yeah. In the Terrifying Tale live broadcast room, the heat instantly reached its peak, with discussions getting intense. Lu Chen did not know how sensational it was outside at this moment. He was fully focused on studying his title. He had the masked talent, and every time he entered a terrifying tale, he could obtain the most suitable title. The key to breaking the situation was to quickly understand the role of his title. Host enters the terrifying tale, mask title takes effect. Current title, Ultimate Corpse Abuse Psychopath. Title traits, you are a true freak, not even sparing corpses, your perversion will even make bizarre entities cautious. Damn, this is slander. Lu Chen's face darkened as he cursed in exasperation. However, there was no response at all. Lu Chen thought for a moment and hurriedly checked his pocket, and at once, he felt relieved. His bizarre photo was still in his pocket. As a forbidden object that could seal bizarre entities, it might be of great use this time. Because the gray mist engulfing him was gradually dispersing. The terrifying tale had begun. Wow, why is Chen not a scumbag anymore? Isn't it good he's not a scumbag? Hurry up and marry him. Oh my, ultimate corpse abuse psychopath? Is this a spirit? Check what Chen has done before. How many people did he have to kill to get this title? No. I don't believe it, brother Chen is not like this. Chen is so bad, I like him so much. Those who focused on Chen, at the moment he entered the terrifying tale, instantly saw the outrageous title above his head. The glaring 9 characters left countless people dumbfounded. Chen opened his eyes and quickly surveyed his surroundings to confirm his position and the surrounding environment. The number of participants in the terrifying tale had reached 100, yet there was no noisy scene. This was a room of about 20 square meters, and he was the only one in the entire room. It could be determined that at least most of these 100 people were likely to be held separately. The room was filled with a rotten smell, like the stench of corpses. The floor was sticky with some unknown liquid, and in some areas, there were both fresh and old bloodstains, some bright red and others dark. Chen wrinkled his nose, guessing that quite a few people must have died in this room. In the corner of one wall, there was a single bed. Across from it was a bathroom. The bathroom door was closed, and he could not see the layout inside. Chen squinted. Directly in front of him, there was a pitch-black iron door. At the bottom of the iron door, there was a small window that could be opened. Chen guessed that this was used for delivering food. Above the black iron door, there were bloody red characters, stating the rules of this terrifying tale. The food in prison is edible. There are 3 meals a day, milk and bread for breakfast, vegetables for lunch, and meat for dinner. No matter when, if you hear a knock on the door, do not respond at all. When the prison door opens, please pay attention to safety. The time spent using the bathroom each day must not exceed 10 minutes. Do not play rock paper scissors in front of the mirror. After dinner, please turn off the lights in the room, stay in bed, and do not move. There are only 7 rules. But Chen's heart suddenly sank. In the last nightmare, the important rules of the story needed to be discovered on one's own. There might even be more hidden rules that must be explored. This is certainly extremely dangerous. The task of the nightmare is to escape from this prison. But based on the information available, something strange is lurking outside the door, and we can't get out at all. If we go out the main door, we have to face the strange thing, and we will die. Chen frowned. After a simple analysis, he fell into deep thought. Rule 1 is very likely not a problem. Otherwise, there wouldn't even be a need to consider escaping the prison, contestants would starve to death right away. There are no timers in the room. But daily meals listed in Rule 2 can be used to calculate the time each day. Starting from breakfast, when he eats the second breakfast, it can be considered a day has passed. Rule 3, no matter when, if you hear a knock on the door, do not respond at all. This reminder can be understood as the knocker being a terrifying strange thing. However, for now, the truth of this rule cannot be confirmed. Rule 4 is simple, if the prison door opens, a strange thing will come in to kill. Rules 5 and 6 remind the chosen one that there is something strange in the bathroom. As for the last rule, after dinner, please turn off the lights in the room, stay in bed, and do not move. Its truth is equally uncertain, he can only wait for after dinner to explore. Since we can't go out the front door. Could the correct solution be to dig a tunnel like in the movies? Chen pondered for a moment, rummaged around the room, but did not find anything special. He searched the single bed as well, there was only a regular bedsheet, nothing else. He could only shake his head and give up this impractical thought. In the end, Chen turned his gaze to the closed bathroom door. Since there is nothing special in the whole room, he can only go to the bathroom to find some useful information. After all, the rules of the nightmare have already warned him. The bathroom is very dangerous. Who knows, there might be a high probability of some clues existing. Click. Chen grasped the doorknob and turned it gently. The door opens inward. He gently pushed it, and the light from the room flooded into the dark bathroom. The bathroom is very simply arranged. A wash basin, a large mirror, a squat toilet beside it, and a shower head for bathing. Chen noticed that in the mirror on the wall, his own figure was reflected. But that figure looked strange. Its posture was different from Chen, and it moved by itself, making a gesture of cutting its throat. It showed a mouth full of white teeth, grinning coldly at Chen. The strange thing has appeared. Chen's expression remained indifferent as he glanced a few times at the strange thing in the mirror. The strange thing in the mirror seems to be bound by some rules and did not attack him. It is very special, it seems like the nightmare is purposely arranged in the bathroom. Could it be because of Rule 6? Playing rock paper scissors in front of the mirror? One person, one strange thing. If he plays rock, paper, scissors, there will surely be a winner and a loser. If he loses, will he die? If he wins, will he gain some clues, or something else? Chen bit his nails, feeling conflicted. Should he take such a big risk from the start? Chapter 26. Standing in front of the mirror, Chen's eyes flashed, and he slowly raised his right hand. Holy crap, this is intense. Chen wants to break Rule 6 right off the bat? No. I heard that a chosen one next door was just guessing rock, paper, scissors in front of a mirror, and now there's nothing left but bone scraps. I saw it too, it was so brutal. What do we do? Chen is going to die. No. Chen's actions made many people's hearts jump to their throats. But Chen simply raised his hand, still caught in a fierce mental struggle. He didn't make an immediate decision, he was analyzing everything in front of him. Rule 6, no rock, paper, scissors allowed. This is just a hint. It didn't explain the consequences of breaking this rule. His only reliance right now was the title of psychopathic killer and an old photograph. If he lost at rock, paper, scissors, he would certainly face a bizarre attack. So, if he loses at rock, paper, scissors, and the bizarre entity wants to kill him, could he be exempt? His title could greatly intimidate the bizarre. I am the vicious person with the title killer on my head. If used well, it can scare the bizarre to death. If the bizarre dares to make a move, then use the weird photo to seal it. Finally, Chen set his mind and decided to try. Gradually, Chen raised his hand. In the mirror, the bizarre Chen copied his movements and slowly raised its hand. In the next moment, Chen played scissors. The bizarre played cloth. In this round, Chen won. However, a chilling and terrifying smile appeared on the bizarre's face. This round doesn't count. A terrifying aura slowly surged out from the mirror. On the mirror, a line of bloody words appeared. Chen sneered, tilting his head and staring at the mirror. The rules of the ghost story are something you can break? Best of 5. After a long time, another line of bloody words appeared in the mirror. Chen stared at the bizarre in the mirror with mocking eyes. At this moment, his title shone with a deep blue light. An unimaginable sense of oppression burst forth from Chen. The bizarre in the mirror felt goosebumps all over, as if a fierce tiger was staring at it, making it shrink back in fear. Alright, I admit. You won. As a reward, you will learn a new hidden rule. 2 lines of bloody words appeared again. The bizarre's grayish-green face revealed a sinister smile. Tell me the new rule. Chen's eyes flickered, feeling joy in his heart. The bizarre wanted to dodge, but could not shake off the rules of the ghost story, nor the nature of the title. At this time, the 8th rule appeared in the mirror. Rule 8, never turn off the lights in the room, no matter when. Hiss, Chen won. Holy crap, that scared me. Just now, that bizarre wanted to back out, but it still gave in. So powerful. Other chosen ones who entered the ghost story ended up dead if they lost at rock, paper, scissors. Even if they won, some still died. So strong, it has to be Chen. In the bathroom. When Chen saw this rule, his expression suddenly changed. Rule 7, after dinner, please turn off the lights in the room, stay in bed, and do not move. Rules 7 and 8 conflicted. One of them is wrong. Chen took a deep breath, examining the bizarre in the mirror, and coldly said, "Can you guarantee that the rules you say are correct?" The bizarre did not answer. "I want to guess rock, paper, scissors with you again." Chen pondered for a moment and decided to try again. Best of 5. Blood words appeared in the mirror again. Chen. This time, Chen did not engage in rock, paper, scissors again. It was clear. The bizarre had more than one rule under its control. But before the game of rock, paper, scissors began, the bizarre could change the rules. To find out, one had to gamble their life. Best of 5 would be far too dangerous. He couldn't keep releasing the title's power to intimidate the other side, his body couldn't take it. Moreover, using taboo objects also came with a cost. Unless absolutely necessary, he would not gamble again with the bizarre. Chen exited the bathroom and closed the door behind him. He had been inside for over 5 minutes. If he stayed any longer, he would trigger the eerie murder rules. On the iron door, the 7 rules were still carved into it. Chen used the sticky liquid on the floor to write the hidden 8th rule on it. The next crisis to face, rules 4, 7, and 8. The room door will be opened? Chen stared at the rules on the iron door, deep in thought. Once the room door is opened, something strange will inevitably enter. How to avoid it? Just as he was thinking, suddenly, a gurgling sound came from outside the iron door. It was eerie, oppressive. It sounded like something horrifying was dragging something heavy and massive, slowly approaching from outside the door. The sound grew louder and louder. Then, it seemed to stop just a few meters away. Is the strange thing here? Chen narrowed his eyes slightly, holding his breath, listening intently to the sounds outside. But outside, there was only an awful silence. It seemed that the strange thing was also pressed against the door, listening to something with Chen. Creak. A suffocatingly sharp sound of a door opening came from not far away. Chen could tell that the door next door had been opened. No. Please, no. Help me. From next door, a man's terrified voice echoed. But in no time, the screaming stopped abruptly. Then came the sound of flesh being chopped. Bang. 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 Chen could imagine it. In a dark room, a terrifying strange thing, exuding a horrific aura, was chopping at a corpse on the ground with a massive axe, one blow after another. The body had been chopped into pieces, but it didn't stop. Until it turned into a pile of mush. Splash. This time, the sound of water flushing came from next door. Chen's face stiffened. Could it be that the strange thing killed the person, then flushed the chopped up meat down the toilet? The strange thing outside was not only terrifying, but also a pervert. Soon after, the gurgling sound came again. This time, Chen could hear it clearly. The strange thing was standing right in front of his room door. Chen's face changed drastically, his body tensing up. What should he do? Should he use his tidal abilities again, or use an old photo to seal it? Both seemed hard to fight against. From what he heard next door, this strange thing had a physical form and immense strength. It's over. Could Rule 4 really be an unsolvable deadlock? I watched him get chopped up in the next live room, it scared me to death. It's so terrifying. That strange thing is so brutal, it didn't say a word, just started killing after entering the room. Chen is done for, he'll die. This strange thing kills people without any reason. Despair now, Dragon Country people, Chen is about to die right in front of you. So great, the potential seed of Dragon Country is dead, and a disaster is sure to follow. The horrifying scene made countless people tense with anxiety. They stared wide-eyed, waiting for the outcome. After the strange thing opened the door, a massacre would surely follow. Could Chen find a way out and survive this crisis? Time seemed to slow down in that moment, and everyone held their breath. Clink. A rusty plate slid through the window beneath the iron door. The box was filled with blood and meat. Dinner? Chen looked down at the plate, thinking about the information from Rule 2. Rule 2, 3 meals a day, breakfast milk and bread, lunch vegetables, dinner meat. Dinner was meat. This meant the strange thing outside was delivering dinner to the people locked in the cells. But why did it open the next door? Chen recalled the sounds from before. It seemed that only the person next door had been killed when the strange thing opened their door. Had he touched some kind of rule? Chen took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. He crouched down slowly and reached out to touch the plate. As soon as his fingers brushed the plate, a strange chill ran up his spine. The blood and meat on the plate were fresh, as if they had just been torn apart. He quickly pulled his hand back, feeling his heart race. This was not a simple game. It was deadly. His mind raced. What was the real purpose of these rules? What was this strange creature really after? A voice in his head urged him to think quickly, but panic was starting to cloud his judgment. Was there any way to turn the tide? To use the rules against the strange thing? He knew that any mistake would cost him his life. He had to act, and fast. But as the seconds ticked by, the pressure outside his door grew heavier. The eerie gurgling sound came again, closer this time. The strange thing outside was waiting, watching, preparing for something. Chen's grip tightened around the plate, a thought forming in his mind. Could this be a test? A challenge to his survival? He had to keep his wits about him, to stay calm. The rules might be his only way out. He quickly scanned the rules again, looking for anything he might have missed. Suddenly, an idea flashed in his mind. What if the strange thing was following a set of its own rules, too? If he could figure out its pattern, maybe he could break free. Chen stood up, his body tensing as the silence outside deepened. The strange thing was so close now that he could almost hear its breathing through the door. He stepped back, his mind racing through every possibility. Would the creature open the door next, or would it leave him in suspense? The anticipation was unbearable, every second stretching out into eternity. Suddenly, the sound of something dragging across the floor broke the silence. It was the strange thing, and it was moving closer, preparing for its next move. Chen's heart hammered in his chest. This was the moment of truth. Would he survive? He didn't know. But he knew one thing for sure, he couldn't just sit and wait. The door creaked again, the terrifying noise signaling that the creature was ready to make its move. With a final glance at the plate, Chen took a deep breath, steeling himself for whatever came next. Slowly, he lay down on the ground. Suddenly, Lu Chen saw, below the iron door, that window. A crimson, eerie eye was staring at him, locking eyes with him. Inside and outside the room. One person, one strange being, staring intensely at each other. At this moment, Lu Chen felt his blood freeze. The terror outside the door was absolutely worse than the faceless creeper with twisted arms in the horror school. The aura it emitted was terrifying beyond measure, making Lu Chen unable to move, nearly suffocating him. Under their gaze, he noticed the strange being showed no other movements and had no intention of opening the door. Soon, the eerie being shifted its gaze and stood up to leave. Lu Chen noticed that the gurgling object was a blood-stained black iron hammer. It was still stuck with some meat scraps. There was even a bloodied eyeball, still hanging on it. This eerie being is somewhat frightening. Lu Chen sat slumped on the ground, breathing a sigh of relief. His forehead was dripping with cold sweat, and his back was soaked. If that eerie being really opened the door and came in, it was likely that even using old photos wouldn't be enough to withstand it. Luckily, after that gaze, he confirmed his suspicion. Just now, in the neighboring room, he guessed that the man, because of fear, had hidden and hadn't been seen by the eerie entity delivering food. Since the eerie being didn't find the man, it opened the room's door, dragged him out, and tortured him. Rule 4, triggered. Lu Chen glanced at the rules carved on the iron door, gradually becoming clearer. The conflict point lay in the gaze. When the eerie being comes to deliver food, the contestant must be seen by it. It was this very speculation that gave Lu Chen the courage for his bold action. The facts proved that his guess was not wrong. After a long moment, Lu Chen finally stood up from the ground, writing down a rule on the closed iron door. Rule 9, when the eerie being comes to deliver food, you must appear in its line of sight. This line of sight does not require revealing yourself. It only requires the eerie being to know you are in the room. As for Rules 7 and 8, they are still conflicting. Which one is wrong remains to be verified. Rule 7 states to turn off the lights after dinner. Rule 8 states that the lights must not be turned off at any time. The verification period will wait until after dinner. Lu Chen actually locked eyes with the eerie being and even summarized a rule. Incredible. Was he risking his life to verify it just now? That scene just now, I was outside and it made me weak all over. I don't know how Lu Chen managed to hold on. I nearly wet myself. I hope more people survive. How can a mere nightmare-level creeper defeat us chosen ones of the Dragon Country? What a pity, the rules Lu Chen summarized can't be communicated. Sigh. Lu Chen's experiment made countless people frightened. Especially those terrifying eyes that made one's body go weak. Fortunately, Lu Chen summarized a rule, which again sparked cheers outside. In the dark room, Lu Chen glanced at the blood and meat on the plate, forcibly suppressing his nausea, and examined it closely. From the texture, it didn't seem like human flesh. It was a type of meat he had never seen before. It was bloody and had a faint, rotten smell. The taste might be off, but consuming it wouldn't be a problem. Holding back his disgust, Lu Chen tore into the half-cooked blood meat on the plate, swallowing it all down. If he didn't eat, he simply wouldn't have the strength to survive. Lu Chen looked at the plate, sighed. If he managed to live through this nightmare-level creeper tale, he would probably have no interest in meat for a long time in the future. That plate was sure to be taken back, no doubt about it. If left behind in the prisoner's room, he would likely die. Lu Chen took the plate and then shoved it out through the window under the iron door. Just a corridor away from Lu Chen's room, a chosen one was sneaking around, hiding the plate away. He wanted to test the usefulness of the food tray. Soon after, triggered the eerie killing rules. The door was opened. Strangely, it dragged him out by his legs, turning him into a meat paste. Dull knocks echoed down the corridor, sending chills through his body. Lu Chen listened to the noise outside. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead. That eerie killing was too brutal, simply terrifying. However, Lu Chen did not slack off. Because, after dinner, he would face Rule 7. To turn off the lights, or not. There was only a 50-50 chance, choose wrong, and the eerie would come. Which one should he believe in? Lu Chen thought until the end, his heart stirred, revealing a strange smile on his face. He turned around and opened the bathroom door. Then, he took down the mirror from the wall. Chapter 28. Lu Chen wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. He had guessed right. When he first saw the mirror, the eerie clearly wanted to kill him but did not rush out. Now, taking down the mirror did not encounter the eerie's attack either. This proved that the rule of this mirror was likely that only rock-paper-scissors could trigger the killing rule. As long as he did not play rock-paper-scissors, under the influence of the rules, this eerie posed little threat. What do you want to do? 2 lines of blood appeared on the mirror. Lu Chen chuckled coldly. Without speaking, he pushed open the bathroom door, dragging the mirror outside. What exactly do you want? Put it back for me. Once again, blood words emerged on the mirror, feeling the eerie emotions were off. Chen glanced at the blood characters, directly holding the mirror, walking towards the iron door. Do you want to threaten me? The blood words appeared again. That's right. Chen confidently admitted, pressing the mirror against the iron door. He wanted to see how bold this mirror's eerie was. Your suggested Rule 8 conflicts with Rule 7. I want to verify which one is true, but the price is high, very likely my life. In my view, your level of terror is absolutely not comparable to that eerie outside. After all, someone will die regardless. Blocking you here might save my life. What do you think? Chen raised an eyebrow and smiled slightly. The eerie in the mirror was now staring at Chen with a gloomy and resentful gaze. Kid, you can't threaten me. Every room in this prison has a mirror, and I am in each one. I'm not afraid of you. Oh really? Chen narrowed his eyes, took out a yellowed eerie photo from his clothes, and held it up. Can you guess if this eerie photo can drag you out from those mirrors and seal you away completely? Consider your own haunting level before we talk properly. There's only one chance, make the most of it. In fact, Chen was also unsure whether the eerie photo could seal the opponent. But the eerie photo was after all a forbidden object of nightmare-level ghost stories, surely not something an ordinary eerie could resist. Of course, if it couldn't seal, scaring the opponent wouldn't be a bad idea. At least it would tell the eerie mirror not to be too arrogant, it should know he had a trump card. Hiss, Chen, do you want to see what you're doing? So damn cool. Only Chen would dare to threaten an eerie like this. No wonder he's the man I like, he doesn't let the eerie go. The title of Chen is truly well-deserved, it's hard to imagine what crazy things he has done before. Is there a possibility that Chen only does as he pleases regarding eerie? Cough, capture the one upstairs. The eerie mirror fell silent for a moment, then blood words appeared again. The Rule 8 I mentioned is the real one. Rule 7 is false. You cannot turn off the lights. Are you sure? Chen asked with a frown. The eerie mirror remained silent, showing its stubbornness. Gulyolu. Suddenly, terrifying footsteps reappeared outside the door. Ominous and bone-chilling. The shadow seemed to be dragging something big, slowly walking back from outside. The sound grew closer. Chen frowned tightly. Cold sweat slowly dripped from his forehead. There wasn't much time left for him to make a choice. He glanced at the light that had turned on in the ceiling, lost in thought. Rule 7, after dinner, please turn off the lights in the room, stay in bed, and do not move. Rule 8, do not turn off the lights in the room, no matter when. Which one is right? The light is on now. To follow the game's requirement and comply with Rule 7, he should turn off the light immediately. But the strange mirror insisted that Rule 8 was the correct one. Chen stared deeply at the mirror, standing in front of the iron door, without making any movement. Instead, he quietly waited. Time. Bit by bit, it flowed away. The light remained bright. He didn't know how long it had been, he could no longer hear the bubbling sound. The strangeness had left. Night indeed cannot have the light turned off. Rule 7 is wrong. Ah, no, don't come in. A scream suddenly sounded from outside. A door was opened. After a long silence, there was a desperate wail before death. Then came a dull knocking sound. One room. Another room. These people were all contestants who followed Rule 7 and lost their lives. Ah, how terrifying, so scary. Damn, so many people died. I just live-streamed from the next room, ugh. Fortunately, Chen is smart, he can see through such hidden rules. If it were me, I would definitely be dragged away. Me too. I almost died of fright, my feet are curling up. The horrifying scene left countless people scared, almost having heart attacks, all worried for Chen. It seems you did not lie. Chen took a deep breath, still shaken, and slowly sat down on the ground. One of his hands took the mirror off the iron door and placed it in the corner of the wall. The strange mirror had nothing to say, its expression dark. Chen frowned and said in a deep voice, "You still hold other rules, now, tell me." At this moment, Chen's eyes were dark, confronting the strange mirror. He was betting that the strange mirror feared the strange photo in his hand. The strange mirror seemed to be struggling with something. As Chen grew a little impatient, blood words appeared once again on the mirror. I cannot break the rules set by the urban legend. Chen was slightly taken aback. This strange mirror could not break the rules of the urban legend. In other words, to get rule information from the strange mirror, there was only one way to play rock paper scissors with it. But playing rock paper scissors easily triggered the strange killing rules. Even if he could use the strange photo for suppression, it would be a waste to use it on this strange mirror. I don't want to play rock paper scissors with you. You don't need to tell me what the specific rules are, just tell me how to survive. Don't tell me you don't know anything. If that's the case, before I get into trouble, I will definitely find a way to get rid of you. Lu Chen's expression darkened slightly as he coldly threatened. The strange mirror's face changed dramatically, but there was a long silence afterwards. Lu Chen was not impatient. The strange mirror had autonomy but could not break the rules. At this moment, it should be racking its brains to figure out a way to reveal important information. The door will still open, the strangeness will come in, you will die sooner or later. Blood words emerged. Lu Chen's mood suddenly sank to the bottom. No matter what, he couldn't escape the ending of being tortured and killed by the strange beings? Chapter 29. However, blood words once again appeared on the mirror. But it cannot smash the bathroom door. After you lock it, it cannot come in, so you can hide safely in the bathroom. Huh? Lu Chen was slightly startled. He looked at the rule information on the iron door. Rule 5, the time spent in the bathroom each day must not exceed 10 minutes. Was this rule providing a temporary escape route for the chosen ones against the strangeness? No, that's not right. It was just avoiding the terrifying strangeness outside the room. Once exceeding 10 minutes, terrible things would happen. This meant that other terrifying strangeness might still exist in the bathroom. It just hasn't been discovered yet. Otherwise, this rule wouldn't have appeared. Lu Chen glanced at the mirror, didn't ask any more questions, and directly sat on the bed, quietly pondering the current situation. The weirdness outside, presumably, follows a certain rule, to open the door and kill. This rule is very deadly. But it happens to be something he has no control over. Once triggered, that weirdness will still open the door and kill him because of this rule. So, that rule remains in the hands of the weirdness in the mirror. Do you want to try rock paper scissors? Lu Chen scratched his head, this was a very troublesome question. Once the killing rule of the cursed mirror is triggered. At that time, it will be a desperate struggle. After a long time, Lu Chen gave up on the idea of continuing to play rock paper scissors. After all, this was only the first night in the haunted prison, and there was still time to think. Time passed little by little. He didn't know how long had passed. That gurgling sound rang out again outside the door. That terrifying weirdness seemed to start patrolling the cells. With the low and strange sound of footsteps gradually growing louder. After a long silence, despairing wails echoed outside once more. Then, there was a series of dull banging sounds. One room. Another room. Lu Chen frowned and pricked up his ears to listen carefully. He noticed an issue. The weirdness was continuously killing people, but the time intervals varied. Sometimes, the interval was a minute. Other times, it stretched over 10 minutes. That weirdness seems to have spared some chosen ones in between. No, it should be said that some chosen ones escaped a disaster and were not killed. Could they be hiding in the bathroom? Lu Chen speculated, feeling this was very likely. The weirdness in the mirror was not wrong, one could hide in the bathroom to evade this massacre. Lu Chen glanced at the bathroom and started to walk that way. Suddenly, he remembered something, unable to help but stand in place, a layer of cold sweat breaking out all over him. Rule 5. Rule 5, the time spent in the bathroom each day must not exceed 10 minutes. Every day. Not a single instance. Lu Chen's eyes widened. Previously, when he played rock paper scissors with the weirdness, he had spent too long in the bathroom and was now nearing the end of his safe time. If he went in, once he exceeded the time limit, he would face another terrifying, unknown weirdness. What to choose? Just as Lu Chen hesitated, a tall, terrifying figure stood outside his door, holding an iron hammer. Crack! A crisp metallic sound echoed in the dim room. The door lock was turning. That weirdness was really going to open the door and come in. What had touched the weirdness's rule to make it come in? Lu Chen's mind raced, yet he didn't realize where he had gone wrong. But it was too late to think too much now. The door had already opened. Lu Chen no longer hesitated, he shook the door and suddenly opened the bathroom door, rushing in. Bang! The door closed. Lu Chen quickly locked the door, turning to observe the commotion outside through the frosted glass of the door. That terrifying weirdness stood directly in front of the bathroom door, twisting the doorknob. When it found it wouldn't turn, it didn't try to smash the bathroom door open. Huff! Lu Chen let out a long breath. The weirdness in the mirror did not lie. The bathroom indeed could block the terrifying weirdness roaming outside the solitary prison. After resting for a while, Lu Chen gradually recovered. In the current situation, he knew he must not let down his guard. He didn't have much time left, the weirdness in the bathroom would probably come out to kill soon. Time passed by. The weirdness outside showed no intention of leaving, it lingered outside. It was waiting. Inside the bathroom. The light flickered, began to flicker. A chill in the air, accompanied by faint gray fog, slowly began to rise. Supernatural happenings. He was gradually waking up. Suddenly, Lu Chen's eyes slightly narrowed as he noticed dark black hair starting to seep out from the showerhead. The hair was stained with dark red blood. Splashing sounds echoed. Lu Chen's face changed slightly as he looked down. He saw human heads emerging from the toilet. These heads were almost completely decayed, rotten, and emitted a foul stench. Only their long black hair remained, tangled together. From the mouths of these heads, chaotic, piercing sounds could still be heard. Oh my god, what kind of strange thing is this? Ah, my eyes, my eyes. Don't be afraid, chant with me, the darkness covers everything, I will be the last ray of light in the darkness, striking down the darkness with thunder. Holy crap, it's burning. Damn it, Lu Chen, don't be afraid, kill it. Lu Chen's face didn't look good either. He took out the eerie photo from his body and vigilantly stared at the heads continuously appearing on the ground. Strange things always have a rule for killing. What is its rule for killing? Lu Chen thought about the killing rule of the head phenomenon, and unless absolutely necessary, he would not use the eerie photo. The heads continued to emerge, not attacking immediately. But their number kept growing. In just 1 minute, dozens of decayed heads had emerged. The entire bathroom was now covered with dark red long hair. The dead heads greedily stared at Lu Chen from all directions. Hiss. Lu Chen took a deep breath. The oppressive feeling from the heads was terrifying. It can't wait anymore. Lu Chen made a decision. If he waited any longer, the whole bathroom might turn into the domain of these head phenomena. Only the forbidden object in his hand could save him now. Without hesitation, Lu Chen's hand trembled slightly, and the eerie photo began to emit a bloody red light, releasing supernatural power. The next moment, a terrifying gravitational force appeared in the bathroom. Strands of black hair were continuously pulled into the eerie photo from all corners. Then, the decayed heads also couldn't escape the eerie photo seal. No matter how they struggled, they couldn't escape. Soon after, the bathroom returned to its original state. The head phenomenon was completely gone. Sure enough, the supernatural power of the eerie photo given by the system was stronger than the head phenomenon. On the eerie photo in Lu Chen's hand, the blank area slowly began to reveal a blurry face. This blurry face was Lu Chen's own face. Chapter 30. The forbidden object taken from the haunted amusement park had eerie abilities. Every use came with a certain price. After using it a certain number of times, the user would face terrible events. At that point, the forbidden object would completely revive and kill the user. At this moment, although Lu Chen had used the eerie photo to temporarily seal the head phenomenon, his face had appeared on the eerie photo. Even though blurry, it still looked very strange. My own face, printed on it? Lu Chen looked at the eerie photo in his hand, his face not looking good. This eerie photo could seal such a terrifying phenomenon. If it revived, how terrifying would it be? Looking at his own blurry face on the photo, Lu Chen speculated that if he used the eerie photo enough times, the face on the photo might become clearer. Perhaps, in the end, when it revived, the face on the photo would become the phenomenon itself, climbing out from the photo. Then kill him, completely replace him. From now on, I need to be more cautious. Unless absolutely necessary, I must not use the forbidden object. The consequences of using this thing are too terrifying. Lu Chen held the eerie photo, his face a little pale. He could feel the photo in his hand struggling, trembling. The eerie photo actually couldn't seal the head phenomenon for too long. He feared that in just a few minutes, the head phenomenon would break free from the photo. Struggling to break free. Goo-loo-loo. Outside the door, Lu Chen pressed his ear against the bathroom door. That tall figure, holding a hammer, was still inching forward. Through the frosted glass, he could see it firmly pressed against the door, showing no signs of leaving. In front was a wolf. Behind was a tiger. Lu Chen's hands trembled wildly. The eerie photo was still struggling. Cold sweat dripped slowly from his face. 1 minute. 2 minutes. Until the 4th minute. Lu Chen's hand holding the eerie photo was shaking uncontrollably. Finally, the terrible eeriness outside left. The goo-loo-loo sound gradually faded away. Clap. The iron door of the room slammed shut. Lu Chen could no longer suppress the head weirdness in the eerie photo. Strands of dark red hair surged out from the eerie photo. Lu Chen gritted his teeth, he released the head weirdness from the eerie photo, then rushed out of the bathroom, slamming the door. The head weirdness lingered, yet could not leave the bathroom. After staring at Lu Chen with resentment for a while through the frosted glass, it slowly shrank back into the sewer. You did this on purpose? Lu Chen stood before the mirror, staring at the strange figure with a dark expression, his tone unfriendly. You clearly could have told me that the weirdness would linger in front of the bathroom door for a while after entering the room. Lu Chen sneered. You hid this information, and made me confront that head weirdness in the bathroom. At the same time testing the supernatural level of the eerie photo, right? You are testing my threat level to you. The mirror remained utterly still. A dead silence. It seemed to acknowledge Lu Chen's guess. Heh, good. Next, I will always keep you with me, and when I encounter weirdness, I will be the first to throw you out. If I die, before I die, I will completely seal you. So you can never appear again. Lu Chen's face was icy, warning the strange figure in the mirror. A string of blood letters appeared on the mirror. The strange emotions seemed to be affected. The ashen face showed a slight twist. Lu Chen ignored the mirror any longer. The weirdness in this mirror was not terrifying, yet very special. He felt that besides playing rock paper scissors, this mirror might be useful in the future. Lu Chen lay tired on the single bed. He glanced again at the rules on the iron door, worry creasing his brows. Something is going to happen. Rule 5, the time spent using the bathroom each day cannot exceed 10 minutes. The fifth rule is correct. But it is a deadly trap. This gives the chosen ones a false sense of security. They think they are safe, so they will search in the bathroom for clues. But at night, weirdness, due to some rule, opened the iron door of the room and lurked in front of the bathroom. The lurking time was long. This meant that before the weirdness arrived, if the chosen ones had stayed too long in the bathroom, they would be attacked by the head weirdness. To put it plainly, the 10 minutes were both a lifeline and a bait for nightmarish tales. Tonight, who knows how many will die in this pit? Just as Lu Chen guessed. In this entire prison, most of the chosen ones faced attacks from the head weirdness. In one night, the deaths were particularly brutal. Including Lu Chen, only a dozen people were still alive. Oh my god, this time the weird tale is so terrifying, 80% of the chosen ones died overnight. It's too hard, who would have thought that the seemingly correct rules would also be a trap? I'm so scared, with such a difficult weird tale, can Lu Chen really walk out alive? He hasn't even gotten out of the cell yet. Come on, can we have a bit of faith in Lu Chen? He faced the head weirdness last night too, but he didn't die. Exactly, brother Lu Chen will definitely be fine. Sigh, the weirdness in this entire prison is just too many, it's hard to dodge. A night passed. Too many people have died, causing many viewers to lose their confidence. The Strange Tales Research Institute. Zhang Daoyi sat beside Old Chen, staring at the live stream screen without blinking. Old Chen, this time the nightmare level strange tale is even scarier than the last time. The correct rules could also lead to death. Whether the rules are wrong or correct, they will trap the chosen ones in a deadlock. Such rules are too terrifying. Has Lu Chen really made enough preparations? Zhang Daoyi's face looked extremely grim, sighing continually. Daoyi, don't you understand yet? This kid Lu Chen is different from everyone else. Old Chen shook his head with a smile. Before Lu Chen entered the strange tale, I planned to give him more forbidden items for protection. But he refused. He said that during these days, he looked at a lot of materials and understood that the forbidden items brought out from low-level difficulty strange tales cannot suppress the eerie nature of nightmare-level strange tales and would even lead to the revival of those forbidden items. At that time, the world would produce an extra entity that wants to kill. Before he went in, he left me with one sentence. Human wisdom, courage, and confidence are the most harmless, yet the strongest forbidden items. Do you still? Old Chen's deep eyes flickered with a determined light. Still think this kid will die so easily? Chapter 31. A night passed by. Lu Chen was suddenly awakened by a gurgling sound. He quickly got up and stood in front of the iron door, allowing the eerie to see him. Clunk. A bag of milk and a bag of bread were thrown in from the window below the iron door. About a minute later, the eerie gradually moved away. It really is morning. Lu Chen breathed a sigh of relief and expressionlessly finished his breakfast. After understanding the basic rules, Lu Chen began to ponder how he could escape. In the room, there were no suspicious exits, not even a ventilation port. The only way to reach outside the room, besides that iron door, was the sewer where the head-eating eerie had disappeared. However, both choices did not seem realistic. Both involved facing the eerie. Even the sewer was too tight to get through, making it seem like an escape route. Could it be, this jail cell is actually an escape room game? Lu Chen's eyes suddenly brightened with a possibility. In reality, many escape rooms put people in closed spaces and then let players find clues. In an incredible way, they escaped the room. Thinking of this, Lu Chen quickly got up and once again explored the room. This time, without the pressing life and death crisis from last night, he explored carefully. Soon after, Chen found 2 lines of darkened text under the single bed. In this jail cell, the paths of life and death coexist. Without the courage to face death, one cannot walk out of the jail cell. It looked like a rule, but unlike the previous ones, it was very obscure and difficult to understand. Paths of life and death coexist? Courage to face death? What does this mean? Does it mean to confront the eerie? Chen scratched his head, showing confusion, and knitted his brows tightly. It was hard to comprehend. After thinking for a long time, Chen understood this rule to mean if he wanted to go out, then he had to fight the eerie. But ordinary chosen ones could never oppose the eerie. Wouldn't that mean certain death? The nightmare-level strange tale should not present such an unsolvable problem to the chosen ones. After a long while, Chen looked at the eerie mirror he had tossed in the corner. In the entire jail cell, there was no one else, and he could not communicate with the other chosen ones in different rooms. Chen could only focus his thoughts on the eerie mirror. How do you understand this sentence? The eerie mirror looked sullen, its bluish face had a pair of lifeless eyes staring at Chen. After quite a while, blood-red words finally appeared on the mirror. Only by submitting to death will there be a path to life. Chen's expression darkened. Is this nonsense literature? What's the difference between saying it and not saying it? Chen let out a cold laugh and said, "You should know that what I want to hear isn't this." The eerie mirror fell silent once more. Guessing hands. A few minutes later, blood-colored words appeared on the mirror again. Guessing hands? Chen's eyes flickered slightly. As expected, those 2 lines of text were related to the hidden rules of the strange tale. To learn more, he had to guess hands with the eerie mirror. However, Chen did not immediately guess hands with the mirror. His expression grew even colder. Guess hands? Are you trying to lure me into a best-of-5 rule to kill me? Chen speculated that last night the eerie mirror might have figured out the supernatural level of the strange photo and wanted to go all out, risking itself against him. The eerie, pale face was extraordinarily stiff. This is the rule, it cannot be broken. So you want me to trigger your rule of killing, and then take my life? Chen sneered, guessing the mirror's intentions. Suddenly, he was startled. A terrifying guess struck him. Chen directly sat cross-legged in front of the eerie mirror and slowly voiced his conjecture. You control a hidden rule, which is the key to getting out of this cell. At the same time, this rule is not much different from the one under the single bed, or it could be completely identical, so the question I asked just now triggered your restriction. Only by guessing hands can it be revealed. In other words, I don't need to guess hands at all. As long as I understand the rule under the single bed, I can exempt myself from the crisis. The eerie mirror was expressionless. It seems my guess is correct. To get out, you have to face the terrifying weirdness and throw yourself into the crisis of life and death. The way out is through that iron door. Chen gently bit his thumbnail, organizing his thoughts clearly. The eerie mirror was no longer calm inside. It felt like all its important information had been guessed. It only felt that life was incredibly difficult. How is this person's mind working? But, how can I ensure I survive if I go out through the front door? Do I really have to use the strange photo again? Chen frowned. The strange photo concealed the weirdness of a head for less than 5 minutes. The time of sealing outside the door will definitely be shorter, possibly less than 10 seconds. That hammer monster is too terrifying. Forced sealing might even trigger the revival of forbidden objects. A few short seconds would not be enough for him to escape far. Once caught up, he would still die. Unless he can find a way to completely isolate that weirdness. For a moment, Chen couldn't think of a good plan. At that moment, a series of gurgling sounds echoed in the corridor. The sound grew closer, as if heading toward this room. Chen scrambled up, pressed against the iron door, and looked outside through the small window. Sure enough, that large figure was dragging a hammer, slowly walking this way. What's going on? Have I triggered some rule? Chen quickly hid, frantically thinking of all the details. Cold sweat poured down his forehead. Then, a heavy knocking sound suddenly rang out. Bang bang bang. Eerie knocking. Chapter 32. The knocking sound came from a nearby cell. Chen's gaze shifted slightly as he crawled on the ground, trying to see outside through the small window at the bottom of the iron door. At an angle, in front of a door. The terrifying weirdness was slowly knocking on the door. Rule 3, no matter the time, if you hear knocking sounds, do not respond in any way. This rule is hard to discern its truth. I also don't know what the chosen one in that room will do. Chen's expression was serious as he carefully observed and listened to the movements outside. He wanted to know how the chosen one in that cell would respond. Bang bang bang. The eerie one knocked on the iron door again. Inside, there was silence. That chosen one chose to believe in Rule 3. He hid in the room and ignored the knocking sound. Bang bang bang. The eerie one. The third knock on the door had happened. However, after the third knock, something strange occurred. That terrifying enigma, it opened the iron door across from it. Opened it. Immediately, a shrill wail erupted from that prison cell. No, no. I don't want to die. That was the voice of a woman, filled with extreme fear. Bang. The sound abruptly stopped. Then came a series of dull thuds. What? Is even Rule 3 wrong? Could it be that the rules on the iron door only include Rule 1 and Rule 2, the two food-related rules that have no danger? Lu Chen's face instantly turned ugly. This was too outrageous. This latest nightmare-level horror story was far more terrifying than the thriller at school. The correct rules have traps in them. The wrong taboos are too dense, leading to death in a minute, survival relying entirely on luck. When that enigma knocks, a response must be given. But how should one respond to avoid triggering the murder rules? Lu Chen clutched his hair, constantly pondering. At this moment, the enigma had already killed, slowly walking out from the prison cell, closing the iron door, and heading towards another room. A long time later, Lu Chen heard another knock. Knock, knock, knock. Another prison cell echoed with knocking sounds again. This time, the chosen one in that room seemed to have also heard the previous woman's wails, thinking disaster had befallen them, and they raved, shouting hysterically. Death did not occur. Just making a response allows one to pass through this crisis? Lu Chen wore a suspicious look, observing for a while longer. But the enigma did not knock again. It seemed to skip his room, randomly knocking on the iron doors of other cells. The more Lu Chen thought, the more he felt something was wrong. The killing conditions of this rule were too easy to avoid. It was very similar to needing to appear in the enigma's line of sight when delivering food. It couldn't be this simple. After all, so far, apart from the food rules, almost all others contain traps. Even a simple indication for the chosen ones not to play rock paper scissors with a mirror contained a trap within. Was there something hidden in this rule? Lu Chen carefully recalled all the details. Holding back nausea, he repeatedly replayed in his mind the scene where the enigma broke into the prison and beat the woman to death. Wait. There was an important piece of information. It, after entering the prison cell, did not close the iron door. The door was closed after killing that woman and stepping out of the cell. Lu Chen's brain raced. Why didn't it close the door? Confidence? Believing that the other party would lose the will to resist when it entered, not even daring to escape? Or perhaps, after closing the door, it couldn't get out either? That possibility wasn't absent. Could this rule's hint just be that? Thinking of this, Lu Chen's eyes lit up, vaguely guessing the way out. Between life and death coexisting, without the courage to face death, one cannot walk out alive from the prison. Lu Chen quietly stood in front of the iron door, waiting for the enigma to knock. He curled his lips and said softly, "To get out, one must face the enigma head-on, and then lock it in this cell. Right? Mirror, I've been thinking about how you could be useful. Now, I know." Casting aside the taboo objects on me and facing the enigma as an ordinary chosen one, all participants would find it hard to resist, even using the attributes of their titles wouldn't help. So, the only thing that could deal with the enigma, I think, is probably the enigma itself. You can withstand its attack, right? In the entire prison, aside from that head enigma that wants to kill, there's only you. Lu Chen slowly expressed all his guesses. No matter how the enigma tried to refute, he wasn't ready to believe it for now. Lu Chen only believes in his own judgment. The eerie mirror had no language, its grayish face expressionlessly staring at Lu Chen. Goo goo goo. Soon, the strange figure dragging a hammer slowly stood at Lu Chen's door. Knock knock knock. The knocking sound rang out again. Lu Chen ignored it. Until the third knock echoed. Lu Chen's nerves instantly tensed up. His attention was focused to the extreme. Creak. The door opened. A wave of rotten smell rushed towards him. The extremely foul stench slowly enveloped the entire cell. The terrifying eerie figure entered the room, its huge and bloated horrific body, along with the hammer covered in blood and flesh, made Lu Chen's breath momentarily halt. The eerie figure noticed Lu Chen. A pair of scarlet eyes firmly locked onto Lu Chen, the killing intent almost palpable. However, Lu Chen knew exactly what to do next. At the moment the eerie entered the cell, he pressed the eerie mirror against the terrifying figure before him. In an instant, two supernatural forces clashed in the cell. The hammer-wielding Eerie stood still. Lu Chen understood that this state of the Eerie would not last long. The mirror's power was limited and could not keep it suppressed for long. Without hesitation, Lu Chen suddenly burst out of the cell, tightly shutting the iron door, locking the Eerie inside. Inside the room, a sudden roar erupted. Immediately after, the sound of wild hammer strikes followed. Outside the cell, Lu Chen collapsed on the ground, breathing deeply, his face slightly pale. In that brief moment of danger, he had mobilized all his energy, exhausting his strength, his heart almost leaping out. Before Lu Chen could catch his breath, with a loud bang, the Eerie mirror shattered. Lu Chen crawled on the ground, looking into the cell. That tall figure stood motionless. It seemed to be completely sealed due to the rules of the Eerie tale. Damn, impressive. Just now, my heart was in my throat, it was too thrilling. Truly living on the edge, what a terrifying Eerie. The mirror was shattered. Who would have thought that to leave the cell, one would have to face such a horrifying Eerie? Perhaps other chosen ones thought of this method too, but such a dangerous thing, a slight mistake means eternal damnation, only Lu Chen is brave enough to really try it. Of course, my brother Lu Chen is super brave. Chapter 33. Lu Chen propped himself up and stood from the ground. Only after confirming the Eerie was completely sealed in the cell did he let out a sigh of relief. After a while, he finally calmed down. My guess was indeed correct. I have escaped the cell, and the next task is to find a way to leave this eerie and terrifying prison. He looked around, surveying the environment. This was a dark and deep corridor, thin gray fog swirling slowly over it, as if something was wandering in the mist. Every 4 or 5 meters on the ceiling hung an intermittently flickering chandelier, occasionally making crackling electrical sounds. That flickering light penetrated the gray mist, allowing Lu Chen to vaguely see his surroundings. On both sides of the corridor were cells imprisoning prisoners. Each cell was tightly shut, silent and still. Hiss. The rules of the Eerie tale, there are too many hidden traps, I wonder how many are still alive. Lu Chen looked at the silent, eerie corridor, pinched his brow, and took a deep breath. Outside the cell, he saw no rules written anywhere. Everything was unknown. Walking in this area requires extreme caution, to avoid triggering taboos. It's probably going to be very difficult to escape this prison alone. The road ahead, I don't know what kind of crisis I'll encounter, I must increase the margin for error. After all, the key clues I've gathered in the prison were almost all paid for with the lives of other chosen ones. The more people there are, the more you understand, the safer you are. We must investigate those tightly closed cells and release the living chosen ones. Lu Chen pursed his lips and slowly walked towards a cell. He did not knock directly but crouched down to observe the situation inside the cell through the bottom of the iron door. In case there were other strange beings inside, knocking on the door without reason could trigger some deadly rule and he could be inexplicably killed, which would be absurd. From the analysis of the rules, this possibility was very small, but Lu Chen remained cautious. In a series of several rooms, Lu Chen had not seen a living person. The floor was only left with fresh bloodstains and some remnants of flesh. Lu Chen's expression was grim. After walking past a dozen cells, everyone inside was dead. The death rate is so high. Lu Chen took a deep breath, gathered himself, and continued searching. After passing many rooms, he finally found a living chosen one at the end of the hallway. It was a woman who looked close to 30, dressed in a white professional outfit, wearing black-framed glasses that made her face appear somewhat youthful. Above her head was the title of psychologist. Her survival was largely due to her profession. Being observant, she must have analyzed the rules of the strange tales through some clues and managed to survive the night. It was also this woman who previously avoided the rule of being killed by the strange hammer when knocking on the door. After Lu Chen opened the cell door, he asked Zhang to wait outside and then entered the bathroom. He took down the strange mirror that was hanging on the wall. We meet again, you indeed did not die under that strange hammer. Lu Chen looked at the familiar, gloomy, and terrifying face in the mirror and smiled broadly. The strange mirror had countless curses it wanted to say. Lu Chen, why are you bringing it with you? This is a strange. Zhang Ling asked with confusion as she saw Lu Chen taking the mirror from the bathroom. Do you think I faced the strange being and survived by chance? Lu Chen smirked with a meaningful smile and briefly explained how he escaped from the cell. Psychologist Zhang Ling looked at Lu Chen with great respect. She also speculated about the way to escape the cell. But she did not have Lu Chen's courage to try and face the strange being. Is it possible to do it this way? Lu Chen, I've heard your name before, you are indeed impressive, your courage is astounding. I just don't want to die. Lu Chen shook his head and said lightly. Zhang Ling was slightly stunned but still filled with admiration. Using strange methods to deal with the strange. Shouldn't a normal person's idea be to stay as far away from the strange as possible? What a Lu Chen, truly a seasoned survivor who has lived through a nightmare-level strange tale, his mindset is so calm, composed, and bold. I observed this corridor before, there are a total of 20 cells, and only you and I have survived, the death rate is terrifyingly high. There are a total of 5 such corridors, holding a total of 100 chosen ones. We need to explore one by one and see how many people are still alive. Chen carried the mirror in one hand and walked toward an unexplored corridor. Seeing this, Zhang quickly followed in Chen's footsteps. In the eerie corridor, Chen and the two of them explored one by one. There were simply too many dead people. After walking a good distance, they hadn't seen a single living person. Not long after, Chen discovered something. In every corridor, there existed a terrifying strange being. They wandered in the corridor, killing under the rules of strange tales. However, with the previous successful method of sealing the strange beings, Chen and Zhang Ling once again sealed these strange beings in their cells in the same way. Several hours later, Chen finally finished exploring the 5 corridors. However, including himself, only 5 people survived in the end. In a corridor, there was nothing but blood and flesh, not a single person was left alive. This terrifying death rate made people shudder. Just stepping out of the cell had already cost so many lives. What kind of crisis would they face after escaping the prison? Thinking of this, the few of them felt a chill in their hearts and their faces turned grim. What, are you afraid? Chen saw the grim expressions on everyone's faces, and directly spoke sharply. Next, we still need to find a way to escape the prison. Now is not the time to lose hope. You best pull yourselves together. With the title of ultimate torturer and murderer above his head, Chen's harsh shout was terrifying. A bald middle-aged fat man, known as Entrepreneur, was so frightened by the shout that cold sweat dripped down his face. Chen, you have gone through a nightmare-level horror story. Your experience is richer than ours. Whatever you decide next, we will follow you. We absolutely won't hold you back. The Entrepreneur said with a trembling voice, with a hint of flattery in his tone. However, Chen wasn't swayed by this. His eyes became extremely sharp as he stared at the Entrepreneur in front of him. Very well. Chen slowly walked in front of the Entrepreneur, looked at the bald fat man seriously and said, a nightmare-level horror story doesn't just involve the 5 of us. Once we die, a huge disaster will strike Long Country. I don't know how you all survived the night, but we must give our all now, for the sake of our lives, and charge out. Don't entertain any thoughts of taking advantage of the chaos. The others remained silent but agreed with Chen's statement. Just as Chen said, the lives of these 5 people affected the safety of millions. No one dared to be careless. My title won't play any role in this horror story. However, if there's a place where I can be of help later, I will not hesitate. The bald middle-aged man hurriedly explained. As an entrepreneur, the bald man wasn't stupid, he just had never experienced a horror story and applied his business tactics to Chen, prompting Chen's little warning. You better do so. Chen took a deep breath and said calmly, we don't yet know what strange things lie ahead or what killing rules exist. All of us need to do our best to contribute. Relying solely on me might get us killed even faster. Standing beside Chen, Zhang Ling softly said, my psychologist title ability allows me to identify a strange entity and explore its killing rules. Zhang Ling's words were a response to Chen and could also be seen as a support, clearly stating her ability first. Another young man with the title of fortune teller slowly said, my name is Wei Zhang. It's obvious that my profession is a tarot card reader, and my title ability allows me to briefly foresee the future. Foreseeing the future? Chen looked at Wei Zhang in surprise. This title ability seemed quite terrifying. He just didn't know how long into the future he could foresee. Don't think of this ability as too impressive, I can only foresee things within 10 seconds. Wei Zhang smiled weakly. That's a good ability. When testing the rules, your ability will be very helpful. Chen expressed his appreciation. Foreseeing the future, even for a second, could change many things. Qian Xiaoyu, my title ability is Paper Doll, then Sacrifice. The last girl was a Lolita with the title of Paper Artist, sporting twin ponytails. She looked ageless, but her words astonished Chen and the others. Sacrifice. This ability, in an ordinary horror story, was almost the safest. No wonder she had survived the strange attacks until now. Among the 5, the weakest title ability belonged to the entrepreneur Chao Yan. His ability was that the profits gained in the horror story could be doubled. This ability, if in some urban work related to strange tales, would definitely be in high demand. But placed in this prison, it truly has no use at all. Chao Yan frowned, feeling defeated, and even he felt like a useless person. Let's go. When I was opening the cell door, I saw at the end of a corridor, there was an upward staircase. That should probably be the exit. Chen rubbed his chin and made a decision. Now, he understood clearly the characteristic of each person's title, so he took a step forward and took the lead. The others nodded and quickly followed. Crossing the thin gray mist, the 5 soon saw a staircase extending upwards. Chen's expression was not good. Before, he could only see it from a distance and get a general idea. Now, looking up close, he saw nothing at all. It was pitch black, silent, like an endless abyss. Is there any danger in this corridor? Chen asked in a low voice. What he looked at was the strange mirror in his hand. Nothing. The eerie mirror quickly replied. It can tell you the answer? The diviner Wei Zhang looked at the strange mirror in Chen's hand in astonishment, expressing his surprise. Yes, if it's not related to rules, this eerie mirror will answer. But you must be cautious. If you believe everything, you will die very miserably. Chen replied calmly. Wei Zhang couldn't help but click his tongue in amazement. He had seen this mirror many times in the bathroom and never thought it would be so useful. Chen even carried it with him and tried to ask it for answers, which truly amazed him. So, it said the corridor is not dangerous, is that true? Qian Xiaoyu beside him also cast a curious glance. The eerie mirror knows my trump card in hand and knows I would bring it into the corridor. If the mirror shatters, it will be greatly damaged. So, it won't lie about this. After saying this, Chen stepped onto the stairs without hesitation. The others exchanged glances and all followed. The five slowly moved upwards. The lights in the corridor could no longer shine here. The staircase was pitch black, without a hint of brightness. Besides the sound of their footsteps and heavy breaths filled with fear, the entire staircase was dark and silent. The five walked for a long time without reaching the end. Sweat had already formed on their foreheads. What if this upward staircase has no end? Qian Xiaoyu, lagging at the back, asked as her stamina was not keeping up. Chen stopped, paused for a moment, then said, From the beginning until now, I've been counting the stairs we have climbed. We've walked over 2,000 steps. And I can already smell a rotten odor, along with a strong earthy scent. Do you know what that means? Wei Zhang's eyes flickered as he spoke. Are we underground? Chen nodded slightly and said calmly, the previous 100 cells were very likely underground, and now we are heading towards the surface. After climbing over 2,000 stairs, we've probably ascended around 200 to 300 meters, so the remaining path shouldn't be long. An underground prison couldn't possibly be 1,000 meters deep, right? The others nodded, resting for a while before continuing upwards. Everyone kept counting the stairs, and after passing through over 2,000 steps again, they gradually began to hear a noisy sound. Shouting, cursing, and seemingly heart-wrenching wails. Above, it seemed to gather many people. Are we almost there? Everyone's faces showed joy. Chen also sighed in relief and said, I don't know what we will face after going out, let's rest here for a moment and recover our strength. His stamina was nearly at its limit. Originally weaker than average, after climbing thousands of steps, he was almost exhausted. Hearing this, the few of them rested at the spot, regaining their strength. After some time, they moved forward again. This time, after a few minutes, a rusty iron door appeared before them. Those noisy sounds were coming from behind the door. Is it safe behind the door? Chen asked the strange mirror in his hand. Rock, paper, scissors. The mirror's answer instantly made Chen realize that this iron door touched the rules of the strange tale. After thinking for a moment, Chen looked at Wei Zhang. What would happen if I forcibly opened the door? What would happen? Chen thought for a moment and asked Wei Zhang to use his ability to foresee the future and see what would happen after he opened the door. Wei Zhang nodded, his title above his head flickering slightly. In the next moment, Wei Zhang's face turned pale, and he spoke heavily. You were killed by the strange being. Chapter 35. Dead, myself? Chen's heart sank, and he whispered, explain what happened in detail. He wanted to analyze the rules from his death scene. You opened the iron door, and outside stood a person in a prison guard's uniform. That guard instantly became strange and twisted your head off. Wei Zhang took a deep breath, recalling the future he had foreseen. A prison guard? Were there other scenes outside the door, and what happened to you after I died? Chen was slightly taken aback and asked eagerly. Outside the door, there are prison guards and prisoners, like a very vast square. After you died, we were not attacked. Wei Zhang hesitated for a moment before speaking. Outside the door should be the second level of this prison. Based on your description, it looks like a group of prisoners is being let out. This level of the prison is a gathering place for prisoners and strange beings. As for after you died, nothing happened to you. This indicates that the guard's killing rule targets the one who opens the door, the others are not covered by the rules. Chen took a deep breath, his eyes brightening, and he probably had a guess. He nodded at Qian Xiaoyu. Qian Xiaoyu understood Chen's thoughts, and without hesitation, she walked directly toward the iron door. Be careful, use your abilities at any time. Chen couldn't help but remind her. Okay. Qian Xiaoyu felt warmth in her heart and nodded. Speaking of this, she took a step forward and forcefully pulled open the iron door. Dull light flooded in through the gap. Outside the iron door, a guard waiting outside, upon seeing Qian Xiaoyu, instantly turned pale in the face. After the guard became strange, he looked exceptionally terrifying, instantly grabbing Qian Xiaoyu by the neck and pulling slightly. Qian Xiaoyu's neck completely separated from her body. On the side, another Qian Xiaoyu slowly emerged. The paper person's substitution was successful. After the guard killed the paper person, he returned to normal, no longer so terrifying. The letting out time has already started, why aren't you all coming out quickly? The guard seemed to forget what had just happened, expressionless, pointing at Lu Chen and the others, driving them out. Seeing this scene, the Strange Tale livestream became excited. Wow, amazing. Foreseeing the future, paper person substitution, this can also crack the rules. Lu Chen is too smart, he thought of a way to open the iron door so quickly. What does this have to do with Lu Chen? It was Wei Zhang who foresaw the future, and it was Qian Xiaoyu who did the paper person substitution. Isn't it still something that Lu Chen came up with? Lu Chen also did not hesitate, leading the way out first, and Zhang Ling and the others followed him out of the iron door. Lu Chen frowned, carefully observing his surroundings, quickly understanding the environment he was in. This place was a large square, with about hundreds of prisoners gathered here, making a loud noise. On the edge of the square stood a wall about 5 meters high. Above, there were also many guards, indifferently watching the prisoners below. From all directions, there were 8 dark passages. But Lu Chen still couldn't see what existed behind those passages. Lu Chen, look over there. Zhang Ling couldn't help but pull Lu Chen and pointed to a poster stuck on the sidewall. There aren't many words on the wall, it should be writing the rules here, let's go take a look. Lu Chen smiled and said. The few of them approached the poster, and the bloody red characters reflected in their eyes. As expected, as Lu Chen said. The following are the rules of the second level of the prison, please remember them carefully. The time for fresh air each day is only 2 hours. The prisoners here are all on death row and will be executed in 3 days. In the prison, there are no prisoners in red uniforms, if you encounter one, please stay away and report to the guard. If you see a guard in black uniform, please keep your distance. If you hear a baby's cry, ignore it, there are no babies in the prison. If a prisoner asks you for food, you can choose to give it to him or report to the guard. The prison warden will appear once every hour, randomly selecting a lucky death row inmate to kill. The warden does not kill blindly, prove you are not a death row inmate, and he will take you away. 8 rules, only 8. Lu Chen did not think that this place for fresh air contained only 8 forbidden rules. In this nightmarish scenario, many rules are hidden and require the chosen ones to explore. Just remember these rules and never completely believe. Even if you can be sure that a rule is correct, it doesn't guarantee that there aren't hidden traps. You must know that, in the first layer of the prison, the correct rules have also led many chosen ones to their doom. Lu Chen reminded the others. The rules on the poster are just a reference. The real rules must be verified by oneself. The others nodded in agreement. Previously in prison, they were all badly tricked. If Lu Chen hadn't found a way to escape the bizarre confinement, they might not have lasted long. Lu Chen, how do you interpret the rules on the poster? Zhang Ling memorized the rules on the poster and couldn't help but ask. Lu Chen pondered for a moment and analyzed. The error possibility of the airtime in Rule 1 is the smallest. Rule 7 states the warden appears once every hour. This means that under the condition Rule 1 is correct, during one airtime, the warden will appear twice. But during these 2 appearances, the warden may not kill, he might take away a non-death row inmate. The identity of a death row inmate is something we need to pay attention to. We can think of a way to prove we are not death row inmates and then test the correctness of Rule 8. Lu Chen said calmly. Beside him, the entrepreneur Chao Yen whispered, what if we tell the guard that we are not death row inmates, but came from the lower prison? Can you be sure that the prison we were held in before did not hold death row inmates? Zhang Ling said with a hint of mockery, her voice cold, don't forget, we escaped and came here. Our identity truly cannot be proven to the guard. But in such a terrifying prison, it's very likely we are indeed death row inmates. We can look for clues from them, checking for features they possess, slowly shedding the identity of death row inmates. Lu Chen looked at the prisoners gathered in 2s and 3s. We need to make contact with the prisoners? Chao Yan's face went pale in an instant. Setting aside their identities, can there really be living people other than the chosen ones in this creepy tale? Making contact with the prisoners is equivalent to engaging with the bizarre. So thrilling right from the start. Wei Zhang smirked, though he did not seem very afraid. The title of seer allowed him to often exempt himself from crises. Lu Chen said lightly, in 3 days, the death row inmates in this layer will be executed. We have 3 days to find a way to get rid of the identity of death row inmates. Among the prisoners out for fresh air, there might also be ordinary inmates, our path to survival lies with them. Fear and dread of the bizarre will only cause us to miss crucial clues. Lu Chen spoke with a slightly flat tone. He approached a tall prisoner. This prisoner had been observed by Lu Chen several times. He kept his head down. Do not contact other prisoners. Such people are either bullied in prison for years or some of the most terrifying prisoners in prison. Lu Chen blocked the path of this prisoner. Suddenly, the prisoner stopped, and the lowly head slowly raised. Lu Chen saw a pale, sickly face that was gradually becoming rotten, taking on an eerie transformation. I want to ask you something. Lu Chen ignored the prisoner's state, his expression calm and cold. Above his head, the title Ultimate Corpse Torturing Psychopath was now glowing with a faint blue light. Around him, many prisoners suddenly turned pale, fear-filled faces, moving away from Lu Chen. The intimidation of this title was clearly terrifying. Big brother, what do you want to ask? The prisoner before him had now returned to normal, lowering his head in fear. Tell me, which prisoners here are death row inmates and which are ordinary prisoners? Lu Chen stared at the prisoner in front of him. He didn't consider asking the mirror. Death row inmates and ordinary prisoners were directly tied to the rules. Even if he asked, the mirror would make him guess. We are all death row inmates. The prisoner did not hesitate, answering. Lu Chen's face was cold as he pondered for a moment. Bang! Lu Chen suddenly kicked out, knocking the prisoner to the ground. Lu Chen did not stop, repeatedly striking the prisoner, and in no time, blood began to ooze from the prisoner's body. Ah, this, has he always been like this? What a bold man! The entrepreneur Chao Yan's eyes nearly popped out, watching this scene anxiously. This is prison, only the tough will not be bullied. Lu Chen is trying to crack the rules of this prison. Zhang Ling's eyes lit up. You mean he wants everyone to see their true titles clearly? At this moment, the fortune teller Wei Zhang asked. Otherwise? A psychopath title? How useful is that? Isn't that the greatest weapon? Zhang Ling exclaimed in amazement. My goodness, so violent, so cruel. I saw Chang Wei beating Lai Fu as soon as I came in. Before, it was just threatening ghosts, now, they are directly attacking. What else would Lu Chen dare not do? Lu Chen is so bad, I like him so much. The prisoner was now unrecognizable, curled up in a heap. Are you being honest now? Lu Chen squatted in front of the prisoner, his face still cold, with a fierce tone. Be honest and tell me, which are death row inmates? Which are ordinary prisoners? The prisoner wiped the blood from his face, feeling wronged. Big brother, everything I said is true, all those held here are death row inmates. Am I wrong in my judgment? Lu Chen frowned slightly. This guy had been beaten like this, plus the intimidation of the title, he should not be lying. But if this yard is full of death row inmates, how can the chosen ones escape their identities? Where is the clue? Lu Chen's gaze continued to scan those death row inmates hiding far away. Lu Chen, hurry up, a guard in a black uniform is coming. Zhang Ling had been observing the surroundings and suddenly reminded him. Lu Chen's eyes narrowed. Looking outside the prisoner crowd, he saw a guard, seemingly aware of the commotion, walking over from the crowd. Let's leave. Lu Chen frowned, leaving the trembling prisoner on the ground, blending with a few people into the crowd of prisoners. However, he kept watching the guard's actions. The guard wore a black uniform. Rule 4, if you encounter a guard in black uniform, please stay away. There was no such guard in the rules. The guard wore a smile, seemingly asking the prisoner on the ground something, then dragged the unfortunate fellow's leg, walking towards a passage at the edge of the yard. Lu Chen noticed the faces of those prisoners were filled with terror. It seemed that the passage shrouded in darkness was extremely frightening. Rule 4 is correct. The guard in black is terrifying. He will actively kill the prisoners. After that, be careful. Lu Chen glanced at the direction where the black-clothed prison guard had disappeared. That guard showed no supernatural behavior, but his identity and the rules were there. It was best not to make contact. The few gathered in a corner. Lu Chen shared the results of his earlier questions with the others. Among the four of them, besides the entrepreneur Chao Yan, who seemed a bit out of place in the bizarre paradise, the other three performed fairly well. If what that guy said is true, the entire square is made up of death row inmates, then we are in trouble. Does anyone have any ideas on how to change our identities? Lu Chen wanted to brainstorm and find the most feasible way from the many ideas. After a brief silence, the diviner Wei Zhang was the first to express his thoughts. Well. Wei Zhang coughed lightly and whispered, although we are called the chosen ones, I believe the bizarre paradise is a death game, we're just players. As players, if we want to change our identity from death row inmate to ordinary prisoner, do we need an identity card? The way to obtain this identity card, like in a game, could it possibly be something that drops after defeating something? After Wei Zhang finished speaking, he stared unblinkingly at Lu Chen. Oh. Lu Chen's expression was flat. It's a good idea, but how do we defeat something? Don't tell me you're planning to slaughter those death row inmates? Lu Chen shook his head slightly. Wei Zhang's idea wasn't actually wrong. It was just that the rules for obtaining this identity card could be very difficult. As far as he knew, not a single chosen one had managed to truly kill the bazaar, at most they just sealed it with forbidden items. Could it be a task? Some special death row inmates might issue tasks, and after we complete them, we can receive the identity card? Zhang Ling on the side pondered. Her guess turned out to be a bit more reliable than Wei Zhang's idea. This guess is worth a try. Lu Chen nodded slightly and then turned his gaze to Qian Xiaoyu. I also think it could be some kind of task. However, what if the tasks aren't on the death row inmates but on those prison guards? Qian Xiaoyu felt a bit nervous under Lu Chen's gaze. She recalled the scene where Lu Chen violently beat the prisoners, it was so terrifying. Me too. The outsider Chao Yin stammered. Lu Chen took a deep breath, summarizing what everyone had said. Based on the information we currently have, we might need to perform certain tasks to obtain an identity card. Both the guards and the death row inmates might have tasks available. It's just that there are far too many people here, we need to carefully observe to determine who has a task. If we choose wrong, it's easy to trigger the death rule. Lu Chen felt that Wei Zhang's idea, combined with the contributions from Zhang Ling and Qian Xiaoyu, was already very close to the survival rules. However, executing it might be a bit challenging. There were only 5 of them. There were probably hundreds of prisoners present. And there were dozens of guards. Testing them one by one, by the time 3 days passed and they were executed, they might still not find the correct person. Even though using their titles could threaten those prisoners without triggering a dead end. But if every prisoner used their title abilities, they would be drained. Lu Chen thought for quite a while and still couldn't determine whom to test. Now we have 5 people, so let's divide the entire square into 5 zones. Each person will monitor a zone, observing the prisoners and guards in that zone. If we discover anything unusual, we will discuss it again. Lu Chen made the arrangement. Upon hearing this, the others nodded in agreement. This was probably the best course of action for now. The 5 of them each repositioned to observe a different zone. Time was slowly passing. Lu Chen had a heavy task, almost simultaneously watching over about 100 prisoners. These prisoners had different expressions. Yet there was not a single prisoner who displayed any strange behavior. Could it be that this guess is wrong? Lu Chen scratched his head, growing doubtful. At that moment, Lu Chen suddenly noticed a vague and distorted figure slowly walking out of a dark passage. It was a bizarre creature. Standing 2 meters tall, shrouded in thick black mist. Only a pair of crimson eyes were scanning all the prisoners. Lu Chen also felt this cold gaze, a chill suddenly rising in his heart. Just a single glance was already far more terrifying and bizarre than the horrifying iron hammer outside the prison. Such strangeness was difficult to seal even with strange photos. Be careful, something strange has appeared. Lu Chen's pupils shrank, alerting everyone. Damn, that's so terrifying. Wei Zhang caught a glimpse of the bizarre figure by the passage, shocked into a scream. The other 3 also sensed something was wrong. That strange being is the prison warden. Lu Chen's expression changed instantly, deducing what this sudden appearance was. Rule 7, the prison warden appears once every hour, he randomly chooses a lucky death row inmate and kills them. An hour passed. The prison warden appeared. Warden. Chao Yan's voice trembled. Zhang Ling frowned slightly, her face turning pale. Be careful, he is going to choose someone to kill. Lu Chen reminded the others. He held a strange photo, vigilantly staring at the prison warden. Come over quickly, my paper figurine can take your place. Qian Xiaoyu's expression was tense as she hurriedly spoke. The property of this title, which she had not mentioned before, was now revealed. As soon as she said this, everyone hurried towards Qian Xiaoyu. This Qian Xiaoyu's title ability could also take death for others? It was truly strategic. Even more astonishing than Wei Zhang's ability to foresee the future. For a moment, Qian Xiaoyu's standing in Lu Chen's mind began to rise. If this nightmare-level tale could see Qian Xiaoyu and Wei Zhang both survive, then Long Country would gain 2 rare talents. You protect yourself first, using the title ability too frequently can drain someone to death. Lu Chen's eyes flashed and he said in a deep voice. Before Qian Xiaoyu could reply, suddenly, the prison warden's figure began to distort and rapidly surged into the midst of the prisoners. Its speed was fast, like a specter. Even human eyesight had difficulty keeping up. From several directions, a few prisoners were enveloped in darkness. Without a sound of lament, they died instantly. After finishing off the prisoners, the prison warden's figure slowly faded into the darkness. The faces of the group instantly turned grim. How could they prove to such a terrifying being that they weren't murderers? Chapter 38. The entrepreneur Chao Yan slumped to the ground. The prison warden's clean and decisive killing method terrified him to the extreme. What should we do? I don't want to die. The voice of this fat man trembled uncontrollably. Finally, he knelt on the ground, starting to whimper, already breaking down. Lu Chen glanced at Chao Yan, coldly saying, Wei Zhang, make him shut up first. He was beginning to have some thoughts, but was annoyed by Chao Yan. Okay. When Wei Zhang heard Lu Chen, he excitedly dragged Chao Yan aside. Then came a series of slapping sounds and questioning voices. Did I make a mistake? Did I make a mistake? Wei Zhang seemed to have awakened some strange attribute. Lu Chen facepalmed, moving away from the two and squatting in a corner. Lu Chen, did you discover anything? Zhang Ling naturally sat beside Lu Chen, her youthful face filled with curiosity. I'm thinking about a question. Why does the prison warden appear every hour to choose some death row inmate to kill? This woman is very smart, and her analytical ability is quite good. Lu Chen felt that expressing his doubts and analyzing them with someone is much better than thinking aimlessly alone. Isn't this the rule of supernatural tales? It's very normal. Zhang Ling frowned slightly, unable to understand why Lu Chen was pondering this for a moment. Yes, it's a rule of supernatural tales, but what is the meaning of this rule? Lu Chen's expression grew even more confused. The meaning of the rule? Isn't it reminding us that we must quickly get rid of the identity of a death row inmate? Zhang Ling also fell into thought. She felt that she was somewhat unable to keep up with Lu Chen's thoughts. Could it be that her thoughts weren't deep enough? In the next hour, the warden will kill again. At that time, I will observe again. Lu Chen shook his head slightly. Suddenly, he stared at the top of Zhang Ling's head, suspiciously asking, Did you just use your title ability to explore the warden's killing rules? Zhang Ling's title ability allows her to choose a supernatural being and explore one of its killing rules. The warden is too terrifying, my title ability was rendered ineffective, and the exploration failed. Zhang Ling lightly bit her lip and shook her head. Lu Chen could only sigh in disappointment. Over there, Chao Yan had already quieted down. Lu Chen called several people together. He asked the group if anyone had noticed anything unusual when the warden killed earlier. But the results were not ideal. That scene was too quick. The warden's appearance and departure were so fast that it triggered feelings of fear, and no one noticed anything strange. Thoughts fell into a deadlock. After thinking for a moment, Lu Chen brought the strange mirror in front of him. He prepared to use the strange mirror again. Earlier, when the warden killed, did any death row inmates show any strange changes? Lu Chen didn't ask about the warden. The warden is the strongest supernatural being in this nightmare-level supernatural tale, asking about him would be pointless. But there are too many death row inmates, it's impossible for all of them to be involved in the supernatural rules. No. The strange mirror answered bluntly. What about the prison guards? Did they show any changes? Lu Chen thought for a moment and asked again. No. The strange mirror answered just as bluntly. Are you messing with me? Lu Chen raised an eyebrow, his expression cold. No. The strange mirror continued to answer in the same way. An hour later, the warden will appear again. When he kills the death row inmate, I will throw you over. Lu Chen said firmly. Everything I said is true. The strange mirror used 3 exclamation marks. Then. Among the people present, whether they are inmates or prison guards, who is more special? Lu Chen took a deep breath, thought for a moment, and changed his question. Guessing games. What the hell? I can't believe this. Lu Chen fell silent for a moment and turned his gaze to Wei Zhang, who was curiously looking at the strange mirror. Can the ability to foresee the future win against the strange mirror? With this, Wei Zhang immediately shook his head, looking sullen. Lu Chen, do you know why my face is so pale? I previously used the ability to foresee the future several times in the lower prison against this mirror. Even knowing what would happen next, I still lost. The future has already changed. Lu Chen felt helpless. As long as the questions asked touch the rules, the strange mirror will make you guess. If the questions don't touch the rules, even if information is gained, it won't be of much use. After thinking for a moment, Lu Chen placed the strange mirror on the ground. Zhang Ling, Xian Xiaoyu, come ask the mirror questions. Ask all the questions you can think of. Don't let it stop. No matter whether it is useful or not, just ask. If it doesn't answer, just tell me, I will take action to seal it. Lu Chen assigned the probing task to Zhang Ling and Xian Xiaoyu. The two were also full of curiosity about the strange mirror and started asking questions. The strange mirror just wanted to scold Lu Chen, but couldn't. However, bound by the rules of the supernatural tale, it must respond to questions. When faced with difficult questions, it would lead the two women to guess. But the two women were very clever. No one was fooled, but the strange mirror was almost broken. After a while, the two lost interest. Because most of the questions were about the rules, the strange mirror urged them to play rock paper scissors. Lu Chen, this strange mirror has revealed nothing. Zhang Ling complained. I suspect it only wants to kill. Qian Xiaoyu murmured as well. Lu Chen had already anticipated this outcome. Information outside the rules controlled by the strange mirror was not easy to extract. He couldn't always confront the strange mirror with strange photos, otherwise, if this guy got desperate, it would be quite troublesome to fight back. Don't you want to play rock paper scissors? Don't you want to kill? There are so many death row inmates here, let me find one to play rock paper scissors with you. If that death row inmate wins, you tell me the rule clues. If he loses, you can kill him. Lu Chen asked coldly. Sure. However, it must be a death row inmate wearing a red prison uniform. This time, the strange mirror did not refuse Lu Chen's question. Instead, it straightforwardly put forward its own condition. Ha! Seeing the 2 lines of blood-red words appearing on the strange mirror, Lu Chen's face suddenly stiffened. Then, a bright smile appeared on his face. Rule 3, in the prison, there are no inmates wearing red prison uniforms. You actually proposed the condition of playing rock paper scissors with a death row inmate wearing a red prison uniform. Does this mean that a death row inmate in a red prison uniform is harmless? Can we understand this as saying that a death row inmate in a red prison uniform hides extremely important clues? Strange Mirror. Chapter 39. Hiss, using the strange mirror's words to search for hidden information, such a scary analytical ability. Actually, Zhang Ling's analytical ability is also decent, just can't keep up with Lu Chen. Come on, little sister. Are you feeling lustful upstairs? Get lost, is it okay for you to be all flirty with Lu Chen, but not allow us boys to have some fantasies? Then I must speak up, I think Qian Xiaoyu is really pretty, Lolita. As Lu Chen analyzed the clues, the atmosphere in the livestream instantly became lively. Many people's suppressed emotions were also relaxed. Zhang Ling, Qian Xiaoyu, Wei Zhang, and Xiao Yan were all dumbfounded, staring at Lu Chen. Can clues be found this way? Lu Chen frowned and said lightly. We are all chosen ones, all lives are real, we should try to avoid casualties. If we use these death row inmates to play rock paper scissors with the strange mirror, it would be simply perfect. It seems that, according to the rules, it allows for this. The information revealed by the strange mirror is that the red-clothed prisoners are very special. But unfortunately, Rule 3. Rule 3, in the prison, there are no inmates wearing red prison uniforms. When you encounter one, please keep your distance and report to the guard. Wei Zhang boldly strolled around the wind square but didn't see even a hint of red, and had to grimace, saying, Lu Chen, there's none, the entire square has no red-clothed prisoners at all. Everyone began to search outside, and there were no inmates in red prison uniforms in their sights. Looking around, it was a sea of gray and white prison uniforms. There wasn't a trace of red. For a moment, everyone was filled with frustration. The situation fell into a deadlock. It seems that the red-clothed prisoners might not be here, or maybe they need specific conditions. Lu Chen sighed and speculated. Then does this mean that the third rule telling us to keep our distance and report to the guard is incorrect? Wei Zhang asked curiously. Lu Chen shook his head slightly, denying Wei Zhang's guess, saying, the red-clothed inmates have important clues, and it doesn't have much correlation with how dangerous they are. Maybe because the red-clothed inmates contain clues, it might be even more dangerous. Wei Zhang scratched his head a bit annoyed. Lu Chen guessed that the appearance of the red-clothed inmates should require a certain medium. What exactly are the conditions needed? Time passed little by little. Another hour went by. Lu Chen and others gathered together because the warden. Once again, it appeared. A terrifying and eerie atmosphere once again enveloped the entire open-air square. All the prisoners were trembling in fear. Suddenly, the warden acted. Just like an hour ago, the warden's moves were swift, and his distorted and blurred figure quickly killed several death row inmates. Lu Chen unexpectedly locked onto one person. While the group of death row inmates were still shaking, one inmate could move freely, even stealthily hiding behind a jailer. This inmate seemed a bit unusual. Lu Chen had a plan in mind, quickly heading towards the prisoner. Zhang Ling and Wei Zheng hurried to follow. At that moment, the prisoner still had no idea he had been targeted, wandering aimlessly. Suddenly, a pair of thin hands grasped tightly onto the prisoner's shoulders from behind. Kid, if you want to live, don't move, understand? Lu Chen's icy voice echoed from behind this prisoner. The terror of the ultimate corpse torturer and perverted killer was vividly displayed at this moment. When the prisoner in front turned around and saw Lu Chen, he was filled with extreme fear, his body trembling violently, breaking out in a cold sweat. At that moment, Lu Chen suddenly noticed that the prisoner's clothes were slowly changing from their original grayish-white to a deep red. So, he is the red-clothed prisoner. Everyone was stunned. In just a few breaths, this prisoner had completely transformed, his prison uniform had turned entirely red. But he was eerie. The strange pupils had turned white, his body was grotesquely swelling, releasing a foul stench, and his nails grew long. "Let me go!" the eerie voice screamed. "What did you say?" Lu Chen's expression turned frosty. The intimidation from his title still remained. The red-clothed prisoner instantly revealed a smile more pitiful than crying. "Please." Lu Chen was slightly taken aback. This guy really knew how to read the situation. After finally finding the hidden guy, Lu Chen would never let him go easily. For now, he used his title ability to suppress him. However, this red-clothed prisoner was indeed very dangerous. But fortunately, a jailer had already noticed the commotion and was rushing over. Under the reminder of Rule 3, seeing the red-clothed prisoner meant that the two belonged to opposing sides. As Lu Chen expected, upon seeing the jailer, the red-clothed prisoner's eerie expression faded, and his red clothes gradually dulled. "Kid, what were you doing just now?" The jailer glared fiercely at the group. The others immediately made a few excuses, managing to cover their tracks. "Time's up for free time. Now, go back to your own cells." The jailer looked at Lu Chen and the others. "You guys are new prisoners who arrived today and haven't been assigned to a cell yet. Now, follow me, I'll take you there. By the way." The jailer pointed at Zhang Ling and Xian Xiaoyu, his face cold as he said, "Male and female prisoners cannot share cells. You two will go to different cells." Lu Chen smiled and pointed to the earlier red-clothed prisoner, requesting, "Officer, can we stay in the same cell as him?" The jailer stared at Lu Chen, a strange smile revealing on his face. "Sure." Chapter 40. Lu Chen, Wei Zhang, and Xiao Yan, three male chosen ones, along with this red-clothed death row inmate, were locked in a stinking prison cell. The surroundings were empty, with a musty smell and a stench of urine lingering. "This environment is too poor." Wei Zhang complained, his face contorted in pain as he said, "There isn't even a bed, how are we supposed to sleep at night?" Xiao Yan, on the side, scoffed sarcastically, "We're all going to die in 3 days, what are you complaining about?" "Hey, I've got a short temper." Wei Zhang angrily marched up to the balding middle-aged man, starting to let off steam. Lu Chen felt a bit of a headache. However, he didn't expect either of them to provide any help at this moment. He studied the inmates for a while, deciding to focus on this prisoner. "He, the red-clothed prisoner, can guess hands?" Lu Chen tentatively asked the strange mirror placed aside. "It must be in red-clothed state to do so." Lu Chen frowned, feeling a hint of impatience. The strange mirror seemed to have forgotten the previous tragic incident, where it had revealed a bit of information that Lu Chen uncovered the truth from. Guessing hands is for killing. In red-clothed state, it's much more ruthless than normal. And then, the red-clothed strange triggers your killing rules. Why must we kill such strange things? Lu Chen thought for a moment, and suddenly a somewhat immature idea surged in his mind. "I say, could it be that you can grow stronger by killing the red-clothed strange?" The strange mirror fell completely silent. Lu Chen was startled to see the strange mirror behave so unusually. The strange mirror actually can grow. This was the first time he had heard of it. Even in the materials from the Creepy Tales Research Institute, there was no record. "It seems like you are very dangerous. An item that can grow without restraint, what would the future be like?" Lu Chen was already considering whether to use a strange photo to completely seal the strange mirror, to prevent it from continuing to grow. After some thought, he felt that the mechanism of the strange mirror was quite useless. Who would casually guess hands in front of a mirror? Even if it can grow, the threat shouldn't be too great. Lu Chen sneered and shifted his gaze to the prisoner. At that moment, the prisoner, not in red-clothed transformation, was not very dangerous. Lu Chen walked slowly to the prisoner squatting in the corner, pondering for a while. He did not directly mention the red-clothed prisoner. He wanted to see if this prisoner in his current state had any utilizable value. If he could gather some important information, it might be more useful than the red-clothed state. "What did you do to get sentenced to death?" Lu Chen asked in a low voice. "I don't know, I was wronged." The prisoner was a thin middle-aged man, looking like a wrung-out addict. He shook his head, his face full of bitterness. "When I was brought in, they said I killed a family of 5 neighbors, in an extremely cruel manner. Look at my build, am I that kind of person?" The prisoner shook his stick-like arms. With this physique, if this prisoner said he had a terminal illness like himself, Lu Chen would believe it. To kill a family of 5 neighbors, this physique truly wouldn't be able to. Unless some despicable means were used, like poisoning or something. "I don't think you did. But it's useless, in 3 days, we will both be executed, you know? Don't you want to struggle a bit?" Lu Chen asked tentatively. He wasn't planning to rest until he wrung every possible clue from this prisoner tonight. "I don't want to." The prisoner replied succinctly. "No, you do." Lu Chen said seriously. You should know some unknown information. If you share it, I can analyze some useful clues and then get you out of this prison. Chen wore a friendly smile, painting a bright future for the middle-aged man before him. When the prison warden was killing, so many prisoners were suppressed and trembling, unable to move. But you could not only move, but you also knew to hide behind the prison guards. Do you think I would consider you simple? Chen stared at the middle-aged man before him, trying to read something from his expression. What should I say? The prisoner had a mournful face, thinking for a long time before revealing a piece of information. Are you talking about me hiding behind the guards? At that time, I didn't think much. I just felt the warden was someone from the prison, and the guards were also from the prison. Hiding behind the guards should be safe from the warden's killing. The middle-aged man explained. Hearing this, Chen circled around the middle-aged man. Then, he said sharply, strip. Ha? The middle-aged man looked at Chen incredulously. On the other side, Wei Zhang and Xiao Yan also looked at Chen in disbelief. Take off your clothes. Don't make me do it myself. Chen's face was expressionless, his voice stern. Chen, this isn't good. This is being broadcast live worldwide, you should think about the impact. This guy's body isn't that great either. Wei Zhang said in a daze. Chen glared at Wei Zhang with a dark face, then turned to the middle-aged man and said, hurry up. The middle-aged man was startled and quickly stripped himself down to nothing. Should I keep going? The middle-aged man pointed at his last pair of tattered pants, looking at Chen pitifully. No need. You can keep that thing. Too cruel, too violent. I'm a pervert, but even I find Chen a bit twisted. Why do I feel sorry for that middle-aged uncle? Everyone, calm down. Chen is just trying to get through a nightmare-level ghost story. He's not really a pervert. Let's be rational. Forget it, I can't think of anything else. Chen, that's right, I am that twisted, hands on hips. The ghost story livestream was cheerful at this moment. However, Chen was not very happy. The middle-aged man was now completely naked, but there was nothing special about him. Chen held the prisoner suit on the ground and felt nothing unusual. Where is the promised red-clothed prisoner? But the middle-aged man had indeed turned into a prisoner wearing red before. Chen's analysis fell into a blind spot once again. Could it be that he needed to be transformed again? Come on, transform. Chen stared at the man. Transform into what? The man was very flustered. Into something strange, just like during the day. Chen said. I can't do that. Chen rubbed his forehead, feeling a bit of a headache. The man seemed to have no use at all. What if I just killed him directly? Chen narrowed his eyes, looking around the middle-aged man, making everyone feel a chill down their spine. Suddenly, a heavy, hoarse wailing sound came from outside the prison. Wah! Oh wah, woo. At this moment, outside the prison, it was eerily silent, without a sound. As if there was no one else besides the few of them. Wah wah! The wailing sound came again from the pitch-black prison. And that sound was getting closer. Chen was drenched in cold sweat, grabbing Wei Zhang by his side. The two exchanged a glance and pressed tightly against the wall, not daring to make a sound. A baby's nighttime crying. Rule 5, if you hear a baby's cry, please ignore it, there are no babies in the prison. This is a baby's crying sound, what's going on? Xiao Yan hadn't reacted yet when he immediately expressed his puzzlement. Are there still children in the prison? At this time, the middle-aged man also scratched his head in confusion. The footsteps were quickly approaching here. It was running. In less than 3 seconds, Chen saw a strange baby suddenly run out from the gray mist. A baby with a dark head, completely black, and barefoot, ran out from the shadows. The baby's head was very large, swollen, and turning blue, and its whole body was pitch black. Without any hesitation, the baby directly killed the middle-aged man. Then it lunged at Xiao Yan. With a crack. Xiao Yan didn't have time to say any farewell words before the baby twisted his neck in one swift motion. His fat body heavily fell to the ground. After killing the two, the baby turned its gaze to Chen and Wei Zhang. Chen's heart sank, the bizarre photo was already in his hand, and he warily stared at the baby in front of him. Fortunately, the baby was following its rules to kill, and did not attack Chen and Wei Zhang. The baby wailed at the two, and seeing that they treated it as if it didn't exist, it gradually faded away. Chen stared at the direction the baby left in. After a long time, he finally let out a long sigh of relief. Hiss, that scared me to death. Wei Zhang also sat down on the ground. The scene just now was truly terrifying. The aura emitted by the baby was so cold it felt suffocating. What a pity. Chen sighed, slowly sitting down on the ground. Xiao Yan's death was without value. This prisoner died too quickly, not even leaving behind a scrap of useful information. Lu Chen said with a bit of a headache. Xiao Yan could only blame himself for being foolish, knowing this rule, yet daring to speak out. The prisoner died in such a frustrating way, leaving without knowing anything. Our clues are cut off. Wei Zhang said bitterly. Lu Chen sighed deeply and nodded slightly. The prisoner lying on the ground showed no signs of movement. Not unexpectedly, he was cold. The clues really had run dry. It's hard to reason from here. The rest depends on when we meet Qian Xiaoyu and the others again to discuss. I wonder if something strange will happen with the babies on their side. But with Zhang Ling's keen insight and Qian Xiaoyu's ability to act as a scapegoat, there should be no problems. Lu Chen shook his head in disappointment, deciding not to think about these things for now. He had thought too much over the past 2 days, now it made his head hurt just to remember. He needed to rest a little. Just as Lu Chen was about to lean against the wall and close his eyes for a moment, his peripheral vision suddenly caught a glimpse of the prisoner's uniform on the ground. It started turning red. Ha! Lu Chen was startled and hurried over. The discarded prison uniform was slowly changing to red. Could it be that the important clue lies not with the red-clad prisoner but with this color-changing uniform? Lu Chen began to ponder. Moments later, his eyes lit up. Is there a possibility? The red uniform is the identity card. Chapter 42. Could it be? Wei Zhang was taken aback, looking at Lu Chen with a face full of confusion and disbelief. This red uniform can change a death row inmate's identity? Is there a possibility? Lu Chen stroked his chin and thought, the red-clad prisoner is an anomaly among death row inmates. Once caught by the guards, they would be removed from the death row. However, it's also possible that this removal means they are directly executed. Wei Zhang smacked his lips. This guess is indeed bold. Just a guess. Lu Chen said as a matter of course. Tomorrow, we have 2 hours of yard time. After the warden makes his move, we must capture another red-clad prisoner to force him to transform, attracting the guards over. At that time, Lu Chen narrowed his eyes and set the plan. Instantly, the live stream was buzzing again, everyone was unusually excited. Have we already found a way to change identities? Lu Chen is still so quick. Sounds dangerous, I hope nothing happens tomorrow. If Lu Chen's guess is right, then this nightmare-level story can almost be passed. I can't wait for tomorrow to come. Time passed, it was hard to tell how long. Amidst a cacophony of noise, the guards expressionlessly opened the prison door. The second yard time began. Lu Chen wrapped the red prison outfit around him, blending in with the crowd as he walked out. When he reached the yard square, he glanced around and found Zhang Ling and Qian Xiaoyu. Both seemed to be doing well, having encountered no dangers. Xiao Yan is dead? Zhang Ling asked suspiciously. He touched a taboo and was killed by a strange baby. Lu Chen shared his guess from yesterday with the two. Zhang Ling took a deep breath, saying seriously, you plan to capture a new red-clad prisoner? Qian Xiaoyu, standing beside, frowned slightly upon hearing Lu Chen's thoughts. Lu Chen, this is very dangerous. You are touching both the red-clad prisoner and the guard's killing rules at the same time, you might be attacked by both kinds of anomalies. My paper person might not be able to save you. Lu Chen shook his head. Yesterday we found almost nothing, and time is short. At this rate, the warden will execute all the death row inmates tomorrow. No matter what, I must try once. Lu Chen's gaze slightly narrowed. He had already anticipated some dangers in advance. As long as there were no surprises, nothing would happen. Yesterday's red-clad prisoner's state, using the deterrent force of his title, could make the red-clad prisoner dare not act. The only thing to be wary of was he is a prison guard. Utilizing Wei Zhang's predictive ability. Even if something goes wrong, it can be prevented in advance. Hearing this, the others stopped trying to persuade. Lu Chen possessed natural leadership and decisiveness, and he always chose the right path. There was no reason not to obey him. Since Lu Chen dared to take risks, the others were willing to cooperate. An hour passed. The warden appeared. Everyone keep an eye on one direction, remember which prisoners show any abnormalities. The moment Lu Chen saw the warden, he quickly said to the others. Zhang Ling, Wei Zhang, and Qian Xiaoyu were already on high alert, scanning the surroundings with great caution. The warden moved with ruthless speed. But Lu Chen and the others were prepared and had already captured his movements, retreating to a relatively safe position, avoiding this attack. Found it. Lu Chen's eyes brightened, and a hint of joy appeared on his face. In the direction he was watching, a prisoner was sneaking away, hiding beside a guard. When the warden finished his murderous act, that prisoner quickly blended back into the crowd. Lu Chen's gaze was fixated on that prisoner, quickly following him. Go, follow him. Zhang Ling saw this and quickly called out. Slam. Stop right there. Don't move. Lu Chen shouted sharply and grabbed the prisoner's arm from behind. This prisoner was nearly 1 meter 80, with a body full of muscles and a fierce expression. Once Lu Chen locked onto him, the prisoner's face turned increasingly sinister and malicious as his grayish-white clothes began to turn red. Bright red. The prisoner remained silent, looking at Lu Chen with a terrifying gaze, a chilling mist suddenly pouring from his body. It was the aura of death. Lu Chen held his breath, and his heart sank. He made up his mind. The title of ultimate torturer and psychopathic killer shone brightly above him. In that instant, the prisoner's expression stiffened, indeed showing a hint of fear. Not far away, a guard was already approaching with a black baton. Upon seeing the prisoner in red, the guard showed a surprised expression and rushed over. Lu Chen, run! Wei Zhang suddenly shouted, the guard in black is coming. They will both attack you, you will die. Lu Chen was stunned, breaking into a cold sweat. What rule did he touch upon? Why did it trigger simultaneous attacks on him? In this urgent situation, there was no time to think. Lu Chen turned and began to flee. Just as he released his grip, the prisoner in red let out a strange roar, and a black mist instantly surged forward. Strange mirror, go entertain him. Without hesitation, Lu Chen decisively threw the strange mirror out. Don't you want to guess with the prisoner in red? Go ahead and play. The strange mirror wanted to curse but could only suppress a groan, suffering in silence. At that moment, the guard also moved in. His target was also Lu Chen. Lu Chen was drenched in sweat, holding the strange photo, ready to seal the guard at any moment. Lu Chen, don't look back. I'll use the paper man to help you resist. This time, it was Chen Xiaoyu who spoke. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen ran forward without looking back. With a ripping sound, a paper man of Lu Chen's size appeared, resisting the guard's attack, but was instantly torn into shreds. When he looked back, the guard in black had already given up the chase, standing beside the prisoner in red, pressing his baton against the prisoner's back, forcibly leading him away from the windbreak square into a dark passage. Lu Chen was slightly stunned at the sight of the black-clad guard and the prisoner in red leaving. Piecing together everything that had happened before, his eyes lit up. I think I should know how to escape this prison. Chapter 43. Lu Chen, what did you find? Everyone excitedly gathered around, asking eagerly. Wei Zhang worshipped Lu Chen as if he were a god. This guy really has guts. That scene just now was incredibly dangerous. Lu Chen had just escaped death, yet he remained calm and even thought of a way to leave this prison? This. So freaking strong. People make others die from jealousy. Yesterday, I was studying those 8 dark passages around us. When we split up to enter the prison yesterday, I confirmed that 5 of them lead to the prisoner's cells. As for the remaining 3, one is the execution site where the prison guards in black kill death row inmates. Another is the exclusive passage for the prison warden, where he rushes in to kill us prisoners. But just now, it was different. The black-clad guard took the red-clad prisoner to the last passage. That is, over there. Lu Chen's gaze was steady as he extended his hand, pointing to the place where the black-clad guard had just disappeared. If nothing goes wrong, that place might be our way out. Lu Chen detailed his speculation. Amazing, Lu Chen, I give you a thumbs up. Wei Zhang gave a thumbs up, his face showing a surprised smile. Chen Xiaoyu glanced at Wei Zhang, this guy didn't look too bright. Zhang Ling nodded and added, but, there should be a prerequisite, we must change our identities to enter that passage. Otherwise, if we encounter the black-clad guard, we might just drop dead. Exactly. Lu Chen nodded. The requirement to enter there is to have an identity card and wear the red prisoner outfit. Put on the red prisoner clothes, enter that passage. Then we can leave the prison. When the next hour arrives, we must desperately search for red-clad prisoners, get their red outfits to put on ourselves. Lu Chen turned his gaze to Zhang Ling and Chen Xiaoyu. The two nodded in agreement. But, how do we get them? Wei Zhang scratched his head. Once a prisoner turned into something strange, they would attack the chosen ones. Just strip them. Lu Chen answered confidently. At this moment, he understood that his title truly fit this scenario. Ultimate torture corpse perversion killer, isn't it just the perfect excuse to make prisoners take off their clothes? Wei Zhang touched his chin like Lu Chen. He thought Lu Chen was really bold to say anything. Chen Xiaoyu and Zhang Ling also looked at Lu Chen with strange expressions. Lu Chen slapped his forehead and suddenly remembered something. He had forgotten to get back the eerie mirror he threw earlier. He hurried back to the spot where the supernatural event occurred. The eerie mirror lay on the ground, a piece missing from the upper right corner, as if it had been smashed. Yo, with such little supernatural ability, you think of killing red-clad prisoners? How could you be shattered by just one slap? Lu Chen picked up the eerie mirror, coldly mocking it without mercy. He thought the eerie mirror was powerful, yet one strange red-clad prisoner almost broke it. What a disgrace. I was just letting him win. The eerie mirror defended itself. Chen smiled and said, "Ha." He probably understood the eerie mirror's supernatural level, essentially equal to ordinary difficulty Strange Tales' one ability. It wasn't that fierce. However, it had a special ability to hint at rules, which made Chen unable to resist using it as a second insurance and confirming something. Let me ask you something. If I wear red clothes and leave through that passage, will I die? Chen asked directly. The eerie mirror did not reply. It seems my guess was correct. Although the eerie mirror said nothing, Chen knew it did. The eerie mirror was speechless. Chen didn't care. Suddenly, a voice rang in his ear. Can you give me some food? It was a strange voice, sounding extremely hoarse. Chen suddenly looked up and saw an old man with a gloomy face, wearing gray and white prison clothes, leaning down and staring straight at him. A pair of pupil-less white eyes looked terrifying. Rule 6, if a prisoner asks you for food, you can choose to give it, or report to the guard. But he had no food. To be safe, ultimate torture corpse perversion killer lit up again. How about I give you a big fat carrot, want it? Chen asked tentatively. The old man's face instantly turned as pale as paper. Hey, just kidding, just kidding. Chen hurriedly explained, then immediately asked the strange mirror. He will play rock paper scissors with you. If you win, tell me a useful clue. Sure. This time, the strange mirror did not refuse. Goodness. It seems this strange being is special, able to trigger the mirror's rock paper scissors condition. It must have some strength, at least the mirror is really eager for his body. Old man, if you win in rock paper scissors, I'll give you something to eat. Chen took out the strange mirror and waved it in front of the old man, not refusing his invitation. Okay, you can't regret it. The old man smiled eerily. The strange mirror and the old man began to play rock paper scissors under Chen's guidance. So, in broad daylight, a gloomy-faced old man, expressionless, faced the mirror to play. The old man indeed lost. At the moment of losing, the strange being in the mirror actually crawled out and pulled the old man into the mirror. Chen watched with great interest. He thought for a moment and said, "You have already killed one strange being. Our deal is complete. Now, tell me the clue I want to know." The deal was agreed upon earlier. It also followed the mirror's rules, it could not go against them. In the next moment, on the strange mirror, 2 lines of text slowly appeared. Rule 2 is wrong. You do not have 3 days, but 2 days. Today is the last day. The next time the warden appears, he will kill all the death row inmates. Seeing these words, Chen's expression changed drastically. Rule 2 is wrong. They have no time left. Damn it. Chapter 44. The next time the warden appears, he will kill all the death row inmates. The chosen ones, naturally include them. If they didn't escape earlier, it would surely mean total annihilation. Chen's face darkened as he found Zhang Ling and the others to share this news. But we haven't even obtained a single red outfit. Wei Zhang's eyes widened, cold sweat rolling down. Does that mean we have less than an hour before we die? Qian Xiaoyu's face turned pale, her eyes full of worry. No, we have 1 red outfit. Chen shook his head and slightly unfolded the red outfit he had hidden behind him. Next, we only need 3 more red outfits to escape through that passage. Did you observe any prisoners acting strangely before? Chen asked. No. Zhang Ling frowned, her expression becoming grim. I found one, but I forgot what he looked like. I'm sorry. Qian Xiaoyu felt guilty. Me too. Wei Zhang awkwardly scratched his head. Chen's mouth twitched, but thinking about it, after going through such an urgent situation, even if they found the strange prisoner, they wouldn't remember his appearance. It really was a nightmare-level horror story. With only 1 hour left, the 4 of them had gathered just a single red prison uniform. If he hadn't emphasized the need to stay with that prisoner yesterday, they would be doomed today. Everyone felt depressed, their heads hanging low. Chen, time is tight, you must go. You have 1 red outfit, and you still have a chance to escape. Zhang Ling urged with wide eyes. Chen took a deep breath and looked around at the other 2. Chen, don't hesitate. Qian Xiaoyu stepped forward, softly saying, the hope of the Dragon Kingdom is on you. If the nightmare great horror descends, many will die. Brother, good luck, overcoming the nightmare depends on you. Wei Zhang patted Chen's shoulder, speaking seriously. The 4 exchanged serious glances and nodded. Chen gritted his teeth and turned to run toward the exit passage. Just as he was about to reach the door, suddenly, a piercing howl came from behind. A wave of black mist was spreading. It's the warden. The warden has appeared. That tall, eerie figure instantly charged into the crowd. Death row inmates were being ripped apart by it. Its killing speed was several times faster than before. In the blink of an eye, dozens of death row inmates had died. Zhang Ling and the others were originally hiding in the corner, desperately trying to dodge, but they couldn't escape for long because the speed at which the death row inmates fell was too fast. Quick, we must find the red-clothed prisoner, we still have a chance. Qian Xiaoyu bit her silver teeth, her face pale. She had just used her power once. In that fleeting moment, Wei Zhang was targeted by the prison warden, and she had used a paper doll to let Wei Zhang die once, exhausting her strength. Wei Zhang glanced gratefully at her, then pointed to the northeast corner and shouted, "Over there, I saw him, the red-clothed prisoner." Zhang Ling and Qian Xiaoyu's eyes lit up as they immediately locked onto a figure dodging among the crowd. It was a tall and skinny man, gaunt but with a very dark gaze, sneaking among other prisoners as if fleeing from the warden's pursuit. "Take him down, grab his clothes, we'll have another survivor, and maybe we can catch up with Lu Chen." Zhang Ling glanced in the direction where Lu Chen had left, decisively waved her hand. The three charged towards the tall thin man together. Wei Zhang, the only male, suddenly leaped and locked the thin man's arms fiercely. "Quick, he can't move now, hurry, strip off his clothes." Wei Zhang used all his strength to firmly hold the thin man down. The two girls exchanged glances, stealing their resolve, and immediately began to strip the prison uniform off the thin man. Suddenly, roar! The thin man let out a howl, and his pupils turned white instantly. As his clothes gradually turned bright red, the deathly aura around him began to spread out. After becoming bizarre, the thin man's strength became extremely great. He broke free from Wei Zhang's grip and threw him down with a shoulder throw. Wei Zhang cried out in pain, his shoulder dislocated, his face turning white from the agony, sweating profusely. The two girls staggered back. At this moment, the thin man had transformed into a thin corpse. With a terrifying roar, he swung his bony claw towards Wei Zhang. "It's over." Wei Zhang lay on the ground, filled with despair. "Without Lu Chen, we cannot suppress the bazaar, we are at the end of our rope." Zhang Ling and Qian Xiaoyu were equally desperate, having no means to defend themselves. Just then, a crisp slap rang out, sharp and clear. Smack! The thin corpse was struck hard on its face, covered in corpse spots. "Behave yourself, strip your clothes, I'm in a hurry, just saying it once." A cold and steady voice suddenly sounded. It was Lu Chen. The three looked up, their eyes filled with surprise, as if a beam of light had illuminated the night. Lu Chen's gaze was icy as he wore tattered jeans and a red prison uniform, staring directly at the thin bizarre creature. Above his head, the title Ultimate Corpse Torturer and Psychopath faintly lit up. With his gaunt yet handsome profile, he exuded an aura that made others fearful. He's so handsome. So handsome, Lu Chen is just too handsome. I feel sorry for Lu Chen. To save others, he has also been tainted by this bizarre power. Honey, you must hold on. Hey, is this a mental hospital? Someone here is suffering from delusions, claiming to have a husband. Hey, Yao Ling? Someone's trying to take my husband. Alright, don't kill me, I'll strip right now. The thin corpse quickly returned to its previous form, sweat pouring from its forehead, and began to frantically strip off its own clothes, clearly scared out of its wits. Lu Chen yanked off the man's clothes and nonchalantly handed them to Wei Zhang. Damn, Lu Chen, how did you come back? You're so handsome. Yeah. The three were stunned, a mix of joy and worry. Time is tight, we've got the clothes, let's hurry, we can talk outside. Lu Chen wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and urged in a low voice. Zhang Ling felt a bit sad and guilty as she said, Lu Chen, you and Wei Zhang go first. Wei Zhang scratched his head, shoving the clothes into Qian Xiaoyu's hands, awkwardly saying, there's just one extra piece of clothing. Give it to Xiaoyu, after all, she saved my life, Qian Xiaoyu was about to refuse but suddenly opened her mouth, stunned. The clothes, enough. Lu Chen raised his hand, lips turning pale, and squeezed out a few words with difficulty. In his hands, he was holding a red outfit in each hand. Red prison clothes. But Lu Chen's right hand was gushing blood, turning green. It was obvious he had been afflicted by some supernatural force. The three opened their eyes wide, their noses slightly tinged with sorrow. They were not fools, they could tell at a glance what had happened. Lu Chen not only didn't leave but had been fighting hard for the three chosen ones. To carve out a path for them to survive. To gather clothes for everyone, he had overdrawn his abilities multiple times, and during the struggle to grab them, he had been attacked mysteriously and got injured. In an instant, the three felt a mix of emotions. Zhang Ling's eyes reddened, unable to speak. Qian Xiaoyu covered her mouth and burst into tears. Good brother, no, big brother, from now on you are my big brother, woo woo woo, Wei Zhang held Lu Chen's shoulder, crying loudly, he had never felt so touched before. There's no time to waste, we must hurry. Lu Chen's face was pale, feeling icy all over, urging them on. Okay, big brother, let's go. Wei Zhang wiped his nose in tears, supporting Lu Chen as they rushed towards the exit. The two girls closely followed on either side, fully alert, protecting Lu Chen. Finally, they evaded the warden's pursuit and stumbled into the escape tunnel. Chapter 45. In the tunnel, it was eerie and cold, the path ahead shrouded in grey mist. But the few felt a sense of relief, taking a long breath. Lu Chen brother, thanks to you, otherwise we all would have died. Wei Zhang had a moved look on his face. Suddenly, he realized that Lu Chen seemed unwell. No response. Brother, what's wrong with you? Don't scare me. Wei Zhang's voice trembled. Zhang Ling, seeing the situation, came closer to check on Lu Chen. She saw Lu Chen's face was extremely pale, devoid of color, and his right hand was in a bizarre state. It was already dark and bruised, like a corpse that had been dead for several days, covered in corpse spots. Lu Chen is afflicted by a supernatural force and has fainted. We need to quickly complete the rules of the bizarre tale and clear this nightmare game, otherwise, Lu Chen will be in danger. Zhang Ling's face was not good, but her gaze was particularly firm. With Lu Chen fainted, the next tasks could only rely on the three of them. Let's hurry. Qian Xiaoyu hurriedly said. Hearing this, Wei Zhang directly carried Lu Chen on his back and started moving forward. The three of them said nothing, slowly advancing in the darkness. Minutes later, they saw a glimmer of light. As they moved forward, the light became blinding. Are we at the exit? Wei Zhang's face showed joy. But the next moment, a sudden sound of footsteps echoed from behind them. The footsteps were peculiar, fluctuating in rhythm. They hid in the shadows, not daring to breathe. It was a black-clad prison guard. Stepping in slowly from the entrance, the guard seemed to have a disability, leaning on a cane, but his eyes were exceptionally fierce. As the black-clad guard approached, Zhang Ling gritted her teeth and whispered, I will use my ability once to check what rules this officer has. The exit is right in front of us, as long as we get past this level, we win. Then, she narrowed her eyes, locking onto the black-clad guard. Rule 1, he won't attack those in red prison clothes, but will confiscate your red prison outfit. In an instant, Zhang Ling's heart sank. This meant that the warden would temporarily not attack anyone but would force everyone to take off their clothes, and at that point, it was very likely that he would attack the powerless chosen ones. The warden's pressure was more terrifying than that of the red-clad prisoners. What to do? A deadlock. Seeing Qian Xiaoyu and Wei Zhang immediately cast questioning glances, Zhang Ling's forehead beaded with cold sweat, biting her teeth, sinking into thought. She glanced at Lu Chen, hoping deep down that he could wake up and save everyone once again. Relying solely on oneself is truly not enough. Lu Chen, if it were you, what would you do? Suddenly, Zhang Ling's eyes lit up, and she whispered, Wei Zhang, predict what will happen after we hand our clothes to the prison guard, quickly. Wei Zhang nodded and immediately began to use his ability. The title, Diviner, glimmered slightly. Not good. In 5 seconds, it will become eerie, and it will kill all four of us, in less than 5 seconds. Wei Zhang's face turned pale. Zhang Ling's expression instantly worsened, and she arranged again, predict again, what will happen if we don't take off our clothes and desperately run towards the exit? Okay. Wei Zhang nodded and activated his gift again, calculating. Instantly, he began to gasp for breath, his face even paler, showing signs of aging. I've calculated 3 times continuously. If we don't take off our prisoner uniforms, it will go berserk, and we will all be annihilated. If we take off the prisoner uniforms and rush towards the exit, no matter how we rush, 3 of us will still die. Hearing this, everyone's heart sank heavily. The exit was right in front of them, and no one wanted to die. For a moment, they fell into silence. I'll do it. I'll do it. Let me do it. Everyone planned to sacrifice themselves, giving up their own lives. At that moment, Chen Xiaoyu suddenly spoke, there is still one plan. The two immediately looked up at her. We'll think of every possible way to delay time and move towards the exit. When the prison guard's patience is at its limit and it's about to become eerie, we'll take off our prisoner uniforms. Wei Zhang, try again and see how many will die, please. Wei Zhang bit his teeth and nodded. He knew this was the last calculation, he had truly reached his limit. Two will die. Wei Zhang gasped as he spoke. Zhang Ling exchanged a glance with him, already prepared for death. Ha! Qian Xiaoyu laughed, 2 times, just happens to be my limit, I'll bring up the rear. That's right. Sacrificial death. We still have a chance. In an instant, hope reignited in everyone's eyes. Support Lu Chen, we're going to face the final challenge now. There's only one chance, we must get through. Lu Chen fought hard for us, we must do the same for him. Charge. The prison guard in black, holding a police baton and leaning on a walking stick, had already approached. Qian Xiaoyu and Zhang Ling supporting Lu Chen, Wei Zhang leaned against the wall and also emerged from the shadow. From a distance, the four figures confronted the black-clothed prison guard head-on. "Boss, what a coincidence, you're here too." Wei Zhang broke the silence with a grin. "I'm Shama from Cell 3, do you remember me?" At the same time, Wei Zhang winked. The four began to slowly move towards the exit. "Xiao Ma?" The black-clothed prison guard was on high alert, surveying Wei Zhang and the others from head to toe, and said slowly, "By the way, your prison uniforms are pretty nice, take them off." "Well, boss." Wei Zhang paused in his breath and quickened his pace. "The clothes, we definitely want to give them to you, but they are just a bit dirty, please don't mind." "Oh no, the zipper is stuck." "Oh, it must be because of the big lunch I had today, just a moment. I can definitely get it open." "Oh no, the zipper broke, look." "Don't worry, I'll take it off, is that okay?" Seeing the black-clothed prison guard completely darken, the strong smell of death emanating from him, everyone ripped off their prisoner uniforms, also stripping Lu Chen of his clothing as well. They all handed it to the black-clothed prison guard. At this moment, the long passage was already halfway through. The black-clothed prison guard received the prison uniform, like receiving a treasure, revealing a satisfied expression. But everyone knew there were only 5 seconds left. "Run!" Zhang Ling and Wei Zhang exchanged glances, lifting Lu Chen and sprinting towards the exit. Qian Xiaoyu followed the plan, slowing down her pace, jogging behind the three of them. "Run fast, it's catching up. Go, hurry up." Qian Xiaoyu kept a close watch behind her. At this moment, the black-clothed prison guard had sobered up from its stupor and had already become a monstrous creature with 2 heads and 6 legs. Roar! It was surrounded by a dark aura, rushing towards the direction of the 4 people with a roar. Qian Xiaoyu ran down the passage, knocking over many fallen barrels along the way. Her pale forehead and palms were covered in cold sweat. She had 3 lives left. She had to fight to hold off the black-clothed prison guard. The 6-legged monster had already charged in front of Qian Xiaoyu, making a fierce leap, which she managed to dodge, but one of its claws still tore at a bunch of her hair. Rip! The monster pounced again, aiming for Qian Xiaoyu's head. Qian Xiaoyu turned pale. She immediately activated her ability. A life-sized paper person was torn apart by the monster. Qian Xiaoyu gasped for breath, stumbling forward in a frantic run. Only 2 lives left. Almost there. In her line of sight, the figures of the 3 were already at the door. Wei Zhang and Zhang Ling were turning back, waving at her. Growling. The 6-legged monster lunged again, this time its claws aimed directly at Qian Xiaoyu's back, intending to deliver a fatal blow. Now's the time. Qian Xiaoyu suddenly closed her eyes and activated her ability again. Another paper figure shattered once more. Qian Xiaoyu appeared just a few steps ahead, 10 meters away from the finish. Only 1 life left. She could barely run. At this moment, she looked up and saw 2 hands reaching out, pulling her directly towards the finish. Qian Xiaoyu was completely drained, nearly losing consciousness. But she knew she was saved. Tears streamed down her face like broken pearls. Roar! The 6-legged monster knew it couldn't catch up, letting out a long cry to express its anger. Wei Zhang and Zhang Ling pushed Lu Chen through the door. They turned back again, one in front and one behind, desperately pulling Qian Xiaoyu into the door. Boom! As the 3 rushed into the door, a blinding light instantly shone down on the 3 of them. Chapter 46. Task of the Ghost Story, Escape from this prison. Task completed, Ghost Story ended. Congratulations to the chosen ones of Dragon Country, Lu Chen, Qian Xiaoyu, Wei Zhang, Zhang Ling for clearing the nightmare-level Ghost Story, Horror Prison. Ghost Story Rewards, randomly erase the ghost story of a city in Dragon Country. Ghost Story Rewards, Dragon Country resources increased by 10%. Ghost Story Rewards, Dragon Country territory increased by 10%. Ghost Story Rewards, Dragon Country average lifespan increased by 10 years. Ghost Story Rewards, probability of ghost stories appearing in Dragon Country decreased by 10%, randomly increased for other countries. Rewards have been distributed. The National Fortune rewards from the nightmare-level ghost story were announced globally. In an instant, the whole country cheered. Amazing! Screaming. Whoa, our Dragon Country contestants are so awesome. This is Dragon Country. Every contestant is an embodiment of courage and fearlessness. So thrilling, it felt like watching a movie. I didn't expect to cry like this at the last moment. Lu Chen is amazing, Chen Xiaoyu is amazing, Wei Zhang is amazing, Zhang Ling is amazing, I love you all. What about Lu Chen? He was infected by the supernatural power. Don't worry, the Ghost Story Paradise will heal Lu Chen's injuries. Now, let's celebrate. Another city's ghost story will be erased. This time, who knows how many people these few have saved. Whoa, so touching, 4 great heroes. In the Ghost Story live broadcast room, there was chaos, the barrage overwhelming, refreshing so fast that it was hard to keep up. The people of Dragon Country were excited, while members from other countries felt envious. At the Ghost Story research base. Ha ha ha. Trouble. Our Dragon Country is about to produce 4 more chosen ones. Zhang Daoi, overwhelmed with excitement, tears streaming down his face, grinned like a fool, especially that Lu Chen kid, he's impressive. Once again, he led the chosen ones through a nightmare-level horror tale. Zhang Daoi wished he could enter the horror tale himself, strategizing with Lu Chen to crack the rules. But he knew he was only filled with brute strength. If he had to rely on intelligence, even a difficulty-level horror tale might see him perish easily. This Lu Chen kid is not just simply wise. Xinla shook his head slightly, still beaming with a smile. Even in a dire situation, he didn't choose to abandon his teammates. I suspect he has his own considerations. But even so, making such a choice truly shows commendable courage. I never expected that not only did he not abandon Wei Zhang and the others, but he risked his life for them, daring to breathe in toxic fumes to snatch the crucial red outfit. This kid really knows how to leverage his strengths. He truly understands nightmare-level horror tales, knowing that his journey has also depended on luck. He realized that if he hadn't analyzed the causes of other contestants' deaths in the cell, he wouldn't have escaped the first layer of prison. He comprehended all this, which made him realize how important excellent teammates are. Therefore, he chose to sacrifice himself to save his united teammates. He believes these people have potential, capability, and sense of responsibility. They are worth fighting for. Making all these choices is very worthwhile. In fact, he must have also thought that facing some future crises alone may not be possible. In short, this kid is truly very smart. Xin Lao nodded repeatedly, his face filled with pride. Previously, he chose to pass on his merit badge to such a person. It truly was the right decision. This is the real, chosen one, the future of Dragon Country. Wow, hearing this kid is really awesome. Zhang Daoi scratched his head. Alright, that kid is about to come out. Let's send someone to wait and check Lu Chen's condition. If Lu Chen has any problems due to our negligence, I'll hold you accountable. Xin Lao pretended to be angry, kicking Zhang Daoi. The latter chuckled and got ready to leave. Come back. Xin Lao, is there anything else? Wei Zhang and Xian Xiaoyu have impressive titles and outstanding character. Both kids have strategic level significance. Bring them back and train them well. The girl named Zhang Ling, include her in the elite group of Dragon Country for high-level advisory training. Yes. Congratulations on passing the nightmare-level horror tale, terrifying prison. Horror tale reward, cancer cells in the body reduced by 1/10. Horror tale reward, life extended by 60 days. Horror tale reward, Lamborghini Veneno. Horror tale reward, cash of 100 million yuan. Horror tale reward, 1 weird experience card. Lu Chen slowly opened his eyes. Realizing he was at the bronze gate of the horror tale paradise, he knew he had passed through the nightmare-level horror tale. Ha, I guessed right. Impressive, Wei Zhang, Xian Xiaoyu, Zhang Ling. Lu Chen smiled slightly, his face filled with satisfaction. He looked at his right hand, the place tainted by supernatural power had also been cleared. Lu Chen carefully scanned the rewards, excitement spreading across his face. My life has increased again, I can live a bit longer now. Receiving a car and cash, they don't matter much to me anymore. The country takes care of food and shelter, I won't need these, I might as well donate them. As for the weird experience card. Lu Chen frowned slightly, pulling out a pitch-black card from his pocket, adorned with dark and crimson patterns that made one feel uneasy at first glance. This card's function allows the chosen ones to briefly use some unknown eerie power. This is an extremely important trump card. It took Lu Chen some time to return to reality from the horror tale paradise. Before long, Zhang Daoi arrived with a medical team. Ha, Lu Chen, you're amazing, the great contributor. You've worked hard this time, how are you feeling? Is there anywhere in your body that feels uncomfortable? Let Uncle check your body. Zhang Dao walked into Lu Chen's villa, grinning widely. Lu Chen's face darkened. Uncle Zhang, have you ever been locked up as a pervert? That said, Lu Chen still lay down for a checkup. The medical team behind Zhang Dao was excellent, full of top talents. Half an hour later, the results came out. Doctor, how is it? Lu Chen asked with curiosity. An elderly doctor, holding a pile of test reports, kindly said. The supernatural power you contracted in the horror story is gone. The cancer cells in your body have also decreased a lot, but your body is still quite weak, all functions are not very healthy. If you let it go, probably you can only last a few more months. However, Lu Chen, you don't need to worry, currently, Dragon Country has special medicine that can suppress cancer, which can extend your life a lot. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen felt quite relieved. Life has been extended, that is enough. At this moment, he thought of his teammates in the horror story and couldn't help but open his mouth. Kid, are you worried about your teammates? Don't worry, they are all top talents and safe. We've arranged for someone to contact them. Their abilities have reached a strategic level, the country won't treat them unfairly. Zhang Dao patted Lu Chen on the shoulder and then chuckled, so, how about it, can you hold on? I want to take you somewhere. Where to? I have a daughter, she's just turned 18, and she is quite lovely. I want you to meet her, who knows, you might call me Dad by tomorrow. Uncle Zhang, do you want to hear what you're saying? Chapter 47. Lu Chen felt utterly helpless and decided to kick Zhang Dao out. This old man talks nonsense all the time, leaving him here will only drive me crazy. After these days in the scary prison, my mind has been tense and needs good rest. Just then, an astonishing piece of news suddenly exploded in the sky. Please pay attention. Horror Tale Paradise, Death Arena is about to open. Death Arena will involve all countries worldwide, each country will select 10 chosen ones to enter the Death Arena. Death Arena will rank according to the final number of survivors from each country and their performances in the horror stories. All chosen ones from each country, get ready. Death Arena difficulty, Nightmare. Death Arena countdown, 30 days. Death Arena? Everyone in Lu Chen's villa looked at each other in shock, all exclaiming. This is serious, let's go ask Elder Chen what's going on. Zhang Dao glanced at Lu Chen, took a deep breath, and turned to leave. Seeing this, Lu Chen couldn't care less about his fatigue and immediately followed. The shocking news echoed 3 times in everyone's minds around the world. The horror story livestream kept reminding everyone about this matter. Nightmare difficulty. Worldwide participation. In an instant, the world was in an uproar. Oh my gosh, Death Arena, again with nightmare level difficulty, just hearing the name is terrifying. This is a horror event involving the whole world, it will likely be a terrifying battle, I wonder who will survive in the end. So what? We South Korea are unbeatable, it's just nightmare level difficulty. A tiny country, what's there to be arrogant about? Do you believe I can swim over and kill you? Hey, we Fuso are destined to take first place. Western countries, really? I don't believe it. The horror story livestream was bustling. In the horror story forum, posts about the Death Arena were popping up endlessly. Yet even so, the news of Lu Chen defeating the nightmare horror story for the second time still topped the trending list. Once again, he overcame the nightmare level horror story. I wish to call Lu Chen the strongest chosen one. Who agrees? Who opposes? I can't take it anymore, I can't take it anymore. I'm so excited, someone come and kill me, to liven up the atmosphere for everyone here. I just want to ask, does Lu Chen like blonde big waves? If he does, I'll fly to Longhua right away. Sister, look at me, I can do it. Don't fight over him, Lu Chen is mine. I'm already ready to swim to Longhua. I'm in Longhua, just got off the plane, I've packed all my Kozer costumes, I can play any character that Lord Lu Chen likes. The Strange Tales Research Institute. In the conference room. Old Chen is also gathering the chosen ones to discuss the whole matter. The conference room is extremely noisy, senior chosen ones and the think tank team are expressing various opinions. In the end, they analyzed and summarized some information. The Death Arena will be incredibly dangerous. Inside, death can happen at any time, and it's very likely that there will be some kind of chaotic killing without rules. But the more dangerous it is, the more amazing the rewards will be after getting a rank. This time, countries will certainly fight for the rankings with all their might. In this month, the chosen ones who are confirmed to enter the Death Arena must learn more knowledge and prepare fully in order to compete with the world's top chosen ones. As for the list of chosen ones entering the Death Arena, the think tank team is still discussing. They are analyzing the chosen one data collected from all over the country to form the most suitable team for the Death Arena. After the meeting, Lu Chen found Old Chen and followed him into the elder's office. Kid, you did well, you saved several million lives. Old Chen stood with his hands behind his back, his kind face becoming more and more pleasing as he looked at this junior. So, you came to see this old guy, it's not to. Lu Chen chuckled, scratching his head, and said, that's right, Old Chen, I'm applying to enter this Death Arena. Old Chen's expression immediately became serious, and after a moment of contemplation, he said. Little guy, this strange tale, the danger level is higher than anything you've experienced before. Also, we are in a competitive relationship with the chosen ones from other countries. At that time, you not only have to guard against strange killings, but also prevent chosen ones from stabbing you in the back. Do you think you understand human nature? Lu Chen fell silent for a moment. As a traveler, with 2 lives behind him, he has seen the bitterness of the world. He knows what it feels like to be abandoned by parents, he knows how it feels to grow up eating food from others and enduring cold stares, and he knows the feeling of being stabbed in the back by a brother, he knows so much. Old Chen. Lu Chen raised his head and said seriously, I never dare to say I understand human nature, but I dare to face human nature. Good kid, that's the answer I want to hear. Old Chen was taken aback for a moment, then clapped his hands and laughed heartily. Alright, leave the quota to me, you just focus on preparing, I believe you can bring miracles. Lu Chen smiled brightly and said, thank you, Old Chen, you're the best to me, ha. Live well, and come back to support me in my old age. Old Chen patted Lu Chen's shoulder, his smile growing more and more kind. He had already reached the age of wanting to spoil grandchildren, but he had been busy with national affairs and had no descendants. Every time he saw Lu Chen, he found himself liking him more. This kid, how great it would be if he were my grandson. By the way, here's something for you. Old Chen smiled and took out a red candle, pressing it into Lu Chen's hand. Old Chen, what is this? Lu Chen looked at the plain candle in his hand, curious as he asked. Keep your voice down. Old Chen made a shoe gesture mysteriously, and said softly, this is a strategic resource that I begged for with great difficulty. Old Chen said seriously, remember, this thing is called a ghost candle, once lit, it can guard against strange attacks. After burning out and extinguishing, its protective effect will disappear. The country will reward you for passing through this nightmare-level strange tale for the second time. I guess you have an obsession with entering strange tales and sought this treasure in every way, and it's very rare. Old Chen. Lu Chen was moved to the core. Alright, kid, don't get mushy. Go to your thing, focus on preparing, and make sure to come back alive. Old Chen smiled and drove Lu Chen out. Lu Chen looked at the strange candle in his hand, studied it for a while, and felt even better. Goo goo. He was hungry. Lu Chen hurried downstairs, planning to go to the nearby pedestrian street to find something to eat. As soon as he stepped onto the long street, his expression changed to a strange one. All around were proportional signs of him, and many banners hung on the walls along the street. Warm congratulations to Lu Chen for breaking through the nightmare horror tale. Congratulations to Lu Chen for his successful second expedition. Learn from Lu Chen, a good example. Lu Chen looked at the banners, which became more and more outrageous. Some places even displayed his photos with the words Lu God, and many people were paying solemn respects. Damn. Is this really happening? Lu Chen's face turned red, and he was filled with black lines. In his 2 lifetimes, he had never seen such a scene. Lu Chen, it's Lu Chen. Suddenly, someone spotted Lu Chen and exclaimed. Where? Where? Let me take a look. Ah. A single voice stirred 1,000 waves, and countless people looked around, instantly seeing the dazed expression on Lu Chen's face. Holy crap! Lu Chen looked at the swarm of people coming towards him, completely stunned. Hubby, let me kiss you. Lu Chen, I like you. Lu Chen, I want to have babies for you. Get up, you're blocking me. This is my husband. In just a few seconds, Lu Chen was drowned by the crowd. Fortunately, Zhang Daoyi arrived in time to disperse the overly enthusiastic crowd, otherwise, it would have been a big deal. Lu Chen, with a dark face, was taken away by the security to the villa. Ha ha ha, kid, you. Ha ha ha. Zhang Daoyi opened the car door while unable to stop laughing heartily. Lu Chen's clothes were torn, and his face was covered in lipstick marks, he didn't even know who had kissed him. Wow, there's even a bite mark. In this way, Lu Chen returned to the villa under the protection of the defense team. All the way, flags were waving, and people were exceptionally enthusiastic. Some were even chasing the car with loudspeakers. Sigh. Lu Chen touched his face, forced a bitter smile, and sighed deeply. He didn't expect people to be so enthusiastic, it would be hard to even go out in the future. After returning to the villa, Lu Chen decided not to go anywhere and began immersing himself in the horror tale database. There was still a month until the arena. To survive and extend his life, he had to find a way to improve himself. After all, the upcoming horror tales could be very dangerous. Lu Chen frantically studied horror tale knowledge, nearly eating and sleeping among the piles of materials. By the way, he carefully researched the use of the strange experience card and the strange candle from Old Chen. Lu Chen had previously sensed that the strange experience card contained a special supernatural energy. He checked many materials on taboo items. It seemed that this supernatural energy was called reincarnation. Using this strange experience card would temporarily allow one to master this reincarnation supernatural energy. As long as the time on the strange experience card had not ended, the supernatural energy would not disappear. The user would also not die. As for the strange candle, there had been cases used by the Horror Research Institute before. This was a strategic material. Once lit, the area illuminated by its light could not be approached by the strange. Such taboo items that had a range effect were best used as a trump card during extremely dangerous group missions. On this day, the Death Arena entered the final countdown. Lu Chen went to the Horror Research Institute to gather with his 9 teammates, entering the Horror Paradise together. Chapter 48. Welcome to the Horror Paradise. Horror Paradise, the Death Arena is about to begin. Participating countries, all countries in the world. Horror level, Nightmare level. Current horror mission, please take the strange bus to Edo Square. The dimness before him gradually became clear. Chen touched his pocket, confirming that both the strange candle and strange experience card were on him. Assured that his 2 trump cards were in place, he felt a great sense of relief. Chen inquired about his title. The host enters the horror tale, the mask title takes effect. Current title, the #1 necrophiliac in the world. Title characteristics, you have a pathological love for corpses. Unexpected things will happen when you do something to a corpse. Chen had a blank expression, with his mouth corners twitching. What face? It has been completely thrown away. Forget it, as long as it is useful, it's fine. It's not a big problem. Chen did not hesitate at all and quickly observed the surrounding environment. At this moment, it was night. Beside him stood 9 selected teammates. Chen, finally executing the Bizarre Talk mission with you, you are my idol. A boy with the title of Internet Addiction Boy said excitedly, my name is Chen Xuan, and my ability is to use skills from certain characters I have played in games. When the time comes, just direct me, and I will bravely rush forward. Chen scratched his head, feeling a bit awkward, and laughed, not to that extent, haha. Chen, don't be modest, everyone has watched the Bizarre Talk videos many times, only you have the most experience, it's all up to you. My name is Joe Su, title thief, I can randomly choose a target to steal from, but what I can steal is uncertain. A middle-aged man beside him patted Chen's shoulder and said with a smile, come on, kid, the greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. I'm an old acquaintance of yours, no need for more introduction, starting today I will listen to your commands. This man was called Old Huang, title inheritor of the Golden Bell Shield, who had been closely following Elder Chen and was his capable assistant. A month before entering the Bizarre Talk Paradise, he often interacted with Chen and had high hopes for him. The other few people nodded one after another, willing to follow Chen's orders in the Bizarre Talk. After everyone got a rough understanding, they decided to not delay and set off immediately. You all can rest assured, I will do my best to lead you through the upcoming crisis. Chen said with a serious expression. Around them was a dilapidated bus station. The dim yellow light shone on everyone. Outside the station, it was pitch black, with nothing visible. Everyone looked at each other and according to the previously discussed option, they decided to follow the Bizarre Talk task and wait for the bus. Time passed second by second, as the black fog grew thicker, everyone's mood became more and more tense. Beep beep beep. At that moment, an old, eerie bus slowly drove out of the gray fog. In front of the eerie bus, a crimson display screen read Destination Edo Plaza. The difficulty of this arena is nightmare level, the difficulty is very high. Once we board the eerie bus, to avoid triggering unexpected events, we must not touch any material at will. We must first understand what the rules on the bus are. Chen said seriously, staring intently at Chen Xuan and others. Don't worry, idol, we will strictly follow. Chen Xuan grinned. Creak. The eerie bus stopped steadily in front of everyone. The 2 doors opened, waiting for Chen and the others. Chen glanced at the driver's seat, which was empty, as if something bizarre that no one could see was driving the eerie bus. Let's go. Chen slightly nodded to several teammates and was the first to board the eerie bus. After all the selected ones boarded the eerie bus, the doors closed. The bus had a total of 6 seats on each side, with only 1 man and 1 woman sitting in the 2 seats on the right. They looked like a couple. In the middle of the bus, on the left side by the window, sat an old woman carrying a vegetable basket, and on the other side sat a pregnant woman in a loose long dress. In the back row of the eerie bus, sat a woman holding a white oiled paper umbrella. Adding Chen and these people, there were a total of 15 passengers on the eerie bus. The rules of this eerie bus were also written on an advertisement board near the back door. Chen's expression was serious as he began to carefully study the rules. Rule 1, the eerie bus must not be overloaded, each passenger must have 1 seat. Rule 2, once the bus starts, no matter what happens, they are prohibited from moving around in the bus. Rule 3, if you miss your stop, do not pull the steering wheel or force the bus to stop. Rule 4, during driving, passengers are not allowed to open the windows. Rule 5, the ghost bus will stop for 2 minutes at each station, please confirm whether you will get off in advance. Rule 6, if the bus breaks down and stops working, all passengers must get off, wait for the ghost bus to restart, and then get back on. The bus is about to start, let's find our seats first. Chen did not have time to analyze the correctness of Rule 2, but according to common sense, sitting down at least would not violate Rule 1. Soon, everyone found a seat to sit down. The entire ghost bus had 16 seats, and after everyone squeezed in, almost all of them were filled, leaving only 1 seat empty. Chen sat in the front row, and facing him was the couple. The ghost bus started, and outside was pitch black. It seemed that until they reached the next stop, passengers could not see anything outside. The announcement in the loudspeaker came with the notice for the next stop. Welcome to ride the 404 Ghost Bus, the final destination is Edo Plaza. Next stop, Maple Leaf Road. Passengers who wish to get off, please prepare to disembark in advance. Lu Chen began to analyze the rules of this ghost bus. Rule 1, one person per seat, no overloading allowed. However, there was only one seat left. This means that if no passengers get off at the next stop, once the number of passengers getting on exceeds 1, the ghost bus would enter an overloaded state. What would happen then? Clear out the extra passengers? This was the crisis they might face soon. Rule 2, no movement in the bus, difficult to determine its correctness for now, but later could be tested. As for rules 3, 4, and 5, not pulling the steering wheel, not opening the windows, confirming before getting off, they did not seem to just limit the chosen ones, they even restricted the strangeness on the ghost bus. As for the last rule, once the bus breaks down, all passengers must disembark and wait for the ghost bus to restart before reboarding. Lu Chen had a strong intuition. The most terrifying part of the task of going to Edo Plaza was Rule 6. Once they got off, what would they encounter in the dark? Staying still in the darkness until the ghost bus restarted. The time to restart was uncertain. Just thinking about it gave chills. Chapter 49. The ghost bus traveled in darkness for a few minutes. The couple sitting opposite Lu Chen started quarreling for no reason. Damn it, look at what kind of ugly face you have, and you dare to talk back to me. Not only am I going to find another girlfriend, but I'm also going to bring her right in front of you. If you say another word, I'll beat you to death. The man cursed violently. Lu Chen just noticed that the woman across from him, although her long hair covered her cheeks, had a bright red birthmark on the right side of her face. That birthmark made the woman's face appear hideous and terrifying. On the contrary, the man, aside from his bad character, looked rather handsome. Lu Chen couldn't help but grimace. Well, receiving the title of deadbeat leaving family on his first experience in the instance is just too fitting. The woman sobbed softly, and what she whispered made the man even angrier, slapping her hard across the face. No, Lao Huang, stop him quickly. Lu Chen initially did not want to get involved, but thinking that everyone on this bus was strange, it was risky to provoke them. Once a conflict arose, what if they became strange? The consequences were unimaginable. Lao Huang was sitting near Lu Chen, and upon hearing Lu Chen's arrangement, he immediately rushed over and grabbed the man's hand. His strength, due to being the heir of the Golden Bell Shield, had become significant. But the man showed no sign of stopping, unleashing slaps and punches on the woman. Lu Chen could see from the woman's face. Blood has been continuously flowing. The woman, wearing a light cyan dress, had now been stained dark red with blood. The woman across from her began to transform into something eerie. Old Huang suddenly turned pale. In the man's hand, there was now a head. It was the woman's head. This is bad. At this moment, Lu Chen's face also looked terrible. Even with her head gone, the woman's body was still moving, and at some point, she had already stood up from her seat. The headless body of the woman exuded black mist, dark red blood continuously dripping, and in a very strange posture, she snatched her own head from the man and shoved it back onto her neck. But she inserted it the wrong way. It looked even more grotesque and terrifying. The birthmark on her face twisted, revealing a smile that was neither a smile nor a sneer. Hee, yes, you're so beautiful. I'm so ugly. How about, you become as ugly as me, then you won't say I'm ugly. From her mouth came a harsh, vengeful laugh. The next moment, she grabbed the man's face and began to tear it. With just one pull, the man's head split in two. Brain matter and blood sprayed all over old Huang's face. The man's body slipped from the seat and rolled onto the aisle. The bizarre events, however, had not yet ended. The woman's head rolled down, landing at Lu Chen's feet. Do I look good? Her vengeful eyes were now locked onto Lu Chen, asking in a cold, menacing voice. Her headless body slowly turned towards him. Suddenly, a black mist began to swirl around her, enveloping her body, and a chilling aura spread from deep within her heart. The female ghost's first target of attack was herself? There was no time to think. The ghost's bloodied hands, radiating the smell of death, reached out to strike Lu Chen. With a light wave, his head would be separated from his body. Idle, don't panic, watch me. Xin Chuan extended his right hand, and a dark mist poured out from his hand, instantly enveloping the female ghost. The ghost was temporarily suppressed. Lu Chen took a deep breath. It's not enough. The female ghost was now in a berserk state. To survive, she must be eliminated. Then, let's uncover her weaknesses. Lu Chen squinted his eyes, immediately and fearlessly making his move. He reached into Xin Chuan's mist and grabbed the female ghost's blood-soaked wrist. Above his head, the title emitted a faint glow. The world's #1 necrophiliac. In an instant, Lu Chen felt a bone-chilling cold spread from his palm, coursing through his entire body. Sure enough, this time the title had a passive effect. Once it came into contact with a corpse, it would be triggered. She died in a car accident, right leg fractured, upper arm crushed, hip dislocation, traumatic pleural effusion. Lu Chen sneered. Now that he knew her weaknesses, it would be easier. Old Huang, attack her right leg, upper arm, thigh, and right chest. Upon hearing this, Old Huang nodded and immediately activated his ability, his muscles growing much stronger. He struck the female ghost's upper arm with a punch while simultaneously sweeping her right leg with a leg kick. Ah! The female ghost let out a long, miserable scream as her body trembled violently. The black mist dissipated significantly. Lu Chen was not polite and threw a powerful punch at the female ghost's side waist. In the past month, he had learned a lot about fighting, and his striking techniques had improved a lot. It hurts so much, I'm going to kill you. The female ghost screamed in agony while frantically writhing. Qin Xuan's supernatural power, in the end, couldn't suppress the female ghost for long. The moment Lu Chen and Old Huang attacked her, the supernatural balance was broken. However, Old Huang and Lu Chen exchanged a glance. Old Huang gritted his teeth, gathered his strength, and suddenly struck the female ghost's chest, directly impaling her body. The female ghost let out one final, terrifying scream before her body violently twisted. The black mist completely dissipated. Old Huang withdrew his hand and returned to Lu Chen's side. Lu Chen nodded, showing approval. The female ghost had indeed been completely suppressed after all her weaknesses had been shattered. The long-haired woman returned, covering her clothes, quietly shrinking back into the chair, shaking. On the Erie bus route 404, a wave of cheerful applause and cheers erupted. Amazing! Lu Chen, you three are so cool, you've just dealt with an extraordinary nightmare. So strong, no wonder you are the masters of nightmare. Lu Chen smiled and patted Qin Xuan's shoulder, praising him. Thanks to Xiao Chuan, his ability is too strong. The reason I had Lao Huang take action is that I saw through the female anomaly's strength, her threat level is very low, and her weakness is easy to attack. I guess this should be at the level of small fries, so everyone, please do not let your guard down. Everyone nodded, deeply convinced, their gazes toward Lu Chen filled with more admiration. Wow, it's like watching an action movie, so thrilling. This Lao Huang is not simple, his moves are swift, everywhere he has deadly strikes. Could he be a bodyguard from Zongnanhai? Hiss. I think it's true, so awesome. Lu Chen is not bad either, feels like he can fight too, so handsome. Lu Chen, deciphered the female anomaly's weakness in such a short time, too scary. This title gives me such a sense of security. Chapter 50. Lu Chen sat back in his seat, his gaze sweeping over the rules on the bus, lost in thought. Rule 2, once the bus starts, no matter what happens, movement in the cabin is prohibited. Just now, after the female anomaly killed the man, she began to walk around the cabin, but no abnormalities appeared. In other words, this rule is wrong. Everyone, Rule 2 is officially broken. We can move freely on this Erie bus now, let's hurry and search for any anomalies and win this tale of the bazaar. Lu Chen exhaled slowly, smiling. Everyone looked at each other, then immediately stood up from their seats, full of excitement. Before, they wanted to help, but the seats were too far away, making them anxious and immobile. Now that a wrong rule was broken, everyone united, supporting each other, surely the chances of survival grew larger. Let's search around our seats first, see if we can find any information. Before the first stop is even reached, the eerie killing has already begun. This bus ride, surely, will not be peaceful. After saying this, Lu Chen's gaze intentionally or unintentionally flicked to the man's corpse. His intuition told him that this corpse might have potential dangers. In a nightmare tale, even a blade of grass or a tree must be taken seriously, let alone an eerie corpse? Lu Chen reached out, his hand exploring the arm of the male corpse. This is a man's body that has lost its head. Death will greatly enhance its strength. We must dispose of it quickly, or it will become eerie and kill everyone without rules. Lu Chen's face changed suddenly. He took a deep breath and spoke out the hint he had received. Hearing this, Lao Huang turned his head to look at the female anomaly that was motionless beside him, pondering, this male corpse might be more troublesome than that female anomaly. Faced with a being that kills without rules, all calculations are ineffective, one can only confront the eerie attack directly. In this way, it's a clash of taboo objects and everyone's special abilities against the eerie supernatural force. Seated in the back, the novelist Mu Shiyu walked over to the male corpse. The Erie bus has reached the next stop, Hongye Road. We don't know how long it will take, since disposing of the corpse is a problem. Why don't I try to burn it? Mu Shiyu suggested. After thinking for a moment, Lu Chen nodded. Mu Shiyu extended her hand, and a ghostly blue flame suddenly ignited from the male corpse's body. However, Mu Shiyu's supernatural flame could only dance on the surface of the male corpse, not injuring it at all. The male corpse was gradually becoming eerie, black mist began to rise, completely extinguishing the ghostly blue flame. The skin of the male corpse started to turn green, visible corpse spots began to appear, and his fingers were twitching continuously. In just a few seconds, less than 10 seconds had passed. The male corpse staggered and stood up from the ground. His pupils were pure white, and he had lost his lips, leaving behind only eerie teeth. The strange and irregular killing appeared on the ghostly bus. A terrifying aura, a bone-chilling coldness, made everyone feel icy all over. Hiss, this thing changes so quickly. Mu Siyu's face tightened, and she took a few steps back, her face filled with seriousness. The male corpse let out a roar and charged at the crowd. Lu Chen and the others, standing in the aisle, instantly became the male corpse's targets. A foul-smelling black mist, mingled with the scent of death, almost instantly enveloped them. Old Huang's title lit up, pulling Lu Chen, Qin Xuan, and others directly to the back of the carriage, narrowly escaping the male corpse's fierce attack. A chosen one named Tao Yaoyao, bearing the title of Shadow Manipulator, also activated her ability at this moment. Her shadow instantly stood up from the ground, transforming into a bundle of vines, attempting to wrap around and suppress the male corpse. Qin Xuan also used his ability, binding the male corpse's legs with crimson chains. But neither of their abilities could completely suppress the male corpse. The male corpse was struggling violently, clawing and thrashing, as if it was about to break free at any moment. Lu Chen couldn't even get close. The shadow and chains were gradually losing their control over the male corpse. Lu Chen retreated under the advertising board, gazing at the male corpse, constantly pondering a solution. This male corpse was indeed much stronger than the female ghost from earlier. Chosen One's abilities couldn't handle the male corpse, they could only suppress it briefly. This suppression was too exhausting on a person's stamina. Lu Chen gritted his teeth, thinking hard. Could there be some rule he hadn't noticed that could solve this trouble? Quickly, open the car window. I'll trick it into crawling out, maybe that can get rid of it. A young man sitting by the side said in a low voice. During their earlier conversation, the young man introduced himself as Han Fei and bore the title of fraud expert, capable of deceiving the strange. Rule 4, during travel, passengers are prohibited from opening the windows. Cold sweat dripped down Lu Chen's forehead as he gritted his teeth and shook his head. Opening the ghost bus's window, the risk was too great. Challenging Rule 4 might be something they had to do later, but at this critical moment, it was too risky. Once the window opened, if they encountered a terrifying supernatural event, they risked total annihilation. If Rule 4 was correct, then maybe before Han Fei activated his ability to eliminate the male corpse, all members would face something even more horrifying. What to do? Lu Chen bit his nails, his face pale. The male corpse suddenly unleashed terrifying supernatural power, instantly suppressing Tao Yaoyao and the others, completely breaking free. Its target directly turned toward Han Fei at the edge of the aisle. Han Fei was shocked, he didn't possess the terrifying supernatural powers of Qin Xuan and the others, unable to resist the male corpse's assault. There's no time. Han Fei's face changed dramatically, without waiting for Lu Chen and the others to respond, he abruptly pulled open the window beside him. In an instant, a cold wind rushed in, howling mournfully. Numerous pale hands, covered in corpse spots, reached in and began to crawl inside. Behind those hands were dark figures, grinning and showing their fangs. At a glance, countless terrifying existences outside the window were peering into the ghost bus. In just a split second, the chosen ones from Long Kingdom were surrounded. The terrifying scene nearly brought despair. Countless anomalies, bearing their fangs, desperately trying to crawl into the ghost bus, while inside there was yet another being committing irregular killings. Han Fei struggled fiercely, screaming. He had already been grabbed by the male corpse, in just 1 second, he would be torn apart. His title lit up above his head. You are a fearless warrior, your mission is to exterminate the anomalies, go, confront the supernatural outside. The deception ability succeeded. The male corpse let out a wild howl, slowly stepping toward the open window, the black aura around it. Like a solid substance, it twisted towards the mysterious outside. The male corpse single-handedly blocked the window. However, the hand of the male corpse still grasped Han Fei, not intending to let go. But there were too many mysteries outside, the level of the supernatural was terrifying, almost instantly suppressing the male corpse, intending to drag it out of the car window. Han Fei's body was also being pulled towards the car window. Save him! Lu Chen saw the sudden change and hurriedly shouted, rushing forward with a darting step, placing a hand on the male corpse's back. The title lit up. World's #1 necrophiliac. Old Huang quickly grabbed Han Fei's body, preventing him from being dragged out. Tao Yaoyao also used her shadow to restrain the male corpse's hand. At this time, Qin Xuan and Mu Shiyu and others released their powers, desperately trying to hold Han Fei. Let go. It was my recklessness, I opened the window without permission. I'm sorry everyone. Han Fei shouted loudly, tears streaming down his face, his voice tinged with a cry. You did nothing wrong, being brave to try and attempting to break the deadlock is right. You tried your best, now, let us handle the rest. Lu Chen smiled slightly, saying calmly, Old Huang, the male corpse's weakness is the crown of the head. Old Huang nodded, his muscles bulging, suddenly leaping up, and delivered a powerful elbow strike to the top of the male corpse's head. The male corpse's head seemed to turn into a watermelon, exploding suddenly. But its body remained as hard as steel, still writhing violently, the black mist around it rapidly dissipating. Lu Chen nodded, giving a glance to the others. In an instant, everyone in the carriage pulled Han Fei back, instantly freeing him from the male corpse's control. As the black mist on the male corpse dissipated, it gradually turned back into a normal person. Bang! Lu Chen seized the moment, kicking him towards the opening of the window. Countless sinister black hands instantly tore the male corpse's body into pieces, dragging them outside the window. Lu Chen rushed forward, grabbing the car window. With a loud bang, he closed it firmly. Near the window, only the male corpse's brain matter and pools of crimson blood remained. Thank you all. Thank you. Lu Chen. Han Fei collapsed on the ground, gasping heavily, tears could not help but surge out. Lu Chen patted his shoulder, sitting down beside him, comforting, it's okay, you had ideas, having your thoughts is right, but before taking action, you need to consider the consequences. Every step we take must be cautious, even more cautious. Behind us is the entire dragon country. I understand. Han Fei said shamefully. Everyone consoled him a few words and then turned to Lu Chen. Everyone take a break, the bus might be reaching a stop soon, and we don't know what we will face. Lu Chen shook his head, sitting in a chair, letting out a long sigh. At this time, the global chosen team also encountered a similar crisis. Many countries' chosen ones used up forbidden items and still could not control the female ghost and male corpse. The entire chosen team couldn't last even at one bus stop, and was completely annihilated. Similar scenes were happening continuously. The death arena began less than 10 minutes in. South Korea, Australia, Vietnam, and southern and western countries. Close to 200 countries globally, nearly 3/4 were completely wiped out in this crisis. 40 countries' chosen ones made it through this crisis, but most suffered casualties. Only Lu Chen and his group, without any injuries, made it through this terrifying crisis. Oh my, long live Lu Chen. I announce, the Death Arena live broadcast is called the Lu Chen live broadcast. No way, I need to change my nationality, I want to go to Dragon Country, no one stop me. Ha, thanks for the invite, here in Dragon Country, bowing to God Lu. Welcome to Bus 404, the mysterious bus, next stop is Red Leaf Road. Passengers getting off, please prepare in advance. 2 minutes later. The mysterious bus slowly arrived at a dilapidated platform. Screech. The door opened. The previously rampaging long-haired female ghost slowly rose and walked off the bus. On the platform, 2 girls with backpacks boarded the mysterious bus. Sitting next to Old Huang. Looking at them, they seemed to still be high school students, with both girls' faces very pale, as if they had been soaked in water for several days, full of wrinkles, giving off a pungent smell. Lu Chen noticed that water was still flowing beneath their feet. Were these 2 people who drowned? Lu Chen slightly shook his head at Old Huang, signaling him not to act recklessly. The 2 girls had clearly become strange, if he accidentally touched their rules for killing, it would be very troublesome. Chapter 52. Next stop, Jinzi Mansion. Passengers getting off, please prepare to disembark. At this moment, the eerie bus announced its next stop. Where is my grandson? Has anyone seen my grandson? The old woman on the bus was very anxious, her voice old and excited. She stood up from her seat, continuously searching, then approached the passengers, asking one by one. Have you seen my grandson? Not getting an answer, the old woman asked the next passenger the same question. This scene was too strange. It sent chills to the bottom of one's heart. Could it be that the rule on the bus is to help this old woman find her grandson? But when we got on the bus earlier, there were no children, and no one was next to the old woman. Lu Chen stood up, searching from top to bottom, but found nothing. Could it be that her grandson has become strange, and cannot be seen by the naked eye? Something was off. Lu Chen's confusion deepened on his face. Lu Chen. I sensed a piece of information. Sitting at the back of the bus, the one called Zhou Su, a thief, looked a bit grim. Just now, when the old woman asked him, he seized the opportunity to use his ability and steal a piece of information. What information? Lu Chen asked curiously. If before reaching the next stop, Jinzi Mansion, she hasn't found her grandson, she will randomly choose someone to act as her grandson and take them off the bus. Zhou Su revealed the information he had obtained. Lu Chen was stunned for a moment and quickly scanned all the passengers on the eerie bus. It was a grandson, not a granddaughter. This meant there were 8 men in the chosen one team. Anyone had a chance to be picked by the old lady to act as her grandson and be dragged off the bus. As for what happened after being taken off the bus, it was self-evident. Have you seen my grandson? The old woman, from the back row, kept asking to the front row. No, I'm very sorry. Chen hesitated for a moment and replied lightly, while thinking about how to deal with this bizarre old lady. Who knew? The old woman scrutinized Chen for a while, then laughed keek, her voice hoarse. My grandson, looks like you. Keek. In an instant, all the chosen ones on the bus exchanged glances, goosebumps rising all over. Chen felt like his heart had stopped for a moment. What did this mean? Why did this old woman tell him this information? Could it be that she had already chosen him as the target to be dragged off the bus? Sitting next to Chen, Tao Yao was now sweating coldly in her palms. If the old woman dragged Chen off the bus, then it was very likely that all titles, abilities and all forbidden items wouldn't be able to stop it. He must not allow that to happen. Before we reach Qinzi Mansion, I need to create a grandson for this old woman, otherwise, she really might pull me off the bus. Chen rubbed his brow. The old woman's rule for killing might have set its sights on him. Chen's gaze suddenly fell on the vegetable basket the old woman was carrying. The basket was covered by a black cloth, making it impossible to see what was inside. Chen's eyes lit up as he got up from his chair. Bang! Old Huang patted Chen's shoulder, shook his head, then nodded. Chen understood. Old Huang was worried about him being in danger. If he needed to do anything risky, he could just arrange for him to go. Chen felt at ease. The old man from Qin's side was indeed reliable. I want to pull down that black cloth. I suspect that there is something in that basket. It contains useful messages. Chen glanced at Old Huang, then grinned. Old Huang nodded, took a vigorous step forward, turned around, and grasped the black cloth covering the vegetable basket, pulling it hard. In an instant, what was inside the basket appeared in front of everyone. Inside the basket were bloodied eyeballs. When the black cloth was lifted, some of the eyeballs were still rolling, gazing at the people in the car. That dense feeling sent chills down everyone's spine. Chen's heart sank. Judgment was wrong. The important message was not in the basket. Giggly. This is my grandson's favorite snack. Do you also like to eat it? The old woman noticed that her vegetable basket was uncovered, looked at the restless eyeballs, and grinned, revealing her grim teeth. That gaze seemed as if it wanted to tear everyone apart. Time. Seconds passed by one. In front of the ghost bus, a dim yellow light lit up. The Qinzi Mansion was arriving. In less than 30 seconds, bus 404 would stop in front of the station for Qinzi Mansion. At that time, this old woman would choose her grandson and drag him off the bus. Where else have I forgotten? Chen's mind raced, but he had not come up with a solution yet. Suddenly, he remembered a place. A place he had previously ignored due to rules. The driver's seat. Because of Rule 3, he couldn't interfere with the normal operation of the bus to avoid accidents. But now, the ghost bus was about to stop, Rule 3 didn't matter anymore. There could possibly be some clues there. The ghost bus's prompt rang out. Welcome to bus 404 of the ghost, the next stop is Qinzi Mansion. Please get ready to disembark if you need to get off. Then, the ghost bus slowly came to a stop. Tao Yao, check the driver's seat, hurry. Chen urgently yelled. Got it. Tao Yao turned and rushed towards the driver's seat. Screech. The door opened. He, good grandson, come home with grandma. The old woman grinned wickedly at Chen, cackling. A chilling breath enveloped the air. The old woman reached towards Chen, a supernatural aura starting to shroud him. Chen is your stranger, she is your grandson. Han Fei pointed at the pregnant woman in the bus. His head sparkled with a title. My grandson? The old woman's spiteful eyes, misled by the ability, showed a hint of confusion as her target shifted. The old woman stepped toward the pregnant woman, muttering, Grandson, grandma will take you home, he. Chen leaned back in his seat, his face pale. Escaping a calamity. At that moment, the old woman snapped back to her senses. Grandson, my grandson, hurry and get off the bus. The old woman's wrinkled face slowly tore apart, black liquid dripping down. Her body suddenly lunged again, rushing toward Chen. Smack! Everyone unleashed their abilities, desperately trying to stop the old woman from getting closer to Chen. Qin Xuan summoned chains to bind the old woman tightly. Mu Shiyu, standing behind Qin Xuan, manifested a supernatural door, securing the chains to resist the terrifying pulling force, or else Qin Xuan would have been torn apart. Grandson, my grandson. The old woman cackled wildly, her emotions extremely agitated, fiercely tugging at the chains, shouting desperately at Chen. 10 chosen ones and a terrifying old woman were locked in a deadlock. Tao Yao, do you have any clues? Chen gritted his teeth and shouted. Can't hold on any longer, it's unbearable. This old woman, too strong. My hand is about to break. The supernatural level of the old woman was too strong. Qin Chuan's bones were creaking, as if they could break at any moment. Others' arms were also close to bursting with blood. Found it. Under the driver's seat, there's a palm-sized doll. The doll looks almost exactly like you. Tao Yaoyao exclaimed from the driver's seat. Lu Chen was taken aback upon hearing this. My grandson looks just like you. It turned out that the old woman was not lying, her grandson existed in the form of a doll. Quick, bring it here. Lu Chen shouted. As soon as the old woman saw the doll, the black water on her body gradually disappeared. Grandson, my grandson, grandma has found you. Everyone felt that terrifying pulling force had disappeared. When they steadied themselves and looked down, the doll that was in Tao Yaoyao's hands had also vanished. The chosen ones turned to look, and the old woman holding the doll's hand slowly disappeared at the Kinzawa mansion platform. At the same time, the eerie bus doors closed. Chapter 53. I didn't even dare to blink, my heart almost stopped. It was really intense, it felt like Lu Chen was dancing on the edge of a knife, so thrilling. Watching our Dragon Country supernatural livestreams, you have to prepare several diapers. In a few countries in East Africa next door, all the male chosen ones were taken away, leaving only a few confused black girls on the eerie bus. Damn it, why haven't you Dragon Country people died? Are you cheating? That's right, we are cheating. If you have the ability, you try cheating too. A bizarre attack caused the remaining chosen ones from various countries to lose several members, and even after using forbidden items, there were still casualties. The gap was so large that foreign viewers were furious. Everyone should take a moment to rest, we don't know what we will face next. Lu Chen leaned back in his seat and spoke slowly. He felt a little tired. He rested his head on the chair and glanced at the seat where the old woman had been. Earlier, while they were fighting against the old woman, a new passenger had boarded. He was a middle-aged man with his head drooping, his face hard to see. He was filthy all over, as if he'd just crawled out of a grave. Lu Chen looked towards the back row where Zhou Su was seating. Zhou Su shook his head slightly, indicating he hadn't stolen anything from the man. Lu Chen nodded, signaling Zhou Su not to act recklessly again. In just 2 stops, they had already encountered 3 bizarre attacks. There were still 18 stations to go. If this continued, it was feared that everyone's spirits would be hard to sustain. The eerie bus moved quietly through the darkness. This time, they traveled safely, which allowed the tense group to breathe a sigh of relief. However, just as they were about to arrive at their destination Edo Square, the eerie bus suddenly stopped in the darkness. With a click, the bus doors opened. The eerie bus had broken down. Everyone, quickly get off the bus. Lu Chen was alert. When he noticed the bus engine had stopped, he understood what had happened. Rule 6, if the eerie bus breaks down mid-journey, all passengers must get off and wait for the bus to restart before getting back on. Everyone quickly got off the bus and gathered together. Outside the eerie bus, gray fog enveloped everything, silent and still, with visibility less than 5 meters. On the eerie bus, the remaining 5 strange passengers also got off. When the 5 stepped off the eerie bus, they had completely transformed. 2 female high school students were completely white and had their faces covered with disgusting maggots. Cold liquid continuously flowed from their bodies onto the ground, spreading outwards. The pregnant woman in a light-colored dress was completely stained red, her belly was torn open by something supernatural, and a grotesque baby with twisted features crawled on her. The filthy middle-aged man appeared to have broken limbs. He crawled on the ground, his head twisted backward as he approached the group. The woman with the umbrella had completely vanished, seemingly merging into the darkness. In an instant, a wave of foul stench spread throughout the darkness. These strange conditions. It is completely different from being on the bus. Be careful of any anomalies that appear before you figure out their killing rules. Lu Chen took a deep breath and spoke loudly. Strangely transformed passengers might hold the complete killing rules. Touching them means certain death. Everyone nodded, standing at the front of the strange bus and facing the eerie silence behind, guarding against any sudden attacks. Suddenly. Thud. At the back, a usually quiet chosen one suddenly fell to the ground. Yang Ling. Old Huang had been watching the surroundings, and when he saw the chosen one suddenly collapse, his expression changed instantly. Don't touch him yet. Lu Chen noticed the scene and his face changed drastically. Seeing old Huang going to check on Yan Ling, he immediately stopped him. He has encountered an unknown supernatural event. Don't touch him until we understand it, or we could get infected. Lu Chen crouched down, observing the cause of Yang Ling's death. Uncertain of the bizarre killing rules, Lu Chen did not dare to use his title to touch Yang Ling's corpse. At this moment, Yang Ling's complexion was extremely pale, his neck twisted by the supernatural force, his head turned entirely to one side, facing the ground. Did you notice anything unusual about Yang Ling just now? Lu Chen looked at Qin Xuan, who had been standing beside this teammate. No. Qin Xuan wiped away cold sweat, feeling both nervous and guilty. Lu Chen frowned. Yang Ling's death was too sudden, without any warning. Wait. Twisted neck. Why was this the cause of death? Could it be that before Yang Ling died, something strange appeared behind him? Lu Chen's eyebrows jumped suddenly. To his right, Zhou Shu unexpectedly tilted his head. Zhou Shu, don't turn around. Lu Chen shouted. But Zhou Shu, in astonishment, still turned his head. With a snap. Everyone saw Zhou Shu's neck suddenly snap. His eyeballs nearly popped out in that moment, twisted and bloodshot. Zhou Shu was dead. His body fell to the ground. At the same time, a bizarre scene unfolded. Zhou Shu's corpse slowly transformed into a ragdoll before their eyes. Next to him, another Zhou Shu appeared. He was drenched in sweat and his eyes were filled with terror. You were too reckless. If it weren't for the substitute doll, you would have died immediately. Lu Chen asked, why didn't you listen to the warning and had to look back? Just now. I heard Han Fei calling me from behind. Zhou Shu's face showed a look of confusion. I was beside Lu Chen, how could I be behind you? Are you stupid? Han Fei, standing next to Lu Chen, replied helplessly. Cold sweat instantly flowed down Zhou Shu's face. Lu Chen was right, he had been too reckless falling into such an obvious trap. Lu Chen's brow furrowed. His judgment was correct, and he immediately grabbed Yang Ling's pale arm. The title world's #1 necrophile lit up instantly. This is a pitiful person with a weak sense of caution, merely nodding slightly and dying under the strange rules. Yang Ling died under the rule of calling people. From now on, no matter who calls your names, do not respond at all, not even a nod, or you will die. That strange entity only needs you to respond even a little, and it will instantly trigger its killing rules. From now on, no one is allowed to call each other's names. Lu Chen analyzed the killing rules of the calling entity, warning everyone. At this moment, outside the strange bus, those strange entities remained silent, attracted by the bus. At the tail of the bus, those terrifying bizarre beings seemed to show signs of abnormality. We can't wait here any longer, we still don't know how long the strange bus will be stalled. Staying here will only become more dangerous. Who knows, even if we wait for the strange bus to get moving again, we might step into a bizarre deadlock. Lu Chen gritted his teeth slightly and said, let's go. For the last stop, we'll rush directly forward. Saying this, Lu Chen walked ahead. Along the muddy road, he stepped into the gray mist, rushing towards the last stop of the eerie bus, Ite Square. Old Huang quickly followed Lu Chen's steps. Qin Xuan and the others exchanged glances and followed closely. 9 people sprinted swiftly through the gray mist, always on guard against the attack of the calling specter, while also wary of any strange unknowns that might appear. Time passed, but nobody knew how long it had been. On the road, the gray mist thickened. A blurry figure suddenly appeared behind Lu Chen, a cold aura enveloping him completely. A pair of moldy and decaying hands reached towards his neck. Lu Chen, there's something behind us. Old Huan's familiar voice suddenly rang in Lu Chen's ear. Something? Lu Chen was startled. Suddenly, cold sweat broke out on his back. Clearly it was stated that shouting a teammate's name was not allowed. His instincts told him not to look back. This old Huang is not old Huang. Your reason for tricking me to turn around is pretty good. Unfortunately, you've got the wrong person. Lu Chen sneered, pulling out the eerie photo and slamming it onto old Huang. In an instant, black mist burst out from old Huang, struggling violently but was suppressed by the supernatural power of the eerie photo, unable to move. Lu Chen abruptly reached out, grabbing the corpse of the calling specter. World's #1 necrophile ability activated. Neck. Lu Chen's face turned pale, his strength depleted, growling. Old Huang next to him did not hesitate, golden light bursting from his body, hands grasping the neck of the calling specter. Crack. The neck of the calling specter was brutally twisted off. Its body seemed to turn into a wisp of smoke, vanishing into the gray mist. Calling specter crisis resolved. We can shout for teammates now. Lu Chen gasped for breath, regaining feeling in his arms, speaking to the rest of the team. Wow. Idol, so amazing. Qin Xuan, standing beside Lu Chen, witnessed the entire event and was completely awestruck. In a flash of lightning, Lu Chen actually realized that the being next to him was the calling specter, and acted decisively. No wonder he was the man who survived through 2 nightmarish instances. Idol. Qin Xuan's face was full of admiration. Lu Chen is just incredible. If it were me, I would definitely turn around to look, and my head would have been twisted off. Me too. The ever-present calling specter was solved so quickly. I have to say, old Huang's skills are really strong, no wonder he is a bodyguard of Zhong Nanhai. I really love my brother Lu Chen, he even developed a combo. The way he sealed the supernatural is so cool, I can't handle it, I'm standing up. The Ghost Story live room sparked a wave of excitement among global viewers. The emergence of the Calling Spectre led to the annihilation of elects from more than 10 countries. Countries that did not experience obliteration still suffered heavy losses. Only the Dragon country resolved the Calling Spectre with minimal cost. Lu Chen and the others quickened their pace, running straight down the road. Ding! Ding! A series of low, hammering sounds echoed in everyone's ears. That sound pierced through the gray mist, sending chills down the spine. Something isn't right. Another strange entity has appeared. Lu Chen became alert instantly, looking in the direction of the sound. In the gray mist, visibility was too low to see anything clearly, only a blurry figure could be discerned. Idle. There's an old grave, with a twisted entity crouching in front of an old stone tablet, holding an iron chisel, carving the tablet. Qin Chuan activated his insight ability, revealing the truth shrouded in the mist. Carving a tablet? Lu Chen frowned slightly, suddenly feeling an ominous premonition rise in his heart. What does the tablet say? The grave of chosen one Zhao Nan. Qin Chuan whispered. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen suddenly turned to look at Mu Shiyu beside him. Empty. Where is Zhao Nan? Zhao Nan, who stood there before, vanished in an instant. Zhao Nan is in the grave, dig it up. Lu Chen's face turned pale as he shouted. Everyone rushed to the grave, activating their abilities, starting to dig. In less than a minute, the old grave was unearthed. Zhao Nan's corpse surfaced before everyone. His face was extremely pale, his eyes wide open, filled with terror. His mouth, nose, and ears were stuffed with black grave soil. Lu Chen's face darkened. He reached out, grabbed Zhao Nan's hand, and once again used his tidal ability. The poor person chosen by the grave marker, when their name appears on the stone tablet, is destined to die. This is a grave marker. Once a person's name is carved on it, the medium for killing appears. People will be directly pulled into the grave by supernatural forces. After analyzing, Lu Chen informed everyone. Hearing this, everyone felt a chill run down their spine. This rule was unbreakable. Once the name was carved on the stone tablet, it would be pulled into the grave by the supernatural. How could they avoid this? Lu Chen fell into deep thought. After the grave marker carved Zhao Nan's name, it escaped ahead of time when the others were rushing over. Why did it escape? Clang. Clang. At that moment, from the other side of the gray mist, the sound of the stone carving echoed again. Chapter 55. Clang. The sound of chiseling penetrated the gray mist, echoing in the night sky. The grave marker targeted everyone once more. Lu Chen slightly closed his eyes, biting his nails, his thoughts racing. If the grave marker was really that terrifying, it could easily release the deadly rule right before them without needing to escape. Unless that grave marker simply could not contend with the chosen ones. Its most terrifying aspect was that deadly curse, not its own power. This thought surged in Lu Chen's mind in an instant. Chase it. The supernatural aspect of the grave marker is not high. Don't let it succeed again. Lu Chen's expression changed slightly as he rushed towards the grave marker's location. Swish. Qin Chuan made his move, the bloody chains piercing through the thick gray mist, locking onto the grave marker 30 meters away. Mu Shiyu and Yao Yao also acted at this moment. The supernatural shackles firmly bound the limbs of the grave marker, and a dark shadow wrapped around its hands, suppressing it from continuing to carve. However, the grave marker acted as if it couldn't hear, its rotting hands struggling with all their might, shaking violently, yet still carving on the stone tablet. The name of the second person was about to be completed. Lu Chen's face fell, and in an instant, he arrived next to the grave marker. He took out the cursed photo and slapped it onto the grave marker's terrifyingly rotting face. The grave marker's actions paused, and much of its figure was almost drawn into the cursed photo. Lu Chen's expression remained calm as he firmly seized its cold, rotten hand. The grave marker that releases a deadly curse, once it carves a person's name on the stone tablet, will kill them. Its medium for releasing the curse is the iron cone in its hand. Lu Chen was suddenly startled. The grave marker. Did it have no weaknesses? Lu Chen's gaze shifted to the grave marker's hand, where it held an iron cone in its rotting palm. This was the source of its terror. Interesting. Lu Chen sneered, using one hand to suppress the grave marker, while the other hand took the iron cone from it. He directly carved the words grave marker onto the stone tablet. No weaknesses, huh? Then let me borrow your rules for a bit. Roar. The grave marker struggled and roared. But it was too late. Suddenly, From the black grave below, a pair of pale, rotting hands surged up, grasping the grave marker tightly, dragging it into the old grave. The crowd stood dumbfounded. Everyone opened their mouths, staring at Lu Chen. How terrifying are his analytical skills? Mu Shiyu said in shock. A near unresolvable curse was so swiftly resolved. The deadly curse rule is returned to the supernatural itself. Lu Chen is incredible. If the heavens do not give birth to Lu Chen, then the stories will last through the long night. Damn it, you dragon country people, don't be too pleased. It's just a supernatural being, our country's chosen ones aren't even qualified to encounter it. Woo woo woo. I envy them having Lu Chen, why doesn't our country have him? In the Ghost Story livestream, countless viewers were incredibly excited. Lu Chen suppressed the engraving creature so fast that death did not continue. Unfortunately, the other chosen one's teams were not so timely. This engraving creature was almost impossible to be suppressed by forbidden items. Even running wildly, they could not escape the eerie chase, and many people died. In front of the grave, Lu Chen glanced at his hand and sighed deeply. His hand holding the iron cone had already withered and turned black, even growing some corpse spots. This was the price of using the iron cone. Even though the cost of using the iron cone was high, this forbidden item could not be discarded, it was too powerful and could surely be kept. Lu Chen stored the iron cone away. At that moment, the members came up to activate their healing abilities, fully restoring Lu Chen's injuries. The originally corpse-like hand returned to its original state. Lu Chen slightly nodded towards Han Fei. After resting, the group continued on their way to Edo Plaza. Along the way, they did not encounter any more abnormalities. About 10 minutes later, Lu Chen saw a scarlet light shining ahead. Running for another minute, the group arrived at a massive shopping plaza. At the same time, they received a notification from the Ghost Story Paradise. Ghost Story task, please take the Erie bus to Edo Plaza. Task completed. Please patiently wait for the remaining chosen ones. Chosen ones who have not arrived at Edo Plaza will be annihilated. Countdown, 10 minutes. Chapter 56. When Lu Chen and the others arrived at Edo Plaza, the Ghost Story Paradise directly started the countdown for the first task. In 10 minutes, those who had not reached Edo Plaza would be directly eliminated. Damn it, that group of yellow-skinned monkeys from the Dragon Kingdom, why are they so fast? Baka, if you don't want to die, hurry up. These Dragon Kingdom people have no martial ethics and arrived early. In the grey fog, the chosen ones still struggling under the eerie attacks heard the Ghost Story Paradise's prompt and began cursing angrily. But cursing aside, they still had to run. Chosen ones from various countries were fleeing awkwardly in the darkness. 10 minutes later, the countdown from the Ghost Story Paradise ended. In the end, the chosen ones who reached Edo Plaza were less than 50. Task ended, chosen ones who did not arrive at Edo Plaza. Annihilation. In an instant, the chosen ones who had not reached Edo Plaza were dragged into the darkroom by terrifying supernatural forces, and screams of horror echoed endlessly, bloodshed everywhere. Welcome to Edo Plaza. Current Ghost Story task, please survive in Edo Mall until midnight 12. The Ghost Story Paradise announced the second task of the Death Arena. Lu Chen's expression remained calm as he surveyed the surrounding environment. Here, besides a large plaza, there was also a shopping mall in the center. Under the scarlet lights were countless pedestrians, mixed with occasional noisy screams. Everyone not only needs to guard against the eeriness but also be wary of the chosen ones from other countries. Until the rules are clear, don't let your guard down. Lu Chen quickly assigned everyone their tasks. Some chosen ones from other countries had already formed alliances. They gathered together, discussing something. From time to time, cold gazes were cast this way. Next, they were not only facing area attacks but also the prying eyes of chosen ones from other countries. Soon, Lu Chen found the rules of this shopping mall on a wooden screen in front of Edo Mall. Rule 1: Edo Mall maintains a good security environment. Fighting is prohibited inside the mall, or security will expel you. Rule 2: Edo Mall will close at 10:30, please ensure you leave before then. Rule 3: The mall does not welcome customers with pets. If you encounter one, please contact mall security. Rule 4: If you see a pet without an owner, please stay away immediately. Rule 5: If you meet a salesperson recommending products, please be cautious. Rule 6: The restroom is not a safe place. Once you enter the restroom, you must be cautious. No matter what happens, pretend you didn't see anything. Rule 7: The monitoring room on the 4th floor will open after closing time. When you encounter something you don't understand, you can go there to seek the truth. Rule 8: No matter what happens, do not go to the 4th floor of the mall. Lu Chen remembered all 8 rules, leading the group directly into the Edo Mall. On the way, he began analyzing the clues hidden in the rules, and the flaws within them. Rule 1 forbids fighting between the chosen ones. This rule is too dangerous. We shouldn't try it, but we can observe whether other chosen ones are fighting. There should be some guinea pigs showing up. Rule 2, the mall closes at 10:30. Before that, we can openly search for a way out in the mall. After closing, we should try to avoid the mall's closing procedures, or it will be very dangerous. Rules 3 and 4 are easy to understand. Only humans are allowed in the mall. Once we see other creatures, it's best to stay away. Rule 5, the salespeople promoting products are probably traps, but they might also be some kind of clue. My idea is, if we encounter them, we can try agreeing to see what happens. Rule 6, the restroom is unsafe? My guess is that it should be a place where both clues and danger coexist. Rules 7 and 8 are contradictory. One says we should go to the 4th floor to find the truth, while the other forbids it. Interesting. Crisis and hope coexist. I think it's necessary to explore. Chen finished analyzing all the rules and then made a plan for what to do next. Check the current time. Wait until closing time, then head to the 4th floor. Following the plan, everyone carefully explored the mall. A few minutes later, Chen checked the current time. It was exactly 10 o'clock. The chosen ones only had half an hour left to explore the mall. Having finished browsing the 1st floor, Chen was about to head to the 2nd floor when he saw a person wearing a brown bear costume walking toward him. Sir, ladies and gentlemen, look at my brown bear costume. It's absolutely worth the price. The person eagerly tried to sell the brown bear costume to them. Rule 5, if a salesperson offers you a product, do not refuse. Chen stared at the brown bear, and from the headgear, he vaguely saw strands of long hair circling around. Chen looked at Josu, who understood the signal. After a moment, Josu spread his hands, indicating that he hadn't stolen anything. Shaking his head slightly, Chen signaled for everyone to ignore it and led the group past the brown bear costume, preparing to look elsewhere. Take a look, my brown bear costume is very comfortable to wear. It will definitely give you a different experience. The brown bear costume still didn't give up, chasing after Chen and the others. A different experience? Chen froze for a moment, then remembered the situation on the 1st floor. He sensed something unusual. Let me try it on. Chen turned around and looked at the brown bear costume. Qin Xuan and the others also acted similarly. Once they sensed something wrong, they would immediately subdue the costume. The brown bear costume seemed quite pleased, pulling out a new brown bear outfit and putting it on Chen. After putting on the brown bear costume, Chen's face suddenly changed. In his ears, a chilling wail sounded. It was a woman's voice, as if she had suffered endless torment, in pain to the extreme, wanting to die but unable to, almost mad. SSSS. Chen took a deep breath, struggling to take off the brown bear costume. It really is a different experience. Chen's face was somewhat pale as he returned the brown bear costume to the figure. Did you discover anything? Han Fei, standing beside him, asked with curiosity. Chen glanced at the other chosen ones from different countries in the distance, thinking for a moment before slowly saying. After wearing the brown bear costume, I could hear a woman's wail, and experience a kind of pain similar to being tortured. It must be the torment a woman suffers right before death. I faintly heard the sound of the toilet flushing. It is very likely that there are extremely important clues in the women's bathroom. Rule 6, the bathroom is not a safe place. After entering the bathroom, you must be careful. No matter what happens, you must pretend you didn't see anything. Chen smirked slightly and analyzed. He glanced at the signpost and began to search for the bathroom on the 2nd floor. At the same time, on the 1st to 3rd floors of the mall, many chosen ones began to move, rushing towards the bathrooms on each floor. Not long after, wails echoed from the women's bathroom. Ah, damn it, this is a trap. Fuck, that Chen is just a liar. Soon after, a supernatural aura gradually spread, and those chosen ones who rushed into the women's bathroom encountered something strange, touching the rules. They even faced expulsion by security. In just a moment, many people died. Chen watched the scene that unfolded in the women's bathroom, his eyes landing on the pale-skinned chosen one at the door, letting out a cold laugh. You must be called Yoris, one of the top chosen ones from the West, right? You've been eavesdropping on our team for quite a while, thinking of doing something sneaky? Actually, I still have something I haven't said. This is during shopping hours. If you disrupt the operation of the mall, you will touch some deadly rules. The chosen one named Yoris looked extremely flustered, his face filled with rage. Just now, he lost 2 teammates. The women's bathroom was terrifying. They encountered a life-threatening supernatural phenomenon. You knew all along that we were eavesdropping, deliberately leading us into the women's bathroom? Yoris's expression darkened considerably. Not at all, I was just analyzing clues with my teammates. Lu Chen showed a bright smile and slowly explained. Yuan Su can steal information, and Qin Chuan can gain insight. From the moment I entered the square, I noticed that the chosen ones were watching my every move. Lu Chen, don't be so proud. There are only 8 of you. After the mall closes, it will be your time to die. Eurus gritted his teeth as he spoke. After the lights go out, he planned to join forces with chosen ones from other countries to hunt down Lu Chen. Lu Chen coldly stared at Eurus. Within the rules, I can play you to death. After the lights go out, losing the constraints of the rules, how long do you think you can live? Ah, Lu Chen is mighty and so handsome, so imposing. In the midst of laughter, the enemy turns to dust. Lu Chen is right, with those fools, how could they be a match? Damn it, you from Dragon Country don't follow the rules of martial arts. That Lu Chen actually attacked chosen ones, we should join hands to overcome difficulties. Exactly, you all teamed up, and our Dragon Country didn't say anything. Now a few people are dead, and you're panicking? Chapter 58. Lu Chen ignored the impotent rage of Eurus and led everyone to continue searching for abnormal places on each floor. He walked through all 3 floors of the Edo Mall and memorized the locations of all the stores. Lu Chen stopped, standing at the edge of the 3rd floor, his face serious as he looked at the crowd below. This mall is too strange. There are no other facilities, it's all clothing stores. Moreover, the number of plastic mannequins in those stores is excessively high. Lu Chen took a deep breath and reminded everyone. Indeed, there are too many, and they seem a bit too lifelike, you can even see expressions on their faces. Yuan Su recalled their journey and couldn't help but break out in a sweat. I have a guess. If I'm not mistaken, this death arena is truly despairing. After closing time, some rules of the mall will lose their effect, and they will breed new rules. At that time, the entire mall will be filled with thousands of uncontrolled anomalies. Lu Chen sighed. What? Thousands of strange things? Everyone present became uneasy. If that's the case, then this death arena is purely trying to make all the chosen ones die here. I hope my guess is wrong, otherwise, we won't live to see 12 o'clock. Lu Chen shook his head and, for a moment, didn't say much more, deep in thought. Soon after, he led everyone to a small clothing store. At this point, there were no customers in the shop. Besides one staff member, there were only 2 tall plastic mannequins standing there. Welcome. Seeing Lu Chen and the others enter, the salesperson showed a stiff smile on her pale face. Lu Chen glanced around and couldn't help but smile slightly. This is the place. This store probably has the fewest mannequins in the entire mall. If it becomes strange, it should be easy to suppress. Lu Chen studied the mannequins for a long time and then spoke. Han Fei, tell her the mall is closed, and there are no other people in the store. Lu Chen looked towards Han Fei. Han Fei paused, then released his ability to deceive once again. In the next moment, the salesperson's gaze became dazed as she began to turn off the lights, close the door, and slowly walk out of the shop. Remaining in the darkness were Lu Chen and the others. Soon after, darkness fell. The entire Edo Mall was engulfed in a dead silence. It seemed like all the customers, including the security, had disappeared. Is it closed? Inside the store, there was no sound. Suddenly, a series of tragic howls broke out. Countless eerie presences spread out, and a crimson light surged into the mall. Ah, please spare me. I don't want to die. It's the mannequins have turned strange. Outside, the chosen ones were being attacked by the strange entities, countless people were fleeing. Everyone looked at each other in the darkness. Lu Chen's guess was right, the whole mall was filled with strange mannequins. If it weren't for Lu Chen, everyone would likely meet the same fate as those outside. Crack. Crack. At that moment, 2 extremely stiff sounds abruptly appeared in the shop. It seems something had come to life. The 2 mannequins now had human-like expressions on their faces. They grinned eerily, their white eyes fixating on everyone. Lu Chen made a gesture. With a crack, both mannequins were smashed by Lao Huang. In the next moment, they stood up again, attacking everyone without any hesitation, seemingly unafraid of their own shattered forms. These things are very strong, continuing to expend energy is useless. Lao Huang smashed the 2 mannequins again, his face darkened. Lu Chen listened and pondered for a few seconds. Now, we'll take the small path and go to the 4th floor of the mall. Lu Chen opened the back door of the shop, planning to take the internal passage straight to the 4th floor. These strange entities can't be killed at all. Staying here wasting time will surely lead to being surrounded and attacked by numerous strange mannequins. The only way is to find a path that avoids them. The back door of the shop was an elevator for shop owners. Through the glass window, they could see the interior of the mall. Everyone looked out of the elevator. Inside the mall, the previously closed shop doors began to open automatically, one after another. Strange mannequins emerged from the stores, aimlessly wandering about, ready to launch terrible attacks upon seeing the chosen ones. There was also a pet that had lost its owner, releasing its strangeness indiscriminately, targeting chosen ones, mannequins, and security alike. The whole mall was filled with eerie phenomena. Each floor had chosen ones being attacked. There were even those who had exhausted energy, dying at the hands of the strange beings. Everyone was filled with immense fear, drenched in cold sweat. Fortunately, following Lu Chen, they took the absolute correct path, otherwise, they would definitely have died outside. Ding dong! The elevator stopped on the 4th floor. Everyone was on high alert, stepping out one by one. Move forward, I'm sure the clue is in the 4th floor restroom. Lu Chen suddenly waved his hand. Everyone nodded, forming a flying V formation. Walking closely together, they cautiously looked ahead. The journey was filled with peril, and after turning a few corners according to the signs. Suddenly, around the corner, there appeared countless, wandering mannequins. There were at least hundreds of them. When they saw Lu Chen and the others, they surged forward like zombies. Several oddly transformed security guards also rushed from all directions. Their bodies were bloated, with flesh hanging out, their faces distorted, and it was impossible to see any complete organs. Idle, should we fight or retreat? Qin Chuan took a deep breath and looked at Lu Chen. There are too many of them, and we're consuming too quickly. If we don't avoid them, we will really be trapped to death. Mu Shiyu's face was also pale. The others' faces turned dark in an instant. Desperate situation. With their strengths, they would definitely be trapped to death on the 4th floor. Don't be afraid. Keep moving forward. Lu Chen smiled. He reached into his clothes and took out a red candle, lighting it. The weird candle gave by old Qin, when lit, could temporarily avoid area attacks. As the candlelight spread, the incoming mannequins retreated, leaving the area illuminated by the candlelight. Wow, I'm stunned. Lu God actually has this kind of thing. Seeing this, everyone was incredibly shocked. Holding the weird candle, Lu Chen walked quickly, directly passing through the crowd of mannequins. Everyone nervously followed beside Lu Chen, not leaving him for a step. Soon, Lu Chen led everyone straight into the women's restroom on the 4th floor. Chapter 59. Inside the women's restroom, a smell of rotten mold lingered. Under the candlelight, Lu Chen could see that the floor and walls were covered in dark red bloodstains. Everyone turned pale, cold sweat streaming down. It was hard to imagine what kind of murder had happened here, leaving blood splattered everywhere. Lu Chen held the weird candle, opening one stall door after another. When the last stall door opened, the scene inside made everyone change their faces. On the stall floor lay a long dress, covered in blood. The hem was torn, as if slashed with a sharp weapon, and there was a large clump of black hair, emitting a foul smell. On the wall, there were some rules written in blood. Rule 1, do not stay in the bathroom for more than 5 minutes. Rule 2, all the plastic mannequins in the mall will revive and attack all living beings after closing. Rule 3, the security in the mall will not harm customers unless you see them wearing security uniforms. Rule 4, the key to the monitoring room hangs around the neck of a black pet. Rule 5, the hair on the ground has a familiar smell to the pet, wearing it will prevent you from being attacked by the pet. Rule 6, if you see a dismembered corpse, be sure to bury her. New rules appeared, possibly written by the woman who died in this stall. Lu Chen carefully read and memorized the rules one by one. Everyone take some, we are now looking for the pet to get the key to the monitoring room. According to the hint of Rule 2, we should be able to find some vital information in the monitoring room. Lu Chen picked up the filthy hair on the ground and distributed a small clump to each person. Holding the weird candle, he walked out of the women's restroom. Old Huang and the others closely followed. The fighting outside continued, many top chosen ones from various countries managed to withstand the attacks for so long. Lu Chen held the weird candle and walked quickly. As long as the candle burned, everyone didn't have to worry about facing any insurmountable crisis. As they passed, the eerie creatures retreated. Idle, there's a black pet on the 2nd floor, attacking selected ones from other countries. Qin Chuan used his insight ability again and quickly located the pet. Lu Chen waved his hand and ran directly towards the 2nd floor. Under the candlelight, the eerie creatures retreated, along with the distorted security guards. They didn't see them as targets of attack. In everyone's sight, that black pet had already appeared. It was an evil dog, rotten and pitch black all over, towering over normal humans, with a very high level of supernatural presence, making several chosen ones from foreign lands suffer terribly. Around the evil dog's neck, a red rope was tied to a key. Those chosen ones took a long time to escape, likely having received clues from other sources, wanting to take the key from the dog's neck. We have the owner's hair on us, it won't attack us, just go grab the key. Lu Chen said softly, then in a swift motion, charged forward. In just a second, he was in front of the evil dog. The evil dog was originally extremely ferocious, attacking all creatures, but when Lu Chen got close, its crimson eyes hinted at a sliver of docility. Lu Chen squinted, patted the dog's head, and yanked the key down. "Leave the key. Don't move. This is our thing, you little mongrels." The few chosen ones who had been entangled with the evil dog, upon seeing Lu Chen about to leave with the key, started cursing angrily. Because the noise here was too loud, 30 or so people rushed over from other directions. The remaining chosen ones received the news and rushed over, ignoring everything. This key was clearly a crucial clue linked to the supernatural story, impacting the ranking between countries. They couldn't let Lu Chen and the others leave like this. These chosen ones spread out and instantly surrounded Lu Chen and his group. "Lu Chen, I've heard of your deeds, I admire you very much, but you can't take this key, hand it over obediently. There's an ancient saying in your dragon country, a wise person knows when to yield. With so many of us here, if we fight, none of you will survive." Kiani stepped out from the shadows, sneering as he stared at Lu Chen. The other chosen ones also pressed closer, unwilling to let Lu Chen and his group go. Indeed, Lu Chen was widely known, shocking the world repeatedly. He posed too great a threat. Interesting. Lu Chen curled his lips. Facing a number of chosen ones several times greater than his own, there was not a hint of fear. "I initially planned to deal with you only after finding a complete way out. I didn't expect you fools to be so eager to seek death." Lu Chen glanced at a young man who had hardly spoken before, and nodded slightly. That young man immediately stepped forward, the title, Scholar, glowing above his head. His name was Su Lang, and his title's ability was terrifying. Words brought forth action. "Crush!" Su Lang shouted softly. Instantly, countless chosen ones' bodies exploded inch by inch, filling the second floor of the mall with a rich smell of blood. Dozens of chosen ones instantaneously died in that moment. Only a few chosen ones with life-saving forbidden items escaped this attack. Kiani's was one of them, but he was terrified, his face full of horror. "Damn it, what kind of ability is this?" "This is our dragon country's ancient inheritance of words bringing action, from the scripture of the wise maiden." Lu Chen clasped his hands behind his back, stepping closer to Kiani's. "Are you envious? We have our own culture and beliefs, you have nothing but robbery and looting. Ironically, this thing has no effect against the supernatural, but its suppression effect on humans is remarkably strong. You can only blame yourselves for harboring evil thoughts and being blind." Lu Chen chuckled coldly, his gaze frosty. "I was wrong, don't kill me. You take the key, and we won't dare to provoke you again." Kiani's, drenched in cold sweat, knelt on the ground, banging his head repeatedly. "It's too late." Lu Chen waved his hand indifferently. Then, Lao Huang, Qin Xuan, and Mu Shiyu unleashed their powers, instantly wiping out the chosen ones including Kiani's. The chosen ones from all nations couldn't withstand 2 encounters and all perished. Wow. Full of cultural confidence, Lu Chang is imposing. Su Lang is amazing, Old Huang is amazing, Qin Xuan is amazing, and Mu Shiyu's wife is even more amazing. Damn, these foreign chosen ones have no sense of honor, they actually want to gang up on Lu Chang. Fortunately, we were well prepared and hid our big weapon. Luckily, our country's chosen ones stayed away and did not get involved, otherwise, they would have died this time. Long Country's team is so terrifying. Fuck, what is that idiot Jarunus doing? Isn't it better to stay hidden? Damn it. This nearly overwhelming offensive spoke no nonsense and forcefully exterminated the chosen ones from various countries. In the horror live broadcast room, the audience from Long Country directly went wild. The momentum of Long Country soared instantly. The audience from other countries felt a chill in their hearts, filled with fear. Horror Research Institute. "Ah, this kid is doing great." Zhang Daoui was extremely excited, laughing heartily. Old Qin was silent, but there was uncontainable joy on his face. Lu Chang held the strange candle, leading a few people towards the 4th floor. A few minutes later. At the end of the 4th floor, Lu Chang took out his key and opened the protective door of the monitoring room. Just then, a cold glimmer, full of lethal intent, directly attacked Lu Chang's neck. Chapter 60. Bang! Old Huang reacted quickly, kicking the blurry figure in front of Lu Chang away. It was a strange mannequin. Old Huang acted decisively, smashing them all, and with a sweeping kick, he directly swept them out of the room and shut the protective door. In the monitoring room, nearly 100 screens displayed scenes from the mall. Lu Chang checked each monitor from the 1st floor to the 4th floor one by one. He watched very carefully, making sure he wouldn't miss even a tiny detail. Finally, from the 1st floor's monitor, he saw a pile of corpses' remains. Lu Chang narrowed his eyes, observing carefully, vaguely confirming that it was the female corpse mentioned in the rules. However, those remains were cut into very small pieces, making them difficult to collect. Pieces were hanging in a shop, used as decorations. He could follow the rules and take her down later to bury her underground. Strange, where is the thing controlling the plastic mannequins? I can't find it. Lu Cheng frowned, speaking to himself. That thing is the greatest threat in the whole mall. Once the strange candle in his hand burns out, they will undoubtedly face a frenzied attack. Lu Cheng's eyes flashed as he guessed a possibility. He immediately rewound all the monitors back to 10:30. This time, Lu Cheng mobilized everyone to divide and check the monitors. Just relying on himself, he definitely couldn't watch all the replays in a short time. Search, there must be a strange one, different from the ordinary mannequins. It wants to control all the strange mannequins, it must be looking for a safe place to hide. Time passed little by little. About 10 minutes later. I found it. Su Lang excitedly raised his hand. Everyone cheered loudly, gathering around. In the monitor, it showed a closed shop on the first floor of the mall, piled high with clutter. When the mall closed, a black mannequin wobbled and sat up from the ground. Unlike the other mannequins that walked out of the shop, this mannequin, after awakening, walked in the opposite direction, pushed open a door, and hid away. Well done, that's the one. Lu Cheng laughed heartily, patting Su Lang on the shoulder. If that thing is dealt with, the major crisis of the horror could probably be overcome. Bang bang. Outside the protective door, countless plastic mannequins were attacking. The heavy protective door had already been battered and dented. The strange candle won't last long, we need to hurry. Lu Cheng instructed Old Huang to open the monitoring room's protective door. He lit the strange candle again, and when the candlelight dispelled the plastic mannequins, he strode out. Follow me. Lu Cheng walked out quickly. In the place illuminated by candlelight, those models scattered. Lu Cheng quickened his pace, charging towards the first floor of the mall. He had previously memorized the layout of the mall and knew exactly where that shop was located. Without any hesitation, everyone followed Lu Cheng and arrived at the door of that shop. The black model had previously been hiding to avoid being accidentally suppressed by other chosen ones. Now, it should know that it had been discovered. To avoid being found, it must have summoned all the models in the mall to swarm here, blending in with them. To suppress it, one would have to face all the models in the mall. Mountains and seas. Like waves and tides. Just thinking about it makes one's heart sink. Outside the candlelight, countless models lurked, watching with a strange gaze nearby. They were quietly waiting for the candlelight to disappear. Everyone glanced at the flickering flame in Lu Chen's hand, instantly breaking into a cold sweat. Only 1/6 of it remained. Let me give it a try, I'll blow them up directly. If I fail, then it will be up to you all. Mu Shiyu said with a serious expression. The title of novelist shone brilliantly. In the next moment, in front of them, more than half of the models encountered a supernatural burning, collapsing to the ground. Unfortunately, Mu Shiyu's widespread attack did not eliminate the source of the apparition. The remaining models still densely surrounded the edges of the candlelight, showing no change. Mu Shiyu let out a bitter smile and fell onto Tao Yao Yao, fainting. Crush. Su Lang also released his supernatural ability again. Another wave of plastic models fell down, his own face pale, having lost the ability to release supernatural energy again. After 2 rounds of bombardments, the attacks from the two opened a pathway. There. I see it. It wants to escape. Xin Xuan's eyes lit up, the title above his head shimmering. He also maximized his insight ability, capturing a dark fleeing figure. Chase. Lu Chen shouted and led the way towards the retreating source apparition. Old Huang and the others understood, marching alongside Lu Chen. Bang! Old Huang's muscles bulged, his speed increasing drastically, charging forward a few steps to sweep aside a row of models trying to block the way, directly pouncing on the escaping black model. Lu Chen arrived just in time, stepping on the black body of the source apparition. He extended his hand, covering the head of the source apparition. Global number 1 necrophile, activated. A strange plastic model possesses the ability to control models. Even if its body shatters, it will return to its original state and cannot be suppressed. Cannot be suppressed? Lu Chen's eyes flashed, stunned in place. A deadlock? The black source apparition also stopped struggling. Kick. It seemed to know that it was immortal, crossing its arms and displaying a mocking smile. You don't really think I can't do anything to you, do you? The last one who jumped like you is buried under 3 feet of grass now. Lu Chen smirked coldly. Tilting his head, he appeared unbothered. He remembered something. Then, he took out a rusty iron cone from his clothes. Then, on the floor of the mall, he engraved an inscription for the source apparition. Crack! When the final stroke was made, the iron cone shattered. Instantly, rotting arms surged from the ground, clinging to the source apparition's body like tentacles, dragging it underground. In an instant, all the models in the mall completely froze, losing all supernatural energy. It's done! Lu Chen let out a sigh of relief, blowing out the strange candle. Eliminating this source apparition took a huge toll, everyone nearly exhausted their abilities and trump cards. Next, we'll bury that female corpse, we should be able to wait quietly until the strange tale ends. As Lu Chen dealt with the source apparition. On the other side of the first floor, two chosen ones dressed in samurai outfits had already removed all the pieces of the woman's corpse. Yoshi, as long as we bury this female corpse, our Fusang country wins. We are the ultimate victors, and we will receive extremely rich rewards. Ha 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 ha. A chosen one with a little mustache said excitedly. Another companion, at this moment, was also full of excitement. They had not participated in the encirclement of the chosen ones from the Dragon Kingdom, choosing instead to hide away and harvest the benefits. The two happily began to dig a pit in the shop, planning to bury the female corpse. However, boom! At the moment when the female corpse was buried, terrifying supernatural energy suddenly swept over. A pair of extremely pale hands stretched out from the ground. The two chosen ones from Fusang instantly became two dry corpses. A shrill wail filled with resentment echoed throughout the shopping mall. Oh no, that female corpse? Lu Chen was suddenly startled. Could it be that the rule for burying the female corpse was wrong? Chapter 61. Lu Chen's mouth curled into a barely noticeable smile. Rule 6, if you see a dismembered corpse, be sure to bury her. Sure enough, someone got there first. At this moment, the entire mall was filled with a chilling supernatural atmosphere. The wailing of the woman, filled with resentment, shook the hearts of all. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound and saw a blurry white shadow slowly crawling out from the ground. The blurry white shadow was tattered, as if forcibly pieced together. It had dark red hair, stretching for several meters and fluttering for no reason. What the hell is that? Qin Xuan couldn't help but shiver, as the supernatural aura made it hard for him to breathe. Someone buried the dismembered female corpse underground and then released her. The source ghost isn't the most terrifying in the ghost stories, this disfigured woman is the real terror. Lu Chen said in a deep voice. The cursed candle in his hand had less than 1/6 left, burning faster under the influence of the supernatural. At this rate, it seemed that everyone probably would not last until midnight. Whoosh! The ghostly woman suddenly vanished. In the next moment, she appeared next to the mall security, and in less than a second, those terrifying guards turned into dry corpses. The ghost woman's hair, astonishingly, extended several more meters. So fast. So terrifyingly supernatural. Lu Chen was secretly shocked. The terror of the ghost woman had already exceeded all his current understanding of the supernatural. This was a presence that nearly surpassed nightmare-level horror, terrifying enough to bring despair. Hiss. Lu Chen felt a sharp pain in his hand. He quickly looked down. He found that the cursed candle, which had just been 1/6 remaining, had burned out due to the ghost woman's supernatural invasion. Run! We can't hold off this ghost woman. Lu Chen's face changed drastically as he suddenly led the group to retreat. Given the current state of their squad, they could not stop her at all. The ghost woman's power could easily crush the security, turning them into dry corpses. Qin Xuan and the others were tense to the extreme, following Lu Chen as they ran towards the elevator. However, in just the blink of an eye, the ghost woman appeared right in front of them. Get away! Qin Xuan released a crimson chain to bind the ghost woman, trying to throw her away. But in just the blink of an eye, the chain shattered. The dark red hair suddenly lunged at everyone. Old Huang stood at the front, blocking all the attacks with the hair, his skin glowing as he released the strongest defense of the Golden Bell Shield successor. Old Huang kept retreating, his skin cracking, blood seeping out, as one of his arms shattered completely. At this rate, they would truly be wiped out. Lu Chen's pupils dilated sharply as a black card appeared in his hand without him noticing. Weird experience card, used. This weird experience card allowed Lu Chen to restart his body's abnormalities after being injured, returning to his original state. Duration, 5 minutes. Hiss. A bone-chilling cold swept through his entire body. The supernatural aura erupted from Lu Chen's body. Reboot and regeneration. Lu Chen rushed in front of the ghost woman, saving old Huang and throwing him to Qin Xuan. At the same time, a strand of dark red hair. A body of Lu Chen was pierced through. The time for rebirth and regeneration was still there, within 5 minutes, Lu Chen could not be killed. Lu Chen sneered, leaping forward to grab the female ghost's hair. Global number 1 corpse lover. The title was activated again. The poor woman, cruelly dismembered, unable to believe her death, revenge was her only wish. The people from Edo Mall, you must have killed them more than once, what wish do you still have? Lu Chen's face darkened. No, that's not right. In the hint, the female ghost didn't believe her own death? Quick, go to the bathroom on the 4th floor, that's the way to avoid the female ghost. Lu Chen shouted at Qin Chuan and the others. She doesn't believe her death. How could she be willing to see the scene before her death? That means, the bathroom is the place she does not want to go. Qin Chuan was stunned, not understanding why Lu Chen's body, already torn by the female ghost's long hair, was still so energetic. But after just a moment of daze, he led the others, running desperately to the 4th floor. He knew Lu Chen had used some forbidden object, buying them time. The female ghost's attacks became even fiercer, and even released a supernatural aura, attacking Qin Chuan and the others. Slap! At that moment, a yellowed, eerie photograph was stuck to its face. The two supernatural auras collided violently in an instant. The female ghost let out an angry roar and once again turned her target towards Lu Chen. Lu Chen's body was torn apart repeatedly, his body becoming a dry corpse from the supernatural. You can't kill me! Lu Chen sneered. Rebirth and regeneration gave him a full 5 minutes of invulnerability against the female ghost's tugging. The female ghost angrily emitted waves of hateful screeches, continuously tearing apart Lu Chen's body. Lu Chen confirmed that everyone had escaped the danger, then gave up on fighting the female ghost and chose to retreat directly. Lu Chen ran towards the 4th floor. Along the way, his body was torn apart again and again, broken limbs scattered everywhere. Only a few seconds left. He gritted his teeth and passed through the dim corridor, finally reaching the door of the female bathroom on the 4th floor. The eerie experience card's time also ended. A strand of black hair suddenly wrapped around Lu Chen's ankle, trapping him before he could fully enter the female bathroom. It's over. Lu Chen's heart sank. Smash it! Su Lang's hoarse voice rang out. He used all his strength to attack the strand of ghostly hair, but unfortunately, the supernatural effect was too weak and had no effect. Crush my foot! Lu Chen, seeing this, directly shouted. Boom! Su Lang changed his target. In an instant, Lu Chen's foot was shattered, his face went pale, nearly fainting. At that moment, Qin Chuan's crimson chains instantly dragged him into the bathroom. Idol, are you okay? Qin Chuan nervously leaned in front of Lu Chen. I'm fine. Lu Chen lay on the ground, letting out a long sigh. This time, it could be called a life and death struggle. Su Lang and Mu Shiyu fainted. Qin Chuan was almost drained of all his energy. Old Huang lost an arm, used up all his trump cards, lost a leg, and almost died. Only Zhou Su, Tao Yaoyao, and Han Fei, the 3 auxiliary chosen ones, were mostly fine. Seeing that Lu Chen's injuries were serious, Han Fei stepped forward and whispered. Lu Chen, let me help you recover a bit. Okay. Lu Chen smiled slightly and nodded. The next moment. He extended his hand, gripping Han Fei's arm tightly. Lu Chen, what are you doing? Han Fei gritted his teeth, his eyes flashing with cold light. Do you want to kill me? Lu Chen sneered and forcefully twisted Han Fei's hand behind his back. Stop pretending, I've already noticed your abnormality. What's going on? Qin Chuan, Zhou Su, and Tao Yaoyao all gathered around, watching Han Fei vigilantly. On the ghostly bus, when you opened the window near me, I noticed you. When the tombstone ghost encountered me, and it was carving my name, you deliberately concealed your ability to stop it, but that thing. The speed of carving has increased. Including just now, you wanted to kill me under the guise of treatment. You have tried to kill me not just once. Lu Chen said slowly. Lu Chen? What do you mean? Han Fei looked shocked, his face pale. My meaning is very clear. Lu Chen extended his hand, grabbed Han Fei's neck, and pushed him against the wall. The deaths of those two Fusang people who buried the corpses are all part of my plan. From beginning to end, you have been passing messages to them. You were always cooperating with them, planning to reap the benefits, weren't you? As soon as he spoke, everyone's eyes widened. Impossible, it's impossible. I have hidden it very well, even used my ability to treat you. How could you have detected it? Han Fei gulped, his face filled with horror. He recalled his performance. There was nothing unusual. Every time you left the team to search, I was monitoring you. It's your fault for being too foolish and too self-righteous. Lu Chen sneered coldly. Han Fei fell silent. After a long time, his expression faded, looking unwillingly at Lu Chen. Lu Chen, you are too clever, and you've grown too fast. Countless forces want to kill you unknowingly, and it's their fault for giving too much. Ha ha ha. As other countries' chosen ones keep dying, with only you left, I knew I couldn't hide anymore. Once the monster talk ends, I would definitely be exposed. Compared to surviving until the end to receive the rewards from the death arena, I feel that killing you is worth much more. I never expected that in the last moment, you wouldn't let your guard down. At this point, Han Fei's face became twisted, revealing a hint of madness, wishing to tear Lu Chen apart with his gaze. You fools think you can crush me? How naive. Lu Chen's gaze darkened, his expression icy. In the future, no matter which country wants to take action against me, I will never let their people leave alive. Kill. Crack. Lu Chen delivered an elbow strike, knocking Han Fei to the ground. Ta Yaoyao nodded slightly, and the shadow directly snapped Han Fei's neck. The Monster Talk live room exploded at this moment. Damn, Han Fei was actually bought by the enemy country. This is too outrageous. How did he blend into the chosen teammates? Investigate, we must investigate carefully. Find out who proposed Han Fei's selection, almost got Lu Chen killed. Lu Chen is too sharp, awesome. We must protect Lu Chen. He is our dragon country's hero, our future hope. Monster Talk Research Base. Bang. Damn it, who let that bastard Han Fei into the chosen team? Almost got my future son-in-law killed. Don't let me find out who it is, or I will peel their skin off. Zhang Dao's face was filled with anger as he pounded the table madly. Old Qin's face was gloomy, and he spoke calmly, find out the truth. All related personnel, once found, will be dealt with severely. Those who dare to obstruct will be dealt with as traitors. The earlier scene left him drenched in cold sweat, almost causing a heart attack. Lu Chen had already become his entire hope. If he died at the hands of the enemy, it would be the failure of their Monster Talk Research Institute, a major loss for the dragon country. Under Old Qin's orders, Zhang Dao walked out with a face full of anger. This time, he would let the dragon country undergo a major shakeup. Those who were just occupying their positions should be eliminated. Ito Mall. After Han Fei's death, Lu Chen and others conducted simple treatment. In the women's restroom, they no longer encountered any supernatural events. That terrifying female ghost, just as Lu Chen guessed, could not invade this place. Time passed. Soon it was midnight 12. Monster Talk task, please survive at Ito Mall until midnight 12. Task completed. Congratulations to the Dragon Country's chosen ones, you have survived the death arena. Ranking statistics in progress, please wait. Rankings are as follows. First place, Dragon Country. Second to 10th place, none. Chapter 63. Death Arena first place, rewards are as follows. Increase the overall lifespan of Dragon Country citizens by 3 years. Increase Dragon Country's territory by 10%. Increase overall resources of Dragon Country by 10%. Dragon Country's Monster Talk. Erase 20%. Dragon Kingdom reboots 5 cities affected by strange tales. Dragon Kingdom resurrects 5 strategic level chosen ones. The Death Arena ends, a series of rewards echo in every Dragon Kingdom person's mind. Those about to grow old suddenly find 3 years added to their lives, rejuvenating their spirits. Thank you, Lu Chen, thank you to the heroes of Dragon Kingdom. From now on, if anyone dares to speak badly of Lu Chen in front of me, I will kill them. Countless citizens shouted at this moment, incoherent with excitement. Not only that, but the mountains and rivers within Dragon Kingdom also began to show strange changes. Mountains and rivers appeared to be growing. Some never-before-seen landforms suddenly sprouted from the ground of Dragon Kingdom. If viewed from satellites high above, one could see the dramatic changes in Dragon Kingdom's terrain. It is expanding in all directions, as if several dragon veins had appeared out of nowhere, magnificently sprawled across the land. Geological experts immediately conducted investigations. They quickly reached a conclusion. The newly emerged land is rich in abundant resources. However, the changes in Dragon Kingdom don't stop there. Across the entire Dragon Kingdom, many cities tainted by strange tales have seen the Grey Fog retreat, regaining their light. People trapped in these strange tales are being saved one by one. I am lucky to be born in Dragon Kingdom. Whoa, it's so great, I am alive again. Now, I will set up a longevity tablet for Lu Chen. Countless people were overwhelmed with joy, some ecstatic on their knees, some leaping bitterly, singing praises for Lu Chen's deeds. In an instant, Lu Chen's reputation reached its peak. Whether in Dragon Kingdom or in Strange Tale live streams worldwide, Lu Chen's name was trending again. Who else? Just asking who else. Who can compare to Lu Chen's greatness? Lu Chen of Dragon Kingdom, the form of an emperor. He truly crushes everything globally. I ask, how many worldwide chosen ones can match Lu Chen? I'm already on my way, even if I have to smuggle, I'll get to Dragon Kingdom. The Strange Tale Research Institute was also in a frenzy. The rewards from the Death Arena were simply astonishing. Extended lifespan, reduced strange tales, increased land area and rebirth. With cities rebooting and millions reborn, that is an unimaginable event. At this moment, the whole nation celebrated. And there is another reward that will greatly impact the future of Dragon Kingdom, the resurrection of 5 strategic level chosen ones. Strategic level chosen ones are indispensable talents for Dragon Kingdom, each death represents a significant loss. Now, they can be resurrected. Good. Old Chen exclaimed 3 good to express his excitement. Let's go, our heroes are coming out quickly, follow me to welcome them. Congratulations! You have led the Dragon Kingdom Chosen One's team to win first place in the Death Arena. Strange Tale Reward, 30% reduction in cancer cells in your body. Strange Tale Reward, 365 days added to life. Strange Tale Reward, 1 billion yuan. Strange Tale Reward, 1 combat mastery card. Strange Tale Reward, 1 supernatural card. In the Grey Fog. Strange Tale Rewards are issued. Feeling the cancer cells in his body decrease again, Lu Chen suddenly felt refreshed. His already fatigued body suddenly felt much more comfortable. At this moment, 2 black skill cards appeared in his hand. Combat Mastery Card 1. Supernatural Card 1. Lu Chen smiled slightly and chose to use them directly. In an instant, he felt a flood of combat knowledge enter his mind, as if he had practiced martial arts for decades, ready to unleash terrifying lethality at any moment. As for the supernatural card, it was even more interesting. Lu Chen felt a supernatural aura emerge from his body, with his body temperature gradually cooling. This was a change brought by the supernatural card. Now, he had mastered a supernatural rule. His body could temporarily turn into grey fog, evading supernatural attacks. The fog transformation lasts 30 seconds each time. If exceeded, his body would gradually cool, ultimately turning into a dead corpse. Lu Chen inhaled sharply. It seems the side effects are not small. The timing has to be just right. Lu Chen felt quite good. The supernatural rule was far stronger than the randomness of titles. Having this ability allows one to temporarily avoid certain deadly supernatural events and escape unharmed. The grey mist before him gradually became clearer. Lu Chen returned to reality. Clap, clap, clap. Before he could see clearly, Lu Chen heard waves of enthusiastic applause. Welcome home, hero. The voice was noisy, but it was easy to tell how excited it was. As Lu Chen regained his sight, he finally saw the scene in front of him. There stood Elder Chen with a group of members from the Weird Tales Research Institute, applauding vigorously. Elder Chen. Lu Chen smiled and waved, quickly approaching. Ha ha ha. Little Lu, welcome home. Let's check your body first, we'll talk about everything else later. Elder Chen had a warm smile, patting Lu Chen on the shoulder and urging the medical team nearby to prepare equipment for a full body check for him and others. After a series of examinations, it was naturally discovered that Lu Chen's body temperature was frighteningly low, almost matching that of cold-blooded animals. Lu Chen explained for a long time that he had mastered supernatural rules to ease Elder Chen's worries. Thank you for your hard work. Elder Chen's expression was serious. Regarding Han Fei's matter, Zhang Daoyi has gone to thoroughly investigate it. He will definitely give you an explanation later. Lu Chen smiled and nodded. He didn't say much. He believed Elder Chen's handling would surely provide the best outcome. After the physical examinations, all the chosen ones were led to a conference room to meet with the high-level officials of Long Country. After rounds of fervent applause, everyone received their rewards from Long Country. After a long busy day, Lu Chen finally headed back to his villa. All the way, it was still flags waving, drums beating, firecrackers cracking, and crowds everywhere. This time, he had learned his lesson. He didn't wander outside, but directly had the guards drive him back, or else he would have been surrounded by enthusiastic people. Chapter 64. Long Country was celebrating nationwide. Other countries around the world were not as fortunate. Due to the annihilation of the Chosen Ones, other countries had been struck by nightmare-level supernatural events. Fusang, in particular, had been engulfed by an extremely terrifying nightmare-level supernatural event, covering most of the country. Many Chosen Ones from Fusang entered it, with each one going in and never coming back. Western countries. Most of these countries had relatively small territories, so sometimes a nightmare-level supernatural event could even cover 1 or 2 countries. Some smaller nations couldn't withstand the supernatural forces and were completely destroyed. The few survivors could only flee with their families to other countries. Now, the only safe haven in the world was Long Country. All this was thanks to Lu Chen, who had defeated nightmare-level supernatural events 3 times in a row. At this moment, many people were thinking about changing their nationality to enter Long Country and receive Lu Chen's protection. However, Lu Chen was completely unaware of this. After returning to his villa, he collapsed into a deep sleep and didn't wake up until the next day. In the following time, Lu Chen focused on adjusting his body to keep his mind and spirit in the best condition. One day, Zhang Daoyi came to visit, and his face looked quite bad. Lu Chen. There is a matter that may require your help. Lu Chen sat on the other end of the sofa, raised an eyebrow, indicating for him to speak directly. It's like this, several strategic-level chosen ones from various countries are trapped in a supernatural event. The joint forces of the countries have sent many people for rescue, including some of our elite. But unexpectedly, those team members also got trapped. The country wants to ask if you are willing to intervene. If you are, please state any needs you may have. Lu Chen rubbed his chin and curiously said, is it a difficulty-level supernatural event? Ah, that's a bit of a pity. If it were a higher nightmare level, it would be worth trying out. Once successful, his cancer cells could be significantly reduced. But, a mosquito, no matter how small, is still flesh. He was still quite looking forward to the system rewards. After all, skilled hands are never a burden. Yes, this is the file on that urban legend, take a look. Zhang Daoui breathed a sigh of relief and handed a sealed bag of documents to Lu Chen. Lu Chen opened the bag and began to read through the documents carefully. Oh, so it turns out this is a difficult-level urban legend occurring in Ice Source City? Lu Chen said with keen interest as he flipped through the papers. This difficult urban legend is called the Legend Hospital. The incident started when a senior Chosen One took a group of new Chosen Ones into that hospital for training, while also clearing the urban legend. As a result, everyone was trapped in a certain room inside the urban legend. The Chosen Ones sent for rescue one after another also vanished without a trace. Zhang Daoui rubbed his forehead helplessly and said, according to the documents, this legend seems to have undergone some kind of change and has already spawned other supernatural beings. It might have even upgraded to a nightmare level. The higher-ups have also noticed the anomaly, and if we don't stop it, the entire Ice Source City could be invaded. Because of this matter, he hadn't had a proper rest for several days. I have a question. Lu Chen scratched his head and asked curiously, if it's just about saving people, last time I used more strange candles, couldn't I go in and be immune to the odd attacks, then directly bring out the trapped people? Zhang Daoui looked at Lu Chen with a strange expression and fell silent. After a moment, Zhang Daoui spoke up. Lu Chen, strange candles are indeed hard to come by. There's only one in all of Longhua, and even someone as experienced as Old Chen took a long time to approve it. The only one has already been used up by you. Wow! Lu Chen's eyes widened in surprise, feeling deeply moved. Old Chen truly treats him well. In the arena, without the protection of the strange candle, he might not have been able to escape. He never expected that such an important item had already been used up by him. In a moment, Lu Chen felt a rush of emotions, filled with gratitude towards Old Chen. Let's head out directly, I don't need anything. After a while, Lu Chen nodded, preparing to depart. Are you really sure you don't need anything? Why not choose a few teammates to go with you? Zhang Daoui paused, hesitatingly asking. No need, just let Old Chen know before I go in. Lu Chen shook his head and said, from the documents, so many people have gone missing in that legend hospital. Numbers mean nothing in front of it, going in alone is no different from going in with a group. Seeing Lu Chen say this, Zhang Daoui did not press further. When it comes to urban legends, Lu Chen is far more professional than he is. Soon, Zhang Daoui consulted with Old Chen, who cautioned him repeatedly over the phone before hanging up. The helicopter carried Lu Chen directly to the outside of the Legend Hospital in Ice Source City. It was still the familiar bronze door. Lu Chen, being an experienced Chosen One, gathered his thoughts and calmly stepped inside the door. At this moment, the Legend Hospital had already been quarantined, shrouded in gray mist. Just from the outside, one could feel a bone-chilling cold. Lu Chen stood at the entrance of the hospital when a prompt rang in his ears. Host has entered the urban legend, mask title activated. Current title, Renowned Gynecologist. Title feature, you possess highly specialized gynecological knowledge, all treatment methods you provide when diagnosing female oddities will be realized. Lu Chen raised an eyebrow. This title seems a bit powerful. All treatment methods will be realized? Wouldn't that mean I could make anyone pregnant just by looking at them? Wait, I have a bold idea. At the hospital's entrance, people were constantly moving, and a nurse in white stood at the door, sending off a patient. Everything seemed normal, without any supernatural occurrences. Lu Chen observed for a moment before slowly stepping into the hospital door. In front of him, he saw a large display screen displaying the rules. Rule 1, patients need rest. Do not speak loudly. Rule 2, nurses wear white uniforms, and if you see nurses in pink uniforms, please ignore them. Rule 3, there are no male nurses in the hospital, if you unfortunately see one, please call security. Rule 4, the hospital does not treat patients under the age of 10. Rule 5, no matter which doctor you want to see, please register first, remember not to register wrongly, and do not go to the wrong doctor's office. Rule 6, each doctor must see at least 5 patients a day, or it will be considered absenteeism. Rule 7, the 7th floor is for inpatients, and every doctor has around once a day, so please do not forget. Rule 8, the basement is the morgue, and only the dead and nurses can go there. Rule 9, the 10th floor is not open to anyone unless you have the key. Lu Chen memorized the rules. Before he could analyze them, a sudden voice broke the silence. Dr. Lu, it's time for you to see patients. If you're late, the patient will be anxious. A nurse in white rushed over and said to Lu Chen. Doctor? Lu Chen squinted his eyes slightly and glanced at the rules again. I see, the chosen ones entering the hospital will be randomly assigned an identity. There are doctors, and there are patients. According to the identity, they do different things. No wonder so many people have gone missing in the hospital. This role-playing limitation has directly scattered the chosen teams. Lu Chen furrowed his brows, lost in thought. His identity in this hospital is a doctor. This proves that the title famous gynecology expert should indeed be useful. This instance requires professional knowledge, otherwise, you can't survive. Okay, you go ahead, I'll be right there. Lu Chen smiled slightly at the nurse. But his gaze kept scanning the room, desperately gathering his information. First, he must determine which floor his department is on. Where exactly is his consultation room? If he goes to the wrong place, it could be a big problem. The head nurse asked me to tell you, hurry up, there are patients waiting. The nurse didn't leave, pressing Lu Chen to move. Seeing that Lu Chen didn't respond, her face gradually darkened. This is a weird characteristic. I'll go now. Lu Chen glanced at the nurse's name tag and smiled slightly. Xiaoli, can you help me check how many patients I have today? Lu Chen concluded that he would use this nurse to confirm his identity. Since patients need to register, can't the nurse handle it for him? If not, he can stall for some time. Sure enough, the nurse's expression returned to normal. She lowered her head and busily worked on a self-service machine, helping Lu Chen check the consultation information. Lu Chen quickly flipped through the documents beside him. Up and down, he quickly scanned the shelves, drawers, books, and files. Finally, Lu Chen's eyes lit up. In an inconspicuous little notebook, he finally found his information. Lu Chen, attending physician in obstetrics and gynecology. Office, 207. Sure enough. Lu Chen nodded slightly. When confirming his title, he guessed that his department should be in the field of gynecology. Dr. Lu, 2 patients have already registered under your name. After the nurse finished checking the information, she looked at Lu Chen with a blank expression. Good. Lu Chen turned around, leaving the nurse's sight and entered the hospital corridor. Based on the first 4 rules, I need to be cautious of nurses in pink clothes, be careful of male nurses, and pay attention to patients under 10. Rule 5, as a doctor, I need to pay attention to those patients who go to the wrong department. Rule 6, I must see 5 patients before I have time to explore freely, otherwise, I'll be erased by the rules. Rule 7, every doctor must go ward round every day. I may face many patients at once, so I must check the patient's information carefully before going. Rules 8 and 9. I'm being reminded that a big secret lies hidden between the morgue and the 10th floor? 207 department, it must be on the 2nd floor. Lu Chen thought deeply about the information hidden in the rules as he walked up the damp-smelling corridor to the hospital's 2nd floor. As Lu Chen passed each consultation room, he glanced inside. The more he looked, the more his heart sank. Every department on the 2nd floor already had a doctor on duty. Before entering the eerie tales, he remembered the information Zhang Daoi gave him, memorizing the faces of those he needed to rescue. Every face of the doctors inside was not someone he was supposed to save. Why? What's going on? No matter how low the chance might be, there should be someone among the doctors. Have they gone missing, or are they dead? Lu Chen's heart plunged into despair. No, I need to stay steady. One step at a time. After calming himself, he walked into the 207 department. Inside the department, there were a set of simple office desks and chairs, an old computer connected to a printer, a file cabinet with a few documents, and a bed for simple patient examinations. Lu Chen approached to check the documents in the room. Suddenly, with a creak, the door of 207 was pushed open. A woman in white with long hair and heavy makeup walked in. Then, she found a chair and sat down, looking full of melancholy. Lu Chen glanced at the number tag and confirmed that the woman in front of him was indeed his patient, no mistake. What's wrong? As Lu Chen spoke, he operated the computer, carefully reviewing the medical records from this identity to prepare for the following rounds. Doctor, my stomach hurts a bit, can you help me check it? With a flap. The woman raised her eyebrows, lying back and placing her 2 white legs on the office desk. A cold, eerie smell of decay hit him like a wave. Lu Chen frowned slightly. This woman had dreamy eyes, crimson lips, and revealing clothing. She looked nothing like someone here to see a doctor. Instead, she seemed to have come specifically to tease the doctor. Doctor, please check for me, see what I should pay attention to? The woman's fair hand touched Lu Chen's arm, her touch ice cold. Could it be that her rule is to seduce before killing? I'll prescribe you some medicine, you just take it and it won't hurt anymore. Lu Chen shook his head. He didn't want to think about the woman's odd behavior and tried to play the role of a doctor honestly. Above him, the title of renowned gynecological expert shone brightly. The printer spat out a prescription. Lu Chen handed the prescription to the woman. Dr. Lu, your medical skills are truly excellent. The woman glanced at the prescription and instantly returned to normal. She lowered her legs, but still held onto Lu Chen's hand, refusing to let go. She slightly parted her lips, her pupils turning pitch black, and from her curled, bluish tongue, a sticky piece of paper was spit out. In the hospital, there are no regulations stating a doctor must see a certain number of patients each day. Lu Chen's pupils contracted, his face changed suddenly. It's a new rule. This new rule denies Rule 6. Rule 6, a doctor must see at least 5 patients each day, or it will be considered absenteeism. Which rule is correct? The rule the woman spoke implied that once a doctor is on duty, they can move freely. The right choice should be to leave immediately. The woman released Lu Chen's hand, swaying her hips as she walked out of the 207 department, glancing back at Lu Chen one last time. Lu Chen frowned slightly. Although the woman didn't show any bizarre behavior, he sensed immense danger from her. Maybe, the rule given by the woman is correct. If I hadn't provided a suitable prescription just now, I would have died. Certainly not everyone possesses my title's ability, so seeing 5 patients is somewhat difficult. Lu Chen planned to rummage through the file cabinet behind him, then leave immediately. The first patient was already so terrifying. If I have to see 5 patients, the ones I encounter later may get even worse. It's getting more and more troublesome. However, at the moment the door to the department closed, a cute little girl burst in, pushing the door open again. Doctor, I feel so sick. The little girl exclaimed in a hurry. Her clear, big, silly eyes were fixed on Lu Chen. Hiss. Rule 4, the hospital does not admit patients under 10 years old. Just as Lu Chen was about to speak, a shock surged through his heart, and he regretted it quite a bit. He should have left directly just now. Sure enough, trouble had come. The little girl in front of him was definitely not 10 years old. This is a gynecology department, not pediatrics, and the little girl hadn't even registered. Just thinking about it, it couldn't possibly be his second patient. Lu Chen's face darkened, pretending not to see, afraid of breaking some rule. Doctor, please check me, really. I feel so sick. The little girl kept shouting, her voice becoming hoarse and gloomy. In the end, she even let out a woman's resentful roar. Lu Chen was startled. It's over, the little girl is about to transform into something eerie. If he didn't respond, he might not make it out today. Little sister, where do you feel sick? Lu Chen's heart raced, ready to dig deep to escape. Doctor, my name is Xiaoyu. My head hurts so much, can you take a look for me? Xiaoyu grabbed her 2 ponytails, curling up, her cute face distorted. Xiaoyu, right? Where are the adults from your family? Didn't they come with you to see the doctor? Wait here, I'll get you some pain relief medicine, take it and see. Lu Chen felt he couldn't stay here, he had to find an excuse to leave. But just as he walked past the little girl, a bone-chilling coldness suddenly surged from his heart. Behind the little girl's head, there was actually a human face. It was a decaying woman's face. The expression on the woman's face was a mix of crying and smiling, her eyes vacant. The moment she saw Lu Chen, the woman's eyes widened suddenly, and her mouth twisted into a creepy smile. This. Lu Chen's eyes widened in horror. Whose decaying face is this? No, I must escape. Get out of this examination room. Chapter 66. Lu Chen's face darkened as he opened the door to room 207 and bolted out. Go to the 7th floor. I must go to the 7th floor, the inpatient department, for rounds. Lu Chen gritted his teeth, charging towards the fire escape. The elevator is too enclosed, if he encounters something strange, he couldn't escape. The safest way is to go through the fire escape and climb to the 7th floor. Huff. Lu Chen ran breathlessly, still feeling a lingering fear. His intuition told him this ghost story was too strange. Everywhere was filled with an eerie atmosphere. Including that little girl just now. Doctor, didn't you go get me the medicine? Why are you running away? Suddenly, a hoarse voice echoed from the stairs above. Little girl Xiaoyu sat on the steps above, pinching her 2 braids. Looking at Lu Chen, she chuckled, as if crying. Lu Chen squinted, looking up. The little girl had already set her sights on him. If he didn't get rid of this trouble, he would meet his end here. But if he made a move, he would surely die. Lu Chen's thoughts raced, there was no way to use his title, he could only try to rely on the rules to deal with the little girl, but the hospital doesn't accept patients under 10 years old. This already violated the rules. Unless the little girl in front of him turned into a legal girl. Xiaoyu's head hurts so much, it feels like it's splitting apart, help Xiaoyu. The expression on the little girl's face grew more and more painful, twisted. An eerie aura had enveloped the entire fire escape, and the breath he exhaled had a faint layer of white mist. Before Lu Chen could come up with a countermeasure, he was horrified to discover that the little girl really seemed like she was about to split apart. The decaying woman's face on the back of the little girl's head was now struggling to tear itself apart, with crimson flesh sprouting out continuously. It seemed ready to grow a new head from that face. "Help Xiaoyu, ah!" The little girl suddenly let out a wail. The sound echoed endlessly in the safety passage, sending chills down Lu Chen's spine. Whoosh! In an instant, the little girl completely lost her sanity and became strange, her eyes turning pitch black as she lunged forward. Lu Chen's face changed drastically. Even though he was prepared, he couldn't completely dodge the little girl's attack this time. One of his arms was caught by the little girl, her icy breath almost freezing him solid. It was at this moment that Lu Chen noticed the rotting woman's face on the back of the little girl's head becoming clear, gradually transforming into that of a normal person. A normal female patient? Lu Chen's expression turned serious, thoughts racing in his mind. At this moment, the little girl's body twisted at an unnatural angle, a pale hand stabbing towards Lu Chen's neck. Bloody flesh buds extended along Lu Chen's captured arm, seemingly wanting to swallow him whole. Lu Chen's pupils narrowed, the only hand he could move suddenly reached into his clothes and pulled out a yellowed old photo. Slap! He slapped the eerie photo onto the woman's face. Supernatural power collided, temporarily sealing the little girl's body, preventing her from launching an attack. Famous gynecological expert activated. Go to the first floor and get a bottle of painkillers, and your head won't hurt anymore. Lu Chen spoke to the woman. Doing so would not violate the rules. As his words fell, Lu Chen released the seal on the eerie photo. The little girl before him visibly returned to normal, the rotting woman's face now expressionless, eyes closed. Oh, Xiaoyu's head doesn't hurt anymore, thank you, doctor. A sweet smile appeared on the little girl's face. Xiaoyu, remember to go downstairs and get a bottle of painkillers. After you take it, your head won't hurt anymore. Lu Chen patted the little girl's head with a slight smile. Xiaoyu's headache was entirely caused by that rotting woman's face, sealing it was the only way to escape the present danger. Thank you, doctor. This is a gift for you from Xiaoyu. The little girl handed Lu Chen an exquisite little card, which contained a new rule. Do not believe the words of hospital nurses unless you encounter a male nurse. Hiss. This rule conflicted with Rule 3. Rule 3, there are no male nurses in the hospital. If you unfortunately see one, please call security. So, if he went to the 7th floor hospital ward, it was highly likely he'd encounter a male nurse. Should he call security, or trust the male nurse? The little girl had vanished without him noticing. With a heavy heart, Lu Chen walked toward the 7th floor. 7th floor, hospital ward. Lu Chen cautiously stepped out of the safety passage, observing his surroundings. The hallway was extremely dim, the overhead signs flickering with electrical sparks. In the distance, only a few vague figures wandered the corridor, and every so often, a hoarse wail echoed from afar. Not far from the safety passage was the nurse's station. A nurse in white stood there with a blank expression. Lu Chen took a deep breath and slowly approached the nurse's station. At that moment, the nurse turned her head to look at Lu Chen, her stiff face revealing a strange smile. Dr. Lu, are you here to check on patients so early? The nurse's voice was hoarse, her slightly open mouth revealing a strand of fresh blood and flesh. Lu Chen's pupils contracted, he noticed a chewed-up corpse lying on the floor of the nurse's station. It was an elite chosen one who had come to rescue and for some unknown reason was attacked and killed here. Thinking this, Lu Chen realized that the strategic level chosen ones and rescuers might all be trapped on the 7th floor. There are no patients today, I came early to take a look. A natural smile appeared on Lu Chen's face, and then he asked, today, my patient is alright, right? Li Qin and Wang Shui have no problems, they are recovering normally. Yang Chu-Chu has become very agitated. I just gave her an injection of sedative. The nurse checked the chart and quickly replied. Alright. I'll go take a look. Lu Chen said calmly and then left the nurse's station. Once he was out of the nurse's sight, Lu Chen's expression became serious. In room 207, he already knew he had 3 hospitalized patients, Li Qin, Wang Shui, and Yang Chu-Chu. The 3 of them were in room 707, while Yang Chu-Chu was in 711. Just now, the nurse said that the 2 were fine, only Yang Chu-Chu was very agitated. If analyzed according to the rules given by the little girl, it seemed that Li Qin and Wang Shui might have become strange and approaching them would touch upon the supernatural. Then, he should first check on the woman named Yang Chu-Chu to understand the abnormalities in the ward. Before he knew it, Lu Chen had walked to room 711. The door was not closed. He gently pushed open the door. A woman, pale as a ghost, stood at the door, her expression twisted as she stared at him. Chapter 67. Lu Chen's eyes flashed slightly as he gazed at the Yang Chu-Chu before him. The woman had unkempt hair and her skin was devoid of any color, as if she hadn't seen sunlight for years. Upon seeing him, her gaze was dark and filled with resentment. Don't trust the nurses in the ward, unless you encounter a male nurse. Was the rule given by the little girl wrong? But it was too late, the ward was already opened, so he had to follow the rules and inspect the room. Inspection. Chen played the role of a doctor, ignoring Yang Chuchu's abnormal state. Dr. Lu, why are you here so early today? Yang Chuchu's voice was cold, questioning him. There are no patients today, so I came to check early. How do you feel? Do you feel any better today? Chen's expression remained unchanged as he asked mechanically. On his way up, he had already anticipated that patients might ask such questions. He looked around the entire ward. The room was simply decorated, a single restroom, a bed, and a half-open wardrobe, nothing more. Outside the window, it was gloomy. The entire ward felt like it was sealed up. Once the lights were turned off and the door closed, it would plunge into absolute darkness. I feel better. Yang Chuchu nodded lightly, suddenly tilting her head, and asked with a strange expression, Dr. Lu, why don't you come in today? Would I have come into the room in my previous role? Chen was startled, the records did not indicate that he would enter the room. Given the current situation, if he didn't enter the patient's room, would it not be considered an inspection? Or could it be that her strange behavior caused Yang Chuchu to become peculiar? Thinking this over, according to the hospital's rules, inspections likely required entering the patient's room, this shouldn't trigger a dead end. With that thought in mind, Chen entered room 711. However, with a bang, the door behind him suddenly closed on its own. Did I misjudge? Chen's heart sank, feeling vigilant. Suddenly, Yang Chuchu stumbled toward him, pressing one hand against the door and raising the other in front of Chen. Shh, don't make a sound, don't make a sound. Yang Chuchu whispered. Chen noticed her expression was extremely odd, as if many emotions were surfacing on her face at this moment. Fear, horror, joy, sadness, madness. Various expressions converged, making Yang Chuchu appear very strange. It was even harder to read than that young woman and the little girl, Little Fish. It's hard to imagine why this woman in front of him had become like this. Come with me, don't make a sound. As long as you don't make a sound and obediently listen, I won't hurt you. As Yang Chuchu backed away, she spoke hoarsely. Chen frowned slightly, he did not sense any supernatural aura. What did this woman want to do? Following Yang Chuchu's words, Chen kept silent and followed her to the bedside. However, as Chen reached the bedside, a stench, a moldy smell, hit his nose. Yang Chuchu pulled back the bedding on the bed. The whole person lay down. Don't hit me, don't hit me. I'll listen to you. I won't dare to run away again. He. Yang Chuchu rolled on the hospital bed, her expression growing more and more bizarre. She struggled and wailed, and in the end, a somewhat ingratiating look appeared on her face, her mouth pulling into a painfully ugly smile as much as possible. The hospital bed was covered in bloodstains, along with many dark, filthy marks. What kind of torment had this woman endured to have gone crazy? Chen's face was serious. Yang Chuchu's odd behavior made the whole situation more mysterious. Do you want to say something to me? Chen asked in a low voice. She should know a lot, understand some truths about this strange hospital. Don't hit me, don't hit me. But Yang Chuchu made no response, she seemed to have entered another state. Your illness will be cured today, you can be discharged directly, as long as you tell me what you experienced in this hospital? Chen had no choice but to use the power of titles once again. This time, he tried not to prescribe medicine, but instead changed the method of treatment to Yang Chuchu, revealing the truth to him. As soon as his words fell, Yang Chuchu's expression calmed down, no longer so manic, and her body stopped struggling on the hospital bed. She raised her head, her expression left with only terror. The morgue, he's in the morgue, all in the morgue. Yang Chuchu spoke with great difficulty, but Chen still heard clearly. The morgue? Who is in the morgue? Have you ever been to the morgue, did you experience something there? Chen pressed on. Don't hit me, don't hit me. Yang Chuchu returned to her previous state, as if Chen's question had touched upon some taboo. At that moment, the door to room 711 opened. A nurse in white walked in slowly. Yang Chuchu instantly stopped speaking, her expression went blank, as if she had lost her spirit. Dr. Lu, the room check time cannot be too long. Also, Li Qin and Wang Shui are in room 707, you should go see them first, then come to check on Yang Chuchu. Yang Chuchu is currently very unstable, we just gave her a sedative. The nurse's face was gloomy, her gaze fixed sharply on Chen. Chen took a deep breath. There should be no more clues to gather from Yang Chuchu. He could only obtain a clue about the morgue, which was extremely dangerous. But what exists in the morgue? Could it be them? Chapter 68. Lu Chen left room 711 with a cold expression. The male nurse in white continued to stare at Lu Chen until he entered the 707 room where Li Qin and Wang Shui were staying. In the room. How are you two recovering? Lu Chen asked as usual, without neglecting his duties as a doctor. But Lu Chen received no response. The two women lay stiffly on the hospital beds, their expressions cold and numb, their mouths straining to pull into ugly smiles, extremely bizarre. They looked like two cursed rag dolls. The two women remained motionless. If it weren't for the occasional rise and fall of their chests, one might think they were two corpses. Lu Chen stepped forward to check them, and his face instantly darkened. Li Qin and Wang Shui's condition was even more serious than Yang Chuchu's. They no longer reacted to sounds from the outside world. It was clear that the torment they endured must have been even more terrifying. What kind of torment could it be that even in death they find no peace? I must uncover this mystery. Perhaps it will be the key to breaking through the scenario. Lu Chen furrowed his brow, pondering the anomalies of the hospital as he quickly left the room. The morgue that Yang Chuchu mentioned is definitely not simple. Even the strange occurrences of death in the hospital make one crumble when it is mentioned. There, undoubtedly, hides a terrifying secret. In order to not miss any important information, Lu Chen explored the inpatient department again. He saw a few elite chosen ones' corpses and searched for a while. Almost matched the information provided by Zhang Daoyi. Lu Chen was somewhat pessimistic. He felt that the chances of those strategic-level chosen ones surviving were also slim. After searching for a while, Lu Chen prepared himself and decided to head to the morgue on the basement floor. Rule 8, the basement is the morgue, and only the dead and nurses can go there. Lu Chen thought for a moment and walked down the safe passage. Although his steps were heavy, they were exceptionally determined. There was a kind of resolve, knowing there were tigers in the mountains yet still walking towards the tiger's den. The morgue is a place where only the dead and nurses can go. Lu Chen held neither identity, and going to the morgue would inevitably encounter terrifying things. But the whole truth of the strange tale was very likely hidden there. Moreover, the missing chosen ones might also be trapped in the morgue. Not going was simply not an option. Lu Chen sighed deeply. The difficulty of this instance was too high. From the 7th floor to the 1st floor, everything was calm. But just as he was about to head to the basement, a cold, dark wall suddenly blocked his way. There was no way down anymore. Is it reasonable? Lu Chen touched the wall in front of him. The cold was not an illusion, the road was completely blocked. The safe passage could not reach the basement? Was the way somewhere else? After some contemplation, he entered the hospital's 1st floor to search for another path. But after walking through various corridors, he could not find a way to the morgue. Lu Chen had no choice but to shift his attention to the hospital's elevator. The elevator was the place he dreaded the most. This place was the most filled with resentment and despair. When the elevator doors opened, it would be a completely enclosed space. Once encountering something supernatural, there would be nowhere to escape. However, he had searched the entire hospital. The only possible way to the basement was the elevator. He could only take a risk and give it a try. The hospital had a total of 6 elevators. Each was eerie, filled with a strange atmosphere. After a moment of thought, Lu Chen chose the innermost and largest elevator and pressed the down button. Soon, the elevator doors opened. Lu Chen noticed 4 bloody rules written on the elevator walls. Rule 1, to show respect for the dead, speaking in the elevator is prohibited. Rule 2, only nurses and the dead can use the elevator's floor buttons. Rule 3, the elevator will stop for 20 seconds at each floor, please pay attention to exit the elevator on time. Rule 4, the elevator can go directly to the 10th floor, but no one besides doctors is allowed to go to the 10th floor. Lu Chen frowned. The elevator could only be used by nurses and the dead. But if no one except doctors could go to the elevator's 10th floor? Rule 2 contradicted Rule 4. Could there be some secret on the 10th floor? 20 seconds, it's almost here. Lu Chen squinted, unwilling to enter. His intuition told him that this elevator ride would be very dangerous. He absolutely could not go in. He had to wait. Wait a bit longer. Ding dong. The elevator doors closed. Lu Chen stared intently at the elevator's floor number. The elevator slowly ascended, all the way to the 7th floor. Lu Chen's expression changed. The 7th floor, the inpatient department. That was where he had come down, with 3 of his own patients there. Could it be? A sense of ominousness spread over his head. He pressed the elevator button again. A minute later, the elevator stopped at the 1st floor. Creak. The elevator door emitted a chilling sound as it slowly opened. The lights in the elevator flickered, looking gloomy. Now, there was an extra person in the elevator. It was the male nurse from the 7th floor. At this moment, the male nurse's face had become extremely blurry, as if he had lost his features, looking particularly terrifying. Next to him was a mobile bed with wheels. Boom! A flash of lightning lit up the mobile bed outside the window. On the bed lay a body covered with a white cloth, stiff and still. It was a woman, with long, disheveled hair, her skin showing no hint of color. In an instant, Lu Chen's body trembled. At that very moment, the familiar feeling of fear made his blood feel as though it had stopped flowing. For the first time, he felt a chill that wasn't from the cold. So, he decided not to take the elevator. Creak! The elevator doors closed again. Lu Chen rushed forward, pressing the down button again and again. Suddenly, he remembered the figure with disheveled hair, pressing itself against the wall. I know who that corpse was. It's Yang Chuchu. Lu Chen gritted his teeth, his mood sinking to the lowest point. What was going on? How could Yang Chuchu be dead? He had used a title on Yang Chuchu, so logically, she should have been able to be discharged. Why had the ability failed? Could it be that after he left the 7th floor, a more terrifying supernatural force appeared? There must be something wrong. He had to follow the male nurse. All the clues were on Yang Chuchu's body. His mind was running non-stop. The next elevator, he had to catch it. Otherwise, he would lose track. Creak. After a brief moment of dead silence, the elevator doors once again creaked open. Lu Chen dashed in and pressed the button for floor B1. A moment later, Lu Chen stepped out of the elevator doors. Outside the B1 floor, it was pitch black and deathly silent, quiet enough that even his breathing could be heard clearly. At the end of the corridor, he vaguely saw the male nurse pushing a bed. The sound of metal clanking echoed through the corridor. Lu Chen quickly followed, staying right behind the male nurse. However, the male nurse's figure ahead suddenly became blurry the moment he stepped into the morgue. In the blink of an eye, he vanished. Lu Chen gritted his teeth, not thinking too much. One step, and he followed him in. Chapter 69. The morgue. Gone? Lu Chen searched around, but he couldn't see the male nurse anywhere. The two had only been seconds apart, almost entering the morgue at the same time. The male nurse was still pushing a cart. Why did he disappear so quickly? Where did he go? A drop of cold sweat formed on Lu Chen's forehead. The entire room was eerily quiet, and he could only hear his own heartbeat. The dim and gloomy light overhead, with only a single incandescent bulb flickering, emitted a sharp buzzing noise. Lu Chen looked around. The room was packed with numerous movable beds, each covered with a white sheet over the bodies. Lu Chen took a deep breath and carefully lifted each white sheet, checking the bodies underneath. He went through the entire morgue, checking every body on the slab, even pulling out the corpses from the ice coffins. Lu Chen noticed. Most of these corpses had lost their eyes. Their organs had also been hollowed out, nowhere to be found. Along the way, Lu Chen saw Yang Chuchu's body. Her eyes were still there, wide open, as if she had died from some supernatural cause. Before her death, she had gone insane, but there were no fatal wounds on her body. Luckily, he didn't see any of the faces from the records. Those chosen elite team members weren't among them. What a strange way to die. What did these people encounter before they died? Lu Chen closed his eyes slightly, thinking about everything he had seen. Suddenly, crack, clink. A series of chain clattering sounds came from the left side of the wall in the morgue. There were also strange, painful, and mad howls mixed in, as if someone was being constantly tortured. Someone inside the wall? Lu Chen ran over, carefully examining the wall. The wall was solid, with no door or window. There were no other rooms next door. Could someone be trapped inside the wall? Or, was there another space beyond the wall? He pressed his body against the cold wall, listening carefully. The person inside was still struggling. The secrets and rules of the morgue must lie within. He had to find a way to get in and explore. But, how could he get to the other side of this wall? Lu Chen scratched his head, frowning, and carefully began feeling around the wall. He guessed that there might be some kind of control mechanism on this wall that could open it. After feeling around on the wall for a while, he finally found a slightly recessed small panel. Lu Chen pulled out the small panel and frowned as he studied it. The small panel was solid, made of the same material as the wall's bricks, the only difference being that it was engraved with a swastika shape. Aside from that, there was nothing else. I know how to open the mechanism. Lu Chen squinted, holding the panel, and walked back. He pushed the corpses on the gurneys into a swastika shape, following the pattern on the panel. Looking around, the gurneys filled the room tightly, creating an eerie and terrifying atmosphere. Just as he finished arranging them, boom! The entire wall of the morgue surprisingly began to rise on its own. Lu Chen was astonished and turned his head. Indeed. Behind the wall, there was another vast space, Behind the wall were more than a dozen cages made of steel bars as thick as baby arms. In one cage, a woman was struggling and wailing. The sound he just heard was her cry. She was a patient in a hospital gown, looking no more than 30, her expression already dazed, eyes vacant, with a bizarrely twisted smile on her lips. Her neck was chained, and she was lying on the ground. On the side, there were electric shock devices, sticks, and whips with barbs on a metal rack. Tools for torture. Lu Chen's face darkened as he carefully examined the area. He found some dismembered bodies carelessly thrown on the ground. Lu Chen looked again at the kneeling woman. He finally understood why Yang Chuchu and the others looked so pained and lost. Everything was because they had been tortured here. The underground of this hospital was imprisoning patients. Even in the morgue, those bodies that were missing organs had most likely been dissected for sale. Such a thing could not be done by just one or two doctors. There could be many people involved. Perhaps the whole hospital was involved in this matter. Like a kind of dark industrial chain. Thinking of this, Lu Chen felt a cold chill run through his body. He glanced at the woman once more, carefully walked away, and chose not to rashly enter to investigate, to avoid encountering danger. Lu Chen cautiously continued to search the other cages. In several cages, there were seemingly fresh corpses on display. Their eye sockets were hollow, and their organs had been removed. One cage after another had severed limbs lying around. The blood had turned dark, layered, and congealed, emitting a nauseating stench. When Lu Chen reached the last cage, the scene inside made his face change dramatically. Inside the room lay 3 bodies dressed as elite chosen ones. Lu Chen rushed over to check their corpses. Their bodies were all bitten and covered with wounds. These were the last 3 people. Now, all those who entered the haunted hospital for rescue were dead. Total annihilation. Lu Chen's mood suddenly sank. This meant that the difficulty of this haunted tale had risen to an unbelievable level. It also meant that he would have no more reinforcements. If he couldn't get out, he might also die in this instance. Lu Chen looked down and suddenly noticed a bloodstained note under one of the chosen ones. He crouched down and carefully took out the note. It was written in blood, with crooked handwriting, likely written in extreme fear and urgency. Lu Chen read line by line. Then, silently saluted the 3 with a standard military salute. This note was the rules they left for those who came after them in their desperate situation. Rule 1, whenever anyone dies in the morgue, the corpse will come back to life. Rule 2, when facing ordinary rotting corpses, absolutely do not breathe. Rule 3, when seeing the complete corpse of a woman, run. Rule 4, the only way to leave the morgue is by taking the elevator. Rule 5, the key to the 10th floor is with a doctor. Lu Chen's face changed slightly as he quietly opened the cage door and stepped out. These rules are all very dangerous. This place is not safe to stay for long. I must leave. Lu Chen glanced at the blood-written letter. The only way to survive is the elevator. I must head to the elevator and cannot stop for even a moment. He had just taken 2 steps. Suddenly, a heart-wrenching scream of a woman echoed from a cage. It was clear that this was her final desperate wail. Lu Chen's eyes widened. The woman trapped in the cage had been killed. Someone is coming. Who is it? Suddenly, cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Rule 1, if anyone in the morgue dies, the corpses will come back to life. Creak. Strange sounds emerged from behind, rustling noises. As if something was constantly moving. And not just one. Lu Chen gritted his teeth, running while abruptly turning back. Behind him, he could only see patches of black mist starting to spread. In the mist, blurred figures were twisting and drawing closer. They were moving fast. Swirling with gusts of mist. They were rotting corpses. Their faces were green, with hollow eyes. Including Yang Chuchu, who was stumbling and rushing towards him. Chapter 70. Hiss. Lu Chen gasped, every hair on his body standing on end, and he fled for his life. Not daring to stop for even a second, he dashed towards the elevator. He must escape from here. The elevator was on the 1st floor, it would take only a few seconds to arrive, and the corpses couldn't surround him. There was still time. Lu Chen desperately rushed to the elevator and frantically pressed the up button. Behind him, from all directions, were rotten corpses closing in on him. In less than 3 seconds, Lu Chen was surrounded by the corpses. The putrid stench of decay assaulted his senses. He could even see the wriggling maggots crawling on the faces of the corpses clearly. Rule 2, never breathe when facing ordinary corpses. Lu Chen quickly held his breath. At that moment, those corpses seemed to have lost their target. They were wandering aimlessly outside the elevator. A few seconds later, the elevator door opened, and Lu Chen dove in. He pressed the button for the 10th floor. Next, he just needed to reach the 10th floor, and completing that level would reveal the secrets of the hospital. Chen took a deep breath. But then, his eyes widened instantly. No, something was wrong. He was missing something. According to the blood rule number 5, the key to the 10th floor is with a doctor. Where is this doctor? Chan's mind raced chaotically. Those elite team members died in the morgue after discovering this secret, but they could never get out. Moreover, that woman who was trapped by chains was suddenly killed by someone. Could it be that doctor? That would mean there is someone in the morgue. The doctor is likely still in the morgue. I have to go back. I must go back. Ding dong. The elevator creaked and was about to close. Chen gritted his teeth, blocked the elevator door, and dashed out. Outside, there was a thick black mist. A group of rotting corpses still wandered around him. Cold sweat dripped from Chen's forehead as he held his breath and moved quietly. He needed to return to the morgue and find that doctor. But there were corpses all around him. What to do? What to do? Chen's face turned red from the effort, yet he showed no sign of stopping, quickly evading the encirclement of corpses and running straight to the morgue. That doctor was likely still there, dissecting the woman in the cage. I must hurry. If I'm late, I might not even see the doctor. He ran all the way. Chen finally found a chance to catch his breath. When he arrived at the morgue, he glanced into the cage and saw it was already empty. The woman's corpse had been placed on the dissection table. A doctor in a blood-stained white coat, with a crooked and twisted body. A scalpel was digging into a woman's eye. The real mastermind behind all this is him. The key to the 10th floor is also on him. Chen quietly approached, preparing to sneak up behind him for a surprise attack. However, the doctor still heard the movement behind him and slowly turned around. In an instant, Chen's pupils suddenly constricted. The doctor's face had no skin at all. His entire face was filled with rotting flesh, with teeth exposed and one eye bulging out, looking extremely bizarre. Another bug has arrived. The doctor smiled ominously, his gaze icy as if he were looking at a corpse. Chen tensed up all over. His instincts told him that this doctor's horror was beyond imagination. He did not sense any supernatural aura from the doctor, but strangely, those rotting corpses, the complete bodies of women, seemed to dare not come near here due to some kind of rule. Did you kill all my companions? Chen's voice was slightly hoarse. Are you referring to those people? The doctor turned to glance at the room where the chosen ones had died. He wiped the blood off the scalpel on a female corpse, swaying as he walked toward Chen. A group of self-important bugs. I barely used any strength, and they couldn't withstand it. I hope you can be more interesting and truly excite me. A strange smile appeared on the doctor's face. A madman. Chen's eyes narrowed slightly. The doctor before him was no different from a madman in terms of mental state. He was already observing the doctor, trying to find the location of the key to the 10th floor. However, the doctor suddenly lunged at him. The bright scalpel in his hand glimmered under the flickering fluorescent light, slicing toward Chen's neck. Chen immediately rolled to the side, barely avoiding the attack. Having the reward from the last episode of the Strange Tales Paradise made him proficient in combat. Before entering the Strange Tales, he specifically practiced with Old Huang and had endured a lot for it. As he got up, he grabbed a questioning iron rod from the wall of the cage and held it tightly in his hand. Chen's face was cold. He raised the iron rod in front, and with his other hand, took a defensive stance. The doctor laughed maniacally and lunged again. His speed was extremely fast, the scalpel flying through the air, dazzling to the eye. Chen responded one by one, using the iron rod to raise his defense to the utmost. The doctor's strength was immense, completely unlike a normal person's strength. Every time Chen deflected the scalpel with the iron rod, he felt a great force surge toward his arm. Sweat dripped down his forehead, and his hands started to tremble with numbness. He finally understood why those chosen ones fell here. Supernatural powers could not be used in front of this doctor. To obtain the key, he had to rely on pure strength to fight against him. Yet the doctor before him was as powerful as Old Huang, strong enough to be frightening. If it weren't for his proficiency in combat skills, he might have died. But even so, he was still in constant danger, almost having his throat slit several times. Ding ding ding. The two fought fiercely in a cage of less than 10 square meters. Chen suffered numerous cuts from the scalpel. His face, arms, and chest already bore several wounds, blood oozing out. Bang! Their weapons collided violently once more. Chen fiercely struck the scalpel away, exhausting a lot of energy, retreating to a corner, breathing heavily, while cautiously watching the doctor. At this moment, the doctor was also covered with bruises, his flesh a bloody mess from Chen's strikes. But the sinister smile on his face grew even wider. "Ha, you are really different from those bugs. This is truly exciting for me. To reward you, I will dismember you piece by piece, drinking your blood, ha ha ha. The doctor swayed his body and charged once more. His figure remained agile, seemingly tireless. Chen was in despair. He was constantly thinking in his heart. The strength of this thing is simply too great, as if it fears no pain at all. Exchanging injury for injury does not work at all. Then, I will fight with all my might to smash his bones, so that he can never wield a knife again. Chen makes his move again. This time, his target is not the doctor, but the doctor's scalpel. He steps in close, using an iron rod to block the horizontal slash of the scalpel, while with the other hand, he grabs the doctor's hand tightly with a capture technique. Swish! Chen's body bears several new wounds, soaked in blood. However, Chen grits his teeth, endures the excruciating pain, and refuses to let go, forcefully dragging the doctor onto the dissection table. His iron rod slams down hard. Once, then again, mercilessly smashing the doctor's arm. Ah! Chen roars in fury and suddenly bends it. The doctor's hand is suddenly pinned onto the dissection table. A crunching sound. The bones of the entire arm shatter completely. The bones pierce the doctor's flesh, protruding out. The doctor's hand holding the scalpel is completely severed. Don't kill me, I'll give you the key. The doctor finally feels fear and opens his mouth. The key, I'll take it myself. This knife is for my comrade. As soon as the words fall, in an instant, Chen abruptly pulls out the scalpel that's stuck in his arm, swiftly thrusting it upwards into the doctor's neck. The carotid artery. Put. Dark, foul blood sprays out from the doctor's neck. The scalpel turns, and Chen slices along the doctor's skull, completely severing his head. Bang! The doctor's head rolls to the ground. His body tumbles down heavily, utterly motionless. Chen collapses onto the ground, gasping for breath. He is still bleeding continuously. A wave of dizziness hits him, almost making him faint. No, I must hold on. Otherwise, I will be doomed. Chen grits his teeth, forcing himself to gather his spirits. He rummages through the doctor's body and finds a black electronic card in the inner pocket. This should be the key to the 10th floor. Next, it's time to leave the morgue. Chen glances sadly at the blood-soaked letter in his hand, the last message from the soldiers. I'm sorry, I couldn't bring you out. Thank you for your final hint. I will inherit your will and leave this hospital. Chen bows deeply toward the innermost cage. Then, he strides toward the direction of the elevator. However, suddenly, a whoosh sound erupts outside. Those corpses, because of the doctor's sudden death, abruptly lose their suppression. Chen's heart jumps, and he quickly inhales. In an instant, those corpses return to their previous dazed state of staggering. Run! Chen struggles to climb to his feet, shaking as he runs toward the elevator. But right at the elevator door, there is another person there. No, it's a female corpse. The female corpse blocks the path to life. Her head tilts, hair disheveled, looking at Chen with a ghastly smile. This is Yang Chu-Chu. Chapter 71. Rule 3, when you see the complete corpse of a woman, run. Yang Chu-Chu has just died, not yet dismembered. Moreover, her body has not decomposed. It fits this rule. In an instant, Chen's heart sinks to the bottom. From this rule, Yang Chu-Chu's corpse is undoubtedly terrifying beyond measure. What to do? Thud. Thud. In just a moment, black mist spreads near the elevator. Near Yang Chu-Chu's black mist, even the corpses fall one after another. Her supernatural aura, just being near it could be deadly? Even the corpses are being eroded. What a despairing and terrifying supernatural force is this? In the face of such an existence, there is simply no way to resist, you can only run. The further you escape, the better. A drop of cold sweat drips from Chen's forehead. His face turns pale. Having lost too much blood, his thoughts have become rigid. Chen struggles to take out the eerie photo, wanting to seal Yang Chu-Chu. However, as soon as the eerie photo is taken out, it is completely suppressed by the supernatural power. So strong. Misty transformation. Chen once again used his secret weapon, turning his body into mist. 20 seconds. Only 20 seconds to escape. Chen transformed into a cloud of mist, quietly floating past Yang Chu-Chu's head. In a moment, the thick smoke created by Chen suddenly surged into the elevator. Beep. Chen swiped the electronic card. The button for the 10th floor suddenly lit up. Creak. The elevator door slowly began to close. In the last moment before the door closed, Yang Chu-Chu opened her bloody mouth, lunged up, and crashed into the elevator door, letting out a piercing wail. The corpses around her fell in waves. Inside the elevator, Lu Chen let out a sigh of relief. A wave of dizziness and weakness surged over him. At this moment, his condition was at its worst. He quickly took off his outer garment, tore it into strips, and wrapped it around his wounds, trying hard to stop the bleeding. Leaning against the wall, he took a deep breath and managed to recover a bit. Ding! Finally, the elevator reached the 10th floor. Lu Chen's relaxed mind tensed up again. He stared intently at the elevator door, wary of a bizarre opening attack. The door opened. What met his eyes was a deep, dark corridor. The sickly green light cast an extremely eerie shadow over the entire floor. On both sides of the corridor, there were private patient rooms. The glass windows outside the rooms were shattered, revealing the moldy and decayed beds inside. The only strange thing was that there was absolutely no one on the entire 10th floor. Not even a single corpse could be seen. At the end of this corridor, there stood a large password iron door. Above it flickered a screen, displaying rows of scarlet text. Rule 1: when you step into the 10th floor, you have only 1 hour to escape. If not, you will die. Rule 2: every 10 minutes, supernatural events will occur here. Pay attention to your safety. Rule 3: you can only enter the 2 private patient rooms for 15 minutes, and not a second longer. Rule 4: there is a hidden entity on the 10th floor. Do not try to approach it. The rules of the 10th floor of the hospital. Lu Chen's face turned serious as he quickly analyzed the information contained in the 4 rules. 1 hour was his last chance. Moreover, every 10 minutes, the entire floor would experience supernatural events, which could be quite dangerous, requiring full vigilance. Besides, the time to search the patient rooms only added up to half an hour. And he had to be careful not to touch things, as they could very likely be that hidden entity. So difficult. Lu Chen's eyelids twitched slightly, his face looking grim. The moment he stepped onto the 10th floor, the countdown had already begun on the rules display. The scarlet numbers stimulated Lu Chen's nerves. Uncertain of the difficulty and unsure of how much time would be spent, he couldn't waste any more time. He had to hurry. He staggered and ran toward the end of the corridor, desperately gathering information about the password door. This was a door covered in red rust, featuring 2 sets of passwords. There were 2 password dials. One indicated 4 letters, crooked and wobbly. The other indicated numbers from 1 to 180. Latitude and longitude password lock. Lu Chen's eyes sparkled as he instantly understood the password combination for this door. He must find a set of latitude and longitude password coordinates on the 10th floor to unlock this password door. Lu Chen no longer hesitated. He first entered the private patient room on the left side of the corridor. The room was filled with a musty odor. The floor was stained with large amounts of blood and bits of flesh, with some maggots crawling and squirming on it. Straight ahead was a dark brown 2-seater with a few tattered old books on it. Lu Chen quickly grabbed one of the books and began flipping through it, finally finding the character blood represented by W in one of the books. In the corner on the right side of the room, there was a nearly 2-meter-tall old air conditioner, its fan blades slowly moving, surprisingly still running. Lu Chen turned the air conditioner around and found a red number behind the LCD screen, 26. To the left, the bed had already been torn and blood-stained bed sheets. There were no clues. But beside it, there were 2 bedside tables. On one table, there was an old-fashioned projector. On the other table, there was a ceramic water cup. Lu Chen found a set of numbers, 69, at the bottom of the cup. Besides that, in the filthy pile of the bathroom, Lu Chen also saw an old towel. He could vaguely see the letter S printed on it. W, S, 69, 26, could the password be this simple? Lu Chen showed a look of confusion and began to think. After a moment, he shook his head again. He had only simply searched a single ward. How could he find the password so immediately? What if that password door only had one chance to input the password? If he made a mistake, he would be doomed. Lu Chen continued searching. After a while, he found different numbers and letters in the places under the bed, behind the door, and beneath the chair. Sure enough, these letters and words are confusing me. Lu Chen's heart sank. At this moment, he outright denied all the information he had found before. He had a gut feeling that the real password had not been discovered at all. Everything before was just a prank. Lu Chen was filled with anger. If he hadn't overthought it, he might have already died from a trap. He had to find the information quickly. That fatal key was hidden in a corner, unknown to him. Where could it be? Lu Chen's forehead was visibly covered in cold sweat. Beep, beep, beep. At this moment, the entire floor was filled with a sharp alarm. Lu Chen's heart shook, and he assumed a defensive posture. On that password door, the display's time changed. The time had already passed 10 minutes. How could it be so fast? No way. No way. That countdown is speeding up. Clearly, only a second had passed, but the display had jumped 2 seconds. It's accelerating its own death. Damn it! Lu Chen's face was extremely grim. Rule 2, every 10 minutes, an accident will happen here, please pay attention to safety. An accident has occurred. Chapter 72. With a buzzing sound, Lu Chen felt a chill sweeping in. The numbers on the air conditioner in the ward kept dropping. In just a few seconds, it had fallen below 40 degrees, with the temperature reaching -10 degrees. The floor, walls, and the entire floor were now covered with frost flowers began to spread, and the whole room turned white. Lu Chen shivered suddenly. In less than half an hour, he would be frozen to death by this eerie cold. Where are the clues for the password? Lu Chen suddenly grabbed his scalp, desperately pondering. Suddenly, he had a flash of inspiration. He felt he had fallen into a thinking trap. He abruptly turned and ran to another ward. The same filthy and broken place, filled with a stench of decay. Those decorations, books, and towels still had many numbers and letters on them. Bathroom, wardrobe, bedside table. Lu Chen began to search through them one by one. The coldness of the room made his body respond more rigidly. Not long after, Lu Chen leaned against the old, rusty bed edge, breathing heavily, his condition deteriorating. The countdown on that password door had passed another 10 minutes. An anomaly occurred again. From who knows when, silver iron pipes had extended from the ceiling, densely covering the entire roof. Each iron pipe had a small hole. Hiss. Green gas slowly sprayed out from those small holes. It's poisonous gas. Damn, where is the problem? Lu Chen gritted his teeth, his eyes moving as he continuously scanned the entire ward, pondering over the places he had overlooked. Suddenly, Lu Chen's gaze froze. He suddenly noticed. His hand reached into the rotting flesh, crawling with maggots. At that moment, a chilling cold swept out from his palm, almost freezing Lu Chen completely. Lu Chen did not immediately pull his hand back. His hand touched something cold and hard. Pooh. Lu Chen grabbed that thing, along with the flesh, and pulled it out forcefully. It was an old smartphone. Lu Chen wiped it clean on his clothes and looked closely. The phone was locked. A 4-digit lock. Lu Chen quickly entered 69 and 26. Those were the numbers from another room. Sure enough, the phone unlocked. E91 and 37. The latitude and longitude password was found. Lu Chen felt a sense of calm, running towards the rusty password door. He gritted his teeth, shaking, with drool flowing from the corner of his mouth due to the poison. If it weren't for the last breath holding him up, he might have already fainted. He arrived at the password door. 2 cold password knobs had already formed frost. Lu Chen struggled with all his might to turn the left latitude knob. Just one more. Lu Chen leaned against the wall, with frost forming on his brows and lips. He desperately tried to turn the right knob, but it wouldn't budge. What's happening? The exit was right in front of him. Come on. I can do this. Creak, creak. Suddenly, footsteps and the sound of a cart came from behind him. Lu Chen's heart skipped a beat. Rule 4, there is a hidden weird entity on the 10th floor, do not try to touch it. Hee, Dr. Lu, I didn't expect you to make it this far. A tall figure cloaked in black mist suddenly appeared behind him. That figure wore a mask, and its eyes were endless black holes. It pushed a morgue cart. On the cart lay a headless corpse, dripping blood. That corpse was the Dr. Lu Chen killed in the morgue. You are the male nurse from the 7th floor nursing station? Lu Chen's eyes widened. It emanated a terrifying aura, thick gray mist swirling around, clearly having become weird. A dead end. Toxic gas and black mist spread. Lu Chen Pu spat out a mouthful of poisoned blood, his eyes bloodshot. No, I must fight. I must fight. I must fight. I will walk out of this dead end for all the fallen warriors. In an instant, Lu Chen opened his eyes wide and lunged forward. However, in a flash, his figure disappeared in the air. The mist had transformed. The male nurse's dark eyes scanned the area but could not see Lu Chen. Dr. Lu, although I don't know what method you used to hide, delaying time is useless, you will be poisoned to death, frozen to death here. The male nurse chuckled sinisterly. Who told you? I am hiding? In the air, a gray smoke suddenly transformed into Lu Chen's shape. He took out a strange photo with one hand and, with the other, shifted from fist to elbow, leveraging the air to strike down. The male nurse was caught off guard, being pinned down on the top of his head by the strange photo. It could only be controlled for a second. No problem. Just at that brief moment of pause, Lu Chen delivered a sudden elbow strike to the back of its head. With a bang, the male nurse's head exploded in a spray of blood and flesh. Putrid flesh fell from its face onto the ground. But Lu Chen's attack was not over, he thrust his fist straight into its heart. Pooh! A black, rotting heart was forcibly pulled out by Lu Chen. The male nurse's aura was gradually dissipating, losing its final breath. Lu Chen climbed back up again. He struggled to stand, step by step returning to the password door. Lu Chen's eyes were bloodshot as he desperately grasped the right knob. Turn for me. Ah! With a faint pop, the knob loosened. Lu Chen spat out a mouthful of poisoned blood. He laughed loudly, filled with joy. His vision was already extremely blurry. Yet he still forced himself to focus, entering the two digits, 91 and 37, into the password. Boom! The password door burst open. Lu Chen laughed heartily as he crossed over the final threshold. Into a dazzling light curtain. The gloomy alert of the Monster Story Paradise sounded. Congratulations! You have successfully escaped the Monster Story Hospital. This monster story has been completely removed from reality. Monster Story rewards, life increase, 10 days. Monster Story rewards, cash, 100 million. Monster Story rewards, medical surgical proficiency card, 1. Monster Story rewards, supernatural tool card, 1. Monster Story rewards, doll for the dead, 1. Chapter 73. Ice Source City, the location of the Monster Story Hospital. The army is stationed, guarding at the entrance of the bronze door. Old Chen stood there straight, his eyes filled with worry. Behind Old Chen, Zhang Daoi had a dejected face, feeling extremely guilty. Old Chen's face was as cold as frost. Lu Chen is now a treasure of Dragon Country, having survived 3 nightmare-level monster stories, even leading other chosen ones to crush the chosen ones from other countries. Such a top-notch child of destiny, now his life or death remains unknown. How can Old Chen feel at ease? Report, Old Chen. The appraisal result for this Monster Story Hospital has come out. It has spawned extremely terrifying abnormalities, the level of supernatural phenomena has reached super nightmare level. Behind Old Chen, a white-coated expert hesitantly revealed the truth. Super nightmare level. Oh my, it's simply unheard of. So terrifying. People exclaimed in shock. Only Old Chen's heart sank to the bottom. Heart aching immensely. Lu Chen carries all his hopes. Who would have thought this monster story could become so terrifying? Could it be that the child really can't escape? No, cannot think this way. Old Chen lowered his head, hands clasped together, softly reciting blessings for Lu Chen. No, look quickly. The gray mist over the Monster Story Hospital is dissipating. This monster story. It has been resolved. Hearing this, everyone present shifted their gaze to the Monster Story Hospital. The gray mist shrouding the Monster Story Hospital gradually dissipated, slowly revealing the original appearance of the hospital. It was a dilapidated, desolate hospital, abandoned for who knows how long. The hospital sign had long fallen to the ground, and shattered glass covered the walls and ground. The floor was filled with countless bloodstains. A stench of decay rushed forth. It really has been resolved? Lu Chen is indeed impressive. This is super nightmare level. Some onlooking chosen ones were shocked, staring at the slowly revealed Monster Story Hospital, for a moment lost in thought. What are you standing there for? Zhang Daoi, take the medical team, save the people. Old Chen spoke excitedly, unable to contain himself. Yes. A group of people from the Monster Story Research Institute rushed into the hospital. In the hospital's morgue, they found the chosen ones who had died long ago. The tragic scene left everyone deeply moved. 10th floor. Everyone found Lu Chen, covered in injuries, gravely wounded, slowly losing body temperature. Quick, first aid. Super nightmare level, the monster story will not clean up the injuries sustained in the instance. Lu Chen is losing too much blood, his body is being eroded by supernatural forces, and he's been poisoned, his body temperature is already dropping. The situation is very dangerous, he could die at any moment. Urgent cries echoed through the 10th floor of the hospital. In an instant, the entire medical team sprang into action. Lu Chen was directly carried out of the hospital for emergency treatment. In a secret highest-level hospital, Lu Chen lay on the hospital bed, filled with tubes. After several hours of rescue by the medical team, his consciousness gradually became clearer. The injuries suffered in the monster story haven't completely healed? Lu Chen opened his eyes wide, enduring the pain, letting out a muffled groan. Lu Chen, you rascal woke up. How do you feel? Old Chen, hurry, this rascal is awake. Zhang Daoi's face was filled with joy. Old Chen, who had been watching from the sidelines, looked at Lu Chen with deep concern. It's okay. Lu Chen shook his head, remained silent for a moment, then with a face full of regret said, Old Chen, Uncle Zhang, I'm sorry, Kid, don't blame yourself, you've already done your best. The rest, just consider it fate. Do you know? It's a miracle that you could come out at all. Old Chen sighed deeply, explaining the terrifying level of super nightmare to Lu Chen. A monster story exceeding nightmare level. The inescapable supernatural power of death. The eerie wisdom. The wounds that won't heal. I thought the nightmare level difficulty was already terrifying enough, but I didn't expect there were even scarier tales. Lu Chen listened, stunned. A nightmare level tale can affect a city. How much greater would the impact be when a tale beyond nightmare level descends into reality? A city? A province? Or half a country? This matter could have a huge impact. Once disaster strikes, who knows how many lives will be lost? You have suffered, child. Old Chen's face was full of pain. Zhang Daoui, let the whole matter be announced. The tale park will become more and more terrifying, we must make the world aware. Also, we can't let our heroes sacrifice in vain, or bleed in vain. Their deeds should be remembered by all the people of the country. Zhang Daoui said with a trembling voice, yes. Then, Zhang Daoui hurriedly ran out. The impact of this matter is significant, and there are many follow-ups I need to deal with immediately. You rest easy here, if you need anything, just tell the nurses. Old Chen turned to Lu Chen and said kindly. Old Chen, you don't have to come here just for me, if you have something to do, please go ahead. Lu Chen smiled faintly. Old Chen nodded slightly and turned to leave. Not long after. An astonishing piece of news spread throughout Dragon Country and after a brief fermentation, swept across the globe. A super nightmare level tale has appeared in Dragon Country. Lu Chen, alone, fought desperately to resolve the super nightmare level tale. Hiss. There's actually a tale beyond nightmare level. Lu Chen is truly amazing, he can even solve super nightmare level tales. Ah. Lu Chen, I want to have your children, don't hold me back. This time, I'll praise Lu Chen for 100 years. Whoa. I'm crying, every time a terrifying tale appears, Lu Chen is always the first to rush in. Impossible, absolutely impossible. You Dragon Country must be lying, if there were super nightmare level tales, why hasn't the tale park announced it globally? Right, Dragon Country must be deceiving. You can't even handle nightmare level tales, so of course, you'll find it unbelievable, Lu Chen has already surpassed you. Starting today, Lu Chen can stomp on the chosen ones of other countries. The tale forum and live streams were swept by this astonishing news. Domestically, countless people were thrilled. Abroad, however, people were in disbelief, thinking Dragon Country was lying. Yet the information released sent shockwaves and panic among people in other countries. What if a super nightmare level tale truly appears? How could the chosen ones of their own country survive? In a flash. Countless foreigners, while expressing disbelief, quietly moved their assets, rushing towards Dragon Country. Lu Chen was also watching in the tale live broadcast room. He originally wanted to pay attention to other tales and accumulate experience. But the screen was filled with praise for him, making his face flush. He quickly shifted his focus. If he kept watching, he feared his mindset would change. Chapter 74. Lu Chen's recovery was rapid, thanks to the system strengthening his body. The injuries that would normally take an ordinary person 1 or 2 months to heal were restored in just 7 days. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but sigh. This body is truly becoming more and more suitable for facing tales. Later, he went to see Old Chen. Old Chen was still busy with the matter of the super nightmare level tale, ordering strict defenses. Seeing Lu Chen, a tired smile appeared on Old Chen's face. Why aren't you resting well in the hospital, how did you come here? Lu Chen exchanged pleasantries with Old Chen while smiling, then expressed his intentions. The difficulty of tales is continuously increasing, I suspect the current tale park is already raising its difficulty. In the future, even more so. Old Chen, I am preparing to set out again to resolve the domestic tale park. Upon hearing this, Old Chen furrowed his brow slightly. It's not a good thing to frequently enter eerie tales. Intense mental exhaustion can weaken the spirit of the chosen one, making it easy for them to make mistakes in judgment. Besides, Lu Chen's body is so heavily injured, why not take more time to rest? This kid. Why is he pushing himself so hard? Does he not know how to enjoy life? Thinking of this, Elder Chen couldn't help but feel pity and heartache, grabbing the kid's arm and starting a talk. To his surprise, Lu Chen was completely unmoved, insisting on going on an adventure, speaking convincingly. What a poor family, relying on the country for rewards. No one would believe such words. The rewards for the super nightmarish tales haven't even been issued, and you're telling me you want to set out again. Elder Chen spoke until his mouth was dry, yet was still persuaded by the kid. Letting out a sigh, he gently patted Lu Chen's shoulder. No matter what, national affairs, family matters, world matters, none are easy. The eerie tales are the same. Currently, there have been no reports of escalation regarding eerie tales in the country, but I always have a bad feeling. You little rascal. Once you go in, be sure to pay attention to your safety, and act with caution in the eerie tales. Lu Chen smiled and nodded. After exchanging a few more words with Elder Chen, he obtained the official approval and ignited the letter, voluntarily entering the eerie tale paradise. Welcome to the eerie tale paradise. Please remain calm at all times in the eerie tale. If you die in the eerie tale, your country will also face disaster. The cold voice resounded in his ears once again. In front of the bronze door, Lu Chen slowly opened his eyes. Back in this familiar place, feelings are rising. Ha ha. Before entering the eerie tale, he sorted through his supernatural items once more. Besides the strange photo, Lu Chen also had an old bronze dagger covered in rust and a palm-sized wooden doll. The strange dagger and wooden doll were the system rewards after conquering the eerie hospital. While on the hospital bed, Lu Chen had explored the abilities of both items. The strange dagger was exactly what he needed now. It could stab and deal deadly damage. The only limitation was that in each eerie tale, the strange dagger could only be used once, then it would become locked, waiting for the next use. However, contentment brings happiness, and Lu Chen was already very satisfied. Before, each time he fought for his life, it was so hard to kill the eerie beings, almost costing him his own life. Being able to fight for his life meant he was saving his own life. That was definitely true. The wooden doll, on the other hand, was a one-time consumable. After use, it could take the attack of a supernatural entity on behalf of the Chosen One. This was somewhat similar to a teammate's ability from before. It can be seen that this item was also strategic. Lu Chen happily put away the supernatural items, took a deep breath, and stepped into the bronze door once again. Entering Eerie Tale Paradise. This is a bizarre abandoned village deep in the mountains. Every month, this village holds a strange funeral. Eerie Tale count, 7 people. Eerie Tale task, enter the great abandoned village, investigate the truth of the funeral. Eerie Tale task, escape from the great abandoned village. Eerie Tale level, difficult. As the gray mist dissipated, his vision gradually cleared. The host has entered the Eerie Tale, the mask title has taken effect. Current title, Guardian of the Grave with 1,000 years of heritage. Title trait, your ancestors have guarded the graveyard, you possess 1,000 years of heritage. In front of you, no supernatural entity can arise from the grave. Graveyard? No supernatural entity can arise? Lu Chen quickly analyzed the title's trait. This was a passive ability that would only trigger in a graveyard. Interesting. Lu Chen no longer dwelled on it and started to observe his surroundings. This was a desolate mountain, with very few people, only a few teammates by his side. Damn, a difficult level. I'm done for. At this time, a young man with the title of Community Security Guard exclaimed in surprise. Haha, what's there to fear about a difficult level? I've already been through 2 difficult level Eerie Tales. A woman in a red dress, with the title of Dancer, glanced at the young man with a hint of disdain. Don't be careless, even seasoned chosen ones have tripped up in horror stories. A young man in a yellow outfit, bearing the title of Delivery Guy, cautiously reminded. Suddenly, his eyes bulged as he saw the figure standing ahead, a slim silhouette of about 18 or 19 years old. Damn, I can't be seeing this wrong, can I? Lu. As these words left his mouth, the people present were slightly taken aback, as they too saw the delicate and slim figure. Damn. Lu Chen? Slap me, am I seeing this wrong? Lu God, I'm your fan. Damn, can I get a signature? In an instant, several people rushed to surround Lu Chen, brimming with excitement. In this difficult horror stories livestream, a few onlookers were also shocked, discovering Lu Chen's figure. In ecstatic joy, those people immediately shared the livestream. Captured Lu God right here. In a flash, countless viewers surged in. Damn, it's really Lu Chen, he entered the horror story again. Lu Chen is still so handsome, wow, drooling over the screen. Damn it, why are there female chosen ones too? Let Lu Chen go, it's my turn. Humph, all of you are trash, Lu Chen is definitely mine. Voice cracks. A torrent of bullet comments flooded the screen. In an instant, the screen froze. The server crashed. They didn't even dare to think about how many people had come. Horror Story Paradise had to conduct emergency maintenance on the livestream, which took a while to restore. In the horror story, on a rugged mountain. Ahem, calm down. Don't get too excited. Let's first introduce ourselves, understand each other's abilities, so we can cooperate later. Lu Chen was helpless, struggling to push away a few people who were all over him. His clothes were almost being ripped off. This was way too enthusiastic. Hearing this, the few people also restrained their emotions and seriously introduced their abilities. My name is Luo Yuan, my title is security guard, I can hide in a room and block the door, defending against strange intrusions for a short time. I'm Lu Mei, I can briefly confuse the strange beings and avoid dead ends. I'm Zhang Wei, my ability is just to run away, after triggering a dead end, it's hard for the strange beings to catch up with me. Delivery guy scratched his head and chuckled. There were 3 others. One was a nearly 50-year-old tailor who could sew supernatural items. One was a photographer who could capture the unseen strangeness with his camera. The last one was a chef whose dishes could restore some functions of the chosen one's body, making him a sort of healer. Chen nodded slightly, he had a basic understanding of his teammates' abilities. Each person's ability had its uses, even though they didn't reach a strategic level, they were elite chosen ones for the future. However, since it was a difficult level, they had to be more cautious to avoid casualties. Chen touched his nose and smiled. Our mission is to enter De Huang village and investigate the truth behind the funeral. This place is wild and desolate, it doesn't look like a village at all. Let's look for a path nearby, there must be a way leading to De Huang village. Chapter 75. On the rugged mountain, grey mist swirled, the sounds of insects were dead silent. Chen led the others, cautiously exploring the area. Finally, by a mountain path, they found a half-buried green stone tablet. The tablet depicted the rules of the horror story. Rule 1, keep walking along the mountain path, you can reach De Huang village directly, do not change paths midway or look back. Rule 2, after 6 o'clock, don't stay outside De Huang village, it's very dangerous. Rule 3, during the day, the villagers are harmless, don't fear them. Rule 4, at any time, you can trust the words of the village chief. Rule 5, there are no animals raised in De Huang village, if you see any, escape immediately. Rule 6, if a villager asks you to do something, you cannot refuse. Rule 7, at any time, do not gaze at the portrait in the funeral hall. In the village at night, except for the morning hall, no firelight is allowed to appear. No matter what noise you hear at night, don't pay attention to it. The rules are written in great detail, almost listing everything that can and cannot be done. Chen, adhering to the principle of being cautious, carefully analyzed the rules. Rule 1 guides us to follow the mountain path to Great Wilderness Village, and we must not turn back or change the route. Rule 2 indicates there is a time taboo, we must enter the village before 6 o'clock, so we have to hurry. Rule 3 can be understood that Great Wilderness Village is safe during the day, but danger strikes at night. Rule 4 states that the village chief does not lie, but the correctness of this rule remains to be seen. Rule 5 tells us to stay away from animals if we see them. Rule 6 feels like a trap, it's best to avoid contact with the villagers. I guess the last 3 rules may relate to this ghost story task, involving funerals, so we must pay close attention. Does everyone remember? After saying this, Chen turned to look at several people. They all nodded eagerly, looking very obedient. Let's go, following this mountain path, we should be able to reach Great Wilderness Village directly. Chen slightly nodded and walked straight along the mountain path beside the stone tablet. The others followed suit. Half an hour passed, and ahead of Chen and the others appeared a fork in the road. Rule 1, keep walking along the mountain path to reach Great Wilderness Village directly, do not change roads or turn back. 2 paths, shrouded in mist, with faint and eerie wails coming from both, hard to distinguish with a glance. This isn't good, if we take the wrong path, we will be doomed. Chen frowned slightly, they had just entered this ghost story, and already there was a dead end. They had no clues about this at all, how are they supposed to choose? Chen, which path should we take? Zhang Wei scratched his head. Chen shook his head. The rules might not be right, they could simply be a deceptive trap. Although it was a difficult ghost story, choosing the wrong path could lead to an impossible deadlock, so it had to be taken seriously. He squatted down and observed the ground. Both paths were covered with footprints, indicating that people had walked there for years, it was impossible to distinguish which path was correct just by the footprints. Recalling his and his teammates' titles, they provided no help in distinguishing the paths. If we cannot change paths or turn back. Without touching the rules, the only option left was to use supernatural powers. Chen took a deep breath, his body became misty, and he drifted along one path. A few seconds later, he saw vague figures appear ahead. They were blackened corpses. The terrifying black mist swirled around them, and coming into contact would mean certain death. Chen's expression suddenly changed. His intuition told him that every single corpse inside was as terrifying as young Chuchu in the horror hospital. Is this really a difficult level ghost story? Chen dared not make a sound, silently drifting back to his previous position and returning to his original form. Hurry, I tried the other path, and it was extremely terrifying and strange. Chen was sweating profusely, quickly directing everyone to change paths. There was no choice now. Just now, that path had been blocked, any single black corpse could annihilate everyone, let alone the densely packed ones. The group fled along the path, and 5 minutes later. In front, they could see a village shrouded in grey mist. Fortunately, it was daytime. Looking closer, the village had many elderly people drinking tea, playing chess, and laughter filled the air. Rule 3, during the day, the villagers are harmless, so there is no need to fear them. Chen and the others finally breathed a sigh of relief and plunged into the village. At that moment, an old man, leaning on a cane with grey hair, suddenly appeared in front of them from nowhere. Who are you? Why have you come to our village? The old man's expression was strange as he looked Chen and the others up and down. Chen glanced at the old man and said without hesitation, Elder, we're here traveling, we didn't get lost in the mountains, somehow we ended up here. Sorry for the disturbance, please don't mind. The old man laughed heartily, showing an expression of I understand, and said, so that's how it is. I'm the village chief here. Our village is remote, and people often get lost and wander in. It's getting dark soon, even if I show you the way, you probably wouldn't be able to leave these wild mountains. If you don't mind, you can stay in the village for a night and leave the next day. The village chief looked at Chen with appreciation, feeling that this young man had an extraordinary demeanor. Then thank you very much. Chen joined his hands in gratitude and thanked him gently. It's no trouble, most of the people in our village are elderly folks. Not to mention, we are very hospitable. Young men and women, follow me. After saying that, the village chief trembled as he led the way in front. The others exchanged glances and followed the old man into the village. At that moment, a group of people who were originally playing chess and drinking tea all turned their heads. Swoosh! Chen shivered for a moment. His intuition told him that these old folks were not to be underestimated. They were all extremely terrifying and strange. One wrinkled old woman gestured to the old man, her eyes scanning Chen and the others up and down, as if looking at prey. Hee, they are tourists lost in the mountains. The village chief chuckled. I see, let them come to my house tonight, hee. The old woman licked her lips, showing her yellow teeth, and spoke slowly. Why should they go to your old place? Come to my house. An old man nearby was unwilling and said in a deep voice. As soon as these two spoke, the other old folks also chimed in, each beginning to fight over the guests. Chen frowned. Although the rules did not say what would happen if you stayed at a villager's home, the previous rule must be taken seriously. Rule 3, during the day, the villagers are harmless, and there is no need to fear them. The implied meaning was quite terrifying. At night, staying in a villager's house could be very dangerous. Clearly, no matter whose house one stayed in, it was not safe. Chapter 76. Chen spoke calmly, Village chief, when we arrived at the village, we encountered a fork in the road. I want to know, where does that road lead? So many strange things lingered on that road, and Chen wanted to clarify, it might be connected to the village's secret. The village chief was momentarily stunned, and a slight stiffness appeared on his smiling face. Over there? That's our village cemetery. Rule 4, at any time, you can trust the village chief's words. If Rule 4 is correct, then that road filled with strangeness would definitely involve funerals. There might be certain secrets hidden. How about this, village chief, there should still be a bit of time before it gets dark, let's not rush, let's walk around the village first and discuss where to stay tonight, shall we? Chen smiled and asked. The village chief gave a meaningful look to everyone and said, there's still an hour until it gets dark. Make your decision before then. After saying that, he leaned on his cane and walked towards the village. That group of elderly people drinking tea and playing chess wore strange smiles. We still have an hour left, let's investigate the village's abnormalities first. Those villagers' homes can be discarded from consideration. Chen's face was not looking good. Mei nodded frantically, she frowned slightly, feeling chills from an old man's gaze. Taking advantage of the daytime, Chen led several people to explore the village bit by bit. In this village, many houses had a white spirit hunting banner hanging in front. There was not a single young person in the village. The people who appeared were all elderly folks in their old age. Chen rubbed his forehead, pondering if these two abnormalities had any connection to funerals. But there were too few clues, after thinking for a long time, there were no results. However, one could roughly guess one thing. Living in a house with a soul-chanting banner will definitely attract terrible weirdness. Time passed bit by bit. Chen and the others suddenly discovered that a flicker of firelight had emerged ahead. It was a large mansion, with a white lantern hanging on either side of the gate, emitting a dim glow. Rule 8, in the village at night, outside of the morning hall, no firelight is allowed to appear. It's the morning hall. Chen's eyes lit up, quickening his pace. The group arrived in front of the morning hall. The gate was open. Chen looked inside and saw black coffins placed on wooden benches. In front of the coffins, there stood a tablet with a portrait printed on it. Rule 7, no matter the time, do not stare at the portrait on the morning hall. Don't look at the portrait. Chen reminded them. Although he didn't know if this rule was a trap, generally obeying the rules was the safest option. 1, 2, 3. Exactly 50 coffins. Zhang Wei, curious, counted and couldn't help but exclaim. Hiss. Could it be that each of these 50 coffins holds a villager? Lu Mei said in disbelief, so many people died in this village? It's possible. I've counted, there are exactly 50 houses in the village with soul-chanting banners. Lu Chen said slowly, his expression changing. The morning hall was deathly silent. A thick smell of decay pervaded the air. Lu Chen and the others searched the morning hall but found nothing unusual. It seemed the purpose of this morning hall was just to store coffins. Lu Chen sighed, there were no leads, so he could only shift his gaze to the 50 black coffins. Lu Chen prepared to choose a coffin and open it. This was a bold idea, without any rules to guide them, doing so might very well touch the strange rules inside the coffin. However, the greater the risk, the more clues that could be obtained. What do you want to do? A deep, hoarse voice sounded from behind them. The village chief had appeared at the door of the morning hall without them noticing. He stared at Lu Chen with wide eyes. Lu Chen's mind raced, and he hurriedly said, Chief, as guests, we won't disturb the old folks. Can we stay here tonight to watch over the deceased? The village chief looked at Lu Chen suspiciously. Watch over? Lu Chen fell silent. If the village chief agreed to let them stay in the morning hall, that would be best. This place was some distance from the residential area. It should be safer here. But it was hard to say. Moreover, there might be some kind of taboo involved that had to be clarified. Chief, we are outsiders and do not know the local customs. Well, what taboos do we have in the village during the vigil? Lu Chen asked casually. The village chief let out a couple of low laughs, looking meaningfully at Lu Chen for a moment before turning and leaving. Huh, what does that old geezer mean? Why did he run off? Zhang Wei exclaimed upon seeing this. We can trust the village chief's words, but there are some things he won't say. The village chief leaving directly shows that we can stay in the morning hall, but we will definitely face unknown dangers, which he chooses not to reveal to us. Lu Chen explained. Then. Lu God, can't we not stay here and go somewhere else to live? The seamstress spoke up at this moment. She had only experienced one ordinary-level ghost story and was somewhat anxious after hearing there was danger at night. It's no use, staying in a villager's house will only be more dangerous. Leaving the village, the other path is terrifyingly unsolvable, so let's not consider that for now. Lu Chen shook his head. He planned to observe the abnormality of the morning hall tonight. As for opening the coffin, Lu Chen intended to wait a bit longer. He thought to wait until night fell. Otherwise, if the village chief came again, an accident might occur. Time trickled by. The entire De Huang village was shrouded in darkness. Except for the lantern candles still burning in the morning hall, everywhere else was pitch black and silent. Lu Chen sat on the mat in the corner, pretending to doze off while secretly observing the changes in the morning hall. Suddenly, he realized that there was one person missing from the morning hall. Where is the seamstress? Lu Chen whispered, his expression exceptionally serious. The woman called the seamstress had inexplicably vanished at some point. How could this be? Why is there no sign of her? I didn't notice anything unusual. How could a living person just disappear? In an instant, Zhang Wei, Lu Mei, and Luo Yuan turned pale. This scene had exceeded their understanding. A living person had vanished without a sound? Tell me, where were you last when you saw her? Lu Chen quickly asked Lu Mei. Her position was closest to the seamstress, she should have some impression. Lu Mei frowned in thought, then her face turned deathly pale as she trembled and pointed to a pitch-black coffin. I remember over there. Lu Chen hurriedly ran over. In an instant, his face turned extremely ugly. In front of the coffin, the tablet had changed the photo of the man on it. Now, it was the seamstress's face. Chapter 77. Lu Chen's expression was gravely severe. A living person had disappeared without a sound. The seamstress is very likely in the coffin. We will open the coffin. Lu Chen's eyes darkened as he looked up at the black coffin before him. He stepped forward, coming to the side of the coffin, preparing to work with Zhang Wei and the others to pry off the coffin lid. The coffin lid was lifted. Indeed, the seamstress was dead. Her body lay quietly in the coffin. Her face was pale, with a look of terror. She must have faced something extremely scary before dying. Lu Chen carefully checked the cause of the seamstress's death. There were no external wounds, but all the blood in her body had been drained. Shut it! Lu Chen sighed, the seamstress's death was too sudden, there were hardly any clues to investigate. He could only speculate it might be related to the photo in the morning hall. The coffin lid closed. At that moment, Outside the morning hall, a sound of swana, a traditional Chinese instrument, began to echo. Many people were walking towards the morning hall. Lu Chen looked outside. In the gray mist, countless figures were moving. Faintly, he could see white banners mourning the dead waving in the air. In the next moment, Lu Chen saw the village chief leading a group of villagers step into the morning hall one by one. A foul, eerie atmosphere made the whole morning hall feel like an ice cellar, sending chills through everyone. In an instant, everyone's spirits tightened to the extreme. Village chief, it's late at night, why are you bringing the villagers here? Lu Chen asked calmly while standing in place. He. Someone in the village needs to be buried, I had to come. The village chief said expressionlessly, his gaze fixed directly at something behind Lu Chen. Lu Chen's expression changed. Burial? Following the village chief's gaze, Lu Chen understood his meaning. Behind them, the coffin that imprisoned the seamstress needed to be buried. Village chief, my friend has somehow entered your coffin. Can we open the coffin to take a look? Lu Chen hesitated for a moment before asking. He deliberately emphasized the words entered the coffin and opened the coffin, trying to probe the village chief's reaction to see if any information could be extracted. Oh? Then that would be unfortunate. Old man, I have never seen anyone who entered the coffin and came out alive. Want to open the coffin? Well, it's up to you. The village chief grinned. Lu Chen's heart sank. This old fox clearly knew many things, even having seen many people enter the coffin. Yet, he chose to say nothing. Then let's forget it. Lu Chen said helplessly. The village chief leaned on his cane and slowly approached, saying in a deep voice, all right, it's getting late, she should be on her way. After saying that, 8 elders from the village actually stepped forward. They took ropes and sticks, tying the seamstress's coffin tightly. Then, 4 people in front and 4 behind directly lifted the coffin. Lu Chen looked coldly at this scene. He could not stop it. There were too many villagers before him. Cannot be stopped at all. The villagers are going to bury her, they will go to the cemetery, where there should be crucial clues. I must go take a look. This funeral home is also very strange. You stay here and investigate how the tailor was locked in the coffin. This task is equally dangerous, be very careful. Lu Chen looked at Zhang Wei and the others, speaking in a deep voice. Lu God, are you going out at night? Everyone was anxious. Lu Chen nodded. Staying here is like putting all eggs in one basket, the risk is too great. If there are no clues here, the only end is to wait for death one by one. I must take a different path. Moreover, the tailor is a woman, this group took away her corpse, perhaps for other intentions. I must follow them to take a look. Maybe I can actively break this deadlock. Seeing Lu Chen so determined, the others exchanged glances and nodded, expressing that it was no problem. A mere difficult level ghost story could not defeat them. Villager, can I go along? After all, she is my friend, I want to see her off. Lu Chen chased after and stepped forward to say. The villager paused and smiled, sure, but for the burial team, no outsiders are allowed. You, responsible for scattering paper money. Paper money, scatter 1 every 3 steps. Remember, just do your own job, pretend you didn't see anything else, and don't blame me for not reminding you. And, do not look back when sending her off. The villager did not refuse Lu Chen, taking out a thick stack of white paper money and placing it in Lu Chen's hands. Lu Chen felt as if he was holding a large lump of ice, cold to the bone. In an instant, the live stream room became tense. Those villagers are all strange, Lu God is actually going to follow the villagers to the funeral alone. Yeah, it will be very dangerous for the villagers at night, I'm worried about Lu God. You have to believe in Lu Chen's strength, it's just a difficult level ghost story, easy for him. Exactly, let's watch Lu Chen take us to victory. Lu Chen counted, the burial team had 20 people. 8 were carrying the coffin, and there were 8 holding the soul-calling banners, 4 in front and 4 behind. 2 people scatter paper money, 1 in front and 1 in back. At the very front, there were 2 funeral attendants playing the swana. Thus, the burial team slowly moved away from the funeral home and vanished into the night. All the way, the sound of the swana echoed throughout Great Wilderness Village. Lu Chen walked at the back, not daring to look back, following the villagers' instructions. Every 3 steps, he scattered a piece of paper money. The paper money, once scattered, disappeared into the gray mist, as if taken away by some mysterious horror. Is this a toll for the strange? Lu Chen observed silently. Sure enough, the way was peaceful and quiet. Until the burial team left the village and reached the fork in the path leading into the village. The atmosphere suddenly changed. The villagers' faces turned tense. Lu Chen's spirit tightened, sweat pouring from his forehead. Something is wrong. In Great Wilderness Village, the most terrifying ones should be these villagers. What could they be afraid of? How terrifying must it be? In the dark night, there must be something extremely powerful hiding. Suddenly, the wind rose. Phew! A strange cold wind blew, causing the soul-calling banners to flap wildly, making a rustling sound. The old coffin bearers also began to sway, as if they could not steady the coffin. Swish! In the next moment. In the pitch-black night, a shadow on 4 legs dashed by quickly. In an instant, the figure landed on the coffin. It was a black cat with a pair of blood-red eyes. Rule 4: No animals are raised in Great Wilderness Village. Now outside the village, it is not within the rules. But this black cat is even more strange and terrifying. Bang! The rope behind the coffin suddenly snapped. One corner of the coffin crashed heavily to the ground. The coffin lid tilted open slightly, vaguely revealing the corpse inside. Stop that beast! An old coffin bearer shouted. The other 3 coffin bearers? They all suddenly took action. It seemed that the coffin was surrounded, completely sealed, and even the gray mist stopped swirling. Creak, creak, creak. The black cat ignored everything, as if it was not bound at all, directly diving into the coffin. After a breath, the black cat jumped out again, leaping away and disappearing into the darkness. Chen frowned slightly. He suddenly noticed that the tailor's body inside the coffin had completely become a dried corpse. Chapter 78. The burial is cancelled. The village chief, holding the spirit-summoning banner, slowly approached and coldly said, "Throw it out." An old man carrying the coffin cursed in annoyance, stepped forward and lifted the coffin lid, dragging out the tailor's dried corpse and tossing it into the grey mist. Chen couldn't bear to watch. He finally understood why there were so many terrifying dried corpses on the path to the graveyard. It was all the black cat's doing. Wait. Why can't the dried corpse be buried? Could there be another reason? Go carry the next one. The village chief, looking at the coffin that had fallen to the ground, spoke in a deep voice. The next one? Chen's eyes widened suddenly. Where is the next one from? Could it be that a new teammate got into trouble again? As a few old men from behind lifted the coffin again, the funeral procession turned back toward Dihuang village. Chen's face was pale, scattering paper money all the way back to the mourning hall. The moment he entered the mourning hall, there indeed was one less person in the group. The chef was missing. What happened? Chen walked to Zhang Wei and the others and found everyone staring blankly at the camera, their faces not looking good. Chen turned to the photographer and asked, "Chao Bin, did you capture the eerie attack?" The photographer, Chao Bin, nodded and came over with his camera. When we first entered the mourning hall, my camera was set up at the entrance, intending to keep watch. When the tailor's accident happened, it was just in a blind spot. After Chen went out, I switched the angle to focus on these coffins, and then... Saying this, Chao Bin let out a deep sigh. Chen patted his shoulder, took the camera, and fast-forwarded to check the content. In the footage, Zhang Wei and the others were carefully exploring the entire mourning hall. Within half an hour, there was no abnormality at all. This process lasted for nearly half an hour. It's right here. Chao Bin reminded. In an instant, Chen suddenly noticed something wrong with the chef. His body became stiff, his gaze vacant, slowly walking toward a pitch-black coffin. When the chef reached the coffin, the memorial portrait immediately revealed the chef's face. And then... a thin arm actually pushed open a gap in the coffin, appearing from inside. That arm was covered in blood. It grasped the chef's neck and dragged him into the coffin. The whole process was very quick. There was not even a hint of alarm, completely silent. Chen's expression grew serious. With 2 coffins having problems one after another. But there were 50 coffins in the entire mourning hall. Surely they can't just set fire to them, right? That would mean a complete break with the villagers. No, there must be some way to break this. Suddenly, Chen's eyes lit up. You all, after I leave, do this. Chen quietly told Zhang Wei and the others his guess. In an instant, the expressions on Zhang Wei and the others' faces were quite remarkable, all nodding. This is just my speculation. If we are to do this, you must act cautiously and be prepared for something supernatural. Chen repeatedly reminded them that he could not stay in the mourning hall. The villagers needed to send off the burial again, and he had to follow them to the graveyard. There, important information was hidden, he could not give up. Otherwise, it might cost lives. The funeral procession set off once more. Chen glanced at the others one last time, then quickly caught up with the procession. In the mourning hall. After Chen left, only Zhang Wei, Luo Yuan, Lu Mei, and the photographer Chao Bin remained of the 4. Chen said, "Smash the memorial tablet in front of the coffin, and we can break this situation." Because that strange bloody hand only appeared after the portrait on the tablet was changed. Luo Yuan scratched his head. This guess is very bold. Once the tablet is smashed, no one knows what will happen. Perhaps, all the bloody hands in the coffins will instantly emerge, who knows? At that time, everyone will die. Damn, this is a difficult level horror story. When did it become so terrifying? Smash it, I believe in God. Lu. Zhang Wei gritted his teeth and said in a deep voice. I have no objections. Lu Mei also firmly agreed. I also think we should smash it. Better to go all in than to die one by one. My camera can shoot in real time. If something strange appears, I will immediately warn you. Xiaobin said with a serious tone. All right then. Luo Yuan was opposed, but the minority followed the majority, and in the end, he could only nod in agreement. After reaching a consensus, the few of them looked serious and approached a pitch-black coffin. Zhang Wei volunteered and stepped forward to the tablet, kicking it with one foot. With a crack, the tablet suddenly shattered into two halves. At the same time, the coffin in front shook violently. The coffin lid trembled, making a rustling sound that sent chills down the spine. It seemed like a terrifying being was struggling inside, trying to break through the coffin lid and climb out. It's over. The group was terrified, their faces turning pale as they stepped back. However, after a minute, the sound disappeared, falling into complete silence. The thing in the coffin hasn't come out. Xiao Bin beside them exclaimed with joy. The camera had been clicking, but captured no strange occurrences. Lu Chen's guess was right. The few suddenly felt excited. For some unknown reason, the strange being couldn't break through the coffin, trapped inside. In this case, as long as they smashed all the tablets in the Hall of Spirits, the entire hall would be safe, and everyone could escape danger. Wow, everyone has watched the replay several times and is at a loss. God Lu only watched the replay once and found a way to resolve the crisis. He is getting more and more powerful. Just a difficult level horror story, God Lu considers it basic, no need for panic. The Hall of Spirits is fine, but the danger outside still exists. Lu Chen, be careful. Outside De Huang village. Lu Chen was deep in thought about the Hall of Spirits and the black cat. Following the village chief's hint, he scattered a piece of paper money every 3 steps. All along, everything was still fine. That black cat did not appear again. But whether true or not, Lu Chen could always hear a series of chilling cat calls behind him. Like whispers in his ear, making him feel on edge at all times. Lu Chen dared not look back. In the dark night with strange beings lurking, he didn't want to gamble on the correctness of the village chief's rules. Lu Chen raised his head and looked ahead. In front of him, mist was all around. The long road was cold. Like a pitch-black long night. It seemed endless. Suddenly, he broke into a cold sweat. Because, there were only a dozen pieces of paper money left in his hand. One piece every 3 steps, he wouldn't even make it to the grave. It's over. Totally finished. Lu Chen gritted his teeth, moving forward step by step. Chapter 79. The paper money for the journey was completely used up. Lu Chen clearly saw in the gray mist countless skinny, pale, strange hands reaching out toward him. It's over. Lu Chen was sweating profusely, his scalp tingling. As soon as he was touched by these things, he would undoubtedly die. He directly chose to mystify, turning into a puff of smoke, blending into the funeral procession. After mystifying, his body became colder and colder. Only 20 seconds. In such a short time, he had to resolve the current crisis. Otherwise, he would die. Lu Chen quickly recalled all the information he had gathered to find a way out. The village chief's words echoed repeatedly in his ears. Lu Chen's eyes brightened as he deduced 2 funeral rules. Funeral Rule 1, during the funeral, everyone must have something to do, or they will face attacks from strange beings on the way. Funeral Rule 2, no matter what the people behind do, the ones leading the funeral cannot look back. He did not look back. The reason he was attacked by the ghostly hands was that the joss paper had run out. Because he had nothing to do, he was deemed an idle person. Then, Lu Chen floated above an old man holding a soul-calling banner. Suddenly, such an astonishing thought arose in his heart. He suddenly regained his human form and, at the moment of falling, acted swiftly. His left hand took out a ghostly photo and slapped it directly on the old man's face, while the other hand grabbed the soul-calling banner from the old man's hand and fiercely pulled it to his chest. Crackling. Lu Chen felt a surge of intense pain. Such a strong supernatural aura. The old man's wrinkled face was filled with resentment, his pair of dark eyes fixated tightly on Lu Chen, with patches of decaying blue flesh suddenly appearing on his face. This old man's supernatural power was terrifying. His life was vanishing, growing older continuously. The hand holding the soul-calling banner seemed to be rotting rapidly, eroded by the supernatural aura. A ghostly photo simply could not suppress it. In the blink of an eye, Lu Chen steeled his heart. He had to play all his cards. If he didn't use them now, there would be no next chance. He was all in. He withdrew the ghostly photo, and a rusty, moldy dagger instantly appeared in his hand. Puff! Lu Chen pulled hard, and the terrifying old man was split in two in an instant. The dagger immediately turned into a piece of paper, appearing in Lu Chen's palm, losing its effect. Lu Chen pocketed the dagger paper, grabbed the soul-calling banner, and completely shed the identity of an idle person. A pair of pale, eerie hands instantly grabbed the dismembered old man and dragged him directly into the grey mist. The dangerous moment to the extreme made the viewers in the live broadcast tighten their toes. Many people nearly forgot to breathe, forgot to blink, afraid that if they were careless, Lu Chen would spill blood on the spot. Wow, that's impressive. Oh my god, during those 20 seconds, I simply couldn't dare to breathe. Lu God is just too extreme. Whoa whoa. Lu Chen actually aged, so heartbroken. Lu Chen, holding the soul-calling banner, walked slowly at the back of the funeral procession. The absence of one mourner seemed to have no effect on the entire funeral procession. Lu Chen sighed. The dagger could no longer be used. Next, with one less trump card, all he could rely on was that palm-sized death replacement puppet. He had to be more careful and cautious. The funeral procession walked for nearly 10 whole minutes. They reached the cemetery. A towering, winding mountain slowly emerged from the grey mist. The stench of decayed corpses, rotten to the extreme, filled the air, unbearable to smell. Lu Chen couldn't help wrinkling his nose. He didn't know how many people had died here to emit such a foul odor. Why put the corpses in coffins and deliberately carry them here for burial? In the cemetery, some graves were old, already marked with gravestones, looking dirty. There were also some neglected graves, with only a small mound of earth, overgrown with weeds. Lu Chen noticed that in the corner of the cemetery, there were several freshly dug graves. He counted, there were exactly 7. Lu Chen's expression darkened suddenly. Because the chosen ones who entered the monster tales were also 7. So, they intended to kill us all from the start, leaving none alive? Lu Chen looked meaningfully at the village chief's back. The funeral in De Huang village was prepared for people like them from outside villages. They must not fulfill their intentions. Survive. Taking advantage of the old men carrying the coffin as they scattered dirt into the grave pit. Lu Chen, without making a sound, began to search for clues. Finally, on an old gravestone, he found the rules written in blood letters. Rule 1, no noise allowed in the cemetery, disturbing the souls results in death. Rule 2, do not stay in the cemetery for more than 1 hour at night. Rule 3, if you see an animal in the cemetery, leave immediately. Rule 4, no gravekeeper in the cemetery. Rule 5, if you get lost in the cemetery, you can lie in the grave and wait until dawn. Rule 6, if someone calls you from behind. Lu Chen glanced around, trying to find some information from the rules. At this moment, the chef's grave had been completed. The once vibrant person had become a grave without a tombstone. The burial is over, it's time to go back. The village chief held a spirit-drawing banner, smiling without any real joy. The elders nodded and began to leave one after another. Suddenly, the village chief looked at Lu Chen, who was still standing in front of the grave. Village chief, you all go back first. Tonight's burial is for my friend, I want to stay with her a while longer. Lu Chen smiled and said. He had come to the graveyard to look for clues, how could he leave so easily? Young man, being out alone at night is very unsafe. Just be good and come back with us. The village chief sneered, his eyes filled with malice. The 18 people attending the funeral suddenly fixed their gazes on Lu Chen. Every elder's face began to show bluish-gray corpse spots, decaying flesh continuously falling off. Terrifying supernatural aura burst forth from these elders. Village chief, don't shout so loudly, do you want to disturb the deceased? Lu Chen said expressionlessly. The title of gravekeeper passed down for thousands of years slightly lit up. Rule 1, no noise is allowed in the graveyard, do not disturb the deceased. The village chief's face darkened, and he took a few steps back, gritting his teeth. At night, you cannot stay in the graveyard for more than an hour. It's for your own good to return early. No need to worry, village chief. Lu Chen shrugged his shoulders. More than an hour, he could lie in the grave pit and wait until dawn to return to the village. It was terrifying, but being with these strange old men was even more uncomfortable. Since that's the case, we old folks won't disturb you. The village chief was the first to give in, not wanting to tear their face apart. Chapter 80. In the graveyard. After the village chief and others left, Lu Chen finally breathed a sigh of relief and chose to continue his investigation. He quickly walked towards other graves, beginning to study the epitaphs. Squatting in front of a grave with a standing tombstone, he looked at the inscription above. Wang Jianjun, born in 1985, died in 1999. The tombstone also had a photo of this person. He looked like a very cheerful young man. He then moved on to several other graves with tombstones, looking one by one. Wang Yongming, born in 1990, died in 2006. Wang Changquan, born in 1980, died in 2003. Wang Yaji, born in 1997, died in 2018. Hiss. All these grave owners had the same surname, they must all be from Dihuang village. Moreover, these grave owners had something in common. That is, they were very young. When they died, they were all not old at all. Based on this guess, Lu Chen started to run around the graveyard, exploring every grave with a tombstone. He confirmed his suspicion. Lu Chen noticed something was wrong. The buried people were all young, there wasn't even a single old person. Could it be some kind of terrifying curse that has cursed the entire Dehuang village? All the young people in Dehuang village have died, causing the village to become extinct. Lu Chen thought maliciously. What could the reason for the burial be? Lu Chen frowned, utterly puzzled. He scoured the graveyard again, confirming that he could find no clues. His gaze once again fell on the chef's coffin. Excuse me. Lu Chen whispered. He squatted down, and his hands began to dig into the grave. He wanted to see what abnormalities would appear after burial. The dead of night, grey mist swirling, seemed like something strange was peering from the shadows. Lu Chen dug into the grave soil little by little, sweat continually dripping from his head. Half an hour later, Lu Chen finally saw the dark coffin lid. He wiped away some sweat, sat on the ground to rest for a while, and then prepared to open the coffin. Lucien, don't open the coffin, or you will die. Lu Chen suddenly froze, just about to respond when his eyes widened. Hair-raising. Rule 6, if someone calls you from behind, do not turn around. Lu Chen's title of gravekeeper passed down for thousands of years suddenly lit up. Behind him, the strange thing that was about to pounce seemed to encounter the suppression of the title, its figure gradually becoming blurred. No. The strange being shrieked. Completely disappear into darkness. In the graveyard, all the spirits will be suppressed by Lu Chen. That strange appearance is preventing me from opening the coffin? It seems that a huge secret is hidden in the coffin. Lu Chen squatted down and slowly pushed open the pitch-black coffin lid. His face suddenly changed. Inside the coffin, the chef's corpse had already turned into a pile of white bones. All the flesh and blood had completely disappeared without a trace. Lu Chen frowned, an uneasy emotion surged from the depths of his heart. After the tailor's death, the black cat entered the coffin, causing her to become a dried corpse, discarded by the village chief. After the chef's death, he was buried in the graveyard and directly turned into white bones. What is the connection between these two? But there are too few clues, there must be something he hasn't noticed. Lu Chen frowned, utterly confused. He once again searched the graveyard, and after confirming he couldn't find any clues, he fell into deep thought. Should he go back or stay in the graveyard until dawn? Undoubtedly, the title of gravekeeper guaranteed that staying in the graveyard was the safest option. But there was no more information to investigate here. He must return to the village to find the key to breaking the deadlock. After thinking for a moment, Lu Chen took the soul-calling banner and left the graveyard, heading towards Dehuang village. When a hint of grey-white appeared in the sky, Lu Chen finally returned to Dehuang village. However, the village was terrifyingly silent. Lu Chen was on high alert as he stepped forward, not daring to let his guard down for a moment. In the fog, under the big locust tree at the village entrance, the shed where the elders played mahjong was now also empty. It was as if everyone in Dehuang village had vanished. Tick. Lu Chen felt a drop of cold liquid land on his face. He wiped it slightly, his hands now covered in bright red liquid. A sharp smell of blood filled the air. It was blood. Human blood. Lu Chen was startled and suddenly looked up. Hanging from the branches were 4 bloody corpses. How can this be possible? Lu Chen's face changed suddenly, his heart racing. It was Lu Mei, Zhang Wei, Luo Yuan, and Xiao Bin. Just one night passed, how did his teammates all die? Did they not spend the night peacefully in the morning hall? A wave of fear surged from the depths of his heart. Could it be that his guess last night was wrong? The tablet in the morning hall cannot be destroyed, otherwise, everyone would die. The morning hall. Lu Chen gritted his teeth and suddenly ran toward the place where his teammates might have encountered trouble. He had to see what actually happened in the morning hall. Along the way, there was no one. Only the soul-calling banner in front of the house fluttered eerily. Lu Chen passed through the thin fog and reached the front of the morning hall. The 2 paper lanterns emitted faint dim glows, making them appear particularly eerie. Lu Chen frowned deeply as he stepped into the courtyard. Inside the morning hall, the tablets had all been shattered. The pitch-black coffins had all been flung open. Dozens of blurry and eerie figures wandered back and forth in the morning hall, occasionally letting out terrifying howls. They were all villagers from Dihuang village. These eerie figures were surrounded by ghostly energy, wrapped in black mist. Anyone taken out could easily kill Lu Chen. Among them were the village chief and several elderly individuals who had attended the funeral. Their bodies were tattered. It was clear they had been dead for a very long time, looking as if they had just crawled out of the coffin. But if these few who were attending the funeral just crawled out of their coffins, then who were the ones who went to the funeral with me earlier? Lu Chen's scalp went numb. Run, the further the better. Get away from this village. But without uncovering the truth of the burials in Dihuang village, this strange tale could never come to an end. How could a difficult level strange tale be so terrifying? A wave of despair surged in his heart. How could this happen? Lu Chen gasped for breath, contemplating all the clues. Something's not right. It seems like something is missing. An astonishing and creepy thought surged in Lu Chen's mind. Is this really the Dihuan village from during the day? Could it be that? Is this another realm? Lu Chen's heart trembled. A chilling, sinister aura, mixed with the smell of blood, rushed at him from behind. There was no time to think. Lu Chen instantly transformed into mist. Four bloody bodies lunged forward but missed, standing dazed where Lu Chen had just been. It was the four from Lu Mei. For some unknown reason, they had become eerie creatures. Run! Lu Chen was terrified, quickly floating out of the funeral hall's range. Then he restored his human form and fled for his life. In the dead village, the only sound was Lu Chen's frantic and desperate footsteps. Chapter 81. Lu Chen kept fleeing through the village. Minutes passed, and in the silent Dihuang village, there was still only the sound of Lu Chen's heavy breaths, besides that, an eerie stillness. He stopped, looking back, panting heavily for air. He had run for several minutes in the village, yet those villagers did not follow him? If he had broken some sort of rule, they definitely would not give up on chasing him. The deaths of Zhang Wei and the others were also suspicious. Logically, the villagers should have wanted to bury them. How could they simply kill them and hang their bloody bodies on the locust tree? This was too unreasonable. Lu Chen narrowed his eyes, suddenly sensing something unusual. Was this really Dihuang village? It was far too strange. Lu Chen decided to take another look at the locust tree. Tap, tap, tap. As he returned to the village entrance, the strong smell of blood surged into his nostrils again. Beside the old locust tree. At this moment, there were no bodies on the tree anymore. But the ground. Seeing the scene on the ground, Lu Chen's face went pale. Blood. So much blood. All around the old locust tree, it was drenched in fresh, red blood. Dense and crisscrossing bloody footprints extended from beneath the old locust tree in every direction of the village. The entire village now hid an unfathomable number of eerie secrets. What was going on? Did only 4 teammates die? Why was there so much blood and so many footprints? Looking at the horrifying, blood pool-like scene, Lu Chen was covered in cold sweat. In such a short time, how many people had died here? No. It shouldn't be like this. Lu Chen shook his head, hoping this was an illusion. But in an instant, he noticed that among the dense footprints, one footprint looked incredibly strange. It seemed like a person crawling on all fours, dragging a long blood trail that extended deep into the village. Lu Chen's face turned pale. He carefully observed that eerie footprint. It appeared that it wasn't made by someone crawling on their own. It looked more like someone was being dragged by their feet. Perhaps the mystery lay here. Lu Chen's eyes flickered slightly, and he forced himself to calm down. He decided to follow this strange footprint to see where it led. A few minutes later, before Lu Chen appeared a massive courtyard. The gate was open, and there were no spirit-receiving flags hanging beside it. It didn't look like a building from the village. The eerie blood footprints were dragged into the courtyard. Lu Chen gritted his teeth and strode in with determination. Eventually, the blood footprints stopped outside a room in the courtyard. In the corner of the room, there was a stone staircase extending downwards. The blood footprints flowed down the stairs. A rotten, foul smell continuously wafted up, making him feel nauseous. Lu Chen frowned and prepared for any potential dangers, cautiously descending. After walking for a full minute, he finally reached the bottom. Here was actually an underground cavern. He observed closely. The interior of the cavern was hollowed out, divided into many sealed stone chambers, each blocked by heavy stone doors. He could not probe the information inside the stone chambers clearly. Lu Chen noticed on the stone wall at the entrance, rules were written in red ink. Cavern Rule 1, there are a total of 20 stone chambers here. Your teammates are not dead. They are still alive, just separated and locked in a stone chamber. Rule 2 of the stone cave, half an hour later, you will die, and so will they. Rule 3 of the stone cave, inside and outside the stone chamber, all connections are cut off. Rule 4 of the stone cave, every 10 minutes, a strange occurrence will take place in the stone cave, please be careful to evade it. Rule 5 of the stone cave, there are no burial items in the stone cave. If you see any, please stay away. Rule 6 of the stone cave, there is another strange being hiding in the cave, appearing at irregular intervals. Please be cautious. Lu Chen's expression changed slightly. Is this rule targeting him? But his teammates are still alive. There is hope. Lu Chen couldn't help but feel ecstatic. Indeed, the corpses hanging from the trees and his rampaging teammates were fake. He quickly memorized and analyzed the information from the rules. He summarized some taboos. He only has 30 minutes. Every 10 minutes, he must evade the sudden appearances of strange beings. And he must be cautious of burial items. After deciphering the rules, Lu Chen swiftly walked towards the stone chambers. Soon, he confirmed that these chambers were arranged in a cross shape. 10 chambers in the front and back, 10 chambers on the left and right. The most crucial thing was to locate Zhang Wei and the others. Lu Chen observed the ground, trying to determine the position of Zhang Wei and the others through the traces of blood footprints. However, the blood footprints were crisscrossed and convoluted, having been walked over many times, becoming very complex. It was impossible to tell which chamber they were finally locked in. There are no clues. The footprints are too messy. There's no way to distinguish the location of my teammates. Lu Chen sighed, contemplating whether there was another way. If the footprints can't be distinguished, then what about the bloodstains? Lu Chen crouched down, carefully examining the footprints. Among them, there were traces stained with fresh blood. In areas with no footprints, where items were placed haphazardly, there were also drops of fresh blood. In the scene where large patches of blood were spattered, these individual drops of blood were particularly unclear. But yet, they existed. It was unreasonable, yet completely reasonable. They extended all the way to several stone chambers ahead. These guys are quite clever. If it were me, I would probably do the same to mark my location. Lu Chen grinned. That blood wasn't caused by a strange being. It was made by Zhang Wei and his group. Sensing danger, they had pierced their own bodies to create the blood trail. However, according to the amount of blood, if not dealt with in time, Zhang Wei and the others might not last long. Lu Chen followed the blood drops until he reached a stone door. On the stone door, there was a dark, recessed groove. It was shaped like a withered, dried-out hand. Is this the keyhole of the stone door? He needed to find a matching hand to open the stone door. The other 3 stone doors also required a matching foot, a shattered head, and an eye to open. Lu Chen quickly searched in this cross-shaped passage. The passage was cluttered with boards, baskets, stone mills, and other random items. He searched carefully, flipping over everything haphazardly placed on both sides of the passage. Before long, Lu Chen found a withered hand under a moldy board. However, he did not rush to open the door to save anyone. Because he calculated the time. Rule 4 of the stone cave, every 10 minutes, a strange occurrence will take place in the stone cave. Please be careful to evade it. Within 10 minutes, Lu Chen felt he couldn't save everyone. If he saved one person, 2 would face the sudden appearance of a strange being in the passage. If another teammate was injured or heavily wounded, he could only be helpless, caught in a dilemma. At that time, both might die here. Without being able to ensure his teammates' safety, Lu Chen made the cold-hearted choice of the most brutal self-preservation plan. This was also the most rational choice. He prepared to gather all the keys before rescuing everyone. Covering his palm, Lu Chen continued to search. Soon after, he found an old eyeball in a plate. As long as he found a skull and a foot, he could save everyone. Lu Chen was covered in cold sweat, his eyes desperately scanning the cave, searching for clues. Time was not on his side. Every minute and second was a life-threatening demon. 10 minutes passed. In the entire stone cavern, a wave of dark mist surged. Chapter 82. In the mist, a strange figure appeared, its body completely rotting, its head half destroyed, its eye sockets hollow. It was incredibly tall, nearly touching the ceiling of the cave. The atmosphere around it was eerie, a rotten arm connected to a black long knife. As it slowly walked out, that terrifying sense of oppression instantly spread throughout the cave. Lu Chen hid in the shadows, not daring to move. His pupils shrank sharply, feeling every hair on his body stand on end. He had encountered many strange tales, but had never seen such a horrifying entity. He feared that with just one light stroke, he would be shattered. His instincts told him that in front of such a powerful entity, a few replacements were not enough. He had to hide. He couldn't be discovered, or it would be a dead end. Lu Chen cautiously poked his head out, suddenly having a guess in his heart, observing the entity. At this moment, the tall entity had begun to slowly patrol. With half a head missing, its eye part was hollow, perhaps its vision was poor. It might even not have vision at all, who could say? Lu Chen squinted, noticing that the entity's cheek was twitching slightly. It was using smell to search? In an instant, Lu Chen seemed to find a glimmer of hope. In the first 10 minutes of searching for the key, because there were 2 cross corridors, he could see the end at a glance, with no place to hide. He was also thinking how to avoid the entity. Unless he entered the stone chamber. But what if he got trapped inside? Would that not be a dead end? Now, faced with such a terrifying entity, Chen found a bold resolution. He observed for a few more seconds, confirming his guess that the entity relied on smell for navigation. Chen felt a wave of calm wash over him. His body had already turned cold due to the mist. The scent of a living person had greatly diminished on him. But to avoid the entity's search, a little more was still needed. Chen crouched down silently, quietly lying on the ground stained with still fresh blood, holding his breath, slowly smearing the blood and soil on his hands and covering himself. At this moment, Chen exuded a strong smell of blood, mixed with a stale, moldy stench. The entity was getting very close now. Chen pressed against the stone wall, holding his breath, not daring to move. Suddenly, the entity stopped next to Chen. It twitched its nostrils, as if it had discovered something, abruptly turning its head towards Chen. Oh no! He was discovered. The entity bent down, slowly approaching Chen. A suffocating stench hit him. Chen's eyes widened, breath suspended, staring fiercely at the entity. He could clearly see the wriggling worms in the entity's eye sockets, and rotting flesh all over its body. Once the entity unleashed its supernatural killing power, he would have to immediately use his last trump card, the replacement puppet. He gritted his teeth, staring at the entity. Their faces were almost touching. Chen's pupils dilated, reaching a point of ultimate tension, his heart almost leaping out. In the next moment, after carefully sniffing, the entity straightened up and continued to walk ahead. Chen's heart raced, and indescribable joy surged. The guess was correct. The entity identified anomalies based on atmosphere. Only by eliminating the scent of humanity from his body could he evade detection. 1 minute later, the entity's shadow disappeared at the intersection, patrolling another path. Chen breathed heavily.